Traversing the primordial chaos, I found myself in the position of the Eastern King, confronted with a fate sealed by the words of the ancestor, declaring him the foremost among male immortals. I, Di Xiaoyang, resolutely refused to accept such a destiny. I made the audacious decision to devour the Western Queen Mother, seeking to alter my own fate. Yet, as fate would have it, an unexpected entanglement arose between the Western Queen Mother and myself, marking the beginning of my ascent to becoming an immortal emperor. Henceforth, the primordial realm would no longer be dominated solely by brutish immortal emperors, but would witness my emergence as a tempestuous immortal emperor. I would fiercely combat Dong Huang Tai Yi, coerce the Three Pure Ones, and occasionally tease Nuwa, while also outsmarting the lunar star deity, embarking on an exhilarating journey of revenge. To think I could cause my computer to explode while gaming. Upon awakening, I find myself in the primordial world, having usurped the form of the Eastern King. Huang Shaiyang awoke in the vast void, his heart a tumult of emotions. The Eastern King, a most unfortunate soul, ranked second only to Hong Yun on the list of misfortunes. Originally, he was the first manifestation of the primordial pure yang energy within the universe. One of the 3,000 worldly guests of the Zixiao Palace, a primordial deity. Yet he was ensnared by the machinations of Hongjun ancestor, leading to a tumultuous fate. My destiny shall be governed by my own will, not by the decrees of fate, Huang Xiaoyang vowed silently, resolving to rewrite the fate of the Eastern King under the name of Xiaoyang Emperor, even daring to challenge the authority of Hongjun. Undaunted by life and death, he commenced his understanding of the Eastern King's legacy, officially embarking upon the path of cultivation. During his contemplations, Di Xiaoyang was elated to discover that one of the 3,000 great paths acquired from the game, the great devouring technique, had traversed with him. This technique allowed the consumption of all things under heaven and earth, refining the essence of others, serving as an exceptional means to elevate one's cultivation foundation. Overjoyed, Di Xiaoyang immediately began to refine the Eastern King's intrinsic power using the great devouring technique. Having usurped the Eastern King, Di Xiaoyang not only inherited all of his powers, but also bore the weight of his karmic entanglements. He endeavored to thoroughly refine the Eastern King's essence with the great devouring technique, severing the ties of fate. After a protracted period, Di Xiaoyang succeeded in completely refining the Eastern King's power, elevating his cultivation to the late stage of golden immortal, yet the karmic bonds remained unbroken. To break free from this predicament, Di Xiaoyang's gaze turned towards the Western Queen Mother. Although the Eastern King possessed an extraordinary foundation, he still fell short compared to the likes of the Three Pure Ones and Nuwa. He understood that only by enhancing his foundation could he establish a foothold in this primordial world. The Western Queen Mother, as a primordial deity born from the first pure yin energy of the cosmos, represented the optimal choice for elevating his foundation. At this juncture, the Dragon Han catastrophe had just passed, and the powerful beings of the primordial three clans had all suffered calamities, making the attainment of great Luo golden immortals exceedingly rare. The primordial deities had only recently begun to accumulate power and take shape, presenting the perfect opportunity for Di Xiaoyang to act. He pinpointed his direction, soaring through the air while employing the great devouring technique to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, enhancing his cultivation. Upon reaching the Western Kunlun, his cultivation had already broken through to the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Filled with confidence, he sought the whereabouts of the Western Queen Mother, only to discover, to his surprise, that she had begun her transformation. Without hesitation, Di Xiaoyang summoned his accompanying treasure, the Pure Yang Sword, launching a fierce strike against the Western Queen Mother's accompanying treasure, the Kunlun Mirror. Caught in the critical moment of her transformation, the Western Queen Mother was provoked by this formidable adversary, filling her with rage. However, Di Xiaoyang's intentions were not to consume her, he was merely driven by circumstance. He was compelled to act decisively, employing the Eastern King's primordial pure yang divine art to counter the Western Queen Mother, while relentlessly utilizing the great devouring technique to absorb her essence. Yet, just as Di Xiaoyang was on the verge of success, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Western Queen Mother prematurely triggered the transformation heavenly tribulation, attempting to perish alongside Di Xiaoyang. In that life-and-death moment, the Eastern pure yang energy within Di Xiaoyang intertwined with the Western pure yin energy of the Queen Mother, creating a peculiar life-giving force that severed the great devouring technique. This profound intertwining and fusion, devoid of distinction, led Di Xiaoyang to also invoke the transformation heavenly tribulation. He was astounded, having read countless tales of the primordial realm in his past life, yet never having encountered such an occurrence. With the intention to take a life, their essences and primordial spirits became irrevocably intertwined, bringing an inexplicable sense of comfort. Faced with this sudden change, Di Xiaoyang was engulfed in a tumult of emotions. He understood well that in this primordial world, the law of the jungle prevailed, and only the fittest could survive. Yet he had never anticipated forming such a profound connection with the Western Queen Mother in this manner. Traversing the primordial chaos, I have taken the place of the Eastern Sovereign, confronting a fate decreed by the ancestors' words, the foremost among male immortals, which led to his tragic downfall. I, Di Xiaoyang, resolutely refused to accept such a destiny. I have made a bold decision to devour the Western Mother, seeking to alter my own fate. However, fate plays its tricks, and an unexpected entanglement arises between the Western Mother and myself, marking the inception of my journey to overturn the Celestial Emperor. Henceforth, the primordial realm is no longer solely inhabited by the brutish Celestial Emperor, but now features my own tempestuous ascent. I have bested the Eastern Emperor Tai, coerced the three purities, and occasionally amused Niwa, while also outsmarting the lunar star deity, embarking on a wild journey of rebellion. How could playing a game lead to my computer exploding? Upon awakening, I find myself in the primordial world, having seized the body of the untransformed Eastern Sovereign. Huang Shiyang awakens in the vast void, his heart a tumult of emotions. The Eastern Sovereign, a most unfortunate soul, ranks second only to Han Yun on the list of misfortunes. He was originally the first manifestation of the primordial pure yang energy, one of the 3,000 worldly guests of the Zhixiao Palace, a primordial deity, yet his fate was twisted by the schemes of Hongjun. My destiny shall be governed by my own will, not by the whims of fate. Huang Xiaoyang silently vows, determined to rewrite the fate of the Eastern Sovereign under the name of Xiaoyang Emperor, even daring to challenge Hongjun's authority. Fearless of life and death, he begins to comprehend the legacy of the Eastern Sovereign, officially embarking on the path of cultivation. During this process of enlightenment, Di Xiaoyang discovers with delight that one of the 3,000 great paths, great devouring technique, acquired from clearing game dungeons, has traversed alongside him. This technique allows the consumption of all things in the universe, refining the essence of others, serving as an exceptional means to enhance one's cultivation foundation. Ecstatic, Di Xiaoyang promptly begins to refine the Eastern Sovereign's innate power using this technique. After seizing the Eastern Sovereign's body, Di Xiaoyang not only inherits all of his powers, but also bears the weight of his karmic entanglements. He attempts to thoroughly refine the Eastern Sovereign's essence using the great devouring technique, severing the threads of fate. After a protracted period, Di Xiaoyang successfully refines the Eastern Sovereign's power to the late stage of Golden Immortal, yet the karmic ties remain unbroken. In search of a solution, Di Xiaoyang turns his gaze towards the Western Mother. Although the Eastern Sovereign's foundation is remarkable, it pales in comparison to the might of the three purities in Niwa. He understands that only by enhancing his foundation can he establish himself in this primordial realm. The Western Mother, born from the first pure yin energy of heaven and earth, presents the optimal opportunity for his elevation. At this juncture, having just passed through the Dragonhan cataclysm, the primal three races have suffered greatly, and encounters with great Luo golden immortals are rare. The primordial deities are newly birthed and accumulating strength to take form, presenting the perfect moment for Di Xiaoyang to act. He finds his direction, soaring through the skies while employing the great devouring technique to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, enhancing his cultivation. Upon reaching the Western Kunlun, his cultivation has surpassed the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Filled with confidence, he seeks the whereabouts of the Western Mother, only to discover that she has begun her transformation. Without hesitation, Di Xiaoyang activates his accompanying treasure, the pure Yang Sword. striking fiercely at the Western Mother's accompanying artifact, the Kunlun mirror. At a critical juncture of her transformation, the Western Mother, confronted by a formidable foe, is filled with rage. Yet, Di Xiaoyang harbors no desire to devour her. He is merely compelled by the circumstances. With a heavy heart, he employs the primordial pure yang divine decision of the Eastern sovereign to counter her, persistently consuming her essence with the great devouring technique. However, just as Di Xiaoyang is on the verge of success, an unforeseen turn of events occurs. The Western Mother unexpectedly triggers the transformation heavenly tribulation, attempting to perish alongside Di Xiaoyang. In this dire moment, the primordial pure yang essence of Di Xiaoyang intertwines with the primordial pure yin essence of the Western Mother, creating a bizarre force of mutual generation that severs the great devouring technique. This inseparable fusion and entanglement evoke a strange sense of comfort within Di Xiaoyang, even as he inadvertently invokes the transformation heavenly tribulation. He is astounded, having perused numerous primordial tales in his past life. He has never encountered such a phenomenon. Intent on taking a life, the result instead leads to the complete merging of their essences and souls, bringing forth an inexplicable sense of ease. Faced with this sudden twist of fate, Di Xiaoyang's heart is a tempest of conflicting emotions. He understands well that the primordial world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest, yet he never anticipated forming such a profound connection with the Western Mother in this manner.
Murderous vengeance, completely dissolved. Immersed deeply in the fusion of power, I find it impossible to extricate myself. The calamities of transformation descend incessantly. Di Xiaoyang and Shi Wangmu's cultivation levels are continuously ascending, breaking through to the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal in an instant. Moreover, they are not pausing, advancing towards the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Simultaneously, their Dao bodies gradually manifest, resembling the human race as known from previous lives. Notably, Di Xiaoyang's appearance after transformation mirrors that of his past life, coldly handsome. With an elegant demeanor, his innate pure yang essence bestows upon him an aura of supreme righteousness, which explains why Hong Jun conferred the title of the foremost male immortal upon Dong Wanggong. As for Shi Wangmu, she truly embodies the destined queen of female immortals, possessing unparalleled beauty and an air of regal grace. Boom, boom. The dual energies of yin and yang converge incessantly, accelerating their cultivation breakthroughs, reaching the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal almost simultaneously. Furthermore, there is a distinct trend towards breaking through to the Luo Golden Immortal. Yet, Di Xiaoyang cannot afford to progress any further. Suddenly awakened, he realizes he has seized the body of Dong Wanggong, inheriting his fate. This decision, made against his will, aims to shatter the shackles of his origins, thereby breaking the impasse. The Luo Golden Immortal represents a crucial foundational realm, even if one blossoms into the 9th or 10th grade. Surpassing the 3 pure ones remains unattainable, not to mention contending with Dao ancestor Hong Jun. With the reversal of yin and yang, all methods return to the source, the separation of yin and yang. Di Xiaoyang immediately reverses his power, forcibly detaching himself from Shi Wangmu, unwilling to be dragged into the ascension of the Luo Golden Immortal. At that moment, he suddenly senses a small life within Shi Wangmu's womb, imbued with the energies of yin and yang, developing on its own. What the hell? Enemies become a couple, and now a soul is entwined. Di Xiaoyang never expected that the recent intertwining of yin and yang would result in Shi Wangmu bearing his child. This is utterly infuriating. What should be done now? Must he resort to killing his wife and child? As a member of the human race, one may seize opportunities for profit, but such a heinous act is beyond even the most depraved. To prevent unforeseen consequences, Di Xiaoyang promptly halts his reversal. At the same time, he forcibly suppresses his cultivation, preventing the transformative calamity from aiding his ascension to the Luo Golden Immortal. Boom. Shortly thereafter, Shi Wangmu completes her transformation, successfully breaking through to the Luo Golden Immortal, and the heavens react instantaneously. 3 flowers blossom atop her head, sacred and inviolable, blossoming to the 9th grade. A sage-s endowment. Congratulations, my lady. Upon witnessing this, Di Xiaoyang retreats with a complex smile. Villain, what did you call me? Shi Wangmu's expression changes dramatically, and the power of the Luo Golden Immortal instantly gathers in her palm. Why lady? Which means Dao companion. Why lady? please take good care of our son. One day, I shall surely arrive riding on auspicious clouds to propose, welcoming you as my wife, repaying today's transgressions with my life. De Xiaoyang earnestly explains, secretly rejoicing within. Perhaps this is fate, an unbreakable karmic bond. And he is fortunate not to have killed Shi Wangmu. A grave error has finally been mitigated. Insolent, scoundrel, perish, Shi Wangmu, consumed by fury, immediately strikes out with her palm. Do not act impulsively. You and I are fated. We have become husband and wife. I swear, I shall repay today's misdeeds with my life. Please believe me. Di Xiaoyang had anticipated her reaction and swiftly evaded. Scoundrel, silence. Shi Wangmu's anger remains unquenched, her attacks relentless. Very well, I shall cease my words. You will obediently remain in Zikanlun to nurture our child, and I will certainly invite great powers of the wilderness to mediate, bringing 3 gifts and 6 tokens to welcome you as my bride. Fulfilling today's promise, Di Xiaoyang dodges continuously, peril lurking at every turn. Daring not to linger, he turns and flees. Scoundrel, scoundrel, I swear, by heaven and earth, I will slay you. Although Shi Wangmu has successfully ascended to the Luo Golden Immortal, she is severely wounded and, after a series of relentless attacks, finds herself unable to pursue further. She can only watch helplessly as Di Xiaoyang escapes. After a series of furious curses, her expression turns complex. Several times, she unleashes her palm power towards her abdomen. Yet each time she withdraws at the critical moment, unable to harden her heart. Meanwhile, after fleeing, Di Xiaoyang cannot help but laugh. Yet his mirth quickly turns to bitterness, frustration, and guilt. Initially intent on killing Shi Wangmu, he inadvertently caused her to become pregnant. How will such an extraordinary fate and deep enmity be resolved in the future? Regrettably, a grave error has already been committed. Yet, Di Xiaoyang has no time for regret. He must promptly head to the Sun Star, to devour Shi Wangmu. Though he feels guilty, he acknowledges his impulsiveness. However, facing the fated enemy, Dijuan and Dong Huangtai will not show mercy. Fortunately, he did not truly kill Shi Wangmu and has gained benefits. Not only did he successfully transform, but he also elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal, poised to break through to the Luo Golden Immortal and become an immortal powerhouse. Of course, he has acquired a portion of the innate pure yin essence, yet he has also lost some of his innate pure yang essence. To elevate his foundations, the Sun Star is the optimal choice. How scorching! It is unbearably hot. Upon arriving at the Sun Star, Di Xiaoyang immediately feels waves of intense heat. Possessing pure yang essence and being half a step into the Luo, he finds it somewhat challenging to withstand the scorching forces of the Sun Star. This illustrates the formidable nature of Dijuan and Dong Huang Tai, and a wonder they could establish the heavenly court with the power of the demon race, standing undefeated against the witch race. Regrettably, he has arrived too late. Both of the mixed feathered birds have successfully transformed, possessing not only the early cultivation of the Luo Golden Immortal but also fearsome treasures at their side. Di Xiaoyang, having transformed into pure yang and infiltrated the sun, quickly senses the 2 3-legged golden crows meditating atop the Fusang tree. Fighting them is out of the question. However, stealing from them is an option. The 2 mixed feathered birds are exceedingly confident, not setting up any formations or barriers, thus granting Di Xiaoyang an opportunity to siphon the powers of the Sun Star. Great devouring technique, body refinement. Once he finds a safe location, Di Xiaoyang immediately employs the great devouring technique to absorb the powers of the Sun Star. Refining his transformed physique, it is well known in later generations that dual cultivation of martial and immortal paths is fundamental. Though the essence of the immortal path is powerful, the strength of the physical body cannot be overlooked. As exemplified by the flesh of the 12 barbarian sons of the witch race, impervious to all methods, Xiaoyang's choice is influenced by another significant reason. After transformation, his primordial spirit is impure, and his physique is vastly inferior to that of Shi Wangmu. If his conjecture is correct, it is because his soul originates from a later era, still carrying some of the postnatal human bloodline. Had he not seized the body of Dong Wanggong and replaced his identity, he would barely even reach the status of a celestial immortal at this moment. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. Di Xiaoyang lingers in the Sun Star for 10,000 years, continuously absorbing its power to refine his body, rapidly enhancing his physical strength. In just 10 millennia, his physical realm has reached the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Yet, this is still insufficient. Innate deities are successively transforming. He must refine his physical realm to the early stage of De Luo Golden Immortal to ensure his own safety. Thus, Di Xiaoyang begins to fiercely steal the primordial essence of the Sun Star for body refinement. Even if he risks being discovered by Dijuan and Dong Huangtai, he must take the chance, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Fortunately, the essence of Dong Huanggong is of innate pure yang, resonating harmoniously with the supreme yang power of the Sun Star. Not only can he steal it, but it is also difficult to detect. Chapter 3. Discovered now, with 10,000 years of stealing experience. Di Xiaoyang feels somewhat confident in extracting more primordial essence of the Sun Star beneath the noses of Dijuan and Dong Huangtai. A century slips by. Under the refinement of the primordial essence of the Sun Star, Di Xiaoyang's physical realm has reached the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal. The great devouring technique is truly remarkable. It is an endless cycle of devouring and delight. Another century passes. Yet, Di Xiaoyang's physical realm still fails to break through to De Luo Golden Immortal. This indicates that achieving immortality in the wilderness is exceedingly challenging, forcing Di Xiaoyang to intensify his devouring efforts. After increasing his devouring intensity, Di Xiaoyang immediately perceives a transformation in his physical strength. With the ascension to Immortal De Luo drawing near, who dares to steal into the Sun Star, pilfering its primordial powers? Just as Di Xiaoyang is on the verge of ascension, reveling in his triumph, a voice of authority suddenly emanates from the Fusang tree. The anger of a supreme ruler. This is bad and I have been discovered. This is dire. Di Xiaoyang's expression shifts. The two mixed feathered birds are both in the early stage of De Luo Golden Immortal, coupled with the innate treasure Chaos Bell and the top-tier innate spiritual treasures He Tu and Luo. With such a lineup against him, would he not meet his end? No way. The Golden Crows excel in speed. Fleeing would mean certain death, yet remaining offers a glimmer of hope. Di Xiaoyang swiftly contemplates, no longer concealing his intentions, fully activating the great devouring technique to seize the primordial essence of the Sun Star. Moreover, he forcefully plunges the top-quality innate spiritual treasure pure yang sword into the Sun Star. Little thief. Seeking death, Dong Huangtai and Dijuan sense the rapid depletion of primordial essence, flying towards Di Xiaoyang's location without hesitation. Hurry, hurry. Di Xiaoyang glances upward, racing against time to devoured. In the current situation, his only chance of survival lies in elevating his physical strength to De Luo Golden Immortal before Dong Huangtai and Dijuan arrive, thus gaining the power to fight. Though reckless, there exists a slender hope. For the place he has chosen is the farthest from Dong Huangtai and Dijuan, requiring a certain amount of time to reach. Little thief, you are audacious. Prepare to die at my hand. Dong Huangtai arrives first, and upon seeing Di Xiaoyang still not fleeing, he immediately strikes down with great force. Boom, boom. As the palm descends, Di Xiaoyang emits a long, strained cry, his formidable, undying physical aura soaring to the heavens. Ha ha, ha ha. Dong Huangtai, thank you for this palm. I have finally achieved the pinnacle of my physical form. How about you receive a punch from me? Di Xiaoyang has gambled correctly, forcibly devouring the power of Dong Huangtai's palm with the great devouring technique, instantly achieving his ascension. Utilizing the force beneath his feet, he propels himself forward, his fist aimed straight at Dong Huangtai. Bold, the esteemed bloodline of Dong Huangtai marks him as a natural-born sovereign, endowed with innate treasures that surpass all others, save for his elder brother, Dijuan, whom he regards with indifference. When faced with the audacity of a thief, his tolerance wanes. With a flick of his wrist, the initial powers of Ada Luo Jin Xian radiate, scorching and oppressive. Boom. The clash of palm and fist erupts, unleashing waves of divine might. Di Xiaoyang, wielding the physical strength of Ada Luo Jin Xian in its infancy, proves to be no less formidable than Dong Huangtai's magical prowess. The ruler of the Sun Star, of the three-legged golden crow lineage, is but a mere shadow. With a swift shift of his gaze, Di Xiaoyang mocks. You dare to come here and act so brazenly when you cannot even break my physical form? Audacious! You shall face my wrath. Enraged, Dong Huangtai, enveloped in his magical energy, launches a fierce assault. Do you think you can summon the Chaos Bell and possess the qualifications to challenge me? Di Xiaoyang revels in joy. Leaping into close combat with Dong Huang Tai, relentlessly engaging in battle. By the time Di Jun arrives, it is too late for intervention. Their proximity renders any rash action perilous, risking harm to Dong Huang Tai. Younger brother, retreat swiftly and employ the Chaos Bell to counter. Observing Dong Huang Tai being overwhelmed by the other's formidable power and speed, Di Jun realizes that Dong Huang Tai has fallen for a provocation. Ah, indeed. Aside from his superior treasures, what abilities does Dong Huang Tai possess? His magical powers are akin to a feeble shrimp, unworthy of the three-legged golden crow. Xiaoyang seeks to incite Dong Huang Tai, engaging in close combat to avoid being encircled by Di Jun. You insolent thief. I can kill you without the Chaos Bell. The true fire of the sun shall scorch the heavens and obliterate all. Furious, Dong Huang Tai becomes relentless in his pursuit of Di Xiaoyang. By heavens, it is unbearably hot. Di Xiaoyang nearly bursts into laughter, noting Dong Huang Tai's haughty demeanor contrasts sharply with Di Jun's calm wisdom. Enveloped in the true fire of the sun, he feigns discomfort. Ignorant child, dare to trespass upon the sun star? You shall die. Dong Huang Tai, upon hearing this, bursts into laughter. The activation of the true fire of the sun intensifies, allowing him to create distance in battle. Though prideful, he is no fool. His immortal body at the Deluo level is truly fearsome in close combat. Fool, were you merely jesting? You truly believed it? Di Xiaoyang, sensing Dong Huang Tai's intentions, breaks free from the true fire of the sun and delivers a powerful punch to Dong Huang Tai's chest. Dong Huang Tai is taken aback, unable to evade in time, and is struck in the chest, staggering back from the force. Dong Huang Tai, I no longer play with you. The pure Yang sword has had its fill. It is time to depart. Having succeeded, Di Xiaoyang summons the pure Yang sword and swiftly escapes from the sun star. Cursed, damned thief. Dong Huang Tai then realizes that a high-grade innate spirit treasure is siphoning the essence of the sun star. However, wounded as he is, he lacks the strength to pursue. Di Jun, arriving too late, cannot intercept Di Xiaoyang in his wrath. Dong Huang Tai immediately employs the Chaos Bell. The ringing of the bell transforms the very fabric of reality. Its divine power binding time and suppressing space, rushing toward Di Xiaoyang. Damn it. The innate treasure is indeed overwhelmingly powerful. A high-grade innate spirit treasure stands no chance against such suppressive force. Di Xiaoyang narrowly escapes, shaken. Fortunately, Dong Huang Tai fell for the provocation, leaving no opportunity for Di Jun to intervene. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences. The universe and the cosmos, harmonizing yin and yang. The cosmos shifts, the yin and yang blend. Locked by the Chaos Bell, Di Xiaoyang remains calm, immediately executing the ultimate technique he has comprehended over the millennia, yin-yang blending. This technique gathers pure yang energy and, while its power is modest, it possesses the ability to shift damage, specifically crafted to counter the Chaos Bell. As the yin-yang blending vortex meets the suppressive divine power of the Chaos Bell, it fractures, unable to withstand the force. Yet, this is sufficient. Di Xiaoyang merely needs a moment's respite. As the Chaos Bell crushes everything, obliterating the vortex's power, Di Xiaoyang has already vanished from sight. Chapter 4. Deceiving the Goddess of the Moon. The Chaos Bell binds time and suppresses space. As long as one is not suppressed on the spot, Di Xiaoyang can escape. Damn it! Did that little thief truly slip away? In this void, remnants of the yin-yang blending fragment the surrounding energies, completely obscuring the enemy's presence, leaving Dong Huang Tai and Di Jun unable to track him. Younger brother, let it go. This individual is a master of manipulation, adept at unraveling our hearts and minds. Making him impossible to slay, Di Jun sighs deeply. With all innate deities having taken form, we, as brothers, should seize the time to elevate our cultivation. Elder brother, I understand. Dong Huang Tai, feeling defeated, lowers his head. In his first battle upon emerging into the world, not only did he fail to retain the opponent, but he also suffered significant injury and lost a substantial source of power. His reputation lies in ruins. Younger brother need not be so disheartened. Though this person is an innate deity, he possesses but one high-grade innate spirit treasure, his foundation and resources inferior to ours. Di Jun reassures him. This time, You faltered due to underestimating him. Next time, you shall surely subdue him and regain your pride. LLV. After escaping, Di Xiaoyang hums merrily in their first encounter. He has severely wounded a fated enemy while also siphoning a great deal of the Sun Star's essence. A promising start indeed. Particularly, the essence taken by the pure Yang sword is substantial. Though insufficient to elevate it to the ranks of a supreme innate spirit treasure, it will greatly amplify its power, rendering it invincible among its peers. With the aid of the great devouring technique to assist the pure Yang sword in absorbing the essence of the Sun Star, Di Xiaoyang's gaze begins to sparkle. The physical form of Ada Luo Jin Xian can be sought throughout the world. After much contemplation, Di Xiaoyang remains undecided. Should he continue to seek a place to cultivate, or seize the opportunities among the 3,000 worldly visitors? Ultimately, he concludes, treasures are external, with immense strength. He can simply eliminate those he dislikes and acquire their treasures. Thus, he resolves to cultivate in the ages to come. People will deeply understand the brutality of the survival of the fittest. Only those with might have the privilege of righteousness. A truth of the primordial era. His goal, the Tai-Yin star. This time, however, Di Xiaoyang does not rush in. Instead, he slows his pace, treasure hunting and gathering resources along the way. Having already offended the Queen Mother of the West and made enemies of 2 golden crows, how could he dare to antagonize the goddess of the moon? Of course, he is also reluctant to part with the legendary goddess. Thus, Di Xiaoyang crafts himself a set of resplendent robes. Radiating righteousness and kingly demeanor, he also carves a long flute to hold, exuding an air of elegance. Following this, he forges a collection of feminine accessories, including phoenix crowns, colorful celestial skirts, and exquisite jewelry, before arriving at the Tai-Yin star. Bathing in the moonlight, Di Xiaoyang feels entranced. The essence of extreme Yin is immensely tempting for his cultivation. As the ancients said, solitary Yin cannot give birth, and solitary Yang cannot grow. This is indeed true. Standing against the wind, he raises his flute, and a melodious tune, Moonlit Night, resonates, its enchanting notes swiftly reaching the Tai-Yin star. On the laurel tree, the 2 goddesses, Shi-He and Chang-Shi, who are in seclusion, are instantly captivated by the sound of Di Xiaoyang's flute. After listening, they immediately soar from the Tai-Yin star. Upon seeing Di Xiaoyang, both are momentarily taken aback by the beautiful melody and his graceful presence, leaving them in awe. Shi-He, Chang-Shi, I have encountered a fellow Taoist. May I inquire about the object in your hand? As the melody concludes, Shi-He and Chang-Shi promptly pay their respects to Do. Are you not the daughters of the demon god Wang Shu? Di Xiaoyang, holding the flute, suddenly gazes at them with a distant expression. Who are you? Shi-He and Chang-Shi, on guard, question him. There is no need for alarm. My true name has long been forgotten, and no living being speaks of it. I now go by Di Xiaoyang. With an air of wisdom beyond his years, Di Xiaoyang gazes skyward. I never expected to meet old acquaintances today. What a serendipitous encounter. Who exactly are you? Shi-He and Chang-Shi retreat cautiously. Wang Shu was trapped in the heavens, gravely wounded by Pangu, and subsequently fell into slumber within the core of the Tai-Yin star. Unfortunately, the demon god's form was too powerful, exceeding the capacity of the primordial realm, resulting in the absorption of the essence of the sun star, thus giving birth to the sun goddess. Shi Xiaoyang sighs deeply, speaking solemnly. Thus, Wang Shu could not leave the Tai-Yin star and swore to merge with the Yin of the heavens, which birthed the Tai-Yin goddess, Chang-Shi. You actually. Shi-He and Chang-Shi are astounded, hanging on his every word. Still do not believe me? Come at me. Let us see if you can inflict even a scratch upon me. Di Xiaoyang, with a flick of his wrist, stands with his hands behind his back. Then please, senior, be cautious. Exchanging glances, Shi-He and Chang-Shi immediately launch an attack. Wave after wave of energy crashes upon Di Xiaoyang, yet none inflict even the slightest harm. In fact, they cannot even shake him. Do you believe now? Di Xiaoyang had already seen through them. The sisters possessed no more than Tai-Yi Jin Xian late-stage strength and could not hope to break his physical form. We believe. Please, senior, accept us as disciples and impart the path to enlightenment. Shi-He and Chang-Shi exchange glances, filled with admiration, and immediately kneel in reverence. Di Xiaoyang is left speechless. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. At every moment, I long to seek vengeance against Di Xiaoyang. Very well. Obedient disciple, you may stand aside. Be wary of the splatter of blood as I demonstrate how to decisively defeat this scruffy bird. Di Xiaoyang discreetly sensed, yet he could not detect the presence of Di Jun Master. Strike him. Changshi cheerfully encouraged. The innate deities possess an innate sense of each other. Could it be that Dong Huang Tai Yi, bearer of the primordial treasure chaos bell, has indeed been bested? Upon hearing this, Dong Huang Tai Yi was filled with astonishment. The two celestial maidens of the lunar star have actually taken this little thief as their master. In terms of lineage, this little thief is no greater than the two celestial maidens. What gives him the right to take on disciples? Little thief, perish. Dong Huang Bell cast a cold glance, just as before. Delivering a fierce strike, however, this time, the seemingly straightforward blow concealed a power of confinement, an ultimate technique he had developed over millennia, specifically designed to complement the Chaos Bell. Is that all? Di Xiaoyang sneered dismissively, charging forth with a punch, just as he had before. Witnessing this, Dong Huang Tai rejoiced. The little thief had indeed fallen for his ruse. Surely, he would be temporarily restrained by this maneuver, prompting him to secretly activate the Chaos Bell. Yet, Dong Huang Tai's expectations were overly optimistic. His concealed power of confinement was shattered by a single punch, and a formidable fist suddenly appeared before his chest. Pow! With but one strike, Dong Huang Tai was sent flying. Blood spewing forth from his mouth in a fit of rage, Dong Huang Tai immediately unleashed the Chaos Bell, denying his opponent any chance of reprisal. Scruffy bird, you are truly pathetic. To say you possess no skills apart from the Chaos Bell and yet dare to covet the Ziwei Tianhua? Having succeeded with his punch, Di Xiaoyang swiftly entered into mockery mode. Silence, you impertinent fool. Dong Huang Tai was incensed, unleashing the full might of the Chaos Bell. As a pathetic being, how dare you silence me? Di Xiaoyang laughed heartily, turning to Shi He and Chang Shi. Good disciples, would you care for some roasted meat from the three-legged golden crow? It is surely a delicacy of the world. Shall I ignite the fire? I wish to eat. I wish to eat. Chang Shi, reveling in the chaos, clapped her hands in delight. Perish. Humiliated, Dong Huang Tai was filled with fury, swiftly suppressing his opponent with the power of the Chaos Bell. Yet, Di Xiaoyang remained unmoved, as if utterly unconcerned. Master! Shi He and Chang Shi gasped in alarm. That is the primordial treasure Chaos Bell. How can he not evade? With a thunderous boom, the moment the power of the Chaos Bell enveloped Di Xiaoyang, he suddenly vanished from sight, causing Dong Huang Tai's pupils to constrict. Had he been obliterated? Ah, just as Dong Huang Tai pondered this, he was suddenly assailed by a flurry of powerful punches from behind, leaving him in a state of wailing agony. In the next instant, Dong Huang Tai found himself firmly grasped by the neck by Di Xiaoyang, unable to resist any longer. Wow, Master is so handsome. Absolutely stunning. We can roast the golden crow now. Chang Shi was ecstatic, salivating at the thought, having developed a taste for the exquisite flavors of beasts and birds after following Di Xiaoyang for millennia. Di Jun, will you not reveal yourself? Di Xiaoyang ignored Chang Shi, speaking leisurely. Shi He and Chang Shi were taken aback, immediately standing back-to-back in a defensive posture. The star deities observing from a distance were equally startled. A remarkable display, my friend. Once again, my brother has been ensnared by your cunning. Di Jun was filled with admiration and implored for leniency. Di Jun stepped forward, his expression one of deep resignation. What do you think? Di Xiaoyang had indeed deduced correctly. Di Jun was lurking nearby. My friend, there is no need for such hostility. You have infiltrated the sun's star to steal its primordial essence for millennia, yet my brother has never sought to harm you. With a flourish of his royal robe, Di Jun spoke with neither submission nor arrogance. Upon hearing this, Shi He and Chang Shi exchanged incredulous glances. The reincarnation of the chaos demon god, engaging in thievery? This master is indeed peculiar. No wonder he exhibits such novel behaviors and thoughts. Di Jun, it is your brother's inadequacy that renders him incapable of defeating me, as I have severely wounded Dong Huang Tai. Di Xiaoyang chuckled playfully. Thus, I shall demand your royal garments as compensation for sparing Dong Huang Tai. Little thief, you are dreaming, brother. Do not concern yourself with me. Employ the He Tu Luo Shu against him. He possesses but a single high-grade primordial spiritual treasure, making him no match for you. Dong Huang Tai fumed. Their royal garments, crafted from the finest heavenly materials, possessed formidable defensive capabilities, rivaling even those of primordial treasures. Is that so? Di Xiaoyang's fingers immediately exerted pressure. Very well, I agree. Di Jun, unwilling to take risks, promptly removed his royal robe and tossed it over. Ha ha ha, truly a born ruler, possessing great spirit. Di Xiaoyang caught it and then forcibly stripped Dong Huang Tai of his royal robe, sending it flying with a kick. Little thief, you have insulted me beyond measure. You must die. Free from his constraints, Dong Huang Tai prepared to retaliate with the chaos bell, but was intercepted by the leaping Di Jun. Ha ha, welcome to battle. Di Xiaoyang raised a hand and laughed. However, the next compensation shall be doubled. A remarkable display, my friend. Di Jun is no match. Yet, Di Jun harbored a question, curious as to how his friend managed to escape the confinement of the chaos bell. Di Jun did not intend to engage in combat, but instead inquired with curiosity. If you are willing to enlighten me, my brother will withdraw from the contest for the Ziwei Tianhua. I have no qualms in sharing this. I have comprehended a set of boxing techniques known as Yin Yang Rebellion Divine Fist, which includes a maneuver specifically designed to counter you brothers. Di Xiaoyang replied candidly. While the innate deities possess legacies, they are incomplete due to the absence of saints. Before receiving the teachings, one must create their own methods, seeking a path to enlightenment that belongs to them. Thus, in the current primordial realm, beings lacking sufficient lineage struggle to break through the De Luo Jin Xian realm. I see. Thank you for the information. Di Jun, concealed in the shadows, had not perceived the situation nor found an opportunity for a sneak attack. And his wariness of Di Xiaoyang grew. Departing without delay, he resolved to repel the formidable foe. Xiaoyang turned with a tremor of his imposing figure. Who else among you wishes to contest the Ziwei Tianhua with me? No, no, we dare not. The beings birthed from the Big Dipper trembled in fright. Retreating hastily, even the strongest of the Big Dipper deities followed suit. Sees Dong Huang Tai alive? Ha ha, splendid. Di Xiaoyang smiled with satisfaction, reaching for the Ziwei Tianhua. My friend, wait. Just then, a figure with a human body and a serpent's tail, breathtakingly beautiful and exuding an air of divine sanctity, approached gracefully. Beside her was another figure, equally striking, possessing a human form and a serpent's tail. Chapter 7. Nu Hua appears. Inu Hua, Fu Xi, though you two siblings wish to contest the Ziwei Tianhua with me, with such a unique appearance and an ethereal grace. Di Xiaoyang could not fail to recognize their identities. My friend, I beg your pardon. Since my sibling and I have encountered this primordial divine fire, it is indeed difficult not to be tempted. Nu Hua and Fu Shi were taken aback when their identities were so readily revealed. What a fine apology. Next time, when I seize your treasures and claim your fortunes, may I also say I beg your pardon and be free from consequence? Di Xiaoyang's fury surged in later myths. After Nu Hua achieved sanctification by creating humanity, she allowed the demon clan to slaughter the human race and forge the slaughter witch sword, subsequently being manipulated into assisting Zhou in overthrowing Shang without realizing it. The human race, having lost its emperor, could no longer contend with the heavens. It seems she is indeed capable of seizing treasures. If you refuse to yield, then let us engage in a battle. Nu Hua spoke little, her determination for the Ziwei Tianhua yielding. How laughable. Can you two siblings possibly compare to Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai? Di Xiaoyang replied ominously. Should you fail to recognize your place, I shall not hesitate to smash your backside. Insolence. Fu Shi stepped forward, enraged. Humph, and what of it? Remember this. Should you dare to seize my treasures today, I shall repay you in kind on Mount Buzhou. With blood for blood, Di Xiaoyang warned coldly. Spare me your prattle. Unleash whatever abilities you possess, and do not be too weak. Very well, I accept your challenge. Nu Hua was taken aback by his words. Within her divine sense, an inexplicable guidance emerged, as if there truly lay a grand opportunity awaiting her upon Mount Buzhou. A bunch of fools. Their intelligence is truly concerning. As Di Xiaoyang prepared his stance, he suddenly grinned, promptly absorbing the Ziwei Tianhua into his being. What? Everyone was left dumbfounded. Before a victor could be determined, and without even formally engaging in battle, he had suddenly claimed the treasure. What sort of occurrence is this? It seems such a thing has never transpired in the primordial world. Fools, I am leaving. Di Xiaoyang cared not for any rules. His own rules were paramount. With a swift movement, he took Shi He and Chang Shi with him, diving towards the primordial earth. Upon regaining their senses, Nu Hua and Fu Shi found that Di Xiaoyang had long vanished, while Shi He and Chang Shi remained speechless for quite some time. What kind of master is this? Have some self-respect, to call you fools and yet truly be foolish. With the treasure within easy reach, why engage in a struggle with others to determine its rightful owner? Di Xiaoyang scolded the two, saying, when seizing a treasure, one should flee swiftly and refine it to enhance one's power. Is that not far more delightful, wicked master? You are the reincarnation of the chaos demon god. Chang Shi found it difficult to accept such behavior. What of it? Today, I impart to you a profound adage. Among the myriad paths, only the enduring way remains unextinguished. The Emperor Xiaoyang, indifferent, shrugged. Cultivation is about subtle development and wild growth. Only then can one achieve immortality. The wicked master, I cannot comprehend. Chang Shi found it amusing yet sensed it was hardly commendable. How foolish! The essence is that to survive in the primordial chaos, one should refrain from action when possible. Steal rather than rob, and flee instead of fight. The Emperor Xiaoyang, in his exasperation, expounded. In simpler terms, act in your own best interest. Reputation and face are mere trifles. The two sisters finally grasped the meaning. Silently lamenting, what sort of mentor is this? To the East Sea. You shall assist me in flight while I refine Ziwei heavenly fire. The Emperor Xiaoyang dismissed their thoughts. The primordial world is indeed an uncivilized era. Even innate deities exhibit a lack of intellect. If one desires treasure, then one should covertly seize it instead of engaging in convoluted schemes. Once the treasure is in hand, even if one cannot defeat the adversary, one can still escape. Boom! Suddenly, a massive bowl appeared, descending violently upon the Emperor Xiaoyang. Shiha and Changshi immediately joined forces to block it, yet found themselves unable. Could it be? The debt of karma has come to collect at this moment? Judging by the form and aura of this artifact, the Emperor Xiaoyang surmised it must be the pure water bowl, a treasure of the Western Queen Mother. This artifact contains the mother of all waters, rivaling the three light divine water, serving as nourishment for the Queen Mother's peaches of immortality. Wicked thief. At last, I have found you. In the next moment, the resplendent Western Queen Mother appeared atop the pure water bowl, glaring with unrestrained hatred. Western Queen Mother, do you seek vengeance? The Emperor Xiaoyang retorted with a bittersweet smile. Slowly approaching silence. The grudge of treachery shall be avenged today. Over the years, each time she sensed the life within her womb, her hatred and humiliation only grew. Alas, we are fated to be together. Moreover, it was I who aided your transformation into a great Luo golden immortal. You cannot defeat me. The Emperor Xiaoyang shook his head helplessly, wishing to avoid conflict with the Western Queen Mother. Is that so? You wicked scoundrel, look behind you. The Western Queen Mother, knowing she could not win, had not come unprepared. Upon turning, the Emperor Xiaoyang discovered that Nuwa and Fushi had followed her. So, they were her allies, and no wonder she would still attempt to seize Ziwei heavenly fire even knowing she was outmatched. Master, did you not say to develop cautiously? You have already provoked the three-legged golden crow. Yet how is it that even the Western Queen Mother harbors such animosity towards you? What have you done to her? Changshi remarked with a teasing glint in her eyes. The three early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortals surrounding them posed a dire situation. Well then, has not the cautious approach failed? The Emperor Xiaoyang forced a smile. Reluctant to disclose the reason, Shiha, Changshi, as the deities of the Taiyin star, why do you associate with such shameless rogues? The Western Queen Mother did not act impulsively but questioned with curiosity. Western Queen Mother, is there a misunderstanding? Shiha pondered before replying. Master has only recently emerged. Why have you become embroiled in enmity with the Western Queen Mother? You refer to him as Master, the Western Queen Mother. Nuwa and Fushi were all taken aback. Their reaction was far more intense than that of Donghuang Tai upon hearing this news. Indeed, Master is the reincarnation of the Chaos Demon God. It is unclear why he has incurred the Western Queen Mother's wrath. Shiha solemnly inquired. Ridiculous, him? Sisters, you have been deceived by him. The Western Queen Mother, enraged yet amused, declared. His background is no different from yours or mine. What right does he have to take you as disciples? The expressions of Shiha and Changshi changed drastically. In the primordial world, one's background signifies status and foretells future achievements, holding immense importance, such as the three pure ones, who are the manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit. They have always prided themselves on being the true heirs of Pangu, looking down upon the primordial realm. Sisters, he is not the reincarnation of the chaos demon god. Rather, he is the wicked thief transformed from the very first thread of innate pure yang energy. Ruthless and unscrupulous, the Western Queen Mother immediately exposed his identity. Chapter 8, Identity Revealed. Wicked Master, is what she said true? Changshi could hardly accept it, her heart sinking in disappointment and sadness. Sisters, this man is vile. He deceives you under the guise of the chaos demon god, surely to devour your pure yang and pure yin essence. The Western Queen Mother continued. Years ago, this rogue infiltrated the Western Kunlun while I was transforming and stole a portion of the innate pure yin essence. Wicked Master, quickly deny it. Changshi, feeling both disheartened and wronged, began to strike her fists against the Emperor Xiaoyang's chest. Silly disciple, it is indeed so. The Emperor Xiaoyang made no effort to refute the Western Queen Mother and did not mind admitting it, as he never genuinely wished to be their mentor. How could you? Upon receiving the answer, Changshi's tears flowed freely, heartbroken. Shiha, on the other hand, bore more anger in her gaze. Silly girl, from now on, as you traverse the primordial realm, be more vigilant and remember the teachings I have imparted to you. Now go. The Emperor Xiaoyang approached with a smile, wiping away Changshi's tears. Sister, let us depart. Shiha snorted coldly and immediately pulled Changshi away. Silly girl, do not cry. Although I am unworthy to be your master, I am qualified to be your husband. Shall we reconsider? The Emperor Xiaoyang, unfazed, said with a mischievous grin. Shameless villain, meet your end. The Western Queen Mother, infuriated, could no longer listen. The pure water bowl and the Kunlun mirror unleashed their attacks upon the Emperor Xiaoyang simultaneously. Ha ha, my dear wife is jealous. The Emperor Xiaoyang laughed heartily, promptly employing the yin-yang chaos fist to confront the superior innate spiritual treasures with his physical form. Serving as a test of the yin-yang chaos fist, boom, boom. With each punch unleashed, his divine might not only repelled the two artifacts but also transformed this space into a realm of yin and yang chaos. The force left Nuwa and Fushi astonished. How was such a physical form achieved? It was not inferior to the brutish beings of Buzhou Mountain. Had it been either of their siblings, they would have been unable to contend with the might of the Emperor Xiaoyang's fist. This is dire. Western Queen Mother, retreat quickly. His martial arts do not merely disrupt this space but have turned it into his battlefield, where the energies of yin and yang are wholly at his command. Upon closer inspection, Fushi suddenly felt a spark of realization. What a remarkable Fushi! Truly deserving of the title, the ancestor of formations. Even without comprehending the innate 8 trigrams, he possesses profound skill in formations. Impressive indeed, the Emperor Xiaoyang exclaimed. Alas, you are still somewhat naive. Your discovery has come too late. Yin and yang unite. Chaos ensues. The Emperor Xiaoyang declared sharply. The powers of yin and yang in this space suddenly surged, forming a grand spatial formation that ensnared the Western Queen Mother within Dian that instant. The Western Queen Mother lost sight of the Emperor Xiaoyang. My dear wife, I am right here. In the next moment, the Emperor Xiaoyang called out from behind the Western Queen Mother. Upon hearing his voice, she immediately turned to strike. Yet the might of his physical form proved to be the true king of close combat. And the Emperor Xiaoyang seized her wrist. However, he did not harm her. Instead, his right hand patted the Western Queen Mother's rear, shamelessly sighing in satisfaction. Wicked rogue, shameless. The Western Queen Mother, furious and humiliated, immediately summoned the pure water bowl and the Kunlun mirror to attack the Emperor Xiaoyang. My dear wife, do not be so rash. You are with child and require gentleness for prenatal education. It is crucial for the growth of our children. The Emperor Xiaoyang's figure flashed, wrapping around her slender waist as he spun, evading the dual artifact assaults. Not to mention, the Western Queen Mother, after her transformation, possessed an exquisite figure. Her rear was pert and remarkably elastic, her waist slim, providing a delightful sensation. This provoked the Western Queen Mother's fury. Yet she found herself helpless against the Emperor Xiaoyang's advances. shamefully enduring his embrace and playful slaps. It was unfathomable how the Emperor Xiaoyang, with the power of an early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal, could not be harmed. Had he wished to kill her, she would have perished long ago. At that moment, outside, Nuwa and Fushi were equally at a loss. With their powers, they could not breach the chaos space for a time. It seemed that all their might was being redirected and dispersed by the reversing forces of yin and yang within. What a marvelous formation! This unparalleled method of neutralization, unseen and unheard of, truly exemplified the art of the weak overcoming the strong. While attacking, Fushi scrutinized the operational methods of the chaos space, growing increasingly astonished. Within him arose an inexplicable sense of insight, remarkably intriguing. Particularly the innate 8 trigrams that the Emperor Xiaoyang had just mentioned, seemed to be destined for him, intertwined with the heavenly principles of cause and effect. How could he know something I have yet to comprehend? Ha ha! Allow this sovereign to eliminate this calamity. As the battle stalemated, a familiar roar of regal fury resounded. Donghuang Tai, what do you intend to do? Nuwa and Fushi suddenly looked up, realizing that Donghuang Tai had returned, wielding the Chaos Bell. Not only him, but Dijuan had also arrived. Beside me stand 3 formidable entities of the Tai Golden Immortal late stage. Nuwa recognizes them as the most powerful beings outside the innate deities, Beis, Ying Zhao, and Feilian. Naturally, this is a quest for vengeance. Dear Nuwa and Fushi, allow this monarch to assist our ally, the Queen Mother of the West, with the Chaos Bell, proclaims Donghuang Tai, already channeling the Chaos Bell. He harbors deep resentment. Upon seeing Nuwa and Fushi seeking to seize the treasure, he immediately retreats to lie in wait, and indeed, the opportunity arises. But this cannot be allowed. The Queen Mother of the West is involved. She too would suffer from the Chaos Bell's assault. Nuwa, alarmed, attempts to intervene. Yet, does Donghuang Tai care? As long as he can slay Emperor Xiaoyang, he would not hesitate to strike down even Nuwa should she be present. The innate treasure, Chaos Bell, tolls. Its sound reverberates throughout the cosmos, dimming the very heavens and earth. Even though Donghuang Tai possesses insufficient cultivation and is severely injured, the potential devastation of the innate treasure remains formidable. Madam, whether you believe it or not, I shall not bring you harm if I were to fall here. Please remember to tell our son that his father is Emperor Xiaoyang in this dire moment. Emperor Xiaoyang suddenly gazes deeply at the Queen Mother of the West. As his words fall, he immediately employs the power of yin-yang chaos to send her away. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupts. Without a doubt, Emperor Xiaoyang is suppressed by the Chaos Bell. Ha, little thief. Is this your day of reckoning? Having successfully subdued him, Donghuang Tai is overwhelmed with excitement, letting out a series of triumphant howls. The escaping Queen Mother of the West, however, wears a complex expression difficult to articulate. Sister, quickly, we must rescue that wicked man. Observing Emperor Xiaoyang in peril, Changshi immediately prepares to intervene. Changshi, he is a deceiver. Come, we must return to Taiyin Star at once. Shiha, unwilling to allow Changshi to involve herself and reluctant to assist, promptly drags her back to Taiyin Star. Chapter 9. Refining heavenly fire. With Shiha and Changshi departed, the Queen Mother of the West's thoughts grow even more intricate. This ruthless and shameless Emperor Xiaoyang has bestowed upon her the last glimmer of hope for survival. Otherwise, with Emperor Xiaoyang's strength and methods, Donghuang Tai's intention to ambush would not necessarily lead to his suppression. Elder brother, everyone, I implore you to lend me your strength. In his excitement, Donghuang Tai aggravates his injuries and immediately calls for assistance. Very well. Without hesitation, Emperor Jun injects his magical power into Donghuang Tai. Now that a feud has been established and such an opportunity presents itself, Emperor Jun will not show mercy. He must assist Donghuang Tai in thoroughly refining him. Beis, Ying Zhao, and Feilian immediately stand guard, wary of any sudden attacks from Nuwa, Fushi, and the Queen Mother of the West. Little thief, let us see if you can escape this time. Greedily attempting to seize the purple weeping heavenly fire and engaging in battle with the Queen Mother of the West. He is utterly foolish. As Donghuang Tai commences the refinement, he laughs heartily. The top 10 primordial divine fires are not so easily refined. The most renowned, the Red Lotus Karma Fire, resides within the supreme innate spiritual treasure. The 12-grade Karma Fire Red Lotus, showcasing the might of the purple weeping heavenly fire and its potential to inflict terrifying backlash upon Emperor Xiaoyang. Indeed, this is the case. Emperor Xiaoyang's challenge to the Queen Mother of the West is to avoid being besieged by both Nuwa and Fuxi, thus gaining time to refine the purple weeping heavenly fire. However, he did not anticipate that Donghuang Tai would return. Rather than being besieged, it is preferable to allow Donghuang Tai to suppress him. The innate treasure, Chaos Bell, is exceedingly formidable, yet Donghuang Tai's cultivation is too low, his control insufficient, compounded by his serious injuries. As for Emperor Xiaoyang, he has not revealed his true mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation. Of course, he underestimates the divine might of the Chaos Bell, which possesses not only the ability to confine time and suppress space, but also the capability to rebound any attacks from treasures and disregard all magical damage. Moreover, it can evolve the powers of earth, water, fire, and wind, rendering it exceedingly terrifying. The Great Devouring Technique. Emperor Xiaoyang, bound and besieged by the purple weeping heavenly fire, can only barely operate the Great Devouring Technique. Regardless of the force contained within the Chaos Bell, he devours it all into his body. In later generations, this technique is known as exchanging time for space, gradually consuming the power of the Chaos Bell to gain space and opportunity to counterattack the enemy. 1 year, 10 years, until 100 years pass, yet Donghuang Tai has still been unable to refine Emperor Xiaoyang, leaving the faces of the two great golden crows feeling humiliated. The Queen Mother of the West, Nuwa, Fuxi, and others look on in astonishment, the outcome far exceeding their expectations. Emperor Jun, Donghuang Tai, you two feathered fowl are truly weak. You have failed to refine him for 100 years. It is best you hurry and flee. At this moment, the hidden ancestral wizards, Zhurong, Daijiang, and Jumong, can no longer bear to watch, emerging to mock them with laughter. Not only the ancestral wizards have arrived, the 3 pure ones of Pangu and numerous top and 8 celestial deities have also been drawn in. Zhurong silence. Donghuang Tai bellows furiously in the entirety of Hongwang. Only Zhurong and Emperor Xiaoyang dare to call them brother feathered fowl, and this is intolerable. Are you still throwing a tantrum? I am only looking out for your best interests. You have failed to refine him for 100 years. Once Emperor Xiaoyang breaks free from the suppression of the Chaos Bell, your brothers cannot escape death. Zhurong says with eager anticipation. In the world of Hongwang, there exists a physical being capable of rivaling his own clan's strength. He must witness it for himself. Well said, Emperor Jun, Donghuang Tai, you two feathered fowl are merely hollow names. This time, you are doomed. Not even Jesus can save you. Suddenly, Emperor Xiaoyang's voice resonates within the Chaos Bell. This voice leaves countless powerful beings and experts in shock, being suppressed by the innate treasure Chaos Bell yet not dead, and his voice still possesses the might of thunder. Not good. Could this thief have utilized the Chaos Bell to refine the purple weeping heavenly fire and is about to break free? Emperor Jun exclaims in alarm. Baze, Ingzhao, Philian, I implore you to assist my brother. Boom. As Emperor Jun's words fall, the Donghuang bell suddenly roars, followed by a deafening sound as it soars into the sky. The master, Donghuang Tai, immediately suffers a backlash and spits blood. All eyes turn to him. Emperor Xiaoyang has indeed broken free, radiating a purple flame and maintaining a striking pose as if he had sent the Chaos Bell flying with a single punch. Damn it. He too, Luo Shu, go. Emperor Jun, already prepared, immediately directs his accompanying treasure toward Emperor Xiaoyang. It is futile. Emperor Xiaoyang dismissively extends his hand, and the purple weeping heavenly fire gathers in his palm, effortlessly blocking Emperor Jun's attack. Arrogant. Seeing this, Baze, Ingzhao, and Philian immediately launch their assault from another side, cooperating with Donghuang Tai against Emperor Xiaoyang. In their eyes, Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai are the true top figures, while Emperor Xiaoyang is merely a manifestation of a strand of innate pure young energy, far inferior to the brothers. Monster, seeking death. Emperor Xiaoyang sneers coldly, directly employing the Great Devouring Technique. He never anticipated that in the future, the 10 great demon saints would form an alliance with Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai at this moment. Since that is the case, Emperor Xiaoyang shall eliminate them first. Merely possessing the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal cultivation, they dare to strike at him? They truly do not comprehend the meaning of death. The terrifying Great Devouring Technique unfolds, forcibly drawing not only the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but even throwing Donghuang Tai off balance. Bei's, Yingzhao, and Feilian fare even worse. Their attacks are instantly shredded, and their bodies are forcibly drawn towards him, their faces paling in terror. They all understand the formidable nature of Emperor Xiaoyang's physical body. If they are drawn in, a single punch would reduce them to ashes. As Emperor Xiaoyang demonstrates his might, the great devouring technique draws in the blood of the golden crow that Donghuang Tai had just expelled. In that moment of swift refinement, Emperor Xiaoyang suddenly realizes that his bloodline has changed due to the golden crow's blood. Having seized the Queen Mother of the West's innate purine energy, plundered the essence of the solar star, absorbed the essence of the lunar star for millennia, and refined the purple weeping heavenly fire, he had never experienced such a transformation before. Could it be? Emperor Xiaoyang suddenly awakens to the realization. To break through the limitations of innate foundations, one must focus on the bloodline rather than the essence. Emperor Jun, perish. With this thought, Emperor Xiaoyang immediately seeks to verify it. His power as a mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal no longer concealed, he moves and delivers a punch that sends the He Luo diagram flying. Hiss! As this punch lands, all the powerful beings present gasp in astonishment. Even the three great ancestral witches, who excel in physical prowess, break into a cold sweat, and Zhurong immediately extinguishes any thoughts of challenge. Elder brother? The one most horrified is Donghuang Tai, as Bei's, Yingzhao, and Feilian instantly unleash their full strength to rescue him. No one expected this man to possess the physical strength of a mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal. It is truly terrifying. Ha ha, fools! You have fallen for my trick. Seeing them rush to his aid, Emperor Xiaoyang suddenly summons the pure Yang sword and ruthlessly slashes towards Donghuang Tai. Chapter 10. A massacre in all directions. A soft persimmon is certainly best squeezed when soft. In this situation, none are softer than Donghuang Tai, who has first been pummeled by Emperor Xiaoyang and then subjected to 100 years of refinement, leaving him not only gravely injured but also with little magical power remaining. At this very moment, he is utterly incapable of activating the chaos spell. A piercing scream suddenly echoes throughout the void. The born king, Donghuang Tai, caught off guard, has his arms severed cleanly by Emperor Xiaoyang. Having succeeded with the sword strike, Emperor Xiaoyang does not pause for a moment, swiftly closing the distance to Bei's, Yingzhao, and Feilian. Under the terrifying enhancement of their physical forms, the three of them stood utterly defenseless, each losing an arm to Di Xiaoyang's blade, blood gushing forth incessantly. Fellow cultivator, please show mercy. Upon witnessing this dire situation, Di Jun immediately bowed his noble head. Spare me, Di Xiaoyang retaliated with a swift palm, employing Ziwei Tianhua to counter Di Jun while simultaneously unleashing the great devouring technique. The blood of Donghuang Tai, Bai Zhe, Yingzhao, and Feilian was relentlessly refined into his body by the great devouring technique. Indeed, the influx of the three-legged golden crow's bloodline, along with the primal bloodline of the first generation of demons, triggered an astonishing transformation within Di Xiaoyang's own bloodline, bestowing upon him a visceral vitality. As this sense of corporeal existence intensified, Di Xiaoyang's mind seemed to grow lighter, more agile, and imbued with wisdom. His understanding of the Honghuang world visibly ascended. Fellow cultivator, please show mercy. We are willing to compensate. Di Jun, unable to subdue Di Xiaoyang or rescue Donghuang Tai, Bai Zhe, Yingzhao, and Feilian, realized that if they did not concede, their bloodlines would soon be drained, and their lives would be forfeit. Very well. Offer up your Hichu and Luo Shu, and release them at once. Di Xiaoyang, well versed in the art of survival, recognized that stalling for time to absorb more noble bloodlines for his own use was of paramount importance. As for killing them, he dared not and could not. In the Honghuang realm, the heavenly Dao reigned supreme. Bai Zhe, Yingzhao, and Feilian were manageable, but Donghuang Tai, as the destined emperor, was fated to establish the demon's heavenly court and contend with the witch clan. How could he be slain? If Di Xiaoyang truly dared to do so, Hongjun would surely intervene. His words, "The small trends may be reversed, but the grand trends cannot be altered," were not mere rhetoric. During the Fengshen calamity, his direct disciple, Tong Tian, who sought to defy fate, was met with his falling Saint Pill, forcibly detained within the Purple Cloud Palace. What was Di Xiaoyang now? Fellow cultivator, the Hichu and Luo Shu are my innate treasures. Inseparable. Di Jun hastily began to negotiate. 1 high-grade innate spiritual treasure and 3 mid-grade innate spiritual treasures. How about that? Are you dreaming? Di Xiaoyang rolled his eyes. How could 1 blood brother and 3 friends be worth so little? Then how about this? 1 supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure and 3 high-grade innate spiritual treasures. No room for negotiation. With that, the endless void above suddenly erupted with thunderous roars. Di Xiaoyang felt a chilling presence sweep past him. Nearly breaking his composure, it was Hong Jun. Surely, this old fox was warning him. 0.4 high-grade spiritual treasures. How about that? Di Jun, oblivious to the danger, continued to haggle. Dealed out a hand for payment and a hand for delivery. Di Xiaoyang, fearing the pressure, immediately agreed. Very well, Di Jun dared not hesitate. 0.4 resplendent high-grade innate spiritual treasures were swiftly delivered to Di Xiaoyang. Though he felt regret, he had no choice but to let them go. Nevertheless, his gains were substantial. The Star Tower, Kunwu Sword, and Taishu Divine Armor were all immensely powerful high-grade innate spiritual treasures, hardly inferior to the pure Yang Sword. The final item, most crucially, was named Heavenly Emperor Sword, Di Jun's treasured sword. Acquired on the Sun Star, embodying utmost rigidity and yang, if fused with the pure Yang Sword, it would surely transform into a supreme-grade innate treasure. Farewell, fellow cultivator. Di Jun, feeling immensely aggrieved, maintained his innate royal demeanor. Bowing before departing with Dong Huang Tai and the others, at this moment, the atmosphere turned peculiar, as Di Xiaoyang's gaze fell upon Yuhua. You vile rogue, what do you intend to do? Shi Wangmu immediately stepped forward. Shielding Yuhua in the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, having also refined the Ziwei Tianhua, none among them were her match, unless the 3 great ancestral witches and Pango, the 3 pure ones, were willing to assist. Yet their expressions clearly indicated a reluctance to offend Di Xiaoyang. The mightiest among them, Tai Ching, carrying the postnatal merit treasure heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Tower, could only defend himself. Madam, I shall not harm you. However, Nuwa and Fushi have no relation to me. Since they have sought to seize treasures, this karmic debt must be settled. Di Xiaoyang approached step by step with a sardonic smile. Nuwa, do you not agree? How shall we conclude this? Nuwa, unafraid and unwilling to evade, stepped forward resolutely. You may either choose to battle with me, risking injury or even demise at my hands, or Di Xiaoyang teased, or you may compensate like Di Jun, offering 2 supreme-grade innate spiritual treasures. Nuwa was incensed. She was no match for him. Supreme-grade innate spiritual treasures were foundational to proving one's Tao. How could she simply hand them over? In truth, there was another option. Di Xiaoyang scrutinized Nuwa, simple and without loss. What do you mean? Nuwa inquired, her heart racing with trepidation. Quite simple, Di Xiaoyang grinned. Bend over and allow me a slap. You shameless fiend. Nuwa and Fushi seethed with rage. The 3 great ancestral witches and the 3 pure ones could not help but disdain this proclamation. A virtuous lady deserves a gentleman's pursuit. All beings of heaven and earth, if devoid of aspiration and interest, are no different from dead fish. Di Xiaoyang shrugged nonchalantly. If you refuse, then you must bleed yourself. The scent of Dong Huang Taiyi's blood is delightful, and your half-demon bloodline should be even better. Upon hearing this, the participants felt a strange sensation. Di Xiaoyang's physical form had already reached an indestructible state. What was drinking the blood of others to him? A bunch of fools, utterly ignorant, as previously stated. Apart from cultivation, all beings have their desires. It is human nature. Di Xiaoyang rolled his eyes. 1 word. Bleed yourself, and I shall let you siblings off this time. If not, Nuwa still felt humiliated and was unwilling to submit. She was one of the innate deities, no less than Dong Huang Tai or Di Jun Ha, such spirit. Do you think you can contend with me simply because of your companion treasure? The Homing Sacred Sword? Di Xiaoyang scoffed. This sword contains the power of creation and the force of annihilation. Is it stronger than the Chaos Bell? How do you know? Nuwa's complexion drastically changed. The companion treasure was her greatest secret. Even Fushi was unaware of it. I am omniscient and omnipotent. I also know you cannot control the Homing Sacred Sword. If you don't believe me, come and test it. Di Xiaoyang was inwardly astonished. The legends of later generations were indeed true. Chapter 11. bloodthirsty maniac.it is said that the Hongmeng sacred sword is an extraordinary treasure, embodying the path of creation and born from the Honghuang. When Yuhua became a saint, the Hongmeng sacred sword fulfilled its mission and split into three supreme-grade innate spiritual treasures: the refining heaven furnace, the four-treasure sword, and the creation cauldron. When Yuhua created humanity, she used the creation cauldron to refine the essence of the nine heavens, thus giving rise to the fortunate protagonists of the human race. Later, during the War of Witches and Demons, when the celestial pillar of Buzhou Mountain was shattered, Yuhua employed the power of the refining heaven furnace to craft the five-colored divine stones to mend the heavens and save the world. "Who on earth are you?" Yuhua was utterly appalled, her every word precise. Upon hearing this, the assembled mighty beings were taken aback. Observing Fushi's reaction, even he was unaware. How could Di Xiaoyang possess such knowledge? Could it be that this Di Xiaoyang truly had some divine essence, knowing all and able to do all in the Honghuang? The Queen Mother of the West interjected. This esteemed one is but the embodiment of the first trace of innate pure yang energy in the world. Possessing some understanding of the divination of heavenly mysteries, Di Xiaoyang smiled slightly, dismissing them. The heavenly mysteries you cannot fathom, must I not also decipher? So remarkable? Then, fellow cultivator, see if I can unveil my origins. A robed figure in crimson stepped forward. You? Upon seeing him, Di Xiaoyang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Indeed. Fellow cultivator, are you not known for your omniscience? Can you guess the origins of this poor Taoist? The visitor was none other than the well-known kind-hearted figure of Hong Yun. You truly know? Hong Yun was astonished, certain he had never met Di Xiaoyang. What is so difficult about it? I also know that you are close with Xin Yuanzi and enjoy visiting him for his ginseng fruit. Di Xiaoyang continued, as for treasures, you possess merely the flowing cloud whisk, which holds no real power. Incredible, fellow cultivator, you are truly incredible. Hong Yun was thoroughly convinced, no longer minding Di Xiaoyang's dismissive attitude. Step aside, with your kind-hearted nature. Meddling in others' affairs will not lead to a long life. Di Xiaoyang waved his hand lightly. Yuhua, Fushi, will you fight, or will you bleed and apologize? You? Yuhua was furious, yet Fushi conceived a new idea and quickly intervened. Sister, the saints are about to preach. We must not miss this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Yuhua's expression softened. The chaos beyond the heavens was perilous, and should she be severely injured by Di Xiaoyang, she feared missing the teachings, which would leave her far behind, unable to seek vengeance for an entire lifetime. Very well, you are formidable. Ultimately, Yuhua relented, swiftly slicing her wrist to bleed. Fushi, too, in humiliation, followed suit, leaving Shi Wangmu feeling an immense sense of guilt, yet powerless to intervene. Ha ha, splendid. More, do bleed more. Di Xiaoyang was filled with immense joy, resembling a bloodthirsty demon, with his eyes gleaming like gold. Having acquired the bloodline power of Yuhua and Fushi, he was certain that it would lead to another mutation in his own bloodline, bringing him one step closer to transcending his limitations. However, Yuhua was reluctant to part with too much. Sensing it was nearly enough, she immediately waved her hand to present it. Di Xiaoyang excitedly accepted. A sudden realization struck him. These primordial deities were all formidable beings, and with the future destined saint among them, would they surmise his intent to refine the bloodline? Consequently, Di Xiaoyang swiftly consumed Yuhua's blood, feigning delight and savoring it, much to Yuhua's disgust. The powerful beings around them regarded Di Xiaoyang with altered expressions, almost uttering, "How utterly repulsive, truly monstrous." Only the three ancestral witches remained unfazed, as they were all born from the bloodline of their father. Pengyu.in The blood pool of Pango Hall, descendants of the witch tribe continued to emerge. After a century of conflict, the various powers departed. Dijiang, the leader of the ancestral witches, approached slowly. Dijiang? Greetings, fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist Zhu Rong, fellow Taoist Zhu Mengd. Di Xiaoyang, suppressing his arrogance, replied, "What guidance do the three have for me? Truly impressive, fellow Taoist. I have yet to encounter anyone who could so effortlessly name the identities of us three brothers. You truly possess great foresight." Zhu Rong interjected, straightforwardly stating, "No wonder you were able to heavily wound the Eastern Emperor Tai, that scruffy bird. I find you quite to my taste. May we become friends?" Of course, Di Xiaoyang responded. Given our newfound friendship, will you henceforth call me Brother Xiaoyang? Di Xiaoyang appreciated Zhu Rong's forthright nature. Although he might be a reckless ally, he could be trusted as a friend. With no fear of betrayal, why would I? Zhu Rong retorted, confident in his own strength. Your witch tribe boasts invincible physical prowess. Come, let us see how you fare against me, Di Xiaoyang teased with a smile. Zhu Rong found himself at a loss for words. Had Di Xiaoyang merely been in the early stages of De Luo Jinxian, Zhu Rong would have welcomed a challenge. You witches lack a primordial spirit and are oblivious to the twists of fate. You will surely face great peril, Di Xiaoyang warned earnestly. As an elder brother, would I stand idly by while you suffer? That makes sense. You possess foresight and strength. I, Zhu Rong, am convinced. Zhu Rong scratched his head. Foolishly bowing, Brother Xiaoyang, I pay my respects. Ha, good brother. Di Xiaoyang chuckled. Brothers, would you mind shedding a little blood so that I may taste the essence of your witch tribe? Di Xiaoyang grinned mischievously, patting Zhu Rong's shoulder. Upon hearing this, the three ancestral witches contorted their faces in disbelief. What sort of bizarre obsession was this? In the vast expanse of the primordial world, where treasures abound, why would one desire to drink blood? Brother Zhu Rong, you misunderstand. I seek a blood oath of brotherhood, a bond forged in the heat of battle, Di Xiaoyang reiterated solemnly. You, Zhu Rong, are the most straightforward and loyal of the primordial beings. For my brother, this is a blood offering. Is that so? Brother Xiaoyang truly regards me highly. Zhu Rong, though confused by many of the terms, felt a surge of camaraderie. Cough. Brother Xiaoyang, I have pressing matters in my tribe. Let us establish this blood oath upon our next meeting. Sensing Zhu Rong's earnestness, Di Jiang swiftly intervened, pulling Zhu Rong aside and performing his innate divine ability to whisk him away. Zhu Meng bowed and followed suit. What a shame, Di Xiaoyang sighed. Feeling regretful, it seemed his performance was still inadequate to earn the witch tribe's full trust and cooperation. He immediately set his course towards the East Sea. Along the way, a wind thunder crimson wing beast spotted Di Xiaoyang and hastened its flight. Trembling in fear, I am headed to the East Sea. You shall accompany me, and if you dare refuse, I shall take your blood. Understand? Di Xiaoyang declared as he leapt onto its back. Yes. The little beast, terrified, did not dare to defy him, regretting its choice of path as it hurriedly flew at top speed. Di Xiaoyang needed to make haste. Encountering a Jianxian early stage flying beast as a mount was quite advantageous, though it was not strong enough to qualify as a steed, merely a convenient ride. As barriers were set, Di Xiaoyang began to cultivate, utilizing the great devouring technique to refine the bloodline powers of Eastern Emperor Tai, Nuwa, and Fuxi, simultaneously shaping his own bloodline. With the aid of Purple Star Heavenly Fire, the process was swift. As he molded his bloodline, a sudden epiphany struck him. Each bloodline he devoured seemed to strengthen his own. He even contemplated that if he could harness the bloodline power of the three-legged Golden Crow, he might grasp its innate divine ability, Golden Crow transformation technique, or even evolve true solar fire. After comprehending the bloodlines of Nuwa and Fuxi, he felt he was on the brink of uncovering some profound truths of creation. With this realization, Di Xiaoyang pondered what would happen if he were to amalgamate the bloodlines of the primordial three clans, the dragon, phoenix, qilin, witch, demon, and fierce beast tribes. Would he not then become a force to be reckoned with against the chaos demon gods? Concluding his cultivation, Di Xiaoyang took a step forward. Though the wind thunder crimson wing beast was swift, it paled in comparison to Di Xiaoyang's speed. Upon reaching the East Sea, Di Xiaoyang did not seek out the immortal islands directly, but instead plunged into the ocean, searching for the fabled dragon's grave abyss. This place served as the burial ground for the dragon clan since their inception, housing the remains and treasures of those who perished in the Dragon Han catastrophe. The dragon's grave abyss was Di Xiaoyang's primary objective. After the Dragon Han catastrophe, the primordial three clans were burdened by the karma of slaughter, making it difficult for powerful beings to emerge. The Dragon clan had no choice but to retreat to the Four Seas. At this moment, apart from the surviving Zhu Long, the Dragon clan had no formidable Tai Jianxian to attract Di Xiaoyang's attention. Only within the dragon's grave abyss were the high-level dragon corpses and treasures of value to him. As he concealed his presence and searched, Di Xiaoyang occasionally sensed that he was not the only one seeking within the depths of the C.3 indistinct Tai, Ijin Xian late-stage auras converged, their essence not belonging to the Dragon Clan. Soon after, the three auras gathered, and Di Xiaoyang immediately pursued, detecting a dense, ominous aura ahead, indicating he was nearing the dragon's grave abyss. It turned out to be a Garuda, a Jinming bird, and a Wang Tian howl, collaborating in their search for the Dragon Clan's burial site. These three fierce beasts were all known to prey upon dragons. Now that the Dragon Clan had weakened, they were eager to seize the opportunity. Unfortunately for them, their luck was poor, as they encountered Di Xiaoyang, who had usurped the title of Eastern King, as they located the dragon's grave abyss and prepared to break the seals. Di Xiaoyang stepped forward, revealing himself and declaring, "You beasts, moving with such ease, have you long coveted the dragon's grave? Who dares?" The Garuda, Wang Tian howl, and Jinming bird were startled and turned around. "You audacious beasts! Considering your arduous path to cultivation and your willingness to guide me here, yield and become my steed, and perhaps you shall live." Di Xiaoyang regarded their strength and bloodlines with admiration. Among the throngs of mortals, few matched their caliber. "Haha, so we are all thieves at heart. You are merely at the peak of Tai Ijin Xian and dare to dream of subduing us three fierce beasts as mounts?" The Garuda scoffed, showing no fear. They were formidable fierce beasts with unmatched combat prowess, and they stood firm. "Are you certain you will not submit?" Di Xiaoyang was running low on patience. "Humph. Should you choose not to depart, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." Garuda, the Sky Howler, and the Brightwing bird immediately displayed their formidable prowess. Then perish, with a swift motion, Di Xiaoyang struck. Enraged, Garuda, the Sky Howler, and the Brightwing bird suddenly lost track of their opponent. In the next moment, the three fearsome beasts found their necks brutally twisted by Di Xiaoyang. Dying without even a scream, it could be said that they met their demise in the most rapid and humiliating manner. Will you come out willingly, or shall I twist your neck as well?" Just as Di Xiaoyang was about to enter the Dragon Clan's tomb, he sensed something and coldly turned around. "Senior, please calm your anger." A massive creature, the sea-splitting mysterious dragon whale, at the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal, appeared in sheer terror. That last move nearly frightened it to death. More fearsome than a beast, it was utterly terrifying, quite impressive. "I tracked those three fearsome beasts and did not even sense your presence. Your skills and cultivation are commendable." Xiaoyang spoke mockingly. "Do you wish to live or die? To live, to live. I am willing to follow you, my lord, and become your foot soldier." Having witnessed the fate of those before him, the sea-splitting mysterious dragon whale had no choice but to prostrate itself on the ground. Chapter 13. Disturbing the Candle Dragon. Haha, wise choice. From now on, you shall be called Little Lai Lai, and you will guard this tomb for me in the future. You shall surely reap the rewards with that. Di Xiaoyang left a remark and promptly stepped into the tomb. Little Lai Lai. Upon hearing this name, the sea-splitting mysterious dragon whale felt like weeping without tears. It was one of the sea's fierce beasts, having once served as a warrior for the Dragon Clan, but now it had severed ties with them. It had secretly devoured many from the Dragon Clan, earning a fearsome reputation. To become a mount and receive such a cowardly name? Di Xiaoyang paid no heed, excitedly delving deeper into the Dragon Clan's tomb. Roar, roar. Who dares to intrude upon our sacred Dragon Clan's territory? Halfway in, the heroic spirits of the Dragon Clan were awakened, their dragon roars gathering strength with the intent to slay the intruder. What nonsense! Even in death, they remain proud. These remnants, with no power to speak of, still think they are former tyrants. They wish to slay me? Pathetic. Di Xiaoyang, uninterested in idle chatter, immediately unleashed the great devouring technique. In no time, countless heroic spirits from the Dragon Clan were devoured and refined by Di Xiaoyang, becoming the source of nourishing his primordial spirit. Damn it! The power of my primordial spirit has reached its peak. Just as Di Xiaoyang prepared to consume the flesh and blood of the Dragon Clan, the power of his primordial spirit suddenly erupted, proving difficult to suppress, on the verge of ascending to the Luo Golden Immortal. Fortunately, Di Xiaoyang ultimately managed to contain it. However, this meant he could only extract the bloodline from the Dragon Clan's corpses to enhance his own. It is known that the Dragon Clan is a treasure trove. Discarding it would be a great loss. Haha, I've got it. I am a genius, armed with knowledge from future generations, combined with everything from Dongwang Gong. What problem can I not solve? While Di Xiaoyang was in deep thought, he suddenly discovered a massive low-grade innate spiritual treasure, a cauldron. The dragon clan is indeed full of treasures. The flesh can be used for alchemy. Dragon scales can be forged into armor, dragon horns and bones can be crafted into weapons, and dragon tendons are the best material for bows and arrows. Nothing compares to that. Since I have decided to accept the fate arranged by Dongwang Gong, I must forge my own power to contend with the demon and witch races. Carving a path through calamity. Pills, armor, weapons, each is indispensable. With that thought, Di Xiaoyang refined the restrictions of the cauldron and successfully claimed it as his own. While simultaneously employing the great devouring technique to refine the dragon clan's bloodline and enhance his own, he used purple star heavenly fire to urge the cauldron to produce pills, armor, weapons, and bowstrings. The primordial world is a realm of creation. The heavenly Tao grants sentient beings the privilege of comprehension and creation. Techniques can be self-created, divine powers can be understood, and the arts of alchemy and weapon forging can also be researched and innovated independently. Legend has it that the supreme purity Taoist is the foremost alchemist, while the primordial Taoist is the foremost craftsman. Both achieved success through their own comprehension. Am I any less than them? On the contrary, I possess far more knowledge than they do. After a year, 10 years, 100 years, Di Xiaoyang boldly claimed to be a master alchemist and craftsman. The dragon clan's tomb was akin to an inexhaustible mountain of gold, allowing him to do as he pleased and rapidly elevate himself. A millennium later, the dragon clan's tomb began to empty. The amassed pills, armor, weapons, and bowstrings had piled into mountains. In a moment of delight, Di Xiaoyang suddenly realized a crucial issue. How would he carry away such an abundance of pills and treasures? In the primordial world, there are numerous space-type treasures, yet he possessed none. Moreover, his current cultivation had not yet reached the level of comprehending spatial laws, nor could he forge spatial treasures. Was he to carry everything wrapped in magical power? Would he simply use mountains of weapons to bash his enemies in battle? What the hell? After toiling for a millennium, would he have to leave his hard-earned gains behind, unable to return for them later? At this thought, Di Xiaoyang nearly wept. Top-tier treasures must be obtained through top-tier means. If news of today spreads, the one who beat down Dong Huangtai and forced Nuwa and Fushi to bleed would instantly become a laughingstock in the primordial world. Though he felt dejected and angry, Di Xiaoyang did not forget his true purpose. With a wave of his hand, he seized the corpse of a quasi-saint early-stage dragon clan powerhouse. As the bloodline of the quasi-saint entered his body, Di Xiaoyang's expression drastically changed. Even the deceased bloodline's dragon might was astoundingly formidable, far beyond that of the De Luo golden immortal dragon clan corpses. Even Di Xiaoyang's strong physique was nearly overwhelmed. Fortunately, over the past millennium, he had continuously refined dragon blood to enhance his bloodline power. During this process, his physique also benefited from the strengthening of dragon blood. Otherwise, he could not have endured it. Purple star heavenly fire. Tempering the body. The blood of a quasi-saint is no trivial matter. Relying solely on the great devouring technique is insufficient for refinement. It must be assisted by the power of the source fire. Continuous refinement was necessary. After a full millennium, Di Xiaoyang finally managed to refine a portion of the quasi-saint's blood. Not only had his bloodline power reached its zenith, but even his physical strength was on the verge of breaking through to the late stage of De Luo Golden Immortal. This journey was incredibly worthwhile. If history had not changed, all these benefits would have belonged to those few fearsome beasts. No wonder the dragon clan remained pitifully weak during the time of the great calamity, being skinned and flayed by a mere Neza. Now it seems that the dragon clan's continuous decline was due not only to the endless karma they bore, but also to the slaughter by their nemesis races. All the corpses and treasures of their ancestors were seized by Garuda, the sky howler, the bright Ming bird, and the sea's fierce beasts. How could the dragon clan thrive? Another 100 years passed. With the enhancement of the quasi-saint dragon blood, Di Xiaoyang's physical strength erupted, breaking through to the late stage of De Luo Golden Immortal. The terrifying force shook Di Xiaoyang, catching him off guard. Outside the tomb, the sea-splitting mysterious dragon whale Little Lai Lai was pressed to the ground by this shockwave, trembling in fear. It knew its master was powerful, but it had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. Roar! At the same time, in the depths of the East Sea, a massive red dragon suddenly awakened, unleashing a series of dragon roars. Damn it, I've been exposed. Judging by this aura, it must be at least the late stage of the Luo Golden Immortal. Among the dragon clan, only the Candle Dragon ancestor possesses such cultivation. Di Xiaoyang quickly sensed the danger, realizing it was not the Candle Dragon he feared, but rather the fact that he could not carry away such a vast array of resources, which was the most troublesome part. Who dares to intrude upon my dragon clan's sacred ground? The Candle Dragon soon arrived, roaring with the might of dragons. Di Xiaoyang had no choice but to leap from the tomb, awkwardly smiling as he spoke. Candle Dragon, my friend, you indeed did not perish during the great calamity. Who are you? The Candle Dragon was secretly alarmed. Anyone who could identify him was undoubtedly extraordinary. Well, allow me to introduce myself. I am Di Xiaoyang, merely wandering through your East Sea, never expecting to disturb you, Candle Dragon. Di Xiaoyang replied somewhat lazily. Digging up the resting place of the dead would surely lead to trouble. You are the one? The innate deity of the primordial world, shamelessly defiling the Western Queen Mother, stealing from the Sun Star, deceiving the Moon Star Goddess, and a bloodthirsty perverse demon, Di Xiaoyang. Upon hearing this, the Candle Dragon was shocked but harbored a hint of trepidation. Chapter 14. The Great Deception. What the hell? The Candle Dragon's words nearly made Di Xiaoyang lose his footing. That damned scoundrel had placed such a multitude of labels upon him: defiling, stealing, deceiving, bloodthirsty, perverse. Were any of these terms agreeable? Historically, Dong Wanggong was arrogant and self-righteous, having no rapport among the 3,000 worldly travelers. Now, it seemed Di Xiaoyang surpassed Dong Wanggong 100-fold. No, even more, at this very moment. He must also add the label of grave robber and corpse destroyer. In the future, in the primordial world, he would undoubtedly be a harbinger of calamity. Di Xiaoyang, you demon, how dare you desecrate the corpses and heroic spirits of my dragon clan in their tomb? The Candle Dragon's gaze flickered with fury. You are more demonic than the demon ancestor Luo Hu. You are utterly detestable. Candle Dragon, my friend, do not act impulsively. It was merely that your dragon clan's blood was too delectable, and the flesh was too delightful. I couldn't help myself. Di Xiaoyang hurriedly waved his hand. Compared to the dire state of your dragon clan, this loss is truly negligible. Demon, do you think my dragon clan is without defenders? The Candle Dragon's killing intent surged, nearly unbearable. Little lie. The sea's fierce beast hiding nearby wore an expression of utter disbelief. The desecration of others' ancestral graves, reducing their remains to dust, and then claiming it was merely an impulsive act. How utterly deranged. Engaging in such an act that draws the wrath of heaven and the ire of humanity, and yet still daring to seek dialogue with the Candle Dragon. What audacity! I harbor no intention of bullying you. However, it appears that aside from yourself, the dragon clan possesses no formidable warriors worthy of mention. Why the excessive anger? Young Master D nonchalantly spread his hands. The delicacies of the dragon clan are unparalleled. I have shown great restraint by not indulging in fresh blood and flesh. Such insolence! The vile demon deserves annihilation. Upon hearing this, the Candle Dragon was even more incensed. The dragon clan once dominated an era, and their decline does not permit them to be trifled with. A thunderous roar erupted from the depths, and the Candle Dragon immediately launched an attack on young Master D. Very well, let us fight. Your clan's pride blinds you to reality. Only by defeating you and instilling fear will you cease your disgraceful behavior. Young Master D sighed and promptly unleashed the yin-yang reversal fist to clash with the Candle Dragon. The Candle Dragon was exceptionally strong, being one of the ancient ancestors of the Dragon Clan. During the calamity of the Dragon Han era, he had already ascended to the quasi-saint realm. Although he barely survived, his cultivation and strength had long since fallen to the late stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal, continued to decline. He was a perfect sharpening stone for young Master D. The clash between man and dragon shook the very foundations of Dragon Grave Abyss, causing the East Sea Dragon Palace to tremble in fear. After 3 days and nights of fierce battle, young Master D, drawing upon the devoured bloodline of the Dragon Clan, gradually comprehended their innate ability to summon wind and rain. This confirmed his previous insights. As long as the bloodline consumed was sufficient, one could grasp the capabilities and divine arts of the clan. With these insights, young Master D also discovered various strategies for battling the Dragon Clan and identified their weaknesses. Candle Dragon, this ends now. Behold my dragon capture technique, young Master D shouted triumphantly, suddenly transforming his fist into a claw, and in a flash, he seized the Candle Dragon's tail. With a vigorous shake, the Candle Dragon immediately lost control. With one successful move, young Master D leaped forward, his 5 fingers relentlessly striking the vulnerable areas of the Candle Dragon's hind legs, abdomen, and forelimbs. Each claw caused the Candle Dragon to wail in agony. As if his immortal body were being dismantled, in the next moment, young Master D firmly grasped the Candle Dragon's neck, rendering him defenseless. My goodness, what terrifying power! To treat the mighty Candle Dragon as though he were nothing more than an old loach. How astonishing! Little Lai Lai trembled all over, feeling a chilling sensation in his neck. Candle Dragon, do you submit? Young Master D smiled slightly and promptly released him. What do you intend to do, you vile demon? The Candle Dragon, believing he was doomed, felt even more sorrowful for the future of the Dragon Clan. The dragon capture technique was simply his clan's nemesis. If it spread widely, the Dragon Clan would have no hope of survival. Killing you would be a mere matter of raising my hand. Young Master D declared that he had come not to be an enemy of the Dragon Clan, but rather to assist them in breaking free from their karma and returning to their peak. He clapped his hands and said, as for the events here, it was merely an impulsive moment. After all, your blood and flesh are too delectable. Breaking free from karma? The Candle Dragon immediately revealed an expression of disbelief. The Dragon Clan is one of the 3 primordial clans, endowed with exceptional talent, surpassing all beings in the primordial world. Had they not been ensnared by boundless karma, how could they have reached this era without even a single Tai golden immortal Dragon King? You do not believe me? Young Master D replied, somewhat vexed. Have you not been deceived before? The Candle Dragon constantly sought to resolve his karma but was wary of young Master D, recalling how the Moon Goddess had been misled into becoming his disciple. What a fool, utterly lacking in wisdom! The arrival of Hongjuan's elevation to sainthood heralds the transmission of the Great Luo Path, the path of quasi-saints, and the path of sages. A great era is imminent. Young Master D scolded, soon, 6 great saints will successively achieve enlightenment. If your Dragon Clan does not escape this predicament, you will surely become food. How do you know this? The Candle Dragon's heart trembled. Having once been a quasi-saint, he could naturally deduce Hongjuan's intentions. But how could young Master D, having only just come into existence, predict the heavenly secrets without experiencing the calamities of fierce beasts and the Dragon Han era? It is quite simple to calculate the heavenly mysteries. If the Dragon Clan wishes to rid itself of boundless karma, the only way is to acquire heavenly merit to offset it. Young Master D smiled confidently. Aside from Hongjun, I am the only one in the primordial world who knows how to acquire merit. Why should I trust you? The Candle Dragon remained skeptical. In the primordial realm, karma is easily obtained, but merit is hard to come by. You have no choice, young Master D said bluntly. Isn't my physical body a form of proof? Upon hearing this, the Candle Dragon was moved. Among the beings of the primordial world, only the Witch Clan specializes in refining their physical bodies. But that is because they lack a primordial spirit. Yet young Master D, with a primordial spirit cultivation of merely Tai Golden Immortal Peak, has achieved a physical body level of late Great Luo Golden Immortal. His talent is indeed extraordinary. After only a short battle, he created the dragon capture technique that counters the Dragon Clan's physical form. What do you desire? The Candle Dragon pondered carefully. He indeed had no choice and could not afford to miss any opportunity. Clever. The current Dragon Clan is too weak. I am not even interested in them. Occasionally offering a little dragon blood for my tasting will suffice. Young Master D immediately stated, additionally, I seek a tome in the East Sea for my Taoist temple. If you can assist, I shall help the Dragon Clan repel their enemies in the future. Is that all? The Candle Dragon was somewhat incredulous. That is enough. After all, I feel a bit guilty for inadvertently consuming all your clan's ancestors. Young Master D replied awkwardly, nodding that of course, the secret realm must be naturally formed by heaven and earth. A shabby cave dwelling is unworthy of my status and strength. Chapter 15. Seeking the Immortal Isles above the East Sea. There seemed to be a secret realm 1,000 years ago, Shrimp soldiers and crab generals had reported discovering traces of pure celestial energy fluctuations in the East Sea. The candle dragon contemplated and slowly said, "But we have yet to locate the source of the celestial energy fluctuations. Then let us investigate. If we can find it, I shall become neighbors with your East Sea Dragon clan. I believe no one will dare to hunt dragons and feast upon their flesh in the East Sea thereafter." Young Master D was internally excited but feigned indifference. "After you, my friend." The candle dragon's face twitched awkwardly as he led the way. "Very well, my friend." Young Master D took a step forward and suddenly remembered something. Turning back to point, "Little Lai Lai, why aren't you bringing my creations along?" "Yes, my lord." Little Lai Lai leaped forward, immediately restoring the form of the cracking sea mysterious dragon whale and swallowing the items young Master D had refined. "What? This beast has such capabilities?" Young Master D was taken aback. "If you break through to the immortal Great Luo Golden Immortal, your corpse could be refined into a spatial treasure." "Ah, my lord, spare me. It would be a great loss to refine my body into a spatial treasure. I can only store items." Little Lai Lai cried out, "It would be better to let me be your mount, serving as your portable treasure vault. That would be much more effective." "Haha, you are quite clever." "A portable treasure vault sounds excellent." Young Master D smiled with delight, suddenly leaping back to the Dragon Clan's grave and retrieving the last 3 quasi-saint dragon corpses. This action caused Little Lai Lai to split open in fright. "What are you doing, digging up the corpses with the candle dragon right here?" "Well, I am rather tempted. With these 3 quasi-saint dragon corpses, it should suffice for a considerable time without needing to dive into the sea to capture recently born dragon offspring." Young Master D did not spare a glance at the candle dragon, directly sealing the power of the dragon corpses and tossing them into the belly of the cracking sea mysterious dragon whale for storage. Hearing this blatant threat, the candle dragon seethed with rage, yet dared not voice his complaints. Witnessing the candle dragon's capitulation, Little Lai Lai was thoroughly convinced. Indeed, what a perverse individual. This clearly meant that if you did not provide me with the deceased dragons, I would go after the living ones. How utterly ruthless. Soaring through the skies, young Master D felt elated. The devouring of the Dragon Clan's bloodline had reached the level of comprehending their innate divine arts. As long as he found the 3 islands of Penglai, Yingzhou, and Fangzhong, he would have ample foundation. Dijun and Dong Huang Tai, those mixed-breed birds, wished to eliminate him, the foremost among the male immortals, and establish the Demon Clan's heavenly court to compete with the Witch Clan. What a pipe dream. After a century of searching, young Master D gradually lost patience. He immediately activated the pure Yang sword using the dual energies of Yin and Yang within him to forcefully seek out the barriers concealing the 3 immortal islands. The Yin and Yang of heaven and earth, the 5 elements. Aside from Hongjun, young Master D had the most profound comprehension of Yin and Yang in this era. As long as the 3 immortal islands floated above the East Sea. Even if they were unstable, they could not escape the realms of Yin and Yang or the 5 elements. What a powerful force of Yin and Yang. This lad, merely at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal, has reached such an extraordinary level of comprehension regarding the forces of Yin and Yang. The candle dragon secretly marveled. If he were to ascend to Great Luo, he would soon grasp the Yin-Yang laws, truly frightening. After shifting through over 100 locations, young Master D suddenly broke into laughter. Unleashing the purple micro-celestial fire from within him and channeling it through the pure Yang sword to strike. With a thunderous roar, the sword's energy was momentarily obstructed, and an intensely rich celestial energy immediately burst forth. "Ha ha, splendid! At last, I have found it. The islands of Penglai, Yingzhou, and Fangzhong are destined to be my Taoist temple. It is fate, and no one can take it from me." Young Master D laughed maniacally as he took a step forward. With the terrifying power of Zawai Shanhuo combined with the forces of Yin and Yang, a temporary rift was torn open, allowing entry. The gap appeared. Di Xiaoyang leaped forth. The dense celestial energy nearly overwhelmed his cultivation, and the breathtaking scenery was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The accompanying Zhu Long, consumed by regret, felt an overwhelming urge to end his own life. It was at this moment that he realized Di Xiaoyang had come with a purpose, not merely seeking a secret realm to coexist with the Dragon Clan. Unfortunately, it was too late for regret. He was no match for Di Xiaoyang and dared not contest the living beings and treasures of the island. He could only feign admiration while secretly seething with jealousy. pressing forward. Suddenly, Di Xiaoyang caught a whiff of a fruity aroma. Looking up, he beheld a towering fruit tree standing deep within the island. One of the 10 innate spiritual roots, Huang Hongli. This spiritual root blooms once every 10,000 years, bears fruit once every 10,000 years, and takes another 10,000 years to mature. Tio think it would grow on this island. Zhu Long, possessing remarkable sight, immediately soared towards it. Zhu Long, my friend, you must remember that this is the domain of Di Xiaoyang. Everything on this island belongs to me. Do you understand? Di Xiaoyang's expression darkened as he issued a cold warning. Yes, you have misunderstood, my friend. I was simply too excited to see the Huang Hongli and lost my composure. Please forgive me. Zhu Long, breaking into a cold sweat, hastily turned to leave. Good to know. With that, Di Xiaoyang soared away. Historical records state that the Huang Hongli blooms once every 10,000 years, bears fruit once every 10,000 years, and matures after another 10,000 years, yielding a total of 9 fruits over 30,000 years. Those fortunate enough to consume one would undoubtedly ascend to the realm of De Luo Jin Xian. It is said that the elixir of immortality from the Penglai celestial path refers to one of the 10 spiritual roots. The Huang Hongli. This particular Huang Hongli had already matured, its flowers resembling lotuses, with fruits akin to pearls, both adorned with the characters Huangzhong. Without hesitation, Di Xiaoyang collected them all. After a careful scan with his divine sense, he felt rather disappointed. The most precious treasure on Penglai Island was indeed the Huang Hongli. Other innate spiritual treasures were present, but their quality fell short. After completing his exploration, Di Xiaoyang sat cross-legged, refining the barriers and restrictions of Penglai Island. Subsequently, he utilized the power of the island's restrictions to search for the other 2 islands, Yingzhou Island and Fangzhong Island. Historical records describe these 3 celestial islands as arranged in the innate 3 talents formation. As expected, guided by the influence of Penglai Island, Di Xiaoyang swiftly grasped the innate 3 talents formation among the 3 islands and eagerly set off towards the second island, Yingzhou Island. Given the extraordinary nature of Penglai Island, the latter 2 islands must surely harbor extraordinary treasures. Upon entering the island, Di Xiaoyang did not pause to admire the scenery but instead probed for treasures within. Soon, he discovered a location brimming with the essence of the sun, moon, and stars, where the aura of a treasure he longed for permeated the air. Could it be? It is indeed the legendary 3-light divine water, and such a vast pool of it. Zhu Long arrived shortly thereafter. Utterly astonished, the lotus in that pool, blooming in 12 grades, must surely be the fabled 12-grade pure world white lotus. Indeed. What do you want? Di Xiaoyang said with a playful smile, gazing at Zhu Long. Zhu Long naturally desired it, dreaming of possessing it. This was the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 12-grade pure world white lotus, renowned for its incredible defensive capabilities and its ability to suppress fortunes and purify all. However, would Zhu Long dare to express his desire? Were he to utter a single word of longing, he would surely be slain on the spot by the monstrous Di Xiaoyang. Congratulations, my friend. You are indeed a person of great fortune. With this pool of 3-light divine water and the 12-grade pure world white lotus, you shall be invincible in the wilderness. Zhu Long suppressed his greed and offered exuberant congratulations. Thank you, Zhu Long. Now that this matter is settled, I must ask you to return. I will certainly keep my promise to look after the dragon clan. Di Xiaoyang replied with a smile that was not quite a smile. Whoever dares to disturb the dragon clan, I shall flay them alive. Then, on behalf of the dragon clan, I express our deepest gratitude for your great kindness. Zhu Long, taken aback, felt an immense reluctance and dissatisfaction but could only obediently depart from the celestial island. Master, are you truly letting this old mudfish go? Are you not afraid he will disclose the location of the celestial island or summon powerful beings to seize the treasures? Xiao Lai inquired with concern. What is there to fear? The 3 innate clans have fallen, burdened with endless karma, and not a single quasi-saint among them. Who could possibly contend with me? Di Xiaoyang replied with a cold smile. I am deliberately allowing him to leave, to see what choice he will make. Master's might is awe-inspiring, Xiao Lai said, nearly bursting with excitement. From this, it seemed that Di Xiaoyang actually hoped Zhu Long would spread the news or lead powerful beings to attack, thus providing him with an opportunity to slay and seize treasures, while conveniently spilling some blood to drink. I have a task for you. Go and organize the beings on the island, forming a great army to safeguard the island's security. If you perform well, I shall bestow upon you a Wang Hongli to aid your breakthrough to the Luo Jin Xian. Di Xiaoyang waved his hand, stating, among the beings on the island, the first 8 to break through to the Golden Immortal Realm shall each receive a Wang Hongli and lead millions in the army. Understood. Rest assured, Master, I will ensure your satisfaction. Xiao Lai beamed with joy. Having once been a warrior of the Dragon Clan, training an army was a trivial matter for him. Go. You may freely allocate resources from within, and you may choose one innate spiritual treasure as your weapon. With a wave of his hand, Di Xiaoyang immediately opened a passage connecting the 3 celestial islands. After collecting the 12-grade pure world White Lotus, Di Xiaoyang promptly appeared on the final island, Fangzhong Island. This island differed from the previous 2, shimmering with golden light and exuding tranquility, as if imbued with a profound essence of Buddhist teachings. Historical legends state that the abbot of Buddhism is named Fangzhong because the ultimate teachings of Buddhism originated from Fangzhong Island. Thus, all abbots are revered as Fangzhong. Now it seems there is some truth to this legend. Among the 6 great saints, Jain and Zhuanti, while possessing ample Buddhist nature, ultimately opened their schools in the Western teachings. The Buddhist sect was established by the first disciple of Tongtian, the Taoist master Duobao. After he left the Xinmin and joined the Western teachings, alongside the Taoist master Randang. Coincidentally, Tongtian's own domain, Golden Ao Island, is also in the East Sea, suggesting that Duobao may have comprehended the Buddhist essence from Fangzhong Island. However, the original domain of Dong Wanggong was on Pinglai Island. Why did he not acquire the 3 light divine water and the 12-grade pure world White Lotus? Otherwise, how could he have easily fallen? Historical records state that after Dong Wanggong's demise, the Wang Hongli was obtained by the West Queen Mother, subsequently falling into the hands of Yuanshi Tianzuan. This indicates that Dong Wanggong indeed occupied Pinglai Island. Enough of this. Let us see what treasures Fangzhong Island holds. Di Xiaoyang thought no further, focusing instead on seizing the treasures within the island. To his astonishment, Di Xiaoyang, upon probing deeper, was stunned by the sight before him. Upon a divine stone within the island, there appeared a character one. Those in later generations recognized this character as the essence of Buddhist teachings. More astonishingly, within the radiance of one, there stood a 33-tiered golden pagoda, alongside a purple gold alms bowl and a ruler imbued with the essence of Xian and Huang. If he was not mistaken, these 3 treasures were the 33 Heavens Golden Relic 7 Treasures Pagoda, Purple Gold Alms Bowl, and Measuring Heaven Ruler, all significant treasures in the possession of the Taoist Master Randang. Could it be? Di Xiaoyang suddenly realized Dong Wanggong had not seized the 3 islands at all. The treasures within Fangzhong Island had long been taken by the Taoist Master Randang. Historical records indicate that the 33 Heavens Golden Relic 7 Treasures Pagoda, originally a supreme innate spiritual treasure, lost much of its power after being shattered and was later given to Li Jing to combat the Shang, thus becoming the 7 Treasures Pagoda. As for the Measuring Heaven Ruler, its full name is Homing Measuring Heaven Ruler, forged from the power of the merit of opening the heavens and the essence of Xian and Huang, capable of measuring the heavens and earth, killing without incurring karma. Thus, this treasure is an extraordinary item, both a supreme innate spiritual treasure and the foremost attack treasure of the postnatal realm. Only the accompanying treasure of Taiji, the first defensive merit treasure, Tiandi Xin Huang Linglong Pagoda, could rival it. As Di Xiaoyang was struck with shock, he suddenly sensed fluctuations in the formation within Fangzhong Island, as a being continuously infiltrated. Xiaoyang leaped forth, and soon beheld an old Taoist with a spirit coffin lamp atop his head, merrily advancing. This individual, not the manifestation of a coffin board but the innate Diaderanding Taoist. Who else could it be? This old Taoist was utterly shameless. In terms of insidiousness, he ranked just below Hongjun. As fellow guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, he had once brazenly sought to be a disciple of Yuanshi Tianzuan, who ultimately appointed him as the deputy leader of the Chan teaching. After the Fengshan War, he severed ties with the Xinmin and transformed into the progenitor of Buddhism. Unfortunately, his luck had run dry. The current Di Xiaoyang was not the foolish Dong Wanggong, nor a soft-hearted individual. How could he allow Randang to acquire the treasures of Buddhism? He unsheathed his sword and struck directly at Randang. Which Taoist friend is this? Randang exclaimed in alarm, immediately raising his spirit coffin lamp to defend. Bald donkey, perish. Di Xiaoyang, unwilling to kill Dong Huang Tai, bore no qualms about the old trickster Randing, launching a fierce punch. Ah! Immortal body, Di Xiaoyang. Randing was horrified, instantly transforming into his true form and, clutching his accompanying treasure spirit coffin lamp, turned to flee. Di Xiaoyang showed no mercy, but Randing's reflexes were astoundingly quick. Although he struck him, the injury was not severe, and in an instant, he escaped from the abbot's immortal island. Damn, it truly is insidious. To be able to escape under such circumstances is quite impressive. Di Xiaoyang cursed in anger but did not pursue. Instead, he immediately returned to gather the 3 great treasures into his possession. However, what Di Xiaoyang did not anticipate was that the golden light within the wand character actually contained a forbidden law, preventing him from claiming it. Chapter 17. The arrival of Zhulong Dam. Could it be that fate chooses its master? It is evident that the East King only had a connection with Penglai Immortal Island. No wonder it ultimately met its demise. Di Xiaoyang cared not whether this opportunity was related to the flourishing of the Buddhist sect. He prioritized seizing the treasures first. His iron fists relentlessly struck, and though the restrictions of the wand character were formidable, they could not withstand the terrifying power of Di Xiaoyang's physical form, soon shattering in the next moment. The 3 great treasures flew off in 3 separate directions. Damn it, does the tiger not show its might, leading others to mistake it for a sickly cat? If the duck at my lips can fly away, then I need not linger in the primordial chaos any longer. Di Xiaoyang was infuriated and immediately unleashed the yin-yang chaos, a terrifying vortex that sealed off the paths of the 3 great treasures. Subsequently, the dragon-catching hand was executed continuously, promptly seizing the 3 great treasures, leaving them no chance to escape. However, upon turning around, Di Xiaoyang found that the wand character on the divine stone had vanished without a trace. Frustratingly, Di Xiaoyang was powerless against the divine stone that bore the wand character. With no other choice, he had to abandon it and swiftly return to Penglai Immortal Island. Using the Great Devouring Technique and Purple Star Heavenly Fire, he refined the restrictions of the 3 treasures to recognize him as their master. It took a full millennium for Di Xiaoyang to barely establish his connection with the 33 Heavens Golden Relic 7 Treasures Tower and the Celestial Measuring Ruler. Still far from refining the restrictions within As for the Purple Gold Bowl, he deemed it beneath him. What he truly required was the boundless space of the 33 Heavens Golden Relic 7 Treasures Tower and the causal-free nature of the Celestial Measuring Ruler. He could not possibly let Xiao Lailai serve as a mobile treasury. That would be rather distasteful. Di Xiaoyang, my friend, Zhulong has come to visit. I request an audience. Just then, the dragon's roar of Zhulong echoed outside Penglai Immortal Island. How intriguing. After a millennium of silence, what could this sudden visit signify? Upon hearing Zhulong's voice, Di Xiaoyang immediately revealed an expression of playful anticipation. Greetings, my lord. Xiao Lailai promptly arrived at Di Xiaoyang's secluded palace. What brings you here? Di Xiaoyang glanced at him, feeling somewhat disappointed. After all these years, he had not yet broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Reporting to my lord, in these years, I have been training my troops and sent some capable individuals to travel the 4 seas. Acquiring some information about the Dragon Clan, Xiao Lailai quickly replied, in the South Sea, North Sea, and West Sea, numerous items have been sent to the East Sea over the past millennium. I wonder what their intention is? What items? Di Xiaoyang's expression grew even more expectant. I am not certain. Xiao Lailai shook his head. The beings under my command are too weak to gather any information. Very well. Your development over this millennium has been commendable. I shall reward you in advance with a Huang Zhongli. Di Xiaoyang waved his hand in bestowal. While I am away, ensure you lead the soldiers to guard the Immortal Island, especially the 3 light divine water pool, which you shall personally oversee. Yes, thank you for the generous reward, my lord. Xiao Lailai was overjoyed. Seeing hope for the great Luo.ina flash, Di Xiaoyang appeared upon the surface of the sea. Greetings, my friend. Zhulong immediately bowed. It has been a millennium. You have grown even stronger. Congratulations, indeed. With these 3 immortal islands interconnected and teeming with resources, a breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal is imminent. Di Xiaoyang replied with a proud smile. Zhulong, have you come to visit due to some calamity in the East Sea? Not at all. In today's primordial chaos, the innate deities possess limited cultivation. Sensing the aura of the old dragon, they do not dare to act recklessly. Zhu Long shook his dragon head. I have come this time because my friend has a particular fondness for culinary delights and wishes to invite you to the Dragon Palace to savor the delicacies of the Phoenix and Qilin clans. What do you mean? Di Xiaoyang feigned ignorance. To be honest, my dragon clan bears immense karmic burdens, hindering our cultivation and making it difficult to achieve great luo. I would like to request a few Huangzhong Li from you to nurture the younger generation. Zhu Long said with embarrassment. Thus, I have ordered the remains of the Phoenix and Qilin clans stored in the Four Seas to be transported to the East Sea as a tribute to you. Such a good fortune? Di Xiaoyang was delighted, nearly drooling, as long as you do not disdain it. During the Dragon Han calamity, the three clans fought fiercely for countless years, and there are indeed some remains of the Phoenix and Qilin clans scattered throughout the Four Seas. Zhu Long explained earnestly, gathering them together. There are 2 quasi-saints, 38 great Luo golden immortals, and over 1,000 Tai golden immortal remains. Excellent, splendid. Let us hurry. If I enjoy myself thoroughly, I shall grant the Dragon Clan 3 Huangzhong Li to nurture the younger generation. Di Xiaoyang exclaimed in joy, plunging into the sea with a wave of his hand. Zhu Long, equally elated, guided Di Xiaoyang swiftly to his residence in the Dragon Palace. The hall was filled with the remains of powerful Phoenix and Qilin clan warriors, causing Di Xiaoyang's mouth to water incessantly. Forgive me, Zhu Long. There is still some time before the sage imparts teachings. I shall seclude myself in your Dragon Palace for a while to strive for a swift breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Di Xiaoyang, regaining his composure, said somewhat awkwardly, the sheer volume of these remains makes them cumbersome to transport. I prefer to seclude myself while savoring the best. Of course, you may seclude yourself at will. I shall protect you from outside. My friend, Zhu Long promised and promptly exited the Great Hall. Di Xiaoyang wasted no time and immediately began roasting meat with the purple star heavenly fire. What does it mean when a pillow is delivered to one who is sleepy? This is what it means. Having already inherited the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, once Di Xiaoyang refines these bloodlines of the Phoenix and Qilin clans, he will possess the bloodlines of the innate 3 clans. With such a foundation, a breakthrough should be achievable, and of course, Di Xiaoyang feigned ignorance of possessing spatial treasures to see if this old mudfish had ulterior motives. The treasures and resources of the 3 immortal islands. Could he really be unmoved? In a hurried span of several decades, after refining the bloodlines of the great Luo Golden Immortal from the Phoenix and Qilin clans into his body, Di Xiaoyang experienced a monumental transformation within his own bloodline. It was a quality that seemed to transcend the innate races, carrying a kind of supreme resonance. It bore a resemblance to the bloodline of the Chaos Demon God, yet was distinctly different, possessing an extraordinarily unique aura. Such a massive change compelled Di Xiaoyang to immediately absorb and refine the bloodlines of the remains of the Phoenix and Qilin quasi-saints, having prior experience refining the bloodline of a quasi-saint dragon. This time it was significantly easier. The rampant power of the bloodline caused waves of fluctuations in Di Xiaoyang's cultivation, heralding once again the imminent ascension to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Di Xiaoyang, you shameless fiend, destroying my dragon clan's grave, devouring the flesh and blood of my ancestors. It is intolerable. Today, you shall pay the price. Just then, Zhu Long's dragon might erupted violently. The formation embodying the might of the 4 seas surged forth, aiming to suppress Di Xiaoyang. You old mudfish, is that all you've got? Di Xiaoyang smirked, correctly anticipating the outcome. Though not be arrogant, demon. I have not rested these past millennia. I specifically set up this 4 seas turning heaven formation to deal with you. You are doomed. Zhu Long's voice was filled with excitement and confidence. Chapter 18. The remnant soul of the Azure Dragon, the 4 seas turning heaven formation, was arranged using the former Dragon Emperor's dragon pearls, combined with Dragon Clan treasures and 365 stabilizing pillars of the sea. Not only did it possess terrifying suppressive power, but it could also connect with the origins of the 4 seas, maintaining the formation's divine might at all times. Zhu Long, you are truly laughable. A defeated foe who is easily crushed dares to think they can kill me using the power of a formation? Di Xiaoyang felt even more exhilarated upon sensing the formation's power. The Chaos Bell was so formidable, yet it also failed. What is Dong Huang Tai Yi? I am an ancient divine dragon, one of the ancestors of the Dragon Clan. Even if my cultivation is reduced to that of a great Luo Golden Immortal, I am not to be compared with Dong Huang Tai Yi. Zhu Long shouted repeatedly, you may be invincible in physical form, But I have prepared an unparalleled supreme treasure specifically to break your physical form. The 3 immortal islands that remain after your death will belong to my dragon clan. Break the heavens with the dragon war spear. Kill, Zhu Long shouted, transforming into human form and wielding a great spear capable of stirring the heavens, charging into the formation. Foolish. Tai Su divine armor, protect me. Di Xiaoyang's expression shifted slightly as he immediately donned the high-grade innate spiritual treasure, Tai Su divine armor, that he had extorted from Di Jun. Useless. Under the 4 seas turning heaven formation, your cultivation is suppressed and your actions are restricted. You cannot possibly resist me. Zhu Long, confident in his preparations, had long since learned of Di Xiaoyang possessing the Tai Su divine armor. Is that so? Di Xiaoyang swung the pure yang sword to deflect the great spear and immediately stood up. How is this possible? Under the 4 seas turning heaven formation, you can still stand. What did you use to counteract the suppressive power? Zhu Long was astonished and surprised. Nevertheless, he retained sufficient confidence, continuously urging to break the heavens dragon spear to battle against Di Xiaoyang. In this formation, his strength was replenished ceaselessly, as for Di Xiaoyang, since he dared to come. He naturally had his preparations. Both the great devouring technique and yin-yang chaos could help him dissolve the suppressive force and gain the space to act. Since even the innate supreme treasure chaos bell could not confine him, this formation was no different. Thus began the battle. Zhu Long has truly unleashed his wrath. Relying on the formidable power of the formation, he has indeed subdued Di Xiaoyang in battle. However, his hope of slaying Di Xiaoyang is exceedingly bleak. The cursed demon, today, shall witness the true might of the dragon clan. With the tide of battle turning in his favor, Zhu Long's confidence surged, accompanied by an escalating fury, the rage of a true dragon. As Zhu Long unleashed his full strength in a strike that forced Di Xiaoyang to kneel, he suddenly executed a secret sonic technique. The dragon's roar echoed, its might shattering the heavens. Di Xiaoyang's primordial spirit instantly suffered horrendous damage, leaving him momentarily stunned. Now is the moment. Song Long quickly, swiftly. With his initial success, Zhu Long erupted into jubilant laughter. Meanwhile, from within Zhu Long's body, a remnant soul of a dragon, possessing mid-level de Luo Jin Xian cultivation, suddenly soared forth, roaring repeatedly. Seizing the opportunity while Di Xiaoyang's primordial spirit was injured and dazed, it plunged into Di Xiaoyang's body, forcibly attempting to seize control of his flesh and devour his primordial spirit. Cursed be it! One of the ancestors of the dragon clan, Song Lao, has left behind a remnant soul, regaining mid-level de Luo Jin Xian power. Although Di Xiaoyang was wounded, he quickly regained his senses. Little did he expect that the remnant soul of Song Lao was the hidden ace Zhu Long had prepared. Should the possession succeed, Song Long would not only be reborn but would also inherit everything from Di Xiaoyang, including the 3 celestial islands. At that point, the dragon clan would surely soar to greatness. Ha, you demon! You claim to be all-knowing and all-powerful, yet you failed to anticipate this. Everything Zhu Long has done has been for this very moment. As he reveled in his triumph, he launched another relentless assault. Creating opportunities for Song Lao, indeed, his methods were astute. You, Zhu Long, are the first to have calculated against me, yet you underestimate my strength, destined for disappointment. In the face of crisis, Di Xiaoyang unleashed a sword strike with all his might while simultaneously crashing his fist down upon the breaking heaven battle dragon spear. With a thunderous roar, even Zhu Long was forced to retreat repeatedly. 33 layers of golden relics and the exquisite pagoda. Arise! Instantly, Di Xiaoyang was enveloped by a 33-story pagoda. Demon, you possess a spatial treasure. Zhu Long was taken aback. But alas, it was too late. He frantically urged the breaking heaven battle dragon spear to strike, but it was of no avail. For the moment, he could not breach the tower's defenses. Zhu Long, I have long seen through you. This treasure was acquired atop the 3rd celestial island. You must have secretly speculated about its treasures, and now you finally behold it. As Di Xiaoyang spoke, he employed his techniques. Zhu Long was blocked outside, unable to breach the tower's defenses for the time being, allowing Di Xiaoyang to focus entirely on Song Lao's remnant soul. What of mid-level de Luo Jin Xian power? A remnant soul is merely a remnant, not a complete primordial spirit. Great devouring technique. Yin-yang mixed abyss. Ziwei heavenly fire. Within the tower's space, Di Xiaoyang fused the three techniques together, utilizing the circulation of yin and yang within his body to create a vortex world. The terrifying devouring force not only immediately obstructed Song Lao's invasion, but even forcibly absorbed the power of the four seas turning formation outside the tower. Roar. Particularly, the invasion of the Ziwei heavenly fire caused Song Long great distress. Although he successfully invaded Di Xiaoyang's body and could restrain Di Xiaoyang's power, until he completed the possession, he too would be constrained by Di Xiaoyang. Di Xiaoyang's primordial spirit may not be of a high realm, but each technique he wielded was astonishing. More alarmingly, within Di Xiaoyang's body resided the might of dragons, phoenixes, and the fury of Qilins, which greatly constrained him. The relentless assaults of Zhu Long outside the tower could not shake it for the moment, and fear began to rise. The Dragon Clan is truly benevolent. I, about to ascend to Deluo, am in dire need of the foundational power for my advancement, and you have graciously delivered to me a remnant soul of mid-level Deluo Jin Xian power. How wonderful! Di Xiaoyang felt the might of his bloodline restraining Song Lao and immediately unleashed his full power. The barely condensed might of the three-legged golden crow and the transformative might of Nuwa surged forth, all converging against him. Who exactly are you? Your bloodline is not that of the innate deities. What manner of freak are you? A sense of despair welled up within Song Lao. Why does your body harbor the bloodline of other clans? Why? Ha ha. It matters not for me to tell you. Of course, it is derived from the refinement of the bloodline of other clans. Otherwise, why would I venture to your dragon clan's burial ground? Di Xiaoyang had nothing to hide from one on the brink of death. No, this cannot be. In the Honghuang world, where destinies are predetermined, even if one refines the essence of others, it can only enhance cultivation but cannot alter bloodlines, let alone elevate one's destiny. Song Lao was horrified beyond belief, unable to comprehend. Di Xiaoyang was equally stunned. Could it be that, apart from him, no one else could alter their bloodline destiny? Chapter 19. Breakthrough to Deluo Jianxian. This revelation was truly astonishing. What on earth was the game from his past life? Not only did it allow him to be reborn in Honghuang, but it also enabled him to alter his bloodline destiny with the great devouring technique, defying the very rules of the Honghuang world. However, at this moment, Di Xiaoyang cared not for these matters. He was wholly focused on devouring Song Lao's remnant soul. At this juncture, his body resembled an insatiable black hole vortex, consuming any power that came its way, then shattering and refining it. Even the formidable power of Song Lao's remnant soul could not withstand it, nor could it escape. Although Di Xiaoyang wished to swiftly refine him, it was no easy task. Mid-level Deluo Jinxian power was no mere illusion. Zhu Long outside the tower remained a significant threat. Deluo Jinxian, break for me. Having reached this point, Di Xiaoyang did not hesitate. He immediately released his suppression and surged towards the immortal Deluo realm. The long period of suppression and accumulation had bestowed upon Di Xiaoyang an unobstructed path to breakthrough. Zhu Long could not prevent it. As his realm advanced, Di Xiaoyang's primordial spirit power surged dramatically, rendering him incomparable to before. The operations of the great devouring technique, yin-yang origin, and Ziwei heavenly fire were now on an entirely different scale. Song Long found himself at an absolute disadvantage, almost devoid of any power to resist. Yet, Di Xiaoyang did not rush to complete his breakthrough. Instead, he diverted some of his strength to thoroughly refine the quasi-saint bloodlines of the Phoenix and Qilin within him. Only by embodying the bloodlines of the three innate clans could the post-breakthrough Di Xiaoyang become even more formidable. The breakthrough continued, and the bloodlines were continuously refined. Di Xiaoyang's head radiated with three brilliant blossoms, each blooming successively, exuding an aura of supremacy at every moment. Soon, it blossomed into 9 petals. Yet, after blooming to 9 petals, Di Xiaoyang's 3 flowers did not cease. They emitted even more sacred and resplendent light, evoking continuous celestial phenomena, with divine might cascading forth. Any being who had reached the Deluo Jinxian realm could easily sense this extraordinary phenomenon of breakthrough. Yet none could discern the location of the one breaking through. The sage Hong Jun within the Purple Cloud's palace was also stirred, probing with his divine sense. However, even the existence of the sage realm could not uncover the trace of the one breaking through. An anomaly. Has an anomaly truly descended? This time, Hong Jun was genuinely astonished, quickly calculating with his fingers. Yet, in the end, he could not deduce any information, as if some unparalleled method had concealed the heavenly secrets. Alas! The great Tao encompasses 50, and heaven's evolution is 49. One must escape from one. Though an anomaly has descended, the great trend remains unchanged and bears little impact. After a round of calculations, Hong Jun paid it no mind. For him, as long as the great trend remained unchanged, all would be well. Before long, Di Xiaoyang successfully broke through the limits of his destiny, blossoming into 10 petals. The terror within Song Long's heart grew as he realized all hope for survival was extinguished. For after Di Xiaoyang blossomed into 10 petals, he showed signs of further advancement. When Di Xiaoyang shattered the limits once more, blooming into 11 petals, Zhu Long outside the tower ceased all attacks. To bloom into 11 petals is an astonishing talent. It is utterly impossible to be slain. The dragon clan is doomed. At this very moment, the entire Honghuang trembled in disbelief, unable to fathom that such a remarkable figure, blooming into 11 petals, could still arise in the present Honghuang world. Moreover, he remained deeply concealed, completely beyond calculation. As the anomalies gradually faded, the radiance of the 3 flowers diminished. Di Xiaoyang felt a tinge of regret. Although he ultimately blossomed into 11 petals, he had not reached the true limit of his destiny and failed to attain the qualification of blooming into 12 petals. Nevertheless, Di Xiaoyang's power had ascended to an exceedingly terrifying echelon. Not only had he successfully reached the early stage of De Luo Jin Xian, but he had also refined the mid-level De Luo Jin Xian power of Song Long's remnant soul. Had he not deliberately suppressed himself and continuously condensed his magical power, he could have directly broken through to mid-level De Luo Jin Xian. Upon completing his breakthrough, the quasi-saint bloodlines of the Phoenix and Qilin were also fully refined. With a mere wave of his hand, the 33 layers of golden relics and the exquisite pagoda were drawn into his body. Zhu Long immediately prostrated himself on the ground. "Zhu Long, how do you wish to die?" At this moment, Di Xiaoyang regarded him with a measure of respect, for he did not attempt to flee. The old dragon was willing to face death and to offer all the treasures of the dragon clan to his friend, hoping only for mercy to spare the lives of his kin. Zhu Long did not wish to escape, yet escape was impossible. Even if he were to miraculously flee, the dragon clan would undoubtedly face a massacre, a fate he could not bear to witness. "You have finally shown some wisdom, understanding the principle that while the monk may run, the temple remains." Di Xiaoyang unleashed a cold, fierce palm strike, but just as the power was about to reach Zhu Long's head, he abruptly withdrew it. "My friend, you?" Zhu Long was overjoyed. "Does this mean you will not kill him? With your treacherous schemes, death is inevitable. Indeed, it is true that I owe my current realm and strength to the benevolence of your dragon ancestors. As I am reluctant to let the dragon clan lose its guardian deity." Xiaoyang sighed and waved his hand. "Reveal your primordial spirit, so that I may plant a forbidden law deep within it, and then I shall spare your life to continue safeguarding the dragon clan." Yes. Many thanks for your mercy, friend. Zhu Long is eternally grateful. From this moment forth, the entire dragon clan shall obey your every command, following you for eternity, with no daring to harbor any disrespect. Having survived the calamity, Zhu Long immediately revealed his primordial spirit. "I trust you would not dare." Di Xiaoyang, a being of the future, takes pride in being a descendant of dragons and truly cannot bear to slaughter the dragon clan. After a series of incantations, Di Xiaoyang used the great devouring technique to implant a forbidden law within the depths of Zhu Long's primordial spirit. Should he ever entertain thoughts of betrayal, this law would allow him to annihilate his divine consciousness and intellect, even to drain his primordial spirit's power entirely. The sage's teachings are imminent. I must head to the Zixiao Palace to listen to the doctrines. The safety of the Taoist venue shall be entrusted to you. Those who dare to infringe shall be met with no mercy. After giving his instructions, Di Xiaoyang leaped from the surface of the sea, heading straight for Buzhou Mountain. Historical records state that during the birthing of the creation Green Lotus, the chaotic energies ran rampant, and the violent forces of earth, water, fire, and wind obliterated the creation Green Lotus. A mature lotus seed fell upon Buzhou Mountain, known in full as the 36 grades of creation Green Lotus. Due to its lack of celestial merit, the 36 grades of creation Green Lotus was not accepted by heaven and earth, ultimately being destroyed by the heavenly way, transforming into 3 supreme innate spiritual treasures. The lotus root became 3 precious jade rui, the lotus flower transformed into a coiling dragon crutch, and the lotus leaves became the Qingping sword, all destined for the 3 purities divine opportunity. The time of their emergence seems to coincide with the teachings. Di Xiaoyang's journey to Buzhou Mountain is driven by a desire to test his luck. Even if he cannot seize them, he cannot allow the 3 purities to acquire them easily. He must at least strip them of some of their power, preferably drawing some blood. Otherwise, how could he live up to the many titles of Di Xiaoyang? Not long after departing from the Eastern Sea, Di Xiaoyang suddenly sensed a familiar aura ahead. He quickly pursued and discovered that it was none other than Nuwa. Upon noticing Di Xiaoyang, Nuwa, filled with disdain, immediately accelerated. Nuwa, my dear friend, I have missed you. Wait for me, dear brother, Di Xiaoyang exclaimed, astonished, and promptly chased after her. Could it be that Nuwa had come to the Eastern Sea in search of Yingzhou Fairy Island? Chapter 20. The opportunity of the 3 purities. It has been confirmed that Fangzhong Island is indeed the opportunity of the lamp-burning Taoist. Di Xiaoyang has long suspected that the 3 light divine water pool and the 12 grades of pure world white lotus belong to Nuwa. This is because, when Nuwa created humanity, she required not only the innate gourd vine and the 9 heaven soil, but also an immense quantity of 3 light divine water. Given the current circumstances, it appears that when the Eastern King took control of Penglai Fairy Island, Yingzhou Fairy Island and Fangzhong Fairy Island had already been completely looted, leaving them powerless to resist the Eastern Emperor Tai's advance. Such shamelessness! Nuwa cursed angrily and flew away at the fastest speed. However, Di Xiaoyang, having mastered the Dragon Clan's divine powers, could summon wind and rain, and even with his cultivation sealed back to the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal, his speed could still rival that of Nuwa, if not surpass it. What is shamelessness? Nuwa, unwilling to travel together, found herself pursued by Di Xiaoyang. What you did is hard to speak of, she coldly retorted, filled with resentment. Is that so? Di Xiaoyang replied with a devilish grin, suddenly reaching out to slap her backside. You? Nuwa was enraged, ready to retaliate against Di Xiaoyang, but he swiftly distanced himself. What was even more infuriating was that she could not defeat him. What do you mean? This is what we call the law of the jungle. Survival of the fittest, where the weak are devoured by the strong, a stark reflection of the reality in the primordial world. Di Xiaoyang stated with utmost seriousness. In the entire primordial realm, the struggle for survival is a constant occurrence. Why do you not go and offer assistance? Your words are mere sophistry. The Western Queen Mother is my friend? Nuwa retorted angrily. What is wrong with my assisting her? Ridiculous. The Western Queen Mother is a being of the primordial realm. Do the wretched souls who have perished not also count as beings of the primordial realm? Di Xiaoyang continued. They are all living beings. What difference does it make? If you hold compassion in your heart, why not treat them all equally? Upon hearing this, Nuwa fell silent, unable to argue. She did not wish to debate with Di Xiaoyang. The primordial realm is vast, with countless beings, far beyond her reach. Nuwa, listen well. There is no distinction among living beings. There are no hierarchies of nobility or worth. The fault lies within this world, within this primordial era. Di Xiaoyang proclaimed with grand ambition. If I were the master of heaven and earth, I would surely reverse the order of the cosmos, establish rules for the world, quell chaos, and put an end to slaughter. You? Nuwa scoffed derisively, the being stained with sins of debauchery, thievery, deceit, bloodlust, and perversion, actually aspires to save the world. You are not afraid of being laughed at? Feel free to laugh, feel free to disbelieve. One day, I will make the world understand. To save one is benevolence. To save 100 is royalty, to save 1,000,000 is kingship, and to save 1,000,000,000 is to be a saint, Di Xiaoyang declared passionately. A true saint contributes to the world and bestows merit upon living beings, rather than wielding so-called power. Ridiculous. The future you will undoubtedly slaughter millions and billions of living beings, Nuwa asserted, not believing a word. That may not be the case. If the world demands it, I would not hesitate to raise my blade. For slaughter is for the sake of a better future. Xiaoyang spoke slowly. To kill one is a crime, to slay thousands is to be heroic, to slay millions is to be a king, and to be the king of heaven and earth. Upon hearing this, Nuwa suddenly felt that the person before her was extraordinarily enigmatic, embodying both righteousness and malevolence, utterly inscrutable. Moreover, he possessed an astonishing audacity, daring to seek to change the laws of existence and become the master of heaven and earth. What a grand ambition, what a lofty goal. It was enough to instill fear, by that time. I shall surely take you, Nuwa, back home, making you my celestial consort, warming my feet and snuggling in bed every night. De Xiaoyang, aware that Nuwa was taken aback, laughed heartily and suddenly approached her once more, slapping her backside. Infuriated, Nuwa's anger flared, but in the next moment, Di Xiaoyang had already fled, leaving her unable to catch up. Even more infuriatingly, after fleeing, Di Xiaoyang taunted her with boisterous laughter. As he flew onward, Di Xiaoyang had yet to reach Buzhou Mountain when he sensed an overwhelming, supreme, and sacred majesty. Buzhou Mountain, truly the heavenly pillar transformed from Pangu's spine, bore the weight of the primordial realm's operation. Moreover, it was indeed the first blessed land of the primordial realm, where countless heavenly materials, earthly treasures, innate spiritual treasures, and celestial mysteries were birthed. At that moment, Di Xiaoyang suddenly beheld 3 brilliant beams of light emanating from the mountainside of Buzhou Mountain. Just in time. The 36 grades of creation green lotus had already withered, and the 3 supreme innate spiritual treasures had emerged. Di Xiaoyang was elated, immediately rushing at full speed toward the source of the light. Just as he landed in the illuminated area, 3 figures also swiftly arrived. It was none other than the 3 purities, Di Xiaoyang. Although the 3 purities had never formally encountered Di Xiaoyang, they were already well acquainted with him. Tai Ching, Yuanshi, and Tong Tian, I have just obtained a rare opportunity, and you have arrived. How swift you are, Di Xiaoyang interjected, asserting his presence. What? Is the illustrious Pango Orthodox also resorting to murder and treasure plundering, engaging in shameless pillaging? Di Xiaoyang, you fiend! This opportunity belongs to us 3 brothers, summoned by the heavenly way. How can it be your fortunate chance? Yuanshi, with his obstinate nature, immediately countered. If we speak of murder and plunder, who in the primordial realm can surpass you? Yuanshi, show some decorum in your speech. You 3 brothers were summoned by the heavenly way. Am I not also summoned by the heavenly way? Di Xiaoyang brazenly retorted. If not, how could I have arrived faster than you 3 brothers? Kunlun Mountain is quite close, is it not? Enough with the nonsense. Are you implying that you will contend with us 3 brothers for this opportunity all by yourself? Yuanshi waved his hand, his fighting spirit ignited. At this moment, the 3 purities, bound by deep brotherly ties, stepped forward, immediately releasing their formidable auras. What is this? Are you ganging up on me? Di Xiaoyang was taken aback. Yuanshi and Tong Tian possessed cultivation that could easily step into the mid-stage of De Luo Golden Immortal, while Tai Ching had already broken through to the mid-stage of De Luo Golden Immortal. Without revealing his true cultivation, he was far from their match. Dealing with you does not require my elder brother or third brother. Yuanshi smiled arrogantly, summoning his innate treasure Zhujian Qingyun to shield himself, while holding a formidable yellow banner that radiated divine might. Di Xiaoyang gazed at them with immense jealousy. The chosen ones of destiny are indeed exceptional. They casually wield 2 supreme innate spiritual treasures, mastering profound levels of power. Meanwhile, he had painstakingly acquired a few. Yet they did not belong to his own fortune, making them difficult to refine, rendering them akin to a child wielding a massive hammer. Yuanshi, this villain is possessed, indiscriminately killing the innocent. I have come to lend you my strength to vanquish this demon together. Just then, an enraged voice rushed forth. Xiaoyang looked and found that it was none other than the lamp-burning Taoist. Chapter 21. Let us shed some blood, little Een. That lamp-burning old man has also ascended to the Luo Golden Immortal. Each of these chosen ones of destiny is not to be trifled with. If Di Xiaoyang dares to make a misstep, he will undoubtedly be overtaken by them, unable to escape the fate woven by Dong Wang Gong. Ah, so it is my friend the lamp-burning Taoist. Congratulations on attaining De Luo. With a respectful gesture, Yuanshi greeted warmly, Thank you, brother Yuanshi. Were it not for your assistance, I would not have easily ascended to the status of a De Luo Jinxian amidst the precarious circumstances of my fortune being seized. Ran Deng shot a sharp glare at Emperor Xiaoyang. You are being overly polite, my friend. As fellow innate deities, We are bound to support one another. Yuanshi smiled faintly. You may observe the battle from the sidelines. This fiendish creature shall never succeed in usurping my brother's fortune. Yuanshi, how audacious you are. Do you believe that with the celebration clouds of the heavens protecting you, in addition to one of the innate 5 directions flags, the Wu Ji apricot yellow flag, you stand a chance against me? Emperor Xiaoyang scoffed coldly. It was clear that Randing had already begun to flatter Yuanshi at this time. His discernment was truly remarkable. One encounter was all it took to understand. Yuanshi was aware that Emperor Xiaoyang's physical form had reached the mid-stage of Deluo Jin Xian, yet he currently possessed 2 supreme treasures for protection. As long as he could restrain Emperor Xiaoyang's physical prowess, victory would be easily attainable. You old fool, how infuriating! Emperor Xiaoyang was quite vexed. Without revealing his strength, he could not break through Yuanshi's 2 treasures. The Sanqing were currently in a honeymoon phase, sharing meals and lodging, and should they provoke one another, it would result in a 3-against-1 confrontation. Furthermore, with the treacherous Randing in the mix, the situation was dire. You, villain, have completely inverted your priorities, focusing on physical cultivation, which has rendered your primordial spirit incapable of breaking through to the immortal Deluo. What now? At this, Yuanshi could not help but laugh triumphantly. Emperor Xiaoyang had heavily wounded Donghuang Tai, forcing Emperor Jun to compensate with 4 pieces of top-tier innate spiritual treasures, further draining the resources of Nuwa and Fuxi. His reputation for ruthlessness was notorious. He was indeed a true fiend. Yet at this moment, he was being suppressed by Yuanshi alone. How impressive was that? Just then, a few simple-minded members of the Wu clan arrived to join the fray. Do you think your numbers will save you? My reinforcements have arrived. Emperor Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow and glanced at the Wu clan members before suddenly shouting, Donghuang Tai, now is the time. Use the chaos bell to bind them. I shall provide you with 2 treasures. What? Upon hearing this, Pangu, the 3 pure ones, and Randing all retreated simultaneously, taking defensive stances against the void. The fearsome power of the innate treasure chaos bell was such that even Taiji dared not bear it lightly, and none had the confidence to break its binding die. In that very moment, Emperor Xiaoyang took a bold step forward. With unmatched physical strength, he directly seized the 3 supreme innate spiritual treasures, the 3 treasures Jade Rui, the coiling dragon crutch, and the Qingping sword. Damn it, I've been tricked. The 3 pure ones had failed to sense the presence of the chaos bell, realizing too late that they had been deceived. Looking down, they saw Emperor Xiaoyang had already acquired the 3 supreme innate treasures and was making his way toward the peak of Buzhou Mountain. Filled with fury, the 3 pure ones and Randing immediately gave chase. The recently arrived Dijiang, Zhu Rong, Zhu Meng, Xianming, and Ho Tu were all dumbfounded. Were they not Emperor Xiaoyang's reinforcements? How could they not know? How could Donghuang Tai possibly ally with Emperor Xiaoyang? Even more outrageous was the audacity to seize the 3 pure ones' fortune single-handedly. Such behavior was utterly reckless. You foolish simpletons, do you truly believe in the existence of reinforcements? Why don't you believe when I say I was also summoned by the Tao of Heaven? Emperor Xiaoyang taunted while fleeing. Vile fiend. You cannot escape. Surrender the treasures of fortune. The 3 pure ones had already sensed the significance of this opportunity, potentially linked to their future path to enlightenment, and could not simply relent. They pursued him in righteous anger. Chase me then. Continue your pursuit and see if you can catch up. Emperor Xiaoyang's destination of Buzhou Mountain was not arbitrary. At present, the power of Buzhou Mountain exerted tremendous pressure on the beings of the Honghuang, and the higher one climbed, the greater the weight of that pressure. With an indomitable physique, Emperor Xiaoyang could withstand it. However, the 3 pure ones and Randing, who focused solely on cultivating their primordial spirits, might not endure it as easily. Soon, a chase transformed into a grueling mountain climbing contest. The 3 pure ones and Randing exerted themselves to their utmost, yet could not keep pace with Emperor Xiaoyang. The observing ancestral witches also pressed on, bearing the weight of Buzhou Mountain. Nuwa, who had arrived just a step too late, and Fuxi, disturbed from his seclusion, joined the climbing competition. The scene was quite comical, as all were secretly vying with one another, for whoever climbed the highest would be deemed the foremost beneath the saints. Ultimately, only Taiji, who had reached the mid-stage of Deluo Jin Xian, could barely keep up with Emperor Xiaoyang's pace. What do you intend to do, Emperor Xiaoyang? With the saint's teachings imminent, do you wish to keep us from attending? In this stalemate, neither side could proceed. Tong Tian, finding it impossible to continue, finally spoke. If you leave Buzhou Mountain, you will immediately face siege and will not be able to stand against us brothers. Haha. It seems you, Tong Tian, possess some brains after all, among the three of you. Only you are worthy of my regard, Emperor Xiaoyang said, his words striking true. Breathless, Emperor Xiaoyang halted. If you desire the treasures of fortune back, I could be persuaded. And how would you propose we do that? Tong Tian, unimpressed by Emperor Xiaoyang, replied, simple. You three brothers must shed some blood just like Nuwa and Fushi. Emperor Xiaoyang smirked. Not much, just a small bowl will suffice. Quite simple, isn't it? You arrogant fiend. We, the brothers, are the true lineage of Pango. How dare you threaten and defile us? Yuanshi immediately grew furious, accusing him. Only now do you realize. I dared to thrash Dong Huangtai. Do you think I fear you three brothers? If I were afraid, I would not seize your fortune. Emperor Xiaoyang spread his arms, nonchalantly challenging. If you have the ability, come and strike me. Come on, you dare? Yuanshi exploded with rage. Unfortunately, he was constrained by the pressure of Buzhou Mountain and could not take action. Why blame others for your own foolishness? Emperor Xiaoyang found himself amused by these ancient figures of Hong Huang, their minds seemingly dull, utterly lacking adaptability, and easily deceived. Otherwise, how could he seize treasures right under their noses? My friend, why the need for such extremes? The fated opportunity cannot be forcibly taken, unless you intend to remain on Buzhou Mountain for your entire life. Tong Tian interjected again. However, at that time, Emperor Jun, Dong Huangtai, and Zhuangmu will surely advance in power due to the saint's teachings, and Buzhou Mountain will not be able to protect you. Tong Tian, you are of no use. I am not threatened. If you wish to attend the lecture in time, you must comply with my terms. Emperor Xiaoyang was determined to attend the teachings, but the three pure ones desired it even more. Since they wished for it, they would have to be constrained by Emperor Xiaoyang and submit obediently. Chapter 22. Deceiving Taiji. The saint's teachings represent a pathway for all beings in the Hong Huang. Even someone as formidable as Emperor Xiaoyang must attend as for what one could glean from it. And whether to follow the saint's path in cultivation, that was a personal matter, my friend. You are being too overbearing and arrogant. If you return the fated opportunity, we three brothers will hold no grudges. Treating it as a mere jest, Tong Tian's face darkened. Otherwise, behind Emperor Jun and Dong Huang will shadow the three pure ones. Tong Tian was indeed ruthless and direct. I appreciate your character. Unlike Taiji, who adheres to an action, nor like Yuanshi, who is so stubborn, proud, and irritable. Emperor Xiaoyang laughed heartily. But you cannot threaten me. Your brothers will sooner or later turn against you, and you will come seeking me as an ally. Absurd, fiend. I ask you one last time, will you surrender? Yuanshi now regarded Tong Tian with warmth, hardly believing it. Are you out of your mind? To exchange blood for fortune? Emperor Xiaoyang coldly waved his hand, refusing to yield. Otherwise, no one shall attend the teachings. As soon as the words left his mouth, Emperor Xiaoyang turned and resumed his ascent. He had not expected that the pressure of Buzhou Mountain would greatly enhance his physical refinement. No wonder the ancestral witches were so formidable. After reaching his limits, each step was an elevation. Of course, the pressure inflicted significant harm to his body and primordial spirit, but he had the three lights divine water to mend his injuries. 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. Emperor Xiaoyang remained unthreatened. In Yua's heart, a troubling question arose. Since Emperor Xiaoyang aspired to become a sovereign, aiming to alter the survival laws of living beings, why did he repeatedly offend the innate deities? The three pure ones were the most powerful existences. The three-legged golden crows of the sun star, burdened with heavy responsibilities, did not dare provoke them. The 12 ancestral witches of the Wu clan often quarreled with them over the name of Pango's true lineage, yet did not dare to act against them. Why would he oppose such deities, endowed with immense fortune? Was it truly just to taste the blood of others? That seemed implausible. My friend, do you truly refuse to return the fated opportunity? The brothers trailing behind grew increasingly distant, and it was Taiji's first utterance. Ha ha ha. I thought you, Taiji, were mute. It turns out you can speak. Just a bit of blood. What's the big deal? Emperor Xiaoyang realized he could not remain idle and immediately promised. As long as it is given, I shall return it at once. No delays. Very well, I agree. From this day forth, you shall be the enemy of the 3 pure ones of Pengyu. Do not blame us for being merciless when that time comes. Taiji could no longer endure, nor could he allow the stalemate to continue. No matter, I fear that when the time comes, you brothers will be begging me in tears. Di Xiaoyang smiled with a hint of amusement. At that time, you must prepare more treasures and rare materials to show your respect to me. Just wait and see. Taiching regarded Di Xiaoyang as merely posturing. After returning to reunite with his second and third brothers, he wasted no words and initiated a bloodletting. Xiaoyang followed suit, his eyes radiating brilliance. This was the authentic blood of Pengyu. It contained the power of Pengyu, especially the innate divine abilities of Taiching. The transformation of unity into the 3 pure ones. If he could comprehend this, would he ever fear being besieged again? The demon lord hoped that you could remain this powerful and arrogant. After the bloodletting, Yuanshi angrily waved to present the blood. It was certainly as you wished. Di Xiaoyang joyfully returned the treasures. Yuanshi was indeed deeply obsessed, harboring resentment. According to legends of later generations, Taiching was the manifestation of Pengu's benevolence. Yuanshi the embodiment of Pengu's obsession, and Tong Tian the incarnation of Pengu's malevolence. Thus, the 3 pure ones were distinct, each with significant character flaws. In retrospect, the legends of later generations held some truth. They would ultimately walk entirely different paths. After the sage expounded the doctrine, a battle ensued in chaos. Taiching, having obtained his own Panlong crutch, immediately called for a duel. Now, he was the highest-ranked innate deity. How could he tolerate Di Xiaoyang's provocation and insult? Hold on, Di Xiaoyang's gaze shifted, promptly stopping him. Dio, you wish to fight now, my friend? Taiching turned around without a hint of fear. The battle at Buzhou Mountain was an affront to the great god Pango. Di Xiaoyang waved his hand, saying, I have some insights I'd like to share with you, Taiching. Please lend me your ear and offer your guidance. Eldest brother, why waste words with him? The 3 of us brothers united can surely slay him here, preserving the dignity and clarity of our Pangu orthodoxy. Yuanshi, unable to quell his resentment, was about to act. Second brother, do not rush. Taiching raised his hand to stop them. What profound words do you wish to share? My friend, truly, he was the leader of the 3 pure ones. Then listen closely. Make sure to remain composed. Di Xiaoyang smiled mysteriously, speaking leisurely. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. At this point, Di Xiaoyang suddenly ceased speaking. Taiching was taken aback, revealing an expression of disbelief, and then displayed great regret, wishing to continue listening. This was because these words resonated with his recent moments of enlightenment. However, his comprehension lacked the directness, simplicity, and clarity that Di Xiaoyang possessed. Eldest brother? Tong Tian sensed something was amiss. These words seemed plain on the surface, yet they contained profound truths. My friend, is there more to come? Taiching raised his hand to stop Tong Tian, looking at Di Xiaoyang with excitement and anticipation. Indeed, there is. Di Xiaoyang's purpose achieved. He feigned arrogance and said, but why should I share this with you? What do you desire, my friend? Taiching struggled to contain his curiosity. I've heard that you possess an innate 8 trigrams furnace, which contains the 6 Ding divine fire. Di Xiaoyang immediately proposed a condition. Very well, I shall give it to you. After some contemplation, Taiching reluctantly agreed. Eldest brother, Yuanshi and Tong Tian grew anxious. Do not fret. Surely Taiching understands that my companion treasure, the Chunyang sword, is merely of the upper grade innate spiritual treasure level. Di Xiaoyang interrupted the two. If Taiching can assist me in merging the Chunyang sword with the Heavenly Emperor sword, I will disclose all subsequent matters. Is this true? Taiching grew increasingly urgent. Only he knew how crucial Di Xiaoyang's words were to him, yearning to discover whether Di Xiaoyang truly comprehended the entirety of this text. Indeed, Di Xiaoyang nodded solemnly. The Tao Te Ching was inherently Taiching's realization. Di Xiaoyang bartered his insights for a treasured item, along with an additional free labor force. What was there to lose? The Chunyang sword, having absorbed a significant amount of solar star essence, was already trending towards advancement, by devouring the supreme upper-grade innate spiritual treasure. the Heavenly Emperor's Sword. It would undoubtedly elevate to the peak innate spiritual treasure level. At that point, he would no longer fear the Chaos Bell. Deal. I will exert all my strength to assist, but the ultimate success will depend on your own abilities. Tai Ching immediately agreed. Chapter 23. The Advancement of Treasures. The ascension of an upper-grade innate spiritual treasure to a peak innate spiritual treasure had never occurred in the current world of Honghuang. And even Tai Ching held no certainty, because their current levels were still too low. What level was an upper-grade innate spiritual treasure? It was not so easily damaged, of course, regardless of whether success was ultimately achieved. As long as you fulfill your promise to provide me with the innate 8 trigrams furnace, I shall tell you the truth. De Xiaoyang had another reason for this. He understood the Tao Te Ching but found it challenging to glean insights from it, indicating it was solely Tai Ching's Tao. If he did not seize the opportunity now, there might be no chance in the future. Very well, let us begin. Tai Ching waved his hand, summoning the innate 8 trigrams furnace instantly. Good. De Xiaoyang summoned 2 great treasures, then suddenly turned and said, Brother Zhu Rong, I trouble you to protect me, lest some shameless scoundrel launch a sneak attack. Haha, Brother Xiaoyang, rest assured I am here. No one dares to act recklessly. Zhu Rong had long desired to deal with the 3 pure ones, stepping forward to guard, infuriating Yuanshi, whose face twisted in anger. However, at this moment, he did not wish to engage in conflict with the Wu clan. Firstly, De Xiaoyang was indeed formidable, and secondly, he did not want to miss hearing the teachings. De Xiaoyang wasted no time. He immediately set up the Yin-Yang cycle array on the Chunying sword and Heavenly Emperor's sword. Then, he forged the Heavenly Emperor's sword with the source fire, merging its power into the Chunying sword to elevate its grade. Among these, the most crucial element was the Yin-Yang cycle array. With the great devouring technique and his recent insights, he believed success was possible. Tai Ching, do not merely channel the 6 Ding divine fire from the innate 8 trigrams furnace. Also unleash your Samadhi true fire. Once the formal process began, De Xiaoyang directly pointed out. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi and Tong Tian were utterly astonished. The Samadhi true fire was something Tai Ching had just acquired, known only to their brotherhood. Could it be that De Xiaoyang's ability to divine the heavenly secrets was truly so outrageous? Tai Ching was equally shocked, but he was more eager to hear the continuation, exerting every effort to unleash both divine fires in support. Coupled with De Xiaoyang's purple star heavenly fire, the upper-grade innate spiritual treasure Heavenly Emperor's sword seemed truly unable to withstand it. However, the pace was too slow. Without 10,000 years, it was utterly impossible to complete. Brother Xiaoyang, I shall lend a hand. Seeing the situation, Zhu Rong instructed his brothers and sisters to guard, then unleashed his own fire divine powers to assist. Haha, thank you, Brother. De Xiaoyang rejoiced. Zhu Rong was later known as the Fire God. The Wu clan was strong not only because of their physical prowess, but also due to their terrifying innate divine abilities since their birth. However, even with Zhu Rong's assistance, the speed remained insufficient. They still could not complete it before Hongjun began his teachings. This clearly indicated that De Xiaoyang had underestimated the innate treasures generated by heaven and earth. They were truly not easy to destroy. Just as he was about to give up, De Xiaoyang suddenly recalled the pressure of Buzhou Mountain. After some deliberation, he suddenly struck the sky with his palm. Using Yin-Yang mixed whole to absorb the pressure from Buzhou Mountain, then launched a fierce attack on the Heavenly Emperor's sword. Imph! Yuanshi Tianzuan scoffed disdainfully. To assist with the pressure of Buzhou Mountain? A foolish dream. Even if it were useful, how much pressure could he draw upon? It would be a waste of effort. Yet, he was unaware of the wonders and peculiarities of De Xiaoyang's great devouring technique, capable of refining even the bloodline of his clan. The reason for employing Yin-Yang mixed whole was merely to conceal the great devouring technique. As the pressure from Buzhou Mountain continued to coalesce, extraordinary effects truly began to manifest. The indestructible Heavenly Emperor's sword not only had its power dissipated, but was also continuously absorbing its essence through the Chunying sword, making it difficult for the sword body to endure. Causing Yuanshi's face to lengthen. Yuanshi, how embarrassing for you. What you cannot achieve does not mean others cannot succeed. With your meager cultivation, do you still aspire to suppress De Xiaoyang? The ancestral witch Xianming, with her cold and domineering nature, had long been displeased with Yuanshi. Hmph! You Wu clan only reveres your father god, self-proclaiming the Wu clan as the true Panga lineage, disregarding the creatures of the Honghuang world. yet shamelessly worshipping a despicable demon lord. How dare you speak? Yuanshi coldly snorted in dissatisfaction. You Wu clan show no respect for heaven or earth, yet you fear that Di Xiaoyang may one day turn his attention towards your clan? Yuanshi, you truly are insidious. Why Wu clan fears no one, nor do we care. We simply admire the strength of Di Xiaoyang's physical form. Shiming retorted coldly. If it weren't for your possession of the celestial celebration cloud and the apricot yellow banner, would you dare to challenge Di Xiaoyang? Just wait, I will slay this demon lord sooner or later. Yuanshi immediately turned away, unwilling to speak further. Then we shall wait and see. Shiming genuinely wished to observe the situation of Yuanshi battling Di Xiaoyang, regretting even more that she had not witnessed Di Xiaoyang defeating Donghuang Tai. Time in Honghuang was immeasurable. 1,000 years had passed since the sage's teachings. The individuals present grew anxious. If they did not set off soon, they might miss the teachings. Shatter for me. Suddenly, Di Xiaoyang let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a barrage of punches upon the heaven and earth sword. The heavenly emperor's sword, which suffered the brunt of the attack, could no longer withstand the onslaught and swiftly shattered. All the power, driven by the array of yin and yang, converged into the pure yang sword for its final ascension. Boom! Rumble. Shortly after, the pure yang sword erupted in a brilliant radiance, releasing an unparalleled sword aura that soared into the sky. The sheer force of it caused the formidable beings present to change countenance. Pure yang is gentle, while the ultimate yang is fierce. This sword, having fused the essence of pure yang and ultimate yang, greatly augmented its might, capable of subduing all things yin and malevolent. Ha ha, splendid. From this moment forth, you shall be called Heavenly Sin, the sin of defying heaven. The quest for justice in this world, and the eradication of all malevolence among sentient beings. With the new sword in hand, Di Xiaoyang's ambition surged skyward. It was uncertain whether the heavenly sin was too powerful or if Di Xiaoyang was too audacious. In that moment, thunder roared incessantly, seemingly serving as a warning. Di Xiaoyang paid no heed, for the current heavenly principle was merciless, yet fair, sparing no one from arbitrary destruction. However, once Hongjun achieved unity, that might no longer hold true. Meanwhile, the assembled mighty beings were left dumbfounded by Di Xiaoyang's bold proclamations. The quest for justice against heaven, the pursuit of fairness in the world, the extermination of malevolence. What grandiose declarations! Amusingly, it was Di Xiaoyang himself who was the most detestable sinner. A true demon lord, Tai Ching, let us begin. Di Xiaoyang cast a glance at the crowd, eagerly awaiting Tai Ching's response. Tai Ching, with utmost reverence, withdrew the imprint and presented the innate 8 trigrams furnace. Ha ha, splendid. You all have accompanied me for thousands of years, forging deep bonds. Let us listen together and see what insights you may glean, depending on your talents. Di Xiaoyang stowed away the treasure and spoke aloud. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of myriad things. Therefore, one should always be desireless to observe its marvels, and always be desirous to observe its boundaries. These two emerge together but differ in name. Both are called profound. Profound beyond profound, it is the gateway to all wonders. Chapter 24. The difficult path to understanding a passage from the Tao Te Ching left the mighty beings present utterly awestruck. Although most could not comprehend its depths, they sensed the profound essence it contained, revealing expressions of incredulity. Particularly, Inhua was taken aback, never expecting Di Xiaoyang to possess such unfathomable insights. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Upon hearing this, Tai Ching immediately bowed deeply, his gaze towards Di Xiaoyang transformed. There is no need for such formality, Tai Ching. This is merely a transaction of benefits. Neither of us owes the other anything, and there is no karma involved. We are even now. Di Xiaoyang was taken aback. If Tai Ching were to treat him with the respect of a master, wouldn't Ti Hongjun come after him? Engaging in the acquisition of a sage's disciple was a perilous endeavor. He must not oppose Hongjun at this moment, but rather comply. I will develop cautiously. Very well, in the future, should there be any flaws, I invite you to visit Kunlun Mountain, and I shall welcome you wholeheartedly. After a slight bow filled with regret, Tai Ching immediately soared away from Buzhou Mountain. He felt that Di Xiaoyang's knowledge and understanding of the Tao far surpassed that of countless innate deities. The various mighty beings also bowed and departed, as the opportunity to listen to the Tao was imminent, and time was of the essence. Shall we depart together, brother Xiaoyang, or will you journey alone? Zhurong inquired as the 12 ancestors of sorcery gathered. Nay, I wish to contemplate further. You may proceed ahead. De Xiaoyang expressed his gratitude. I sincerely thank you, brother Zhurong, and all the ancestors for your immense support. Di Xiaoyang was not one to be ungrateful. He immediately extracted 12 portions of 3 lights divine water and presented them before the ancestors of sorcery. Brother Xiaoyang, Di Jiang exclaimed in astonishment. This was the foremost healing elixir, capable of dispelling all toxins and even restoring flesh and bone, greatly benefiting the ancestors' rigorous cultivation. Such trifling matters are of no consequence. Why bond with brother Zhurong is profound. We can exchange lives if need be. Please accept it, and should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Di Xiaoyang possessed an abundance of 3 lights divine water. This amount was insignificant. Besides, without offering something substantial, how could the 12 ancestors be willing to part with their precious resources for him? Good brother, my elder brother has always looked down upon me, claiming I lack intelligence and am easily deceived, destined to be harmed by others. Upon hearing this, Zhurong nearly burst into tears and rushed forward to embrace Di Xiaoyang. Elder brother, do you see? Has my brother Xiaoyang deceived or used me? Upon hearing this, Di Jiang was infuriated, wishing to dash his head against a wall. You simpleton, you utter fool. Even if I said those words, you cannot reveal them in front of Di Xiaoyang. Brother Xiaoyang, you must understand that Zhurong is straightforward and easily manipulated by others. Di Jiang hastily gestured as he approached. In the future, I ask for your guidance. Brother Xiaoyang, rest assured, brother Di Jiang, whoever dares to bully or conspire against my brother Zhurong, I shall flay their skin, pull out their tendons, drain their blood, and reduce their bones to ashes, ensuring they never attain rebirth. Di Xiaoyang proclaimed with righteous fervor. Good brother, you are too kind to me. Good brother, do you not wish to drink blood? Come, I shall let you have as much as you desire. Zhurong, overwhelmed with gratitude, immediately produced an innate spiritual treasure-level dagger to cut his wrist. Hey, you foolish child. Elder brother understands your intentions, so there's no need for that now. I have acquired plenty of dragon blood from the dragon clan. Time is of the essence. Let us set forth to the Zixiao Palace. Di Xiaoyang quickly interjected. Although it was said that the witch clan lacked primordial spirits, rendering their understanding of the Tao less significant, it was of immense importance to Sister Hutu, and thus, he could not afford to miss this opportunity. Brother Xiaoyang. Di Jiang was taken aback. The news had already spread throughout the wilderness that Di Xiaoyang had once predicted the advent of the saints at the lunar star, preaching the Tao throughout the wilderness. Today, he had even impressed Taiching with a passage from the Tao Te Ching, indicating he was privy to many vital matters. Heavenly secrets must not be divulged. When Sister Hutu encounters tribulations in the future, I shall intervene to rescue her. Brother Di Jiang need not inquire further. Let us depart. Di Xiaoyang dared not say more. Currently, the pressure of Buzhou Mountain was unparalleled. While Hong Jun could not peer into these events, it was uncertain whether he could calculate them. After the 12 ancestors departed, Di Xiaoyang transformed the remnants of the Heavenly Emperor's sword into the sheath of Heavenly Sin, which he then hung at his waist. Once this sword was sheathed, divine might was revealed. Holding a bamboo flute in one hand and a precious sword at his waist, he appeared both dashing and ethereal, surpassing even Emperor Jun in grandeur. After laying down dozens of seals upon his body, Di Xiaoyang finally set forth towards the Zixiao Palace. Soaring into the heavens, perilous challenges awaited. Various destructive thunders and terrifying elemental forces could obliterate even a great Luo Golden Immortal upon impact. Beings of the Tai Golden Immortal realm would perish upon mere contact, their souls scattering into nothingness. Moreover, the closer one approached the chaos, the stronger the pressure became, making progress increasingly difficult. What audacity! A mere mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal dares to seek the Tao. Upon reaching the Nine Heavens Gale region, Di Xiaoyang unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure, the Wind Thunder Crimson Winged Beast, which he had previously hitchhiked with to the Eastern Sea. This little demon was exceedingly bold. Now facing imminent peril amidst the gale, Di Xiaoyang sighed and landed on its back, delivering a punch that shattered all the gale. The great demon lord, the Wind Thunder Crimson Winged Beast, upon realizing it was Di Xiaoyang. Initially trembled in fright, but soon calmed down with overwhelming joy. Great Demon Lord, how delightful, Thunder Red Wing. You once carried me. Today, I shall assist you in reaching the Zixiao Palace to hear the Tao. With a wave of his hand, Di Xiaoyang bestowed the Dragon Clan's wind and rain summoning technique upon its wings. Yes, thank you for the name, my lord. The Wind Thunder Crimson Wing Beast rejoiced. From now on, I shall be called Lei Qi, and I shall follow my lord forever. What? Di Xiaoyang was taken aback. The little demon was quite clever, adept at climbing the ladder of favoritism. Hold on tight, my lord. We are taking off with a mighty cry. Lei Qi surged forth with all its might, disregarding whether Di Xiaoyang approved. Di Xiaoyang laughed, tacitly consenting. With Di Xiaoyang's enhancement, Lei Qi's speed soared, surpassing many Peaktai golden immortal beings, filling Lei Qi with pride and perfectly exemplifying the adage of a dog relying on its master's power. As they advanced further, Di Xiaoyang suddenly spotted the sisters Shiha and Changxi working together on their journey. He called out from behind, "Good disciples, your master has missed you dearly. Have you missed your master?" "Sister, hurry!" Shiha, startled, turned to glance back and urged Changxi to fly with all her might, wishing to avoid an encounter with Di Xiaoyang. "Naughty, naughty!" Changxi shot a fierce glare back. "Dear disciples, do not run away." Di Xiaoyang's eyes sparkled with mischief, suddenly finding the situation amusing. "Lei Qi, let us catch up with them, of course, my lord. Just watch how I chase down the two esteemed ladies." With a knowing wink, Lei Qi immediately accelerated, deliberately leaving some distance. "Ha ha, ha ha, you coward, you are quite clever." Di Xiaoyang laughed heartily, finding this little creature more in tune with his thoughts than even the mischievous little girl, undoubtedly having had its share of fun teasing the female demons. Chapter 25. Battling the Eastern Emperor Tai, the monotonous journey instantly transformed into a lively affair. It is often said that the combination of men and women makes labor less tiresome. Yet the beings of the wilderness remained oblivious, focused solely on their solitary cultivation. With two beautiful figures sprinting ahead, he trailed behind, finding it all rather delightful. "Great Demon Lord, what are your intentions?" Shiha, unable to fight back or escape, was growing increasingly agitated. "My dear, I have missed you both. After nearly 10 millennia without your company to knead my shoulders and relieve my fatigue, I have lost so much weight," the Emperor Xiaoyang, with a heavy expression laced with sarcasm, remarked. "Two young ladies, do you not long for your master? Such shamelessness." Shiha scolded vehemently. "Changxi, you are the most filial. After all these years, have you not thought of your master? I have always cherished you, crafting so many beautiful celestial garments for you." A secret smile played on Emperor Xiaoyang's lips as he added, "I not only taught you to play the flute, but also to dance. Have you forgotten? You scoundrel," Changxi retorted, pouting as she cast a glare back at him, her voice filled with indignation. "You taught me to play the flute and dance solely for your own benefit, so that I would perform for you. You wretch, I shall no longer trust you. I will never wear the celestial garments or jewelry you crafted." Changxi's face flushed at this point, for the garments Emperor Xiaoyang had made for her were nothing but rags. Exposing limbs and adorned with deep V-necks, which he had the audacity to label as fashionable and trendy, it was no wonder that she sometimes found herself salivating at the sight of them. "Disciple, do not abandon your master," Emperor Xiaoyang lamented, pounding his chest in despair as he chased after her. "Do not speak. If you continue to follow us, I shall strike you." Changxi knew Emperor Xiaoyang was merely feigning distress. Yet she could not help but respond. Despite his exaggerated expressions, which bordered on absurdity, there stirred within him a genuine concern, making it difficult for him to maintain his fierce demeanor. "Licentious scoundrel, cease your arrogance," Shiha interjected. "Changxi, my fellow Taoist, quickly join me behind our brothers." Just as the chase reached its height, a most irksome voice suddenly rang out before them. "Damn it, you wretched birds, is it you again?" Upon glancing, Emperor Xiaoyang recognized not only Dijuan but also Dong Huangtai. "You vile scoundrel, first deceiving the goddess of the moon, then relentlessly pursuing her. Do you truly believe yourself invincible in the primordial realm?" Dong Huangtai, clad in imperial robes, exuded an extraordinary aura as he coldly declared, "Today, I shall rid the primordial beings of a great menace. Ha! What audacity! I grant you this opportunity. Come at me together, brothers. Emperor Xiaoyang's accompanying innate treasure had already reached the level of a supreme innate spiritual treasure, renamed Heavenly Sin, and he was eager for a battle to test its might. Go deal with you. Do I need my elder brother? Today is not like the past. I alone can subdue you. Prepare to receive my challenge. Enemies meeting face to face are particularly fierce. Dong Huangtai would not waste words. He summoned the chaos bell above his head, unleashing his formidable powers in relentless suppression. Witnessing this impending battle, both Shiha and Changshi wore expressions of complexity. Fret not, my fellow Taoists, my younger brother knows shame and strives for progress. He has already broken through to the mid-stage of De Luo Jin Xian and will surely suppress this great demon. Dijuan offered a slight smile. Confidently saluting, Shiha and Changshi exchanged awkward nods, for their concern lay not with Dong Huangtai, but with Emperor Xiaoyang. His obsession with physical cultivation had left his primordial spirit realm lacking, creating a significant gap between him and the innate deities. How absurd to advance to the mid-stage of De Luo Jin Xian. I think that propping the chaos bell atop his head would suffice to contend with me? Holding Heavenly Sin, Emperor Xiaoyang responded with a series of cold laughs. Dong Huangtai was indeed powerful, yet he had been thoroughly subdued by Emperor Xiaoyang, unable to unleash his rage and relying solely on the chaos bell for defense. Without the divine power of the chaos bell, no matter the attack, it would be thwarted by Heavenly Sin. Cursed demon, you have actually fused the Heavenly Emperor's sword with the pure Yang sword, elevating its grade to a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Dong Huangtai quickly discerned the secret. Finally figured it out? The chaos bell needs protection lest I poke your weaknesses. What will you use to break my treasure? Emperor Xiaoyang laughed heartily, deliberately provoking him. Is it the true sun fire or the golden crow transformation technique? Wretched bird, you shall never triumph over me in this lifetime. Second brother, do not be impulsive, Dijuan cautioned. Sensing the trap, he seeks to enrage you, luring you into using the chaos bell to find an opportunity to unleash his terrifying physical strength. The situation was indeed dire. How could Emperor Xiaoyang possess such a miraculous method to elevate his treasure's grade? With his unmatched physical prowess and now wielding a supreme innate spiritual treasure, he had virtually no shortcomings, perfectly compensating for the weakness of his primordial spirit. Had he known this, why would he take the lead? Ha! You think you can still flirt with my disciple in front of me? Take a good look at yourselves. You are nothing but frogs dreaming of swans. Emperor Xiaoyang resumed his mocking tone. You two wretched birds are fit to marry two sows and produce a litter of piglets that are neither pigs nor birds. Upon hearing this, both Shiha and Changshi nearly burst into laughter. Emperor Xiaoyang remained the same, his tongue sharp and unrivaled. It was remarkable how he conceived such an image. Piglets that were neither pigs nor birds? Wasn't that merely a pig with golden crow wings? How could the three-legged golden crow, born a ruler, not be enraged? Demon, perish! Dong Huangtai shouted. Chaos bell, suppress him. Infuriated, he raised his hands to the heavens, immediately directing the chaos bell at Emperor Xiaoyang. As the bell tolled, an overwhelming celestial might surged forth, causing the very space to collapse, unleashing waves of destructive power that rendered the already perilous terrain even more terrifying. What a splendid opportunity! Emperor Xiaoyang desired precisely this effect. The path to enlightenment was fraught with dangers, and even De Luo Jin Xian faced significant perils. With the chaos bell wreaking havoc, the threat intensified, yet with his physical invincibility, he could seize the advantage. Ah, sister, save me! At that moment, a black hole suddenly appeared in the space around Changshi, swiftly engulfing her. In the same instant, Shiha and Dijuan found themselves in peril, unable to offer assistance. Cursed fate! Disciple, do not panic. Your master shall save you. This unforeseen turn of events caught even Emperor Xiaoyang off guard. Utilizing yin-yang reversal to break free from the suppression of the chaos bell, he leaped directly into the black hole, swiftly wrapping his arms around Changshi. However, the black hole's devouring force was too formidable, closing at an alarming speed. Emperor Xiaoyang could not rescue Changshi in time. He himself was also on the verge of being swallowed. Plunging into a terrifying temporal chaos, if he could not escape, returning to the primordial realm would be nigh impossible. In this moment of utmost urgency, a beam of golden light suddenly illuminated the surroundings. It was the Kunlun mirror. Salvation had arrived. Emperor Xiaoyang rejoiced. The Kunlun mirror possessed the ability to traverse time and space, naturally capable of rescuing both him and Changxi from the black hole's grasp. Do not resist. The voice of Shi Wangmu resonated. The light transformed into a binding force. In a flash, Emperor Xiaoyang and Changxi found themselves out of danger, reappearing on the previous void path. Shi Wangmu, you have thwarted my plans. Perish, Donghuang Tai, upon seeing Emperor Xiaoyang escape, immediately redirected his fury towards Shi Wangmu, the divine power of the chaos bell descending upon her. Donghuang Tai, do you dare? Emperor Xiaoyang's heart nearly shattered at this sight. Shi Wangmu, with only the early stage of De Luo Jin Xian cultivation and lacking powerful treasures for protection, how could she survive beneath the chaos bell? With a single strike, even if by chance she did not perish, she would be gravely injured. Emperor Xiaoyang could not allow such a fate to befall her. As the seal was lifted, the astonishing might of a late-stage De Luo Jin Xian manifested, surging towards Shi Wangmu. Bift, bift. Just as the chaos bell descended upon Shi Wangmu, Emperor Xiaoyang appeared before her in the nick of time, physically withstanding the force of the chaos bell to shield her from harm. The chaos bell was indeed an invincible force. Even someone as formidable as Emperor Xiaoyang coughed up blood, sustaining severe injuries. You? Shi Wangmu was utterly astonished, never having imagined that Emperor Xiaoyang would risk his own safety to save her. She was equally taken aback by his rapid advancement in physical cultivation. Having reached the late stage of De Luo Jin Xian, Donghuang Tai, if you dare to harm my wife, you shall meet your end. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Emperor Xiaoyang turned with a fierce countenance, his murderous intent shaking the heavens and the earth. Demon, do you think you stand a chance against me? Today, I shall utterly annihilate you and rid the primordial realm of a great scourge. Da. Chaos Bell, suppress him. Donghuang Tai rejoiced, brimming with excitement. He would not squander such a rare opportunity, unleashing all his strength to command the Chaos Bell. As his physical form ascended once more, achieving the late stage of De Luo Jin Xian, he thought, what does it matter if you are one level higher? You are already gravely injured. How can you withstand the subsequent assault? Ignorant fool, you believe my injuries grant you the audacity to act recklessly? The one capable of slaying me has yet to be born. Emperor Xiaoyang was now thoroughly enraged. Even if he faced the wrath of Hongjun, he would not let Donghuang Tai slip away. Primordial 3 transformations. First transformation, the wrath of the true dragon. With a furious roar, the dragon bloodline within Emperor Xiaoyang surged, covering his body in dragon scales as both his aura and strength soared dramatically. The terrifying might of the dragon forced Wangmu to retreat repeatedly in a desperate struggle. Donghuang Tai, mock me all you like. The chaos bell is descending upon you swiftly. Di Xiaoyang let out a cold snort, his iron fist striking out with tremendous force, colliding fiercely with the power of the chaos bell. The world-shattering clash brought forth calamity. The observing Wangmu, Dijuan, Shiha, and Changxi, while dodging danger, all displayed expressions of astonishment. Di Xiaoyang had actually used his physical prowess to withstand the chaos bell? Very well. How many times can you withstand such force? Donghuang Tai was equally shocked and thoroughly enraged, once again unleashing his might. The first transformation of primordial chaos. Second transformation, the roar of the Qilin. Di Xiaoyang, unafraid of battle, felt the bloodline of the Qilin surge within him, amplifying his physical might and strength once more. Another clash ensued, with an even greater force, shaking the very heavens, the primordial treasure. The chaos bell was actually pushed back slightly, almost overwhelming Donghuang Tai with its impact. The notion of a primordial treasure was utterly laughable. The first transformation of primordial chaos, divine phoenix rebirth, undying and indestructible, Di Xiaoyang displayed a show of might, with the bloodline of the phoenix erupting, granting his physical form a third enhancement in power. With the third transformation manifested, Di Xiaoyang propelled himself forward, his iron fist aimed directly at Donghuang Tai. This is bad. Hutu and Luoshu, go. In a state of panic, Dijuan leaped beside Donghuang Tai, joining forces to resist. Boom, boom, boom. A single punch reverberated for thousands of miles, shattering the void repeatedly, startling all living beings along the path of listening to Tao. A terrifying punch, stunning the primordial world. Two innate sovereigns, both peak powers among the Daluo Jinxian, barely managed to fend off Di Xiaoyang's strike together. The sheer magnitude of power was beyond belief. How could a being formed from the very first strand of primordial pure yang possess the might of the three innate clans? Even more terrifying was the eruption of strength that transcended the limits of the physical form, rendering even primordial treasures unable to withstand it. Its horror was unimaginable. Second brother, let us go. Dijuan dared not linger. Swiftly pulling Donghuang Tai upwards, biffed, biffed, Di Xiaoyang would not allow them to escape easily, but as he moved, a mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. Dijuan and Donghuang Tai, indeed worthy of their titles as innate sovereigns. Even when employing secret techniques based on their primordial three-clan bloodlines to forcibly enhance their physical strength, they still could not overcome the brothers. You rascal, how are you? Changshi exclaimed, tears streaming down her face as she leaped forward. Ha ha, you could enter the bridal chamber right away. Di Xiaoyang, feeling her concern, laughed joyfully. You rascal. How can you be so shameless after sustaining such serious injuries? Changshi, exasperated, longed to land a punch on him. Not at all. You may not wish to think of me as your master, but I think of you. Not being master and disciple is perfectly fine. Being husband and wife is even more wonderful, don't you agree? Di Xiaoyang smiled faintly, gazing at her half seriously, half playfully. Rascal, stop talking nonsense. Changshi blushed fiercely, glaring at him. I will first treat your injuries. Humph, he doesn't need treatment. His ability to utter such shameless words indicated that his injuries were not severe, and he was in no need of healing. Zhuangmu approached, displeased. I saved you once, and you saved me once. We owe each other nothing. One day, I shall surely seek revenge. I forgot the lady is still present. Di Xiaoyang feigned surprise, secretly delighted. Although Zhuangmu attempted to conceal her emotions, she felt a twinge of discomfort seeing him tease Changshi, revealing a hint of jealousy. Be silent. I have only an irreconcilable enmity with you. Zhuangmu shouted angrily. This time I saved you, solely to rescue Sister Chang 11 my lady. Do not treat me this way. I have been gravely injured by Donghuang Tai, and I fear I cannot reach the Zhixiao Palace to listen to the Tao. Only the primordial yin-yang energy within you can assist me in recovery. Di Xiaoyang's eyes darted, as he pitifully pleaded. Could you truly bear to leave me here? Di Xiaoyang, shut your mouth, I have already said. I have only an irreconcilable enmity with you. Not seeking revenge on you now is already an act of great mercy. Farewell. With a wave of her hand, Zhuangmu soared away. Yet, after distancing herself, she could not help but glance back at Di Xiaoyang. Revealing a hint of worry. Chapter 27. Gathering at Zhixiao Palace. Zhuangmu's heart is indeed ruthless. Observing her cold departure, Changshi grew increasingly worried. If only she had the primordial yin-yang energy, it would surely aid Di Xiaoyang in swiftly recovering from his injuries, preventing him from missing the opportunity to listen to the Tao. Indeed, you are the best disciple. Di Xiaoyang sighed, immediately collapsing into Changshi's embrace. Sister, together we can also evolve the yin-yang energy. Would you help rescue this rascal? Changshi did not shy away, glaring fiercely at Di Xiaoyang before turning to Shiha. Shiha remained silent, slowly approaching Di Xiaoyang. After a pause, she finally spoke. I can save you once, but from now on, there shall be no more master-disciple relationship. Shiha, you truly still harbor feelings for your master. Di Xiaoyang exclaimed with delight, speaking earnestly. Let us not be master and disciple, but husband and wife. We shall remain inseparable for all eternity. You are truly shameless. My desire not to be your disciple is not to become your wife. Do you wish the entire primordial realm to rise against you? Shiha stomped her foot in frustration. Husband, wife, darling. These terms she had heard Di Xiaoyang utter countless times, fully understanding their implications. You are concerned for me? Di Xiaoyang grinned widely. In these turbulent primordial times, he could finally do all the things he had longed to do in his past life. How could he not indulge himself and live freely? You rascal. Shiha, unable to contain her frustration, immediately grasped Changshi's hand. Changshi, let us go. But, his injuries? Changshi's heart softened, unable to turn a blind eye. Though she felt displeased with Di Xiaoyang's shameless behavior, seeing him risk everything to save her made her willing to overlook it. All right, I was just teasing you. The mere injuries would not prevent him from listening to the Tao, nor did he need them to expend their essence to heal him. Watch, Di Xiaoyang smiled faintly, revealing the 3 light divine water, which instantly healed his wounds at a visible rate. You? Shiha's anger flared even more. If he had such a miraculous item as the 3 light divine water, why not use it sooner? Clearly to toy with them? Do not be angry. Anger does not enhance beauty, Di Xiaoyang chuckled. Your essence will be saved for when we practice together, surely enhancing your cultivation and allowing you to break through realms consecutively. Shameless, detestable. Shiha's face flushed, and she promptly pulled Changxi away. Why, Lord? There's also the little one. The little one is dying. Di Xiaoyang contemplated moving forward. He suddenly heard a familiar, weak voice. Turning around, he saw Lei Qiaying barely clinging to life. In a pitiful state. You coward, luck is on your side. Surviving this, you possess some fortune. Henceforth, you shall follow me as my steed. Di Xiaoyang astonishingly produced a drop of 3 light divine water. During his battle with Dong Huang Tai, it was only through the combined efforts of Zhuangmu, Shiha, and Changxi that they managed to withstand the residual impact. How could a mere Tai Jinshin mid-stage survive? Thank you, my lord. After receiving the 3 light divine water, Lei Qiaying's wounds healed, and he spoke with renewed vigor. Several centuries later, Di Xiaoyang, accompanied by Lei Qiaying, arrived at the entrance of Zhixiao Palace. A sweep of his divine sense revealed that the weakest beings present to listen to the Tao were at the peak of Tai Jingxian, with the majority having already ascended to the early stages of Daluo Jingxian. As they awaited the arrival of Jane and Zhuanti, the number was precisely 3,000. Of course, Lei Qiaying was not included among them. He was merely a mount. The moment Di Xiaoyang appeared, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, filled with hostility, hatred, fear, and apprehension. All eyes fixated upon him. Even the golden boy and jade girl at the palace gate, Hao Yin and Yao Qi, regarded him with enmity. This left Di Xiaoyang utterly bewildered. Had he truly committed any heinous acts to deserve such scorn? My lord, it is not surprising. Over the millennia, Zhuangmu has forged numerous good relations through the innate spirit root, Renwater peaches, and most have benefited from her grace. Lei Qiaying explained with a low chuckle. Zhuangmu has enmity with you, coupled with her penchant for drinking blood. How could they treat you kindly? Di Xiaoyang finally comprehended. It seemed that the Dong Wang Gong had fallen out of favor among the 3,000 worldly guests due to Zhuangmu's influence. Who would not adore an innate deity adorned with spirit roots and noble grace? Dong Wang Gong and Zhuangmu were, after all, fated to be a pair, who would not harbor jealousy and resentment. Adding to that was the esteemed position of the male celestial leader. If they did not eliminate Dong Wang Gong, who else would they target? Contemplating this, Di Xiaoyang felt a chill in his heart. If he did not perish, the demon clan would not rise to prominence, and thus could not contend against the shaman clan. If he did not perish, Hao Yin and Yao Qi could not inherit the title of Heavenly Emperor, governing all beings of the 3 realms. Upon such reflection, they were all indeed foes. What are you all staring at? What are you looking at? If anyone dares to gaze upon this lord again, I shall pluck out your eyes and toss them into the cesspit to soak for a century. While Di Xiaoyang was in a foul mood, Lei Qiaying mimicked his catchphrase, roaring fiercely, impudence. A mount adorned with fur and horns dares to gather with us innate deities. Do you seek death? Yuan Shi, infuriated by the actions of Emperor Xiaoyang, retaliated immediately. Alas! Brother Yuan Shi speaks wisely, and his words are well-deserved. Lei Qiai, backed by Emperor Xiaoyang, fearlessly pointed to the formidable beings such as Dong Huang Tai, Di Jun, Kuan Peng, and Bai Zhe. You vile wretch! What is your status that you dare to address me as brother? Yuan Shi, ever proud and disdainful, looked down upon those beings of peculiar appearance, oblivious to Lei Qi's true intentions. Second brother, do not be rude. Tai Ching, perceiving the shift in hostile glances, hastily intervened. The likes of Dong Huang Tai, Di Jun, Kuan Peng, and Bai Zhe were all adorned with fur and horns, belonging to the category of those born of the wet and egg-like. Elder brother, why do you hinder me? A mere mount, lacking even the qualifications to comprehend the Tao, dares to be so audacious. It should be slain to offer blood and sacrifice to our Sanqing. Yuan Shi coldly retorted, dismissively waving his hand. Yuan Shi, do you dare to try and kill me? Emperor Xiaoyang suddenly awoke and stepped forward. He bore the title Xiaoyang Emperor, yet found himself overshadowed by his own mount's presence. A truly embarrassing moment. What if all the 3,000 mortals are enemies? Whoever wishes for my demise shall meet their end. I shall carve a path drenched in blood, illuminating the heavens, a road of immortality that makes the cosmos tremble. Friend Emperor Xiaoyang, this is the front of the Zishao Palace. Do not act recklessly. Yuan Shi, filled with rage, suppressed his voice, while the Taoist boy Hao Tian stepped forward to admonish. You little rodent. What are you? Yuan Shi dared not speak, yet you come to his defense. You are but a stone come to life, fortunate enough to be taken as a disciple by a sage. Emperor Xiaoyang's powerful physique, at the late stage of De Luo Jin Xian, immediately exerted its might. Chapter 28. Flirting in the Yao Pool, the wild demon Emperor Xiaoyang indeed lives up to his reputation. Wherever he goes, he shines brightly, his words stirring up great waves. This is a sage's disciple, and he dares to insult another as insignificant. Such audacity even earns the admiration of the 12 wild ones of the Wu clan. They do not submit to Hong Jun, but only dare to grumble behind his back. Yet this is the sage's domain. In an instant, the crowd was filled with righteous indignation, though all were too fearful to voice their anger. They had all felt the tremors of the battle along the path of the Tao, and now witnessed that Emperor Xiaoyang had indeed elevated his physical body to a terrifying level of the late stage of De Luo Jin Xian. No wonder he had driven Di Jun and Dong Huangtai to flee in panic. Rumors say that while Emperor Xiaoyang emerged victorious, it was a Pyrrhic victory, leaving him gravely injured. Yet, his imposing aura bore no resemblance to one who was heavily wounded. His mere presence made it difficult for Hao Tian to withstand. You little rodent, you are supporting the wrong foot, Yuan Shi. Of such high stature as one of the Sanqing, born of Panga Yuan Shi, would look down upon one as insignificant as you, a mere Taoist boy. Emperor Xiaoyang smiled slightly. In his eyes, you too are but a creature of peculiar appearance, foolishly rising to prominence. Did you say? Hao Tian's face reddened with humiliation. Yuan Shi couldn't even be bothered to glance at him, which was even more infuriating. Humph! Out of respect for the sage, I will only call you a little rodent. Without that status, I would crush you with a single slap. Emperor Xiaoyang would not deign to flatter Hao Tian. What does it matter that he was appointed as the heavenly emperor by Hong Jun? He is merely commanded by the 6 great sages, lacking any dignity of a true emperor. You are being impertinent. Hao Tian's fury boiled over. Sensing the situation was turning, the Yao Pool goddess hurriedly stepped forward to restrain him, shaking her head in warning. This is the most fearsome demon of the primordial world, who has beaten Dong Huangtai, threatened the Sanqing, and humiliated the Western Queen Mother. He surely does not care for the sage's disciple. Ha ha ha. At least the Yao Pool beauty understands propriety. Unlike the little rodent, who is so arrogant and ignorant, thinking he can leverage the sage's name. Emperor Xiaoyang laughed heartily, brandishing a superior innate spiritual treasure. Friend, do you dare to act violently in the sage's domain? Upon seeing the sword, Yao Pool's expression changed, quickly shielding Hao Tian behind her. The beauty is mistaken. This sword is called Kuan Wu Sword, a recent trophy of mine. Its power is commendable. Emperor Xiaoyang waved his hand. Come now. Call me Brother Xiaoyang, and this superior innate spiritual treasure, Kuan Wu Sword, shall be yours. Really? The Yao Pool beauty, naive and without formidable treasures herself, instantly sparkled with excitement. Witnessing this, Di Jun and Dong Huangtai seethed with resentment. That was a superior innate spiritual treasure, hard to come by, and now they were forced to compensate Emperor Xiaoyang. This damned rascal, is he truly trying to embarrass them? Indeed, more genuine than pearls. I am the first manifestation of the pure yang energy of the primordial world. I embody righteousness and love to uphold justice, protecting beautiful maidens. Emperor Xiaoyang nodded earnestly. In the future, if the little rodent dares to bully you, simply slash him with a sword, rendering him unable to be a man. You are quite wicked. The Yao Pool's impression of him changed instantly, her face flushed with amusement. She knew it was improper to accept, yet she found it utterly charming. This is not wickedness. It is a heart captivated by beauty. The more wicked the man, the more likely he is to be adored. Just look at the Western Queen Mother and the Lunar Goddess, both of whom adore me. After a triumphant laugh, Emperor Xiaoyang suddenly leaned close to the Yao Pool's ear. There is a saying, a man who is not bad. A woman will not love. You must be cautious now. You must wish to kill me. The Yao Pool, residing in the Zishao Palace, had traversed the primordial world and knew much. You do not understand. There is a saying, love born from hate. The deeper the hatred, the deeper the love. The Western Queen Mother's affection is a testament to this. Ignoring the gazes of others, Emperor Xiaoyang continued to flirt. Beautiful maiden. Accept this treasure. If you do not, some meddlesome creature may come to snatch it away. Humph. The Yao Pool shot him a glare but hastily accepted the treasure. Di Jun and Dong Huang Taiyi's anger surged. Yet they dared not act outside the Zishao Palace. Nearby, the Western Queen Mother, Shi He, and Changshi glared at Emperor Xiaoyang, seemingly displeased with his flirtations. That rascal. Once we go in, I shall take a seat. After the Yao Pool joyfully departed, she suddenly turned back, whispering a warning. Emperor Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback, nearly bursting into laughter. It is often said that human nature is inherently good, and indeed it holds true. At this moment, the Yao Pool appeared kind-hearted and lovable, understanding the importance of gratitude. One wonders what transpired after she became the Queen Mother, for her character twisted, her manner becoming ruthless. Sister Yao Ji, Yang Jin's family, and their 7 daughters have all faced calamities. Meanwhile, the ever-kind Hong Yun approached Emperor Xiaoyang. Friend, it has been a while. Your physical cultivation has grown immensely formidable. You are not doing poorly either. Nearing the mid-stage of De Luo Jin Xian, Emperor Xiaoyang smiled slightly. How have the years treated you? How many good deeds have you performed? I am ashamed. I have traversed the primordial world, helping when I can and saving when I can. Hong Yun sighed, a hint of compassion in his tone. The world is chaotic, with ceaseless slaughter. All beings struggle to survive. Only the strong can attain freedom. Freedom, you, old kind-hearted one, are too naive. Even attaining sagehood in the primordial world does not guarantee one the privilege of freedom. Emperor Xiaoyang shook his head. Heaven and earth are rounded and square. Without rules, there can be no order. Without the 5 tones, the 6 laws cannot be established. The freedom of the beings in the primordial world is but a distant dream. Oh, upon hearing these words, Hong Yun fell into deep thought. Many powerful beings marveled at Emperor Xiaoyang's insights. Unfortunately, in this era where even human relationships are unsettled, even if they grasp some understanding, they find it difficult to comprehend. Old kind-hearted one, you will not understand. Heed my advice. Some things that are meant for you are yours. Do not harbor pity and relinquish them, for it will only invite karmic consequences. As a person from a later era, Emperor Xiaoyang did not wish to see good people suffer for their kindness, thus he could not help but offer this reminder. Friend, what do you mean by that? Hong Yun looked at Emperor Xiaoyang in confusion. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Emperor Xiaoyang had already made himself clear and did not wish to elaborate further. With a flick of his wrist, a bamboo flute appeared in his hand, and the melodious tune of 10 Directions Ambush began to resonate, captivating the hearts of all. This piece best expressed Emperor Xiaoyang's current state of mind. The Zishao Palace convened, declaring him the foremost male immortal, instantly becoming the target of many. The time had come. Zishao Palace, open. Just as the melody concluded, Hao Tian's voice rang out, and the grand doors of the Zishao Palace slowly creaked open. The 3 clear ones, possessing the highest cultivation, combined their might to be the strongest, rushing into the Zishao Palace first, followed closely by Nu Hua and Fu Shi. Chapter 29. Fate is hard to change in the primordial world. The collective power and influence remain quite formidable. After Nu Hua and Fu Shi, Hong Yu and Zhen Yuanzi followed, galloping ahead of all, yet many powerful beings were swiftly in pursuit. However, Emperor Xiaoyang remained as steady as a mountain. Continuing to play his flute, he had once contemplated competing for the 6 lotus cushions representing the ordained holy positions to become Hong Jun's disciple, thereby holding onto Hong Jun's coattails. Yet, Hong Jun is a master of deception. Only thinking of himself. Look how miserably Tong Tian fared. Did he ever show a shred of compassion? If Emperor Xiaoyang dared to compete, he would meet the same fate as Hong Yun. So it was better to go with the flow, allowing him to foresee the unfolding of events and seize the initiative. The 12 ancestral witches, seeing Emperor Xiaoyang's calm demeanor, also felt no urgency. Like old cattle listening to music, they only entered the Zishao Palace after enjoying Emperor Xiaoyang's performance. Lei Qi excitedly followed suit. Were it not for Emperor Xiaoyang, he would have never qualified to hear the Tao. However, just as he arrived before the Purple Cloud Palace, an invisible force obstructed his entry, rendering him unable to proceed. Indeed. Upon witnessing this, Emperor Xiaoyang became even more convinced of the concept of destiny. Among the 3,000 worldly guests, without Lei Qi, even if he stood outside the Purple Cloud Palace, he would still be barred from entry. It is no wonder that the six-eared macaque, with its innate divine abilities, angered Hong Jun by eavesdropping. Not only did it harm his Tao foundation, but it also left behind the warning that the teachings should not be passed to the six-eared. Otherwise, with the six-eared macaque's lineage having emerged countless years before Sun Wukong, how could it possibly end in a stalemate, coward? You may cultivate on your own outside the Purple Cloud Palace. Emperor Xiaoyang turned back and flicked a yellow zhongli before continuing deeper into the sage's realm. It was only by truly experiencing the might of the sage that Emperor Xiaoyang comprehended the vast gulf between the great Luo Golden Immortal and the sages, and no matter how many of him there were, he would still be no match. How could he possibly defy the heavens and alter his fate? Yet, before the sage, he was but an ant. Among the 3,000 worldly guests, however, he was a formidable and chaotic force. As he strode forth without pause, all others instinctively stepped aside, unable to suppress their inner reluctance. For behind Emperor Xiaoyang loomed 12 ancestral shaman, a group of beings unafraid of heaven or earth. Their word was law, and killing was a common occurrence. Soon, Emperor Xiaoyang arrived behind the 6 lotus seats of the destined saints. The successfully seated Sanqing, Nuhua, Hongyun, and Kuanping all felt an intense pressure, silently contemplating whether to yield their positions to Emperor Xiaoyang. Fear not. I, who cherish freedom, find a single lotus seat too constraining for repose. You may remain seated. Perceiving their emotions, Emperor Xiaoyang could not help but chuckle. No connections? Then let it be through dominance, coupled with the rightful title of the foremost male immortal. Could he truly not establish his own standing? Before long, 2 voices filled with complaint and a hint of sharpness echoed. Without turning, Emperor Xiaoyang knew it must be the 2 brazen fellows from the west. Jane and Juenti. These 2 were indeed destined saints. Not only were they cunning, but their cultivation was also remarkable. As they lamented their plight, they secretly wielded the strength of mid-stage great Luo Golden Immortals, instilling fear in others to make way for them. Junior brother, you and I have traversed from the distant west, enduring countless perils along the way, yet we have still arrived a step too late. Jane lamented, taking a place in the second row, tears welling in his eyes. It is fate, brother. The west is barren. We, as brothers, are far inferior to the beings of the east, lacking even decent immortal attire. Let alone the right to take our seats. Juenti, exhibiting top-tier acting skills, continued to lament. As brothers, let us beseech the sage for mercy. Jane, my friend, please take my lotus seat. Hongyun, having traveled to the west before, understood its desolation and, moved by compassion, immediately rose. Thank you. Hongyun is truly a good person, a truly good person. Jane rejoiced, promptly pushing aside Hongyun to claim the seat for himself, fearful of being outdone by others. Upon witnessing this, Emperor Xiaoyang could only shake his head in despair. He had already cautioned Hongyun, yet Hongyun still relinquished his position. Could it truly be that fate was immutable? No matter. Seeing Emperor Xiaoyang's reaction, Hongyun suddenly recalled something, but alas, it was too late, and he could only move next to Zenyuanzi. Esteemed friend, might you spare a seat for my junior brother? With the position claimed, Jane's hypocritical demeanor shifted as he directed his ire towards Kuanping. Begone! Kuanping, proud and fiercely protective of his own interests, would never acquiesce to Jane. Humph! With your feathered appearance and wet, egg-laying ilk, what right do you have to sit among us primordial deities? Yuan Shi coldly scoffed. Casting a disdainful glare at Kuanping, friend, please vacate your seat. Juenti was not one to shy away either. Upon hearing Yuan Shi's words, he immediately took action. Jane, more insidious, launched a direct attack on Kuanping. Though Kuanping was a formidable being, his cultivation had yet to surpass the mid-stage great Luo Golden Immortal, and he was directly struck down from his lotus seat. With his seat usurped, Kuanping's resentment swiftly turned toward Hongyun. What could Hongyun do? Other than bow his head in guilt? The sage has arrived. Shortly thereafter, Hao Yin and the Queen Mother of the Jade Pond began to chant in unison. The sage made his appearance, golden lotuses erupting from the earth. His figure shrouded in mist, truly embodying the ethereal essence of immortality, sacred and unapproachable, exuding an awe-inspiring authority. Bow before the sage. May the sage reign without bounds. The 3,000 worldly guests immediately knelt in reverence. Although Emperor Xiaoyang had no intention of bowing, his cultivation felt like that of an ant before Hongjun, and he lazily followed the crowd and no need for formalities. Hongjun slightly raised his hand, his voice resonating with Taoist authority. Thank you, sage. The 3,000 worldly guests each took their seats. Emperor Xiaoyang turned his gaze and simply lay down to the side. This action sent chills down the spines of the Queen Mother of the Jade Pond, Shiha, Changxi, and the 12 ancestral shamans. How dare he display such rudeness before the sage? However, Hongjun merely cast a brief glance, seemingly unfazed. Such a reaction brought some comfort to Emperor Xiaoyang. It appeared that Hongjun would indeed adhere to the principle that minor forces could be defied while major forces could not be altered. If that were the case, Emperor Xiaoyang remained safe before the impending battle of the witch and demon. There was time to plan. This lecture was to impart the Tao to the primordial world. It would occur 3 times in total, each session spanning 3,000 years, with an interval of 10,000 years in between. Just as Hongjun began to speak, his expression suddenly changed as he waved his sleeve. You all must remember. The Tao should not be passed to the unworthy, and the teaching should not be imparted to the six-eared. Yes, we shall strictly obey the sage's command. The 3,000 worldly guests felt a chill, breaking out in cold sweat. Only Emperor Xiaoyang, lying in an unrefined manner, seemed nonchalant. That Lei Qi could not hear the Tao upon arriving at the Purple Cloud Palace, yet the six-eared macaque dared to eavesdrop with divine powers. Escaping unscathed was nothing short of a miracle. As Hongjun officially began to expound the Tao, extraordinary phenomena erupted within the Purple Cloud Palace, the essence of the Tao swirling in the air. Emperor Xiaoyang was secretly astonished. The sage's words were indeed profound and unparalleled. Each word and phrase encapsulated the essence of enlightenment. Yet, Emperor Xiaoyang would not walk the path he preached. Instead, he sought to synthesize the teachings with his own knowledge from the future, continuously comprehending a martial system unique to himself. The innate 3 transformations and the yin-yang chaotic fist were all techniques birthed from his own insights. Chapter 30. The Foremost Male Immortal. Future generations would come to know that there is no absolute strongest technique, only that which is most suited to oneself. In the primordial world, achieving sagehood is not the only path, nor the best route. The so-called sage realm is merely Hongjuan's definition of enlightenment. Above quasi-saints lies the realm of the primordial infinite great Luo golden immortal. This realm is equivalent to that of a sage, yet not a sage's domain. Aside from Hongjun, Pangu, the creator of heaven, and the chaos demon god, all aimed for the primordial infinite great Luo golden immortal as their goal. After a millennium of teachings, the profound principles of the great Luo gradually became clear. Those trapped at the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal among the worldly guests began to break through to the early stage of the great Luo golden immortal. In a flash, the 3 flowers bloomed continuously. However, the lunar star goddess Shiha and Changxi remained stagnant, forcefully suppressing their cultivation at the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal. Aside from the 2 sisters, the most remarkable was Emperor Xiaoyang, who still sealed his primordial spirit at the early stage of the great Luo golden immortal, neither cultivating nor comprehending, as if he were merely asleep. Yet the reality was not as it seemed. The sage's teachings were precious, given only 3 times in a lifetime, and no matter how proud or arrogant Emperor Xiaoyang was, he would not take them lightly. His refusal to cultivate or comprehend was a strategy to leverage the profundities of Hongjuan's teachings to create a martial system uniquely his own. After a millennium, he had already made progress. The innate 3 transformations had been comprehended to the point of merging into one. Moreover, he had combined the innate 3 transformations with the yin-yang chaotic fist into a single technique, allowing for mutual enhancement. Had such insights been realized then, even Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai together would have been left bloodied and retreating in disgrace. However, it was still not enough. Emperor Xiaoyang sought a completely new and perfectly suited system that could lead him to enlightenment in the primordial realm. Millennia turned into millennia. The 3,000 worldly guests all reaped substantial rewards, especially for the Ta Ching, who directly broke through to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Figures like the Queen Mother of the Jade Pond, Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and Kuan Ping all caught up with the steps of Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, Jane, Zhuanti, and Dong Jun, successfully advancing to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. However, after Yuan Shi and Tong Tian departed, they would break through to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal even faster. This was the truth. A moment's delay would lead to a lifetime of stagnation. After a full 3,000 years of teachings, although Emperor Xiaoyang's cultivation had not progressed an inch, he successfully laid the foundational system for his martial arts. Awaiting validation through battle, I beseech the sage. The beings of the primordial earth are born, slaughtering incessantly, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood everywhere. May the sage show mercy, as the lecture concluded. The ever-kind Hong Yun immediately knelt in prayer. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xiaoyang's pupils widened. The moment had finally come for the wheel of fate to turn. In that instant, he felt a surge of nervousness and unease. Uncertain whether Hong Jun would officially proclaim him the foremost male immortal. This is indeed reasonable. The primordial earth truly requires someone to harmonize yin and yang, govern the beings, and maintain order. Hong Jun nodded thoughtfully, his gaze sweeping across the assembly before finally resting on Emperor Xiaoyang. Though he did not immediately confer the title, seemingly hesitating, a jolt of alarm surged through Emperor Xiaoyang's heart. Had his secret to usurp Dong Wanggong been uncovered? Perhaps it was simply destiny. Emperor Xiaoyang, you were originally the first thread of innate pure yang qi in the world, and you forged the heavenly sin to judge right from wrong. It is fitting that you should undertake the task of organizing the primordial divine roles. With a sigh, Hong Jun continued, thus, I hereby proclaim you as the foremost male immortal of the primordial realm, charged with maintaining order, and I grant you the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the dragon head staff as your token. As his words fell, the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the dragon head staff, instantly flew before Emperor Xiaoyang. Gazing upon this treasure, the heart of Di Xiaoyang surged with waves of excitement. He had finally conformed to the trajectory of history. The esteemed position of the male immortal's leader was a double-edged sword, capable of both extending Di Xiaoyang's life and providing an opportunity to achieve great ambitions and alter his fate. All of this hinged on how he would proceed. However, Di Xiaoyang lingered, hesitating to grasp the dragon-headed scepter. Xiaoyang, what are you waiting for? Hurry and accept the sage's favor, Di Jiang exclaimed anxiously. Had he not noticed the jealousy and covetousness etched upon the faces of those top-tier innate deities? Indeed, the atmosphere was rife with envy and indignation, in the vast expanse of the primordial realm, who possessed a more notorious reputation than Di Xiaoyang. Why should he be deemed the male immortal's leader? And what of the exquisite innate treasures at stake? Sage, perhaps you should consider another candidate. Look at these scoundrels, daring to harbor jealousy and discontent within the sage's sanctum. What would they do once they departed? Di Xiaoyang cast a glance around, adopting a roguish demeanor. I assure you, upon returning to the primordial realm, these individuals will attempt to eliminate me, particularly Di Jun, Dong Huang Tai, and Yuan Shi. The three nearly faltered at the weight of his words, for they indeed entertained such thoughts, but had not anticipated Di Xiaoyang would openly accuse them before the sage. How shameless! What do you intend to do? Hong Jun inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. This character seemed to deviate from the predetermined archetype of the male immortal's leader. The male immortal's leader, revered as the immortal emperor, bore a perilous burden. Di Xiaoyang's eyes twinkled as he grinned mischievously and extended his hand. Unless the sage offers a reward, bestowing upon me the Qian Kuan Ding for protection. Upon hearing this, Dong Huang Tai nearly leaped from his spot. The Qian Kuan Ding was a primordial treasure, an artifact birthed alongside the chaos demon god, Qian Kuan Lao Zu, a treasure of the highest caliber. Moreover, it possessed the ability to revert to its original state, enhance the quality of treasures and weapons, and convert acquired power into innate strength. It was indeed a top-tier defensive treasure. This item was not within my possession. Hong Jun, taken aback, seemed astonished that Di Xiaoyang was aware of such a treasure. Yet he remained unfazed. Is that so? Di Xiaoyang responded skeptically. During the Dragon Han calamity, the demon ancestor Luo who had laid down the sword array of extermination. Hong Jun and Luo who contended for the heavenly mandate, enlisting Yang Mei Lao Zu, Yin Yang Lao Zu, and Qian Kuren Lao Zu to assault a particular sword gate. Ultimately, Yang Mei Laozu was grievously injured and vanished, while Yin-Yang Laozu and Qin Kuan Laozu self-destructed. All benefits accrued to Hong Jun, allowing him to attain sainthood. Humph. Hong Jun, confronted with this inquiry, felt a flicker of anger. Do you truly lack superior innate treasures? If you choose not to grant it, so be it. The title of Male Immortals Leader bestowed upon me is a decree from you, esteemed sage. Should I perish because of this, it would reflect poorly upon your dignity. Di Xiaoyang gasped, hastily seizing the dragon-headed scepter. At that time, you must not disregard my plight, allowing me to be besieged and killed by Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai. Hearing this, Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai felt a surge of indignation, wishing to smash their heads against the ground. How could he persistently link their names to his fate? If memory served, it was Di Xiaoyang who had infiltrated the Sun Star to pilfer its essence. And now he had transformed into the victim of their supposed murder. Shameless, utterly shameless. This sentiment echoed among the multitude of worldly guests. Even more audacious was his blatant attempt to undermine the sage. In truth, Di Xiaoyang's actions were a necessary ploy, a test of Hong Jun's resolve. Should Hong Jun desire the demise of Dong Wanggong, he might exhibit some restraint, concealing his intentions, if it were indeed the will of the heavenly Tao. Then Hong Jun would find it difficult to intervene. Chapter 31. Di Xiaoyang Emperor. For the sake of his own survival and longevity, Di Xiaoyang found himself compelled to act shamelessly, even if it merely served to buy him some time. You may withdraw. In that moment, Hong Jun felt a twinge of discomfort within. The more he pondered, the more he perceived Di Xiaoyang as extraordinary, his thoughts radically divergent from the norm, as if he had already discerned the threads of his own destiny. Sage, have you acquiesced? Di Xiaoyang's heart raced with trepidation, persistently entangling himself in the discourse. This old fox was far too enigmatic, rendering him inscrutable. Sage, you have attained the fruit of your enlightenment. You are to be the male immortals leader, destined by the heavens. Hong Jun gently smoothed his robe, offering a vague response before turning to the West Queen Mother. West Queen Mother, you were originally the first manifestation of the primordialine energy, and you have also been tasked with organizing the divine offices of the primordial realm. Therefore, I hereby decree you as the female immortals leader, responsible for maintaining order in the primordial realm. And I bestow upon you one of the innate 5 directions flags, the plain cloud realm flag, as your insignia. The West Queen Mother was taken aback. She had not intended to be placed alongside Di Xiaoyang. However, upon considering the child sealed within her, she felt swayed. Not daring to defy the sage's will, she stepped forward to accept the decree. Yes, I shall obey the sage's command. Very well. The discourse concludes here. After 10,000 years, we shall reconvene for the second lecture, during which I will impart the path to becoming a true sage. You may all depart. With these words, Hong Jun's figure vanished into thin air. The 3,000 worldly guests immediately displayed fierce expressions, particularly Di Jun, Dong Huang Tai, and Yuan Shi, who believed themselves to be the rightful rulers of the primordial realm. What was a madman governing the primordial realm worth? Yet, within the confines of the Zixiao Palace, their fury was stifled. Humph! Do you all intend to leave so easily? Di Xiaoyang had ultimately followed the wheel of fate, ascending to the esteemed position of the male immortals leader. Yet he would not be as ineffectual as Dong Wanggong. Madman, what are your intentions? Dong Huang Tai seethed with rage. How dare you, I, the emperor, have been granted the title of male immortals leader by the sage himself. And from this moment on, I shall refer to myself as Di Xiaoyang Emperor. Di Xiaoyang pointed his dragon-headed scepter at Dong Huang Tai. Should you show disrespect to me, you defy the sage's decree. And you shall kneel immediately. You, Dong Huang Tai's face flushed crimson. The innate powers of the 3-legged golden crow surged within him, flames of solar energy burning fiercely. Sage, you must come out and witness this. This ruffian does not regard you at all. Di Xiaoyang's expression shifted, suddenly raising his voice. He seeks to openly defy the sage's will, plotting to murder the male immortals leader, trampling upon the sage's dignity. Upon hearing this, Di Jun collapsed to the ground, and Dong Huang Tai nearly spat blood in fury. The assembly of worldly guests bore expressions of sheer astonishment, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Was this truly the male immortals leader? Hong Jun, in his abode, was equally taken aback. The great demon of the primordial realm, who would recklessly confront heaven and earth and boldly challenge the innate treasure Chaos Bell, had now sunk to a level of shamelessness surpassing even that of the duo from the west. He shamelessly invoked the sage's name, devoid of any dignity. Di Jun, pay homage to Di Xiaoyang Emperor. Why brother harbors no disrespect, nor any intention to slight the sage. I implore you, Emperor, to temper your anger. Di Jun, regaining his composure, immediately knelt down. Elder brother, why do you not hasten to pay respects to Di Xiaoyang Emperor? Elder brother. Dong Huang Tai Yi was infuriated beyond measure. Lacking Di Jun's capacity for flexibility, he could not accept such a profound humiliation. Outrageous. The Emperor has been granted the title of male immortals leader by the sage. How dare you act so disrespectfully? Di Jun's expression turned cold as he spoke gravely. This is the sage's sanctum. The Zhixiao Palace. Yes. Having been reminded of the significance of Zhixiao Palace, Dong Huang Tai Yi was startled, ultimately begrudgingly gritting his teeth to pay homage. Yet, before he could truly kneel, he leaped away, employing the Golden Crow transformation technique to escape. Ha ha, ha ha, Di Jun, you may rise. Di Xiaoyang relished the outcome. Whether Dong Huang Tai Yi had genuinely knelt was of little consequence. We pay our respects to Di Xiaoyang Emperor. Witnessing this, the 3,000 worldly guests all knelt in reverence. Even the 3 pure ones and the duo from the west bowed in humiliation. Very well, remember this. Under my governance, any unauthorized killings will result in death, while those who do not deserve death will be subjected to bloodletting punishment. Di Xiaoyang waved his long sleeves, gripping heavenly sin, truly embodying what it meant to be the immortal emperor, the king among immortals, the supreme being among all immortals. We shall obey. The 3,000 worldly guests, regardless of their thoughts, dared not defy him at this moment. Primarily, Di Xiaoyang was exceedingly shameless. The mere invocation of the sage sent shivers down their spines and tremors through their very souls. Ha ha, all of you may leave. I shall soon traverse the primordial realm. If any of you commit malevolent acts, it would be best to prepare for your own bloodletting. Xiaoyang waved his hand excitedly. To be the male immortals leader was a splendid mantle. Only that fool Dong Wang Gong failed to comprehend how to wield it. If he, Di Xiaoyang, did not fully exploit the intricacies and benefits therein, it would be a wasted endeavor, and his demise would be well deserved. Upon hearing this, the 3,000 worldly guests felt a tightening in their chests, inwardly cursing profusely now. This wretched demon could summon them for blood at any moment. How infuriating! As the crowd dispersed, Di Xiaoyang approached the Yaoqi with a grin. My beautiful lady, did I not appear remarkably imposing just now? You are courting disaster, Yaoqi retorted, rolling her eyes. You do not understand. Without the position of male immortals leader, they would all wish to devour you whole, skin you alive. Xiaoyang waved dismissively. The sage has conferred the title of male immortals leader upon me, seemingly placing me in the line of fire, yet in truth, the advantages are boundless. Yaoqi dared not speak further. The sage's actions were beyond her comprehension. However, she had forewarned him, and Di Xiaoyang appeared to take no heed. What was the outcome? The 6 individuals with cushions advanced in their cultivation the quickest, indicating her suspicions were correct. Those 6 cushions were indeed treasures of enlightenment. Why, beautiful lady, would you care to explore the primordial realm? I am destined to be with the West Queen Mother. She is fated to be the Empress. Why not be a celestial consort? Di Xiaoyang leaned in with a playful smile. Who would want to be your heavenly consort? Yaoqi's face flushed crimson as she promptly fled the scene. Ha ha, ha ha. Little mouse, remember to pay your respects and refer to me as emperor in the future. Di Xiaoyang was unperturbed. His intention was merely to leave a psychological imprint on Yaoqi while also subtly undermining Haoyan. The esteemed emperor of the Celestials had 2 formidable adversaries. The demon clan was the foremost enemy, followed closely by Haoyan. Outside Zhixiao Palace, the 12 ancestors of the witch clan anxiously awaited. The witch clan had grown increasingly powerful, rapidly expanding their territory, and in pursuit of their own development, they resorted to hunting other races for sustenance. Di Xiaoyang, as the foremost male celestial, was tasked with maintaining order, with the witch clan being his primary concern. Taoist Di Jiang, brother Zhu Rong, shall we convene at the Panga Hall? Di Xiaoyang understood their apprehensions and, with a slight smile, addressed them. Chapter 32. the wildness of Xinming in the primordial realm. The Witch clan and the Demon clan stood as the most formidable. As these two races continued to expand, the issue of sustenance became paramount. To survive and thrive, they had no choice but to slaughter other races for food. After all, one cannot resort to cannibalism in this unproductive savage era. How could one survive without vanquishing others? The struggle for existence was the fundamental reason behind the calamity of the Witch and Demon clans. Yet, Di Xiaoyang felt too insignificant to instigate change, nor did he wish to. The Witch clan and the Demon clan inherently differed from the human clan, lacking a willingness to engage in labor and self-sufficiency, destined for elimination and replacement by humanity. Along the journey, Di Xiaoyang leaned closer to Hutu, teasingly remarking, "Sister Hutu, you possess a splendid figure, unlike your rather unattractive brothers." "Humph," Hutu retorted, "is my figure not commendable? What of Xuanming's?" Upon hearing this, Xinming leaned in closer. "Of course, it is." Di Xiaoyang nodded repeatedly. "It seems Xinming is the elder sister, and Hutu is the younger sister, correct?" "Indeed," Xinming affirmed. "Ha ha, ha ha. Then Xinming is the big sister, and Hutu is the little sister." Di Xiaoyang laughed heartily, surveying the two. "Come now, both sisters, call out good brother for me to hear." "What nonsense," Xinming scoffed. "You shameless rascal. You've humiliated the Queen Mother of the West, deceived the lunar goddess, and entangled yourself with the saint's disciple Yaoqi." Xinming coldly huffed. "What? Now that you've become the foremost male celestial, do you intend to seduce our Witch clan sisters?" "Seducing is such a harsh term." Di Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively. "It is only natural to be admired when one possesses such beauty and an exquisite figure. Look at your hideous brothers. It would be a miracle if any celestial maidens in the primordial realm were not scared to death upon seeing them. Who would find them appealing?" "That does seem to hold some truth." Both Xinming and Hutu nodded, recognizing the unappealing nature of their brothers' appearances, which paled in comparison to Di Xiaoyang's charm. "Indeed, I am not here to seduce the little sister Hutu. Rather, I have some very important matters to discuss with her." Di Xiaoyang continued with a smirk. "Sister Hutu, during your recent teachings, did you have any unique insights?" Upon hearing this, Di Jiang, Zhu Rong, and others perked up, straining to listen, as they had been unable to comprehend anything during their slumber. Only Hutu had been attentively listening and seemed to have grasped something profound. "Yes, but how to express it? It's rather vague, and I can't quite articulate it. I merely feel that this world seems to lack something. It feels incomplete." "Why heavens!" Di Xiaoyang exclaimed in astonishment. This was the first time he heard such revelations from Hutu. Clearly, she was destined to be the Earth's representative and a pivotal figure in the mutual destruction of the Witch and Demon clans. The Witch clan's 12 heavenly gods' great formation was exceedingly terrifying, a formation of the path of strength, capable of manifesting Pangu's true form. Had it not been for Hutu's reincarnation, lacking a formation foundation, Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi would not even have had the qualifications to perish alongside the Witch clan. Taoist Xiaoyang, Di Jiang, noticing Di Xiaoyang's reaction, inquired hastily, "The time is not yet ripe." Di Xiaoyang shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. What a bore, asking yet not revealing anything. What is the point of pretending to be profound? Xinming expressed her dissatisfaction. "I see your intention is to seduce Hutu," she remarked. "Well, that's not entirely incorrect." Di Xiaoyang responded with a mischievous grin. "Sister Hutu is composed, gentle and kind, possessing a naturally compassionate heart. It's only fitting that I hold her in high regard." Upon hearing this, Hutu shyly lowered her head. The reputation of the ancestors of the Witch clan had never been stellar, and no one had ever praised her so before, filling her heart with joy. "My, what a silver tongue you possess!" Xinming, too, felt a sense of happiness but couldn't shake the feeling that Di Xiaoyang was too mischievous. "What's wrong with my mouth?" Di Xiaoyang, with a playful smile, leaned in closer. "Sister Xinming, would you like to taste it?" "Why not?" Xinming was a bold and fearless female ancestor, indifferent to gender distinctions, and without hesitation, she playfully bit Di Xiaoyang's lips. This action left Di Xiaoyang momentarily stunned. The women of the Witch clan were truly fierce. Having traversed the primordial world for countless eons, this was his first genuine interaction with a woman, awakening a surge of emotions within him. As Xinming attempted to withdraw, Di Xiaoyang swiftly wrapped his arms around her neck and kissed her back. Startled, Shiming thought, "What is this behavior?" Yet, she quickly began to relish the delightful sensation, not only failing to push him away but also embracing him in return. Di Xiaoyang's kiss grew more fervent, igniting a passion that left Hutu, Di Jiang, Zhu Rong, and the other ancestors averting their gazes, perplexed by the intensity of their embrace. Eventually, Di Xiaoyang, gasping for breath, gently pushed Shiming away. She cast a glance at him, her expression a mix of shyness and dissatisfaction, for she had not yet had her fill. Di Xiaoyang was left feeling quite vexed. The ancestors were indeed wild. It was no exaggeration to say that even a kiss was imbued with such vigor. Cough, cough. Huta hesitated before leaning in. "Sister Shiming, what was that just now?" "I'm not quite sure, but it felt wonderful." "Quite delightful," Shiming admitted, scratching her head and teasingly saying, "Sister Hutu, would you like to try it? It's incredibly enjoyable." "Goodness!" Di Xiaoyang was utterly flabbergasted. "How could you suggest Huta try such a thing?" "Well," Shiming declared, "if you and Huta have done this, then she would be your woman from now on." Di Xiaoyang, feeling increasingly exasperated, stated gravely, "If you dare to do this with anyone else, I will not spare them. I will definitely flay their skin and pull out their tendons." "What is a green hat?" Shiming innocently questioned, seemingly unaware. "Goodness, are you daft?" Di Xiaoyang suddenly felt a headache coming on. "In any case, from now on, you can only do this with me, understood?" "Got it." Shiming nodded, albeit bewildered, then suddenly asked, "What about you and Sister Hutu? Can you do that?" "Well, yes," Di Xiaoyang replied, though he felt a tinge of embarrassment. "How shameless," Shiming retorted. "Why can you do it with Hutu, but I can't with other men?" This seemed profoundly unfair to her. "You're a man, and I'm a woman. He simply cannot be. In any case, it's a no-go. If you dare to act recklessly, I will absolutely ignore you from now on. Do as you pleased." Di Xiaoyang found himself at a loss for words, his frustration mounting. Chapter 33. The demon clan is about to emerge. This Shiming was truly a fierce one. Yet, the matter of human relationships was still undecided, and he felt that explaining so much would be futile. However, this was indeed an opportune moment. In the current primordial realm, there was little understanding of the matters between men and women. Only during the Long Han calamity was there wild copulation for reproduction. This made it all the easier to deceive the likes of the Queen Mother, Yaoqi, Inhua, Shiha, Changxi, and Hutu, to create offspring madly. By the time they comprehended the situation, it would be too late. With this thought, Di Xiaoyang couldn't help but smirk slyly. "Oh, you wicked fellow, you must be plotting something nefarious." Shiming glared at him disdainfully, delivering a punch. However, not only did it fail to faze Di Xiaoyang, but it also left her wrist tingling. "What a peculiar creature you are. My witch clan is renowned for our physical prowess, yet you've managed to cultivate your physique to the late stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal?" Shiming finally recalled Di Xiaoyang's formidable strength. "Tell me, how did you refine your body to surpass even our witch clan?" This question had long been on the minds of the ancestors, who eagerly turned their gazes towards Di Xiaoyang, all curious to know. "Will you speak?" Shiming raised her fist threateningly. Having just shared a moment of intimacy, she felt an unusual closeness to Di Xiaoyang, as if they were more than mere siblings. "Do not act recklessly. This concerns the entire witch clan, not just us." Di Xiaoyang had eagerly awaited this moment and promptly declared, "In that case, if each of you gives me a drop of your ancestral blood, I will share my secrets with you." That? Di Jiang hesitated immediately. The essence of the ancestral witch's blood serves as the foundation of their corporeal existence. It cannot be given away lightly. My dear friend Di Jiang, you seem to misunderstand. The reason living beings possess flesh, blood, emotions, and thoughts is due to a unique form of life they embody. Di Xiaoyang immediately elucidated. The ancestral witch's blood is not irretrievably lost. Within the spine lies an automatic hematopoietic function. It simply requires time to recuperate. The assembled ancestral witches shook their heads in confusion, unable to comprehend. They truly lack insight. It is no wonder they are labeled as brutes. Dong Huang Tai had once lost an arm to my blade and bled profusely, yet he soon regenerated his severed limb and even transcended his previous realm, Xiaoyang continued. If living beings lack the ability to regenerate blood, how could Dong Huang Tai have been reborn from the loss of his arm? How could he have healed his injuries and ascended to a higher realm? This reasoning struck a chord with Di Jiang. who instantly became profoundly excited. When living beings suffer injuries and lose blood, they can recover. It merely takes time. Yet, no one has ever pondered from where the lost blood is replenished. Truly, the head of the ancestral witches is wise. The power of the ancestral witch's blood is boundless. As long as life persists, it can continuously regenerate. Di Xiaoyang sensed that Di Jiang had grasped the concept entirely and was already contemplating the idea of nurturing their kin with the blood of the ancestral witches. After all ancestral witches originated from the blood pool of the Panga Palace. If one day the blood pool were to run dry, it would signify the extinction of the witch clan. However, if the descendants could be nurtured with the blood of the ancestral witches, such concerns would be alleviated. Thank you for your enlightening words, Emperor Da. Di Jiang expressed heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the entire witch clan, promising unwavering support for the emperor. Once Di Jiang fully comprehended, he solemnly knelt and expressed sincere appreciation. There is no need for such formality, my friend. The other ancestral witches need not address me as emperor. Let us continue as we have before. Di Xiaoyang understood that the ancestral witch's blood was now in his possession. Ha ha, splendid. Since Brother Xiaoyang desires the ancestral witch's blood, we shall gladly offer it. Di Jiang firmly believed in Di Xiaoyang's words and immediately began to coalesce the blood. Seeing his elder brother's resolve, the other ancestral witches naturally followed suit. Xian Ming, who shared a closer bond with Di Xiaoyang, had no qualms about the ancestral witch's blood, gathering the most and the purest essence. After handing it over to Di Xiaoyang, she suddenly recalled an unanswered question. With a stamp of her foot in frustration, she demanded, "You scoundrel, great deceiver, what about your own cultivation methods?" Xian Ming, do not be impudent. Di Jiang hastily reprimanded her. Just based on Di Xiaoyang's theory of blood regeneration, it is equivalent to 12 drops of ancestral witch's blood. Di Jiang, my friend, there is no harm in this. In truth, my secret is quite simple. Di Xiaoyang replied with a slight smile. It can be summed up in 2 words, devour. Isn't that rather vague? Xian Ming immediately grew displeased again. Di Xiaoyang did not respond nor elaborate. Those 2 words sufficed. Whether they could act upon it was of no concern to him, such is the nature of teaching disciples. One might starve the master. This phenomenon exists even in the primordial realm. With the blood secured, Di Xiaoyang promptly sat cross-legged atop Lei Qiyi's back to cultivate. The talent of this coward was acceptable. With the aid of Huang Zhongli, he broke through to the early stage of De Luo Jinxian in merely 3,000 years. Unfortunately, continuing to ascend in cultivation proved exceedingly difficult on the Sun Star. Upon returning, Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai were not only consumed by jealousy but also seething with murderous intent, struggling to find tranquility. Brother Jun, Brother Tai Yi, why must you dwell so bitterly over a mere male immortal? When their grievances lingered, Bai Zhe, Ying Zhao, and Fei Lian arrived with several worldly guests, along with the leaders of over 100 Tai Yi Jinxian clans. Bai Zhe, what is your intent? Emperor Jun was compelled to kneel. His spirits notably low. Brother Jun, strength of one does not equate to true strength. The might of a race is the true measure of power. The witch clan expands outward from the center of Buzhou Mountain. Leaving ruin in its wake, Bai Zhe gestured towards the vast primordial land. The head of the ancestral witches, Di Jiang, is merely at the mid-stage of De Luo Jinxian. Who would dare to challenge him? Even that Di Xiaoyang would not dare provoke him. Bai Zhe, do not mention him. Dong Huangtai roared in anger. The name of Di Xiaoyang was a source of humiliation for him. Brother Tai Yi, there is no need for such anger. Behind me stand clan leaders who have been oppressed by the witch clan and find themselves without a place to stand. They are all willing to follow you. Brother Jun and you, Brother Tai Yi. Bai Zhe smiled slightly. What do you both think? Is this for real? Dong Huangtai exclaimed in delight. However, Emperor Jun's expression remained grave. After a prolonged silence, he slowly rose. Bai Zhe, as one of the innate divine beasts, your wisdom is extraordinary, and your ability to avert calamity is commendable. What do you imply, Brother Jun? The witch clan dominates the primordial realm and maintains a friendly relationship with Di Xiaoyang. They are virtually invincible. Bai Zhe immediately bowed. I implore Brother Jun and Brother Tai Yi to raise a grand banner, unite the myriad races of the primordial realm, and establish a clan of Yao to collectively resist the witch clan and achieve a remarkable feat. Chapter 34. The shadow of Pangu. The Yao clan shall emerge, on his journey to the witch clan, Di Xiaoyang was on the cusp of refining the ancestral witch's blood, which would bring about a monumental transformation in his physical prowess. Particularly, the merging of the ancestral witch's blood with the three pure one's bloodline yielded the most significant changes, seemingly elevating Di Xiaoyang's corporeal cultivation to the pinnacle of de luo jin xian. The aura he exuded instilled a sense of pressure among the 12 ancestral witches, reminiscent of the supreme presence of the progenitor Pango. Beneath him, Lei Qi struggled to maintain flight. Law of heaven and earth, infinite true body. Upon reaching Buzhou Mountain, Di Xiaoyang suddenly let out a thunderous roar, causing Lei Qi to plummet while the 12 ancestral witches were violently thrown away. In the next moment, Di Xiaoyang's figure expanded dramatically, becoming as imposing as a mountain. In an instant, he grew to 100 zhang tall, exuding an irresistible majesty, capable of shattering the ages with a single step. Even more alarming was the ethereal silhouette surrounding his 100 zhang form, emanating a transcendent aura that overlooked the primordial realm. Ah, that is the shadow of our progenitor. The 12 ancestral witches sensed the aura and bowed reverently. Indeed, that silhouette was none other than the shadow of Pangu. After fully refining the blood of the 12 ancestral witches, Di Xiaoyang not only mastered the divine ability of law of heaven and earth but also manifested the shadow of Pangu. He was but a step away from breaking through to the pinnacle of de luo jin xian. The so-called law of heaven and earth is a transformative divine ability. The later manifestations of the 36 heavenly transformations and the 72 earthly transformations all derive from law of heaven and earth. Their power and variability pale in comparison. Thus, once Di Xiaoyang achieved law of heaven and earth, he would master the art of transformation, capable of becoming a dragon or manipulating minute particles with a mere thought. Such an individual is truly formidable. His innate talent and strength must be deemed the foremost in the primordial realm. It is no wonder the sages conferred upon him the title of the supreme male immortal of the primordial realm. At this moment, Di Jiang was utterly convinced. This divine ability not only exerted pressure over the witch clan, but could also restrain all beings in the primordial realm. Indeed, this scoundrel, though shameless, possesses undeniable strength, standing as the foremost figure beneath the sages. Neither Tai Ching, Emperor Jun, nor Dong Huang Tai can compare. Xian Ming, witnessing this overwhelming power, nodded proudly, as if to say, "This is my man. The greatest in the world, unmatched by anyone." Xian Ming was quite pleased. Upon seeing her reaction, Ho Tu suddenly regretted not having tried her luck with Di Xiaoyang. Perhaps she could have felt the same pride. "Sister Ho Tu, are you envious? Do not think that I am withholding opportunities from you. Seize the moment. We sisters must unite and not be outdone by other female immortals." Xian Ming returned to the primordial realm. Gradually understanding the meaning of a partner, Ho Tu shyly lowered her head and fell silent. Yet her heart rippled with a previously unfelt sensation. With a substantial increase in cultivation, Di Xiaoyang's confidence soared. As he traversed the territory of the witch clan, his chest swelled with pride, already embodying the imposing demeanor of one who could shape the world. Salutations, great ancestral witches. Before the Pango Palace, the leaders of the great witches, Kuafu, Xingtian, and Jiufeng, immediately knelt in reverence, and no need for such formalities. Di Jiang gently raised his hand. "What brings you all to the divine palace, away from your respective territories?" In response to Lord Di Jiang, the myriad races of the primordial realm have suddenly begun a large-scale migration. Some tribes have even ascended to the celestial stars, no longer engaging in conflict with our witch clan. Kuafu promptly stated, "Some tribes have been unable to procure food, leading to instances of starvation. We have come to seek guidance from the esteemed ancestral witches." "Why is this happening?" Di Jiang inquired, somewhat perplexed. "It is Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai," he realized. "It seems they have already begun to unite the myriad races of the primordial realm. The Yao clan shall emerge." Di Xiaoyang discerned this immediately. The Yao clan? The ancestral witches were puzzled. The witch clan was overwhelmingly strong and invincible in the primordial realm. Only by uniting the myriad races of the primordial realm can they hope to contend with our witch clan, Di Xiaoyang explained slowly. Shortly, Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai will establish the Yao clan under the guise of Yao Huang, uniting the myriad races to vie for the fortunes of heaven and earth. A great upheaval is imminent. Those two feathered fools? Zhu Rong's fiery temper flared at once. "Brother Xiaoyang, is there a way to prevent this?" Di Jiang was not as rash as Zhu Rong. He perceived the looming crisis. There is no way to stop it. The Witch clan and the Yao clan, enemies of the heavenly path, are destined to become the overlords following the innate three clans. Even the sages cannot intervene. Di Xiaoyang shook his head and said, Di Juan, with the formidable strength of Donghuang Tai, coupled with the myriad tribes transforming into demons, the Witch clan may find it increasingly difficult to dominate the wilderness. Xiaoyang's brother, you hold them in too high regard. Our Witch clan, descended from the bloodline of the Father God. How dare those fur-clad, horned creatures, born of damp and eggs, aspire to contend with us? They seek their own demise. Zhu Rong, filled with fervor, immediately longed for battle. Then let us wait and see, Di Jiao, my friend. I shall not trouble you with a visit to the Witch clan this time. Instead, I will ascend Buzhou Mountain to harness its power and break through my current limitations. Di Xiaoyang promptly clasped his hands in farewell. Historical records later noted that one of the 10 innate spiritual roots that would influence the entire trajectory of the wilderness, the innate gourd vine, matured after the first sermon. Di Xiaoyang sought to seize the initiative. To dominate the world, it was imperative to wield absolute power to seize treasures and control the timeline of the wilderness's progression. He had no time for leisurely visits with the Witch clan. You leaving just like that? Xianming expressed reluctance. She had yet to savor the sweetness of that kiss. Why not accompany me? The demon clan's ambitions were still in their infancy, and with no great wars looming for the Witch clan, matters could be handled by your elder brothers, if Hu Tu is willing. She may also join us on Buzhou Mountain, Di Xiaoyang remarked with a glint in his eyes. The demise of the Witch clan was an inevitable trend. However, with Xianming having become his woman, how could she fall during the calamity between the witches and demons? All right, Xianming eagerly agreed. It would be better without those bothersome brothers. Hu Tu, too, nodded, feeling an instinct that her cultivation would progress more swiftly by following Di Xiaoyang. Very well. After Di Xiaoyang nodded, he immediately turned to look at Lei Qi-wing. Old master, I am gravely injured. May I stay with the Witch clan to recuperate? Buzhou Mountain is too daunting. Even breathing is arduous. Lei Qi-wing lamented. Look at you, so cowardly. With your cultivation at the initial stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, you should be satisfied, yet you abandon me. Di Xiaoyang retorted angrily. I have a task for you. Establish a wilderness law enforcement team to patrol the wilderness on my behalf. Lest the sages blame me for inaction. Your wisdom is unparalleled. This is indeed feasible. Lei Qi-wing, who had not followed Di Xiaoyang, had already learned how to show off. He understood how to flaunt his authority and wield his power without needing instruction from Di Xiaoyang. Remember, do not tarnish my name. Certainly, those races and powerful beings who err must be punished. You should know how to mete out justice. Di Xiaoyang waved his hand, tossing the premium innate spiritual treasure, the dragon head staff, to him. Understood, understood. Let them bleed. Let them all bleed. Lei Qi-wing nodded eagerly upon receiving the dragon head staff. Chapter 35. A fortuitous encounter with Nuwa. Di Xiaoyang truly suspected that this Lei Qi-wing was the most cowardly being in the wilderness. He understood Di Xiaoyang's intentions thoroughly. After Di Xiaoyang requested Di Jiao to discreetly assist Lei Qi-wing, he immediately took Xianming and Hu Tu and headed straight for Buzhou Mountain. He was aware of the plot, but not the specific timeline. Di Xiaoyang had to seize the time to cultivate. Dijuan and Donghuang Tai's cultivation would soon break through to the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. At that time, without a peak body of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, he would not be able to contend with them as they explored upwards, halfway across Buzhou Mountain. Xianming suddenly halted and playfully remarked, You rascal, I am so thirsty. Di Xiaoyang awkwardly paused, pretending not to understand. Hu Tu, are you thirsty? I am not thirsty. Hu Tu, fully aware of Xuanming's meaning, immediately began to climb upwards. Humph! You rogue, what are you pretending for? Xianming, disregarding everything, directly tackled Di Xiaoyang to the ground. Di Xiaoyang suddenly felt a twinge of regret. This woman was domineering, had a fiery temper, but was incredibly passionate when it came to matters of intimacy, and far too reckless. The passionate kisses were overwhelming. She was simply insatiable and shameless at that intense moment. A familiar voice suddenly rang out. Di Xiaoyang turned to see Nuwa, who had crossed paths with Fuxi while seeking opportunities, coincidentally interrupting his intimate moment with Xianming. Are you envious? Xianming, displeased by the interruption of her good fortune, retorted sharply towards Nuwa. Humph. Nuwa disdainfully snorted and continued her ascent of Buzhou Mountain. Nuwa, do you intend to leave just like that? We are minding our own business. What concern is it of yours? What qualifications do you have to criticize us? Shiming coldly pursued, unwilling to back down. Nuwa, infuriated, found herself at a loss for words in response. That this is called indecency, and also called promiscuity. Observing Nuwa's speechlessness, Di Xiaoyang suddenly realized the importance of knowledge. It was fundamental to the evolution of a race. Otherwise, one wouldn't even know how to insult someone. You rascal, what about that over there? Shiming glared fiercely at Di Xiaoyang. That. My apologies, I merely wished to educate Nuwa, to broaden her horizons, lest she meddle in affairs that do not concern her. Yet foolishly lacks the capacity to articulate her thoughts. Di Xiaoyang awkwardly shrugged. In the wild, when such things occur and one is caught, it is indeed indecent. We should refrain from such behavior in the future. Nonsense. I shall do as I please. She, Nuwa, has her domain on Buzhou Mountain, yet Buzhou Mountain does not belong to her. Does she not know to circumvent it? Xuanming's ancestral witch temperament flared up. Using your words? This is called do not observe what is improper, do not listen to what is improper, indeed. Xiaoyang nodded foolishly. The ancestral witch may lack some common sense, but she was formidable when it came to retorting. Sanqing, Dijuan, and Donghuang Taiyi seemed to have received their fair share of scolding from the ancestral witch. Nonsense. I see you have taken a fancy to Nuwa and wish to woo her, Shiming coldly accused. She holds herself in such high regard, with an air of sanctity. How could she ever look upon you? Cease your ramblings. Di Xiaoyang sensed Xuanming's deep animosity towards Nuwa. Upon reflection, he quickly understood that Nuwa also belonged to the demon clan. Knowing that the witch clan and the demon clan were destined adversaries, it was only natural for the witch clan to harbor no goodwill towards her. Humph. Shiming stomped her foot angrily and ceased further conversation. Pursuing Hutu instead, I have met the Emperor, Fushi, sensing the tense atmosphere, hastily greeted. No need for formalities, my friend Fushi. Di Xiaoyang replied, I am tasked by the sage to govern the wilderness, and I have dispatched individuals to establish the wilderness law enforcement team to patrol the wilderness and enact laws for the living beings. Di Xiaoyang waved his hand slightly and spoke candidly. I wonder if you and Nuwa would be willing to join in this endeavor to contribute to the construction of the wilderness? Apologies, but my sister and I have no interest. Nuwa, harboring long-standing resentment towards Di Xiaoyang, would never agree. Moreover, she did not believe Di Xiaoyang was the right choice to manage the wilderness, and my invitation is an opportunity for you. You, Nuwa, who prides herself on being extraordinary, often showing compassion for the beings of the wilderness. How is it that you now refuse to lend a hand? Di Xiaoyang taunted. You often present yourself as noble and compassionate. Could that be false? You speak nonsense. If I were to aid the wilderness, I would naturally seek the West Queen Mother. Why would I serve under you, a shameless maniac? Nuwa retorted angrily, waving her hand dismissively. You act improperly and have indecent behavior. What right do you have to criticize me? Ah, you learn quickly. The 3,000 worldly guests of Zishao Palace. Who among them is not righteous, quick to claim they wish to protect the living beings? Yet, who has truly done anything? Di Xiaoyang coldly scoffed. You, Nuwa, are a prime example, parading under the guise of justice while contributing nothing. What is this high-mindedness and sanctity for? Silence. As the foremost male immortal, how can you consort with the witch clan? When you cannot see the slaughter they wreak upon countless beings? Nuwa vehemently countered. If you are indeed the foremost male immortal, then your primary task should be to halt the expansion and slaughter of the witch clan. Should it not? Quite astute. Di Xiaoyang acknowledged, indeed. The witch clan requires restraint. But do you take me for a fool? To attempt to restrain the witch clan with my own strength is akin to seeking death. Di Xiaoyang shrugged nonchalantly. Thus, if you and your sister join my side, I shall immediately storm Pango Hall and command the 12 ancestral witches to cease their slaughter. You. What? Nuwa finally recognized the artful eloquence in Di Xiaoyang's words. Nuwa, do my words not hold merit? The wilderness belongs to all beings. Although I aspire to restore it to a perfect world, my strength is insufficient. Xiaoyang smiled faintly, then suddenly turned serious. Should you refuse me today? You shall be my enemy. Think carefully. Dio, you really think I fear you? Nuwa's anger boiled over. her aura surging. Of course you are not afraid. Besides the sage and me, no one dares claim they can secure a victory over you. Correct? If you possess such ability, why do you disregard the lives of the wilderness's denizens due to personal prejudices? Di Xiaoyang continued his moral coercion. The West Queen Mother is the foremost female immortal. Yet she lacks the ambition I possess, destined to put forth effort without results. What do you speak of uplifting, flowery words and deceit? Regardless of what you say, you are not someone who will benefit the wilderness. My sister and I will never submit to you, so give up on that thought, Niuhua resolutely declared. Very well. You siblings are indeed the adversaries of this emperor, and the means employed against foes are well understood by you. Di Xiaoyang is not surprised in the least. If she were to truly acquiesce, she would no longer embody Niuhua. What is there to fear? With a single utterance left behind, Niuhua promptly departed from the other side. Chapter 36. The emergence of the gourd vine. Di Xiaoyang did not impede her. He merely watched her retreating figure, unable to suppress his laughter, as long as he exists in the primordial world. Niuhua can never truly be the detached sage who remains indifferent to worldly affairs as history depicts. Having created the human race and relished its fortunes, she must shoulder the responsibility of its guardianship. The compassion and pure love nestled within her heart, along with her empathetic nature, will undoubtedly be ignited bit by Di Xiaoyang's ideological influence. A century of ascension passed. Xianming and Hutu found themselves unable to advance even a step further. This place suffices. The picturesque scenery and rich spiritual energy render it an excellent site for cultivation. You may sit beside me, and I shall employ my unique, secret method to absorb the oppressive force of Buzhou Mountain. Aiding you in refining your physical forms, Di Xiaoyang halted, then promptly sat cross-legged. Very well. Xianming and Huda both placed their trust in Di Xiaoyang. Settling down at a certain distance apart, Di Xiaoyang immediately commenced his work. Much like when he concocted heavenly sin, he masked the great devouring technique with yin-yang mixed void, forcefully absorbing the oppressive force of Buzhou Mountain. The terrifying pressure and potent spiritual energy swiftly transformed into catalysts for the powers of Xianming and Hutu. Both could distinctly sense their physical strength surging, astonishingly faster than during their cultivation within the Pango Hall. In less than a century, they exhibited signs of breaking through to the mid-stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Di Xiaoyang's cultivation, too, grew increasingly formidable, resembling a devouring machine that consumed energy in abundance. His capacity to endure was nothing short of astounding. The cultivation methods of the ancestral witches were already wild enough, yet Di Xiaoyang surpassed them 100-fold. Relentlessly subjecting himself to torment, employing whatever cruelty necessary. A millennium later, Xianming and Hutu successfully broke through to the mid-stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Meanwhile, Di Xiaoyang's cultivation reached its final stages, yet he found himself unable to take that crucial step. Another century passed. Somewhere within Buzhou Mountain, spiritual energy erupted violently, with countless forces surging forth like tidal waves. It had finally manifested. Emperor, are you refining your body on Buzhou Mountain in anticipation of the imminent opportunity? Hutu gazed into the distance, tentatively voicing her thoughts. As expected, Hutu is indeed wise. Quickly send word to the other ancestral witches, urging them to come immediately. We must delay until I successfully break through to the pinnacle of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Di Xiaoyang smiled faintly. Not surprised in the least. Hutu is the most perceptive among the ancestral witches, her intelligence surpassing even that of Di Jiang. She merely speaks little. Naturally, there is no issue. However, judging by this phenomenon and its might, it seems there are not just one but multiple opportunities, which may attract the most powerful beings of the primordial world. Hutu solemnly remarked, relying solely on the strength of the 12 ancestral witches will be insufficient to contend, and we will inevitably offend numerous top-tier powers. Just delay them. The art of obfuscation is the specialty of Zhu Rong and Xianming. Xiaoyang smiled slightly. At that time, I shall owe the witch clan a great karmic debt. How does that sound? Deal. Hutu immediately rose with delight. The purpose of this discourse was for Di Xiaoyang to make a promise. She had gained insights within the Zixiao Palace and further revelations atop Buzhou Mountain. Faintly sensing that the witch clan would face great calamity, an irretrievable destiny. Perhaps only Di Xiaoyang could offer salvation. Go forth. Di Xiaoyang took Xianming along, for she had become his woman. He brought Hutu along to gain her trust, allowing her to witness his capabilities and excellence, thus laying the groundwork for their future collaboration against Hongjun and the heavenly Tao. After the spiritual energy surged, 7 streams of extraordinary light shot skyward, with the last, a dark beam, appearing the most ominous, likely still in the process of gestation, yet the most fearsome black gourd in the next moment. Di Xiaoyang felt a series of dreadful auras continuously manifesting above Buzhou Mountain. The earliest to arrive were the 12 ancestral witches, yet upon witnessing the powerful beings descending in droves, their expressions soured. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian among the 3 pure ones had both broken through to the late stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai had also ascended to the same stage. Accompanied by formidable allies, their momentum surging, they formed the first echelon. Next came Yuhua, Fuxi, Jin Yuanzi, and Hong Yun, constituting the second echelon. Others such as Kuanpeng, Mingyi, and Randang had also advanced to the mid-stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal, bearing significant treasures. As for the remainder, they were merely supporting characters in this grand spectacle. Di Jiang, your witch clan lacks a primordial spirit and cannot wield treasures. Do you still wish to partake in this contest for opportunities? Dong Huang Tai cast a sweeping glance, taking the lead in challenging the witch clan. Scruffy bird, what did you just say? Zhu Rong, seething with rage, immediately rolled up her sleeves. Di Jiang, feeling awkward, quickly interjected. Dong Huang Tai, we siblings have come merely to observe, not to engage in treasure hunting. Is that so? Dong Huang Tai expressed disbelief. Is there anyone unaware that the witch clan is intimately allied with Di Xiaoyang? Of course, you may proceed as you wish, pay us no heed. Di Jiang was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of these individuals. Even the 12 ancestral witches united would not fare well. The key was to buy time as best as possible. Very well, the witch clan may withdraw. Everyone, I trust you are all aware that Di Xiaoyang is present at Buzhou Mountain. Given his character, would he ever miss such a grand event? Di Jun smiled slightly, clasping his hands. If we were to engage in a fierce battle over treasures, we might find ourselves exploited by others. What Di Jun has said is profoundly accurate. There are those who wish to lurk in the shadows and reap the benefits. How can we allow that? Yuan Shi promptly stepped forward. Why don't we discuss the allocation of the treasures among us? That sounds reasonable indeed. Upon hearing this, representatives from all factions nodded in agreement. Even though Tong Tian, Yuan Shi, Di Jun, and Dong Huang Tai had all attained the late stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal, they still did not dare to regard Di Xiaoyang lightly. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of the ancestral witches turned grim. They never anticipated that these top-tier powers would be so wary of Di Xiaoyang, to the extent that they dared not even contend for the treasures. Very well. Di Jun, you are known for your wisdom and reputation in the primordial world. Why not take the lead in suggesting how these 7 gourds should be distributed? Yuan Shi inclined his head. Offloading the contentious task onto Di Jun. Yuan Shi, you are being too courteous. I shall not decline. The primordial gourd vine has yielded a total of 7 gourds, the 3 pure ones being the rightful successors of Pangu. With their high cultivation and virtuous character, may each take one. Di Jun glanced around and immediately stated, Fuxi and Yuhua, the siblings, shall receive one. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun shall receive another, while the remaining ones will belong to my brothers. How does that sound, Di Jun? Are you not shortchanging yourselves? Di Jiang's eyes glinted, and he quickly added, the last black gourd appears to be still unripe. That matters not, and why brothers do not lack for exquisite innate spiritual treasures. The last one being unripe poses no issue. What do you all think? Di Jun remained unfazed by provocations, exhibiting fairness and generosity. However, what of Kuanpeng, Mingyi, and Randang? Di Jun, do you look down upon them? Or do you wish to exclude them from the distribution? Di Jiang prodded again. These 3 friends are all mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal powerhouses. Do they not deserve a share? Chapter 37. What constitutes tyranny? Di Jiang, you are indeed not merely a spectator. Each word is laced with provocation. Thus, it appears your witch clan is resolutely determined to follow that great demon Di Xiaoyang. Di Jun waved his hand, directly exposing the ruse. Everyone, please do not fall prey to Di Jiang's attempts at sowing discord. Is it not the truth? If you were truly fair, why exclude Kuanpeng, Mingyi, and Randang from consideration? Di Jiang smiled shamelessly, once again instigating. Di Jiang, your intentions are far from innocent. There are only 7 primordial gourds, How can there be one for each? Di Jun immediately clasped his hands in greeting. If Kuanping, Mingyi, and Randang do not mind, let us discuss this at the Sun God Palace. I shall provide adequate compensation. Upon hearing this, Kuanping, Mingyi, and Randang immediately smiled. As for the others, they held no qualifications for a share. The 12 ancestral witches, realizing the futility of their efforts, silently acknowledged their defeat. Haha, excellent, Di Jun. You truly are extraordinary. This distribution is fair and just. I trust everyone has no objections. Yuan sure spoke with great delight. As long as Di Xiaoyang does not profit from this, he would be content even if he received no gourds, especially since the three brothers each gain one and no objections. Nuwa, Fushi, Zhen Yuanzi, and Hong Yun promptly expressed their agreement. Di Jun's prowess is remarkable. They are fortunate to receive one, which is already quite fair. Thank you all for your trust. Given this, I invite the three pure ones to take the lead in harvesting. Di Jun's thoughts were similar to Yuan Shi's. As long as Di Xiaoyang does not gain an advantage, he would be fine with foregoing the primordial gourds altogether. Wait. Xianming could no longer remain seated and strode forward. Xianming, what do you intend to do? Yuan Shi, having previously been rebuffed by Xianming, spoke with displeasure. Dear lady, I mean no harm by the decree of Emperor Xiaoyang. The emergence of the primordial gourd vine must be personally divided by the emperor, benefiting the vast primordial realm. Xianming had no choice but to entangle herself in disputes. Indeed. What is Di Jun, after all? What status does he hold, and what qualifications does he possess to act as a substitute for the esteemed emperor? Zhu Rong immediately stepped forward. I refuse to accept this. I refuse 1,000 times over. Refusal? Very well. This sovereign will subdue you all. Dong Huangtai has long wished to deal with the Wu clan. And he strides forward, raising the chaos bell. Dong Huangtai, do you dare? Upon witnessing this, Di Jiang immediately unleashes the terrifying aura of a late-stage Great Luo Jinxian to assist. As this aura merges, Sanqing, Di Jun, and Dong Huangtai all refrain from underestimating it. Yet they are fully aware that the Wu clan aims to prevent them from seizing the treasure, awaiting the arrival of Di Xiaoyang. Truly deserving of the title of the ancestors' leader, Di Jiang, my friend, since you possess such cultivation, allow me to spar with you. Yuan Shi can hardly contain his resentment, and the power of a late-stage Great Luo Jin interrupts. Filled with combat intent, do you think I fear you? Although Di Jiang is apprehensive of the numerous powerful beings, he is not afraid of battle. He strides forward, and his spatial powers manifest instantly, striking directly at Yuan Shi's back. Xianming, Zhu Rong, perish. Upon seeing Yuan Shi take action, Dong Huangtai is no longer fearful. He immediately aims the chaos bell at Xianming and Zhu Rong, who are closest to Di Xiaoyang. Dong Huangtai, are you feeling particularly reckless? How dare you target my women and brothers? The great battle is on the verge of erupting when a resounding and commanding voice suddenly reverberates through the void. At the sound of this voice, all the powerful beings present feel a sense of trepidation. Even Yuan Shi and Di Jiang, who are already engaged in battle, instinctively cease their conflict. You scoundrel, you have finally arrived. Xianming joyfully turns around, and indeed, it is Di Xiaoyang, clad in a splendid robe, arriving with an imposing presence. Thank you for your hard work. Di Xiaoyang smiles faintly, swiftly positioning himself before the ancestral witches. A glance from him causes even formidable figures like Kuanping, Mingyi, and Randang to involuntarily retreat. Only the likes of Fushi, Nuwa, Zhen Yuanzi, and Hong Yun, along with those at the late stage of Great Luo Jinxian, possess the confidence to face him. Dong Huangtai, do you consider yourself quite formidable? Di Xiaoyang's gaze ultimately settles on Dong Huangtai. Having significantly enhanced his cultivation, Dong Huangtai is no longer afraid to battle. Bolstered by the support of the demon clan's powerful beings, confident in his ability to subdue Di Xiaoyang. However, Di Jun steps forward first, offering a respectful greeting. I have the honor of meeting the emperor. Very well, Di Jun. Your share of the profits is commendable. Have you accounted for my portion alongside the Western Queen Mother? Di Xiaoyang gestures grandly. As the foremost male immortal and female immortal, do we not have the right to seize the opportunities and treasures that benefit the primordial realm? Indeed, we do. However, during the discussions, the emperor was not present, and thus was not included in the profit sharing. Di Jun replies in a composed manner. Moreover, Both the Emperor and the Western Queen Mother have received precious rewards from the saints. Why must you contend with us, beings of the primordial realm? What do the rewards from the saints have to do with you? The opportunities of Mount Buzhou, which benefit the primordial realm, must naturally be presided over by me personally. Who do you think you are? Di Xiaoyang's expression darkens. What I give you is yours. What I do not give you, no one shall possess. With these words, the 12 ancestral witches all change their expressions. Even the title of foremost male immortal uttering such words seems excessively domineering. How brazen! Truly a tempestuous immortal emperor, both arrogant and fierce. Di Xiaoyang, you are presumptuous. The foremost male immortal has no authority over the distribution of the opportunities of Mount Buzhou. If you have the ability, come and battle me. Let us see if you are worthy of this title. Dong Huang Tai Yi, unable to endure any longer, eagerly seeks to establish his name through battle. A defeated foe dares to be arrogant? Di Xiaoyang can hardly be bothered to look at him. You will have no choice but to fight today, but not now. You dare not fight? Dong Huang Tai Yi immediately chuckles. Naive. Heaven grants opportunities to those of virtue. I, the foremost male immortal, take it upon myself to represent the beings of the primordial realm, acting with fairness and justice. Di Xiaoyang coldly waves his hand, proudly wielding his sword. Whoever can withstand a strike from me may claim a congenital gourd for themselves. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere instantly becomes charged. Yet, more than anything, the onlookers are eager to witness the spectacle. Most of the powerful beings present, although aware of Di Xiaoyang's reputation, have yet to see him in action, all yearning to behold the might of the Emperor Xiaoyang. The Emperor is fair. Ming He admires Dai. In that case, allow me to be the first to receive a strike from the Emperor. Ming He, secretly excited, bows and steps forward. Given the profit-sharing arrangement of Di Jun, a solitary cultivator like him could not hope to intervene. However, simply receiving a strike from Di Xiaoyang, he possesses complete confidence, eagerly stepping forward first. You, what qualifications do you possess? Di Xiaoyang does not look down upon Ming He. Rather, he has already left him far behind, rendering him unworthy even to receive a strike. The Emperor is far too arrogant. Ming He immediately becomes enraged. You need not feel humiliated. Ming He, did I, the heavenly sin, punish the sins of heaven, rectify the injustices of the world, and slay the evils among living beings. My sword shall certainly draw blood. Di Xiaoyang gestures, speaking with a commanding presence. If you choose to receive the strike, the consequences shall be yours to bear. Please, grant me instruction, Emperor. Ming He remains unconvinced, unwilling to miss the opportunity for a top-tier congenital spirit treasure. Very well. Since my words are as solid as a mountain, let you strike first. Di Xiaoyang ceases further words, his right wrist slowly moving as he gradually grasps the hilt of the heavenly sin sword hanging at his left waist. Thank you, Emperor. Ming He rejoices, revealing his two hidden top-tier congenital spirit treasures, Yuan 2 and A Bai, immediately summoning their might and launching a fierce assault. Upon witnessing this, even San Qing, Di Jun, and Dong Huang Tai Yi are left astounded. No one expected that the typically inconspicuous Ming He harbored such a slaughterous treasure. The 12 ancestral witches cannot help but feel anxious for Di Xiaoyang, wondering how he could defeat such a powerful adversary with just a single strike. One must remember that Di Xiaoyang excels in physical prowess and martial arts. Swordsmanship requires the support of one's primordial spirit. What realm is Di Xiaoyang's primordial spirit at? Yet, Di Xiaoyang stands tall and proud, even dismissing Ming He's two top-tier congenital spirit treasures. Only when the onslaught of Ming He's attack, akin to a sea of blood, descends upon him does Di Xiaoyang's eyelids finally stirred. Sky-slaying sword technique. A thunderous roar shakes the world as Di Xiaoyang's figure soars into the void. With a resounding clash of swords, the heavens tremble, the sun and moon retreat, and all living beings quake. Puff! With the sword's glow unleashed, the battle concludes. Ming He, wielding the two top-tier congenital spirit treasures, is immediately sent reeling. Spitting blood, disbelief etched across his face. The powerful beings present share his astonishment, for even the mightiest Tai Qing could not discern how Di Xiaoyang had struck. They witnessed Di Xiaoyang leap, the sound of sword unsheathing shattering everything in its wake, rendering all obstacles null. In an instant, Mount Buzhou falls silent, as fear grips all present. This is the late-stage Ming He of Great Luo Jingxian. Wielding two top-tier congenital treasures, and even Dong Huang Tai lacks the confidence to claim victory. At the very least, Ming He could have retreated unscathed. Tisk tiske, you scoundrel, how deeply you have hidden your prowess. What sword technique is this? Xian Ming is the first to regain his composure. Astonished yet delighted. Sky-slaying sword technique. Di Xiaoyang replies with a faint smile. In his previous life, he was captivated by the sky-slaying sword technique of the Seven-Night Saint. After forging Heavenly Sin, he contemplated the path of swordsmanship and ultimately decided to master this single technique to avoid wasting too much time. So powerful, Xian Ming can hardly fathom it. Had it not been for Ming He's protective treasures, he would have perished. Not bad, you're barely able to stand among others. Xiaoyang observes that no one else dares to take up the challenge and directly calls out, Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun, you two may join forces to receive this strike. No. The Emperor's might is too great. We dare not offend. Hong Yun exclaims, waving his hands frantically. Zhen Yuanzi and I withdraw from the competition. The Emperor's might is beyond me. Zhen Yuanzi promptly expresses his agreement. This sky-slaying sword technique is far too terrifying. He might withstand it, but Hong Yun would not, and would surely suffer severe injuries. Very well. Though your strength is insufficient, your virtues are commendable, rooted in kindness. You are among the finest in the primordial realm, models for all beings. Even I, the Emperor, cannot help but admire you. Di Xiaoyang waves his hand, directly taking down a red gourd. Zhen Yuanzi possesses the earth script formed from the essence of heaven and earth, sufficient for self-preservation. This gourd shall be bestowed upon Hong Yun for protection. Ah, thank you, Emperor. Amidst Zhen Yuanzi's astonishment, Hong Yun feels as if he has hit the jackpot, unable to contain his emotions. The opportunities of heaven and earth belong to those fated to receive them. Hong Yun is kind to others, unhesitating in helping others, and has accumulated merit in the primordial realm, deserving of the Emperor's generous reward. Xiaoyang waves his hand, promptly presenting him with the destined 99 scattering soul red gourd. Thank you, Emperor. Thank you, Emperor. Hong Yun, clutching the red gourd, nearly sheds tears. Even his friend Zhen Yuanzi cannot comprehend his kindness. He claims that his actions are futile, that no one will appreciate them or remember them. Yet today, someone has finally recognized him, even rewarding him for it. You may retreat. Di Xiaoyang nearly bursts into laughter. If he were to find a righteous excuse to have Hong Yun perish, he would likely agree, so easily swayed. This is the very effect Di Xiaoyang desires. At this moment, even Nu Hua's gaze has changed. I find it utterly implausible that Di Xiaoyang would exhibit such selflessness. And I can sense the shifting sentiments of many formidable beings. Fuxi, Nu Hua, you two siblings may join forces to receive the sword. After Di Xiaoyang noted the reactions of the surrounding powerful entities, he called out once more, Humph. Nu Hua snorted coldly, saying, You have indeed acquired the innate gourd. Do you truly believe it will benefit the Hong Huang? Treasures are bestowed upon those who are fated and virtuous. Do you not think that Hong Yun's actions deserve an innate gourd? Di Xiaoyang retorted with righteous fervor, regardless of who they are. As long as they contribute to the Hong Huang and possess merit, I shall not hesitate to reward them. If there is any injustice, I shall willingly relinquish my position as the immortal emperor. I hope you truly speak with the weight of mountains. As for the contention over the innate gourds, my brother and I shall withdraw. Nu Hua clasped her hands in respect and immediately leaped away, returning to her abode. With her departure, Di Xiaoyang felt a sense of relief. Among the 7 innate gourds, what he truly desired was the azure gourd that originally belonged to Nu Hua, which could nurture the Zhao Yao fan. This treasure is exceedingly effective against the demon race. Only by acquiring it could Di Xiaoyang genuinely establish his own power. More importantly, with Nu Hua gone, the innate gourd vines and the underground Jiutian Shirong would belong to Di Xiaoyang. The timing of creating humanity would be dictated by him. If humanity cannot be created, how could the Sanqing and the duo from the west achieve sanctification? Upon meeting the emperor, Tong Tian requested the emperor to bestow the Zhan Tian Ba Jian Shu. Tong Tian bowed deeply, eagerly presenting the Qingping sword. As you wish. Please make the first move. Di Xiaoyang anticipated that Tong Tian would not miss this opportunity, determined to personally experience the Zhan Tian Ba Jian Shu and enrich his own swordsmanship. This battle was the most highly anticipated. If even Tong Tian could not withstand it, then no one would have the chance to obtain the innate gourd. Thank you, Emperor. I have comprehended the sword path for many years and have acquired a technique called Zhu Xian. I request the Emperor's guidance. Tong Tian, unable to conceal his excitement, gestured respectfully, and the supreme innate spiritual treasure, Qingping sword, was immediately unleashed. The sword's body moved, annihilating the heavens. The sword aura surged, slaying immortals and extinguishing gods. Di Xiaoyang was profoundly shaken. Tong Tian truly deserved the title of the foremost in the Honghuang sword path. This sword technique already contained the murderous intent of the Zhu Xian Zijian. No wonder Hongjun had granted him the Zhu Xian Zijian. Di Xiaoyang understood that to triumph over him with the Zhantian Bajian Shu, he would need to rely on external forces. Chapter 39. Severely wounding Yuan Shi. Tong Tian made his move, drawing the eyes of all. Everyone was eager to see how Di Xiaoyang would defeat him with a single sword strike. Zhantian Bajian Shu. Severing yin and yang, incinerating the heavens and earth. As Tong Tian's ultimate move Zhu Xian suppressed like a vast azure ocean, Di Xiaoyang let out a thunderous roar and soared into the sky. The same sword move, yet imbued with different power. Above Tianzue, it not only contained the dual energies of yin and yang, but also the 10 primordial fires, the Ziwei Tian Huan Lu Ding Shen Hua, affixed to the sword body. All this power converged into a single sword aura that could obliterate everything. Although Tong Tian's Zhu Xian was formidable, akin to unending ocean waves, it was still cleaved apart by the Zhantian Bajian Shu. The sword aura surged straight towards Tong Tian. Break! Tong Tian was taken aback and immediately drove the Qingping sword to defend. At that very moment, Di Xiaoyang had already brandished Tianzue and was upon him. Tong Tian had no choice but to raise the Qingping sword in a horizontal block. Engaging in a direct clash, however, Di Xiaoyang's physical body was invincible. Though Tong Tian could withstand Tianzue with the might of the Qingping sword, he could not withstand the physical power of Di Xiaoyang, who struck him away with a single blow. Despite being at the late stage of De Luo Jin Xian, Tong Tian was still defeated. The Emperor's swordsmanship was unparalleled, and Tong Tian submitted in reverence. Tong Tian leaped back, bowing deeply with genuine admiration, having no further thoughts regarding the innate gourd. Compared to the treasure, the understanding gained from that single sword strike was far more significant. Di Xiaoyang, I come to receive your sword. Yuan Shi, witnessing Tong Tian's defeat, felt deeply dissatisfied. Had it not been for Di Xiaoyang employing the Ziwei Tian Huan Lu Ding Shenhua, along with his physical prowess, could he have truly defeated the sword-savvy Tong Tian with a single strike? Are you certain? Di Xiaoyang smiled coldly. I am certain. I allow you to make the first move. Yuan Shi, harboring resentment toward Di Xiaoyang, yearned to seize an innate gourd. Having reached the late stage of De Luo Jin Xian, he no longer feared Di Xiaoyang and sought to defeat him with a single sword strike. A daydream indeed. Today, he aimed to shatter Di Xiaoyang's myth of invincibility. This is your own demise. If you wish to establish your authority, then I shall let you witness why the saints have conferred upon me the title of the foremost among male immortals, and not you. Yuan Shi, Xiaoyang's De Luo Jin Xian peak physical presence immediately manifested. What? This aura shook the ages, startling hearts. It turned out that Di Xiaoyang had advanced further in his cultivation, still standing as the foremost among the 3,000 worldly guests. The Zhu Tian Qing Yin Wu Ji Xing Huang Qi appeared. Yuan Shi's expression changed dramatically. He dared not harbor any contempt and immediately unleashed his 2 protective treasures. You, Yuan Shi, little Karami. Just based on you, you lack even the qualifications to connect with my Zhantian Bajian Shu, yet you dare to challenge me and covet the innate gourd? Di Xiaoyang cast a scornful glance, suddenly drawing Tianzue and thrusting it directly at Yuan Shi. Boom, boom, boom. Yuan Shi had completed his defenses and immediately unleashed waves of repulsive force. You reckless fool, you are far too confident. Even if your cultivation has advanced and your physical form has reached the peak of De Luo Jin Xian, you cannot possibly breach my defenses. It is mere daydreaming. Yuan Shi activated his defensive treasure, feeling quite pleased with himself, and repeatedly mocked. The one daydreaming is you. The arrogant and overconfident one is also you. As Di Xiaoyang's words fell, he suddenly grinned and delivered a powerful punch directly onto the sword's hilt of Tianzue. The immense force of his De Luo Jin Xian peak physical form was instantly applied to Tianzue, erupting with unparalleled impact. With a resounding boom, Yuan Shi's first layer of defense, the Wu Ji Xing Huang Qi, was immediately shattered. The terrifying force fell upon Zhu Tianqingyun, causing Yuan Shi to stagger backward, unable to maintain his standing position. Di Xiaoyang's ferocity was unyielding, and he struck the sword's hilt once more. Phew, phew. This time, Yuan Shi could hardly endure, and was immediately sent reeling, spitting blood from severe injuries. Though Zhu Tianqingyun had blocked Tianzue, it could not withstand the physical power of Di Xiaoyang at the peak of the Luo Jinxian. Emperor, please show mercy, Taiqing exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward to plead. He now understood that Di Xiaoyang's true terror lay not in the application of Zhantian Ba Jian Shu. Very well, for the sake of Taiqing, I shall spare Yuan Shi's life this time. Di Xiaoyang would not truly dare to kill Yuan Shi, nor could he, and immediately retracted Tianzue. Cough, that I refuse to accept this. I refuse. Yuan Shi shouted angrily after spewing blood, unwilling to relent. Second brother, cease your nonsense. Taiqing hastily intervened, stating that defeat is defeat. Elder brother, I refuse to accept this. He was clearly not employing swordsmanship. He was using physical strength against me, and shamelessly unleashed 2 punches. This is not a legitimate victory. It violates the agreement. Yuan Shi was discontented and could not accept it. Fool. Holding a treasured sword does not negate the use of swordsmanship? Di Xiaoyang chuckled in satisfaction. Who decreed that a sword technique can only be executed once? You are merely quibbling. Yuan Shi, furious and flustered, found himself at a loss for words. The powerful beings present felt that Di Xiaoyang's actions were quite cunning, yet they did not violate the agreement of a single sword strike. I am indeed quibbling. What can you do about it? Di Xiaoyang raised his fist, laughing shamelessly. The final say rests with me. If I do not bestow upon you the innate gourd, you shall not obtain it. Do you understand? Yuan Shi, infuriated, spat another mouthful of blood. Yuan Shi, remember this. My rules are rules. Di Xiaoyang, with an overbearing wave of his hand, absorbed all the blood Yuan Shi had spat into the sword body of Tianzue. The blood of the 3 pure ones and the ancestral witches is the noblest and most wondrous bloodline in the entire Hongwang. It must not be wasted, shameless madman. Today, I shall break your detestable rules, and no one shall adhere to your broken rules. Just then, Dong Huang Tai Yi suddenly roared, launching an attack. His magical power surged violently, immediately sweeping towards the remaining 6 innate gourds. You audacious bird, dare you? Di Xiaoyang seethed with fury, swiftly swinging his sword at ha. What is there to fear? If you wish to domineer the distribution of the innate gourds, I shall not fulfill your desires. Await the wrath of the beings of Hongwang. As Dong Huang Tai spoke, he soared into the sky. Though Di Xiaoyang acted promptly, he still managed to seize 2 innate gourds and escaped in high spirits. Di Jun was taken aback, unable to utter a word as he waved his hand to follow Dong Huang Tai. How outrageous! Di Xiaoyang was furious, but suddenly paused. You wicked scoundrel, what are you waiting for? Xian Ming anxiously urged, Chase. Chase what? Di Xiaoyang's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Just when he was at a loss for an excuse to strike at the Sun Star, Dong Huang Tai's treasure heist provided the perfect pretext. There was no need to rush. Moreover, the gourds Dong Huang Tai had taken originally belonged to Taiqing and Yuan Shi. Chapter 40. The Chaotic Gourd. Witnessing Di Xiaoyang's wicked smile, suddenly, a realization dawned upon me. The 3-legged golden crow was doomed. More importantly, Dong Huang Tai had seized 2, leaving only 4 gourds remaining, while Taiqing, Kuan Peng, and Randang were all eyeing them with keen interest in that moment. All gazes converged upon Taiqing. Esteemed guests, the opportunities bestowed by heaven and earth favor the primeval realm. The emperor, as the foremost among male immortals and the revered celestial sovereign, has the rightful authority to preside over the distribution of treasures. Taiqing performed a respectful salute. Your Majesty's cultivation surpasses all in the primeval realm, making you truly the foremost beneath the sages. I shall withdraw from the contest, allowing your Majesty to allocate the treasures. Upon hearing this, many harbored secret disappointment, especially Kuan Peng and Randang. With Taiqing opting not to engage in battle against Di Xiaoyang, they found themselves deprived of the opportunity to seize treasures like Dong Huang Tai had. Your Majesty, we take our leave. Taiqing spoke little more, bowing respectfully before departing with Yuan Shi back to Kunlun Mountain. With his exit, the splendid spectacle came to a close, leaving everyone to watch helplessly as Di Xiaoyang, in his capacity as the foremost among male immortals, emerged as the greatest victor. He had generously bestowed one gourd, earning the gratitude of Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun. Reflecting on this maneuver, it was indeed astute, effectively silencing the murmurs of the masses. Once all had departed, Di Xiaoyang eagerly began to collect the treasures. The remaining 4 gourds included the Waterfire Gourd, the Monster Summoning Gourd, the Immortal Slaying Gourd, and the yet-to-mature Chaos Gourd. The Waterfire Gourd, originally acquired by Tong Tian, nurtured 2 Waterfire Qilin within, possessing extraordinary utility. The Monster Summoning Gourd, originally belonging to Nu Hua, gave rise to the Monster Summoning Banner. The Immortal Slaying Gourd, initially acquired by Dong Huang Tai Yi, bore the renowned Immortal Slaying Flying Dagger. As for the last Chaos Gourd, due to its immaturity, records about it were scarce. Di Xiaoyang knew only that within this gourd lay a chaotic world capable of giving rise to myriad things. Since it had yet to mature, he decided to expedite its growth, immediately dripping the 3 lights divine water into the root of the primordial gourd. The 3 lights divine water was indeed the foremost sacred object. The primordial gourd, which was on the verge of withering, instantly regained vitality. What a waste! To expend such an abundance of 3 lights divine water for an immature supreme innate spiritual treasure. Was it worth it? Xian Ming looked on with a pained expression, lamenting the extravagance. What do you understand? Among the 7 innate gourds, the final one was undoubtedly the most potent. If it were to fully mature, it would likely become a supreme innate treasure. Di Xiaoyang felt a pang of regret, yet he had to take the gamble. Really? Upon hearing about the innate treasure, Xian Ming's interest was piqued, of course. Xian Ming, dear sister, and Ho Tu, little sister. The Wu clan occupies the vast primeval land. With boundless resources, why not support the Chaos Gourd with some heavenly materials? Di Xiaoyang chuckled, extending his hand. Then you shall grant me 1 innate gourd. Xian Ming harbored feelings for Di Xiaoyang, yet her innate sense of responsibility towards her clan prevailed. Constantly considering the Wu clan's interests it would be of no use to you. However, I can gift the Monster Summoning Gourd to Ho Tu. She will surely find it useful in the future. Xiaoyang pondered for a moment. Can I not play? Xian Ming immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. You cannot store items. Fine, fine. Once I conquer the Sun Star and reclaim it from that scruffy bird, I will give you a gourd capable of storing items. Di Xiaoyang helplessly nodded. As for the Waterfire Gourd and the Monster Summoning Gourd, I shall keep them for their significant utility. None shall have them. Deal. Xian Ming was overjoyed, promptly taking Ho Tu back to the Wu clan to gather heavenly materials. However, despite the various treasures sent by the Wu clan, the Chaos Gourd remained difficult to mature. This was evident. The last Chaos Gourd was indeed the most powerful one, destined to be of supreme innate treasure caliber. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Di Xiaoyang's 3 lights divine water was nearly depleted. Yet the gourd still had not fully matured. It seemed that the 3 lights divine water alone was insufficient to mature the Chaos Gourd, and required additional forces. Damn it. I must take the risk. I hope that the immortal cultivation novels from my previous life were not merely deceptions. After careful consideration, Di Xiaoyang decisively cut open his wrist, nourishing the primordial gourd vine with his blood to aid the emergence of the Chaos Gourd. Boom. Boom. As blood dripped in, the primordial gourd vine trembled with excitement, and the Chaos Gourd radiated with divine light. Haha, splendid. The web novels do not deceive me. Seeing this, Di Xiaoyang was filled with exhilaration. The prospect of obtaining a supreme innate treasure was within reach. Another 100 years passed. Suddenly, the Chaos Gourd erupted with sacred light, resulting in continuous celestial phenomena. A supreme aura shaking the primeval realm. Kunlun Mountain, the Sun Star, the Yin Star, the distant underworld sea, and the confines of the 5 Zhuang Temple trembled under this aura. Particularly on the Sun Star, Dong Huang Tai Yi was engulfed in fury. Why does that shameless villain have the right to obtain a supreme innate treasure? How can this be? It was the final Chaos Gourd. Though its essence was stronger than the previous 6, it was in a withered state and destined not to emerge. Yet Di Xiaoyang had made it mature and successfully manifest. Bai Zhe, who understood the heavenly mechanisms, was utterly bewildered at this moment. Such an act was entirely against the natural order, unfathomable. This is bad. This person's temperament is eccentric. Now that he possesses a supreme innate treasure, he surely will not let us brothers off easily. Jun's expression changed as he spoke with concern. I fear he is already on his way to the Sun Star. Does he have a supreme innate treasure while I do not? Jun added. Besides, we brothers have already gained a preliminary grasp of the Sun Star's essence. Are we to fear his vengeance? Dong Huang Taiyi's resentment was palpable. After seizing treasures from Buzhou Mountain, my control over the Chaos Bell has also advanced. I have long awaited his arrival. Ha ha, ha ha. Dong Huang Taiyi, Jun. You two scruffy birds, prepare to have your necks cleaned and await my return. For I shall shed blood and kill the chicken. At this moment, Di Xiaoyang's voice resonated from Buzhou Mountain, directly reaching the Sun Star. The powerful figures outside the Sun Palace were all filled with trepidation. Di Xiaoyang was indeed coming to exact revenge for the stolen treasures. Even Jun furrowed his brow tightly. It is time. Xiaoyang waved his hand to seize the Chaos Gourd, causing the primordial gourd vine to wither immediately. This change was anticipated. Xiaoyang promptly collected the withered gourd vine along with the 9 heavens breath soil from beneath. That moment, Nu Hua suddenly sensed something, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Sister, what has happened to you? Fu Shi exclaimed in alarm as he rushed forward. Xiaoyang, your scheming is exceedingly deep. You have taken my opportunity. I shall not share the heavens with you. Nu Hua, upon losing her chance, suddenly understood. Wiping the blood from her mouth as she rushed out of the venue to intercept Di Xiaoyang in the void. Hua, did you miss me? Di Xiaoyang was aware that she must have sensed her missed opportunity, prompting her to seek retribution. You shameless madman, how cunning you are with your unparalleled strength. You forcefully intervened in the distribution, all along scheming against me to seize my fortune. It is utterly detestable. Hua, filled with hatred for Di Xiaoyang, could not help but admire him. What does this signify? A mere mortal trifle. Do you, Nu Hua, truly care? Di Xiaoyang retorted. Surely you possess numerous heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and innate spiritual treasures? Everything Di Xiaoyang did was to outmaneuver Nu Hua, though he would never admit it. Enough with the pleasantries. Hand it over immediately. Though Nu Hua had yet to grasp the entirety of the situation, she understood that the opportunity she missed was of immeasurable significance, directly related to her future path of enlightenment. On what basis? On the basis of your beauty, or perhaps the tale you possess, or your self-proclaimed nobility, which in reality reveals you as a hypocritical scoundrel. Di Xiaoyang spread his hands. You shall perish. Nu Hua, consumed by rage, unleashed a powerful strike toward Di Xiaoyang's chest. However, her cultivation was only at the mid-stage of De Luo Jin Xian, and she could not shake Di Xiaoyang's physical form at all. Instead, her wrist ached from the impact. How delightful! Shall I not invite you for a few more rounds? Di Xiaoyang extended his hand and pulled Nu Hua into his embrace. You shameless madman, release me. Nu Hua, shocked and horrified, found her full force attack futile, unable to break free. The more she struggled, the closer their contact became. It seemed Di Xiaoyang relished her continued resistance. Are you not going to stop? Di Xiaoyang observed her stillness, choosing not to berate her further. What do you wish to do? Nu Hua was compelled to calm herself. Uncontrolled emotions would only allow Di Xiaoyang to gain the upper hand. That's more like it. As a woman, one should not hastily resort to violence. One must harbor reverence for life and possess a compassionate heart worthy of being called a primordial deity. Di Xiaoyang spoke slowly. Perhaps you find it hard to believe. But since my emergence, I have not taken a single life. Of course, the matter concerning the West Queen Mother was my fault. Upon hearing this, Nu Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. Being known as a madman had never taken a life? Amidst the bloodshed of the primeval realm, karma was entwined with the perpetrators of violence. Karma, as it is called, is the retribution bestowed upon killers in the primeval realm by the heavenly path. Such as the 3 innate clans. Di Xiaoyang smiled slightly. Have you ever sensed even a trace of karma from me? At this juncture, Nu Hua was further astonished, unable to accept the reality. Indeed, she had not felt the slightest trace of karmic energy, indicating that Di Xiaoyang was not lying. Are you dumbfounded? The beings of the primeval realm are not deemed good simply because their reputation is favorable. Nor are they considered bad due to a negative reputation. Di Xiaoyang continued. Your reputation is so favorable. How many lives have you taken? Hong Yun, the so-called good man of the primeval realm, has also taken quite a few lives, has he not? Certainly, I do not claim to be devoid of bloodshed. Rather, the lives I have taken belong to bloodthirsty beasts whose slaughter serves a purpose, whether noble or ignoble. Nuwa is well aware of what constitutes a ferocious beast. With their cruel, sanguinary nature, they leave behind rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. Their extermination indeed benefits the vast wilderness. You, however, remain naive. Your approach to life and duty is superficial. Lacking a true understanding of the essence of matters, to show mercy to all beings is a great virtue, while upholding the justice of the universe is a profound righteousness. Di Xiaoyang continued his admonition. Good and evil. Falsehood and righteousness are not mere words. They must be substantiated through action. Can you fathom the goodness towards living beings and the righteousness towards the universe? I ponder this. Nuwa nodded earnestly, entirely captivated by Di Xiaoyang's words, forgetting that she was still in his embrace. Very well, remain by my side. Allow me to teach you the true nature of good and evil, to unveil the depths of the human heart, and to discern right from wrong. That as soon as Di Xiaoyang finished speaking, he released her without hesitation, charging straight towards the sun star. Nuwa stood suspended in the void, dazed, foolish, entranced. She harbored a heart inclined towards benevolence and law. Yet, after all these years, she had accomplished nothing, changed nothing. The wilderness remained as chaotic as ever, rife with slaughter. Gradually, she had grown numb to it all. That in that moment, the fervent flame within her heart was ignited entirely by Di Xiaoyang. Ultimately, with a resolute determination, Nuwa gritted her teeth and leapt after Di Xiaoyang. Your talents are extraordinary. I would not presume to be your teacher. If I were to demand your submission and have you follow me, I doubt you would acquiesce, nor would there be sufficient trust. Di Xiaoyang smiled gently. If that is the case, then you may remain by my side as a free attendant. How does that sound? Indeed. Nuwa opened her mouth and consented. Ha ha, splendid. Today, I shall impart to you your first lesson. Truth emerges from the fist. Di Xiaoyang laughed joyfully. If you wish to achieve something, you must dare to act. To grasp opportunities amidst peril. What does that mean? Nuwa shook her head in confusion. It is quite simple. To pursue any endeavor, you must first learn to protect yourself and continuously grow stronger in the process. Enhancing yourself amidst crises, Di Xiaoyang continued. Di Jun and Dong Huangtai harbor grand ambitions, seeking to unite the myriad races as demons. They will inevitably become a death knell for me. My aim is to absorb their strength and bolster myself before they become truly formidable, to stabilize the cosmos. You call that cunning theft? Nuwa did not concur with Di Xiaoyang's assertion. Incorrect, profoundly incorrect. The emergence of the demon race will surely lead to a struggle against the shaman race for supremacy, causing bloodshed across the wilderness and potentially igniting calamity, endangering the entirety of the realm. Di Xiaoyang shook his head. As the foremost among male immortals, if I cannot safeguard my own life, how can I restore order and rescue countless beings? Upon hearing this, Nuwa fell silent. If one cannot even preserve their own life, what significance is there in discussing saving the world? Is it right or wrong, good or evil? What does it matter? The heat within her gradually intensified. Before the sun star, Di Jun, Dong Huangtai, and several dozen worldly guests had already assembled in formation. Nuwa? Di Jun was taken aback upon seeing Nuwa. Allow me to reintroduce her. Nuwa, she is now my attendant. Di Xiaoyang smiled slightly. However, her duties will only entail serving tea and attending to my needs. She will not interfere in any of my battles, so there is no need for alarm. Upon hearing this, Nuwa was quite surprised. She had assumed that, given Di Xiaoyang's nature, he would undoubtedly enlist her and her brother Fuxi in his endeavors. Perhaps even compel her to assist. Yet, he clearly delineated her role. Even so, Di Jun and the others were still astonished. Although the Queen Mother of the West is the foremost among female immortals, it is Nuwa who possesses the highest cultivation and prestige among them. Such a powerful being, willing to serve as an attendant? Spare me the details. Dong Huangtai defied my authority, forcibly seizing treasures and disrupting the survival laws of the wilderness. His crimes warrant punishment. Di Xiaoyang waved his long robe, asserting dominion. Heaven cherishes life, and I, too, am reluctant to shed blood. Surrender the treasures. Ha ha, do you truly believe yourself to be an emperor of immortals? If you wish for me to relinquish my treasures, you must defeat me. If you cannot, then you should retreat as far as you can. Dong Huang Tai Yi approached, brimming with battle intent as you wish. However, should you lose, you will not only have to relinquish the innate gourd but also vacate the Sun Star for 3 millennia as a form of punishment. After delivering his proclamation, Di Xiaoyang prepared to engage Dong Huang Tai Yi in battle. Chapter 42. We Spill Blood. Among the 3,000 worldly guests, in terms of combat prowess and destructive capability, Dong Huang Tai Yi undoubtedly held the title of the strongest. Even Tai Ching, while superior in defense, was inferior in offense compared to him. Very well, Dong Huang Tai Yi, brimming with confidence, immediately agreed. You hold no authority here. Di Xiaoyang shook his head. Di Jun, what say you? I consent. Di Jun understood that Di Xiaoyang coveted the essence of the Sun Star, yet with Di Xiaoyang already at their doorstep, intent on establishing his dominance over the wilderness, he had no choice but to accept the challenge. Humph. Let us see how you will defeat me, Dong Huang Tai Yi declared coldly, the chaos bell enveloping him. Simultaneously, he communicated with the essence of the Moon Star, ensuring the most potent offensive at his disposal. A perfect combination of offense and defense would render him invincible. Alas, what folly! Di Xiaoyang sighed, expressing a hint of sympathy. Di Jun, your Sun Star is rich in resources, but how many sacred artifacts do you possess that can aid Dong Huang Tai Yi in healing? Di Xiaoyang, you are overly arrogant. If you possess the ability, then strike. Let us see how you will overcome my chaos bell. Dong Huang Tai Yi, furious, issued the challenge. Such petty schemes are of no use. You think I am unaware of the chaos bell's capacity to rebound attacks and its immunity to all divine spells? Di Xiaoyang repeatedly sighed, gesturing dismissively. Angering me and then hoping the chaos bell will rebound my attack is a clever idea. Since it is so, I shall shatter your pride and trample your dignity. Upon hearing this, those present were astonished. No one anticipated that Di Xiaoyang, having seen through Dong Huang Tai Yi's intentions, would still choose to engage him on his terms. Was it confidence or ignorance? Di Xiaoyang's physical realm surpassed that of Dong Huang Tai Yi, yet Dong Huang Tai Yi wielded the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. Previously, Dong Huang Tai Yi had been unable to unleash its retaliatory power. In this moment of supreme confidence, he surely could. Humph, even the wind is strong. Do take care not to trip over your own tongue. Should you possess such ability, I assure you that wherever I see you, I shall bow in reverence. Dong Huang Tai Yi refused to believe. Should you lose, you will bow to me at any time and place. Very well. You need not only defend. You may also strike with your primordial spirit cultivation. Any other treasures may be employed. Since Di Xiaoyang dared to come, he was naturally prepared. Then perish. The Golden Crow's sky-covering technique, annihilation. Dong Huang Tai Yi would not show any courtesy, unleashing his great Luo Golden Immortal late-stage power, invoking the true fire of the sun in a strike that blotted out the sky and obliterated all. The heavens and earth responded. The boundless true body of Pangu emerged. Xiaoyang scoffed derisively, immediately deploying the grand divine ability of the heavens and earth, his form transforming into a 100-zhang giant. More terrifyingly, the shadow of Pangu loomed, its divine might suppressing the ages, shattering all laws. As the shadow of Pangu manifested, all laws crumbled. Dong Huang Tai Yi's full-force strike became a mere jest, dissolving in an instant. No. Witnessing this scene, Dong Huang Tai Yi fell into utter despair, unable to articulate his feelings. The Chaos Bell was unmatched in power, one of the 3 treasures of creation. Yet fundamentally, it belonged to the primordial god Pangu. Could the Chaos Bell's unique abilities counter Pangu? With a resounding thud, the 100-zhang giant of Di Xiaoyang struck the Chaos Bell with a single punch. In that moment, Dong Huang Tai Yi coughed up blood. All of the Chaos Bell's rebound and invulnerability characteristics were suppressed by the shadow of Pangu. How could Dong Huang Tai Yi withstand this, Your Majesty? Please show mercy. My brother and I will return the 2 innate gourds and withdraw from the Sun Star for 3,000 years. We implore Your Majesty to show mercy and spare Tai Yi this time. Di Jun fell to his knees in supplication. At the same time, the 2 innate gourds were promptly presented before Di Xiaoyang. Brother, do not plead for him, please. Dong Huang Tai Yi, upon witnessing his brother kneel, felt as if his eyes would burst with rage. We beg Your Majesty for mercy. Dijun not only knelt but also hurriedly bowed his head. For at this moment, Di Xiaoyang possessed the ability to slay Dong Huang Tai. You have a good brother. Remember your promise. From this day forward, wherever you are, you must bow to me. Di Xiaoyang stepped forward, landing beside Dijun, Bai Zhe and the others, trembling with fear, immediately knelt, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads. Such a grand divine ability, the shadow of Pangu. What an exalted power! How could one cultivate it? Thank you, Your Majesty. For 3,000 years, my brother and I will not set foot in the Sun Star. Please feel free to reside here, Your Majesty. After bowing, Dijun swiftly carried Dong Huang Tai away. Bai Zhe and his companions also wished to depart, yet they were utterly paralyzed by fear. As motionless as lambs awaiting slaughter. Are you aware of the edicts of this emperor? Di Xiaoyang remarked coolly, having received the great power. Yes, we shall bleed, we shall bleed. Bai Zhe quickly comprehended, as if granted a reprieve. He willingly bled from his wrist. The others, witnessing this, secretly sighed in relief and followed suit. But how long must this bleeding continue? Di Xiaoyang remained silent. Who dared to cease? Ultimately, they could only cast furtive glances towards Nuwa. Praying for deliverance, let us proceed. Nuwa, seeing them relinquish half of their blood, could not bear to witness such suffering and waved her hand to collect the crimson essence. Indeed. Thank you, Emperor, thank you, fellow Taoist Nuwa. Bai Zhe and the others, feeling a mix of trepidation and gratitude, bowed and departed. Di Xiaoyang did not impede them, merely smiling at Nuwa. You see, this is the essence of power. If you were not sufficiently powerful, lacking the authority to speak, they would not dare to depart until their blood was entirely drained. Yet they only fear you. Even if you surpass Dijun and Dong Huang Tai, they would still choose not to follow you. Nuwa replied slowly. To coerce through strength is inferior to winning hearts through virtue. This is something Dijun excels at. Progress has been made. Some matters are dictated by fate, and the time for change has not yet arrived. And no sooner had Di Xiaoyang's words fallen than he waved his hand. Good disciple, it is time to break through to the immortal Great Luo. What do you mean? Shiha and Changshi, hidden in the void, reluctantly manifested, I say. It is time for you to transcend your current realm. Am I to come all this way to Sun Star merely for your foundational issues? Di Xiaoyang shot them a glance. 2 mere innate gourds. If Dijun and Dong Huang Tai desire them, what can be said? You rascal, are you implying that you expelled Dijun and Dong Huang Tai? Seizing Sun Star for 3,000 years solely for us to draw upon its essence to break through. Changshi, moved, immediately flew to Di Xiaoyang's side. Otherwise, what? Di Xiaoyang retorted with irritation. Are you so exceptional? Shiha followed, yet remained skeptical of Di Xiaoyang. Ungrateful disciple, blind to the heart of a benefactor. For 10 millennia upon the Taiyin star, when have I ever harmed you? Had I wished to seize your essence, I would have done so long ago. You heartless wretch. Di Xiaoyang, somewhat angered, stated, Dijun and Dong Huang Tai are born sovereigns, destined for greatness, and thus entitled to the innate gourds. I also intend to reward them, so they may better fulfill their missions. Who could have foreseen that Dong Huang Tai, lacking wisdom, would resort to such forceful measures? And what of the Western Queen Mother? Shiha still believed Di Xiaoyang was not so benevolent. Nuwa, standing nearby, shared similar sentiments, feeling that Di Xiaoyang was too enigmatic. Especially after such words, he seemed to appease the Taiyin star goddess while showcasing his vast magnanimity, shifting all blame onto Dong Huang Tai. As for the Western Queen Mother, that was indeed my error. Did I not repent and strive to make amends? Di Xiaoyang chuckled awkwardly. As the saying goes, a wayward son returning home is worth more than gold. Surely, I deserve a chance to rectify my mistakes. Your reasoning is abundant. Pray tell, how shall you assist us in breaking through to the immortal Great Luo? Shiha, having witnessed the outcome of the previous battle, experienced a shift in her thoughts. At the very least, Di Xiaoyang's insights and understanding on the path of cultivation were unparalleled. It is simple. At the innate spiritual root of the Fusang tree, I shall aid you in achieving a harmonious balance of yin and yang, facilitating a breakthrough. With a wave of his hand, Di Xiaoyang promptly transported the 3 women to their destination. Nuwa, you may either cultivate on your own or explore the Sun Star, Di Xiaoyang instructed. Shiha, Changshi, Sit cross-legged and merge your essences. Leave the rest to your master." The sisters, filled with secret joy, complied eagerly, their hearts brimming with anticipation, wondering what heights their cultivation could reach with Di Xiaoyang's assistance. Nuwa, reluctant to depart, was equally curious, pondering the potential of Shiha and Changxi. Had they not forcibly suppressed their realms, they likely would not have lagged far behind Kuanpeng and Ran Deng Daoran. Mastering the mid-level of Immortal Great Luo with relative ease. Star Tower, emerge, Di Xiaoyang bellowed, summoning the innate treasure Star Tower, formed from the convergence of celestial stars, to hover above the three women. This tower, one of the four treasures compensated by Di Jun, was not particularly powerful, yet it possessed a marvelous ability to connect with the stars of the heavens, serving as an aid in cultivation. As the tower spun, the power of the celestial stars began to gather. Even the might of the Taiyin star surged forth. However, these were merely auxiliary forces. Di Xiaoyang's true objective was to directly absorb a vast reservoir of the pure yang and pure yin essences through the identities of the sun goddess and the moon goddess. Thus, the cultivation officially commenced. Utilizing the star tower as a medium, alongside the essences of the two women, he indeed established a direct connection to the primordial sources of the Taiyin star and the sun star. An endless flow of essence surged forth. At that moment, Shiha and Changxi could no longer contain their burgeoning power, their cries echoing as their inner magic surged. "Persevere. Do not break through until the final moment," Di Xiaoyang cautioned, simultaneously absorbing the majority of the essence into his own body to enhance his own primordial spirit's cultivation. Such a brazen approach to cultivation would not take long. Within a century, Shiha and Changxi could no longer hold back, and a resounding breakthrough occurred. At that moment, the sisters' three flowers blossomed continuously, their magical power rising like the tides of the sun and moon, tremendous and overwhelming, causing Nuwa's expression to shift. Those who had not directly transformed into immortal great Luo innate deities did not experience such unparalleled might during their breakthroughs. Soon thereafter, the primordial world trembled once more, for the sisters successfully bloomed with 9 petals. Upon transformation, those who could achieve such a feat were directly elevated to immortal great Luo. This signified that the sisters' talents and foundations were now on par with Nuwa, Dijun, and Dong Huang Tai, even rivaling the 3 pure ones in quick succession. Nuwa was astonished again. After the sisters' 3 flowers dissipated, their magical power continued to grow, seemingly poised to break through to the mid-level of immortal great Luo. "Indeed? I am assisting you." Di Xiaoyang smiled with satisfaction, as 2 Huang Zhongli fruits promptly flew into their mouths, aiding in their absorption. After a century of absorption, Shiha and Changxi simultaneously broke through to the mid-level of immortal great Luo. However, their magical power was not comparable to ordinary great beings. It surpassed that of Fuxi, Kuanpeng, and Ran Deng by a significant margin. Even more remarkably, their magical power was more resilient and destructive. Nuwa, on the verge of breaking through to the late stage of immortal great Luo, would find it difficult to contend with either sister in a magical confrontation. With her chances of victory slim, "You rascal, thank you this time." Upon completing her breakthrough, Changxi rose in delight. "Having called you a rascal, might I steal a kiss?" Di Xiaoyang, playfully mischievous, replied. "Consider it a reward. In your dreams, this is your rightful duty. No need for rewards." Shiha promptly pulled Changxi away. "You aided our breakthrough. The benefits you reap are the greatest. Very well, go aside and stabilize your realm." While also guarding for your master at this moment, Di Xiaoyang had no time for flirtation, as he too felt his primordial spirit's cultivation nearing a breaking point to the mid-level of immortal great Luo. Yet he did not break through immediately. Instead, he retrieved the water and fire gourd, originally belonging to Tongtian, and began to refine it using the essence of the Taiyin star. This gourd, capable of nurturing the water and fire Qilin, contained the principles of water and fire. How could it not be refined? Water and fire correspond to yin and yang, making them the finest resources for Di Xiaoyang's advancement in primordial spirit cultivation. More intriguingly, should he successfully refine the water and fire gourd, his primordial spirit would attain a strength comparable to that of a top-tier innate treasure. At that time, with an indestructible body and an imperishable spirit, he would indeed possess the legendary body of indestructibility. However, success would not come easily. Even if the water and fire gourd had just matured, it still counted as a top-tier innate treasure. impervious to ordinary artifacts. Ziwei Heavenly Fire, 6 Ding Divine Fire, merge with this emperor, incinerate the heavens. Everything transpired as Di Xiaoyang anticipated, but he was well prepared. The moment the seal on his primordial spirit was lifted, he forcefully fused the 2 great source fires into a new, formidable flame. At that instant, Nuwa, Shiha, and Changshi were utterly stunned. They had never imagined that Di Xiaoyang's primordial spirit cultivation had already reached the initial level of a mortal great Luo, and that his magical power was so formidable that it could rival any one of them. Heavens! What manner of monster is this? The beings of the primordial world believed that Di Xiaoyang, obsessed with physical cultivation, had forsaken the essence and that his primordial spirit was merely at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal. In reality, however, Di Xiaoyang had already transcended to immortal great Luo, possessing the capacity to challenge beyond his level. Chapter 44. Successful Breakthrough. A freak among freaks. Di Xiaoyang, solely relying on his primordial spirit's cultivation, was more than capable of dominating the vast expanse of the primordial land. Nuwa still harbored thoughts of opposing him, attempting to displace him from his celestial emperor's seat, restoring a clear and just world to the primordial realm. It was only now that she realized her naivety. Di Xiaoyang's actions were never born of ignorance or arrogance, but rather stemmed from genuine confidence. It is no wonder he could exert his influence over the 3 pure ones and expel the natural sovereigns of the Sun Star. The fusion of the 2 primordial divine fires was terrifying and destructive. Flames enveloped Di Xiaoyang, the searing power forcing him to roar in agony, a testament to the pain he endured. Shiha and Changshi could not help but grip each other's hands tightly. They may outwardly disavow Di Xiaoyang, their faces marred by disdain, yet within, they are utterly captivated by him, filled with concern. Were it not for Di Xiaoyang, could these sisters ever hope to stand shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Nuwa, Zhuangmu, Xinyuanzi, and Hongyun, those formidable beings? Allow me to merge, then. After Di Xiaoyang executed a series of profound techniques, he suddenly leapt to perch atop one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, the Fusang tree. He forcibly absorbed the essence of the Fusang tree using the great devouring technique, serving as a medium to harmonize the 2 primordial fires, allowing them to merge. This was the true aim of Di Xiaoyang in expelling Dijuan and Donghuang Tai. However, Di Xiaoyang underestimated the explosive power generated during the fusion of the 2 primordial fires, a force that even a peak great Luo Jianxian physique could not withstand. Do not panic. We shall assist you. Just as failure loomed, Shiha and Changshi exchanged a glance and struck out simultaneously, channeling a profounding energy into Di Xiaoyang's body. What is this? Di Xiaoyang exclaimed in astonishment. It was the essence of the laurel tree, one of the 10 spiritual roots, corresponding with the Fusang tree. These sisters were willing to sacrifice such a gift. Do not be moved. We simply wish to settle our debt to you, akin to repaying you for the Huangzhongli. Shiha huffed disdainfully. Stubborn as a dead duck, Di Xiaoyang remarked with a smile of relief, resuming his alchemical work. With the aid of the laurel tree essence, not only did he swiftly harmonize yin and yang, but signs of the merging of the 2 primordial fires also began to manifest. Gradually, Di Xiaoyang transitioned from pain to comfort. The newly fused power of the 2 primordial fires became the foundational force for refining the water fire gourd. Boom! As the ZY Heavenly Fire and the Looting Divine Fire fully integrated, transforming into a new divine flame. Di Xiaoyang's spiritual essence surged, breaking through to the mid-stage of Great Luo Jinshin in an instant. The overwhelming force of this breakthrough caused Nuwa, Shiha, and Changshi to turn pale. This was no mere display of the mid-stage Great Luo Jinshin, but rather the formidable aura of a peak Great Luo Jinshin powerhouse. Splendid, Waterfire Gourd, allow me to refine you. With his breakthrough complete, Di Xiaoyang unleashed the great devouring technique to absorb the essence of the Waterfire Gourd, augmenting his spiritual cultivation. Under the scorching heat of the new divine flame, the Waterfire Gourd could not resist. Days turned into weeks. Di Xiaoyang's spiritual cultivation continued to grow relentlessly, leaving Nuwa, Shiha, and Changshi in a state of trepidation. Approaching the 3,000-year mark, the exquisite innate spiritual treasure Waterfire Gourd completely disintegrated, and Di Xiaoyang's spiritual cultivation neared its breakthrough. Yet, he forcibly restrained himself, refusing to ascend to the late stage of Great Luo Jingxian. What is the reason for this? Nuwa inquired, puzzled, sensing that Di Xiaoyang's foundation had become exceedingly robust. The more one restrains, the stronger one becomes. There is no need for haste. After all, a breakthrough can be achieved at any moment. What impact could it have? Di Xiaoyang slowly rose. Dear disciples, would you like a gift from your master? Are you up to mischief again? Shiha shot him a sideways glance. Are you certain you do not want it? With a wave of his hand, 2 ethereal essences of the water-fire Qilin manifested instantly. Ah, you! Shiha and Changshi were immediately drawn to their aura. Dio, you wish for them? Alas, it is too late. Di Xiaoyang feigned pride, revealing that the essences of the water-fire Qilin were deliberately preserved by him and nurtured with his own innate 3-clan bloodline. Their potential was immensely powerful, as products of the water-fire gourd. They were unbound by the karmic ties of the Qilin lineage, promising extraordinary future achievements, at least far more promising than in the hands of Tongtian. You rogue, are you trying to bully us sisters into submission? Changshi glared fiercely at Di Xiaoyang. How could they not desire such beings? The 2 water-fire Qilins were both adorable and potent, perfectly aligned with their yin-yang attributes. Even Nuwa felt a twinge of envy. This master delights in such things. Come, give me a kiss, and the water-fire Qilins will be yours. Di Xiaoyang mischievously pointed to his cheek. Absolutely not. Shiha stamped her foot in frustration. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Changshi suddenly dashed forward, planting 2 quick kisses on Di Xiaoyang's cheek before seizing the water-fire Qilin for herself, too bashful to look at anyone else as she began to play with it. Ha ha, delightful. Since you are such a good girl, I shall bestow upon you another treasure to aid your journey across the heavens and frolic in the wilderness. Xiaoyang waved his hand, producing the innate gourd originally belonging to Yuan Shi. What is this? Nuwa gasped in astonishment. This gourd, I name it the Heaven and Earth Gourd. While it lacks offensive capabilities, it possesses the ability to nurture treasures of the world, enhancing their quality by a tiered, Di Xiaoyang explained, Dear girl, your companion treasure Sun Moon Essence Wheel is merely a superior innate spiritual treasure. If you place it inside for nurturing, it can reach the level of an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Is this truly for us? Shiha's gaze softened as she regarded Di Xiaoyang. What objection could there be? You sisters, as the goddesses of the Taiyin star, born of the powers of the sun and moon, shall illuminate the wilderness in the future. Di Xiaoyang nodded. Nuwa, I bestow upon these sisters an innate gourd. Will it not nourish the wilderness? Indeed, Nuwa replied honestly. The sun and moon are the very radiance of the wilderness. Without them, the wilderness would plunge into darkness, reverting to chaos. Then I thank you. Shiha swiftly snatched it away, lest he make some shameless demand later. Di Xiaoyang had no time to waste. With a flip of his wrist, the innate treasure chaos gourd appeared in his palm. Indeed, it has successfully matured. Nuwa approached in astonishment. Could it be that you intend to absorb the energy of the innate treasure for your cultivation? What nonsense is that? Can an innate treasure be destroyed? Di Xiaoyang tossed the chaos gourd into the in that instant. As the gourd's mouth opened, a torrent of chaotic energy cascaded down from the heavens. However, instead of absorbing the chaotic energy for his own cultivation, Di Xiaoyang used the fused divine flame to refine it, expelling the impurities and transforming it into pills imbued with chaotic energy. What is your intent? Nuwa gazed at Di Xiaoyang in bewilderment. Chapter 45. Wilderness Currency. The chaotic energy is the pinnacle of the wilderness, beyond the absorption or refinement capability of a great Luo Jingxian, and certainly too potent to bear. Yet, Di Xiaoyang, utilizing the chaos gourd for transformation and refining it with divine flame, made all the difference. Nuwa, you have the heart to build a flourishing wilderness, to alter its survival laws, diminishing slaughter and conflict. Have you ever considered what the wilderness lacks? Di Xiaoyang inquired as he continued his refining process. What is lacking? Nuwa, Shiha, and Changshi fell into contemplation. Yet, despite their best efforts, they could not fathom what could change the wilderness. Truly, they had wooden heads. The wilderness teems with resources, enough to sustain countless beings, yet it lacks a means for peaceful coexistence. This peace, I deem it trade, exchange, or perhaps resource sharing, Di Xiaoyang remarked with a roll of his eyes. Ah, currency, the medium for transactions. Shiha suddenly recalled Di Xiaoyang's earlier words, awakening in realization. You intend to create a medium for trade? Establishing a marketplace. Ah, Shiha, you do care for your master. Di Xiaoyang smiled warmly. You still remember my casual words from years past. What exactly is currency? Nuwa felt a spark of understanding and quickly inquired. Trade and marketplace, what do they entail? I have heard the rogue mention that currency serves as a measure of value, while trade is a mode of exchange, a mutual transformation of needs. Shiha added. Recalling .as for the marketplace, it is a place that facilitates trade, where goods can be exchanged. Nuwa, however, remained perplexed, though she sensed the importance of their discourse. In essence, currency is what one uses to buy and sell. A means of measuring value. For instance, if you possess an innate treasure that is of no use to you, you may sell it to another. Di Xiaoyang elucidated. By selling it, you can acquire currency, and then use that currency to purchase the heavenly materials and earthly treasures you require from others. This? Nuwa was utterly astonished upon grasping the concept, so it meant selling what one does not need to acquire what one desires, thereby exchanging goods rather than resorting to hunting or seizing them. Truly astute, though you think the chaos Yuan Pillai refined could establish a trading market, becoming the fundamental measure for goods? Di Xiaoyang inquired with a slight smile. Certainly, it can. Nuwa affirmed, the chaos Yuan Pill you refine can rapidly enhance cultivation and temper the physique. Surely, no one would refuse it. Nuwa began to understand. If there exists a desire, then there will be an exchange of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, thus constructing a marketplace. Indeed, but I have some concerns, Shiha added quickly. For instance, if Dijuan and Donghuang Tai were to acquire vast quantities of Chaos Yuan pills, their cultivation would surely surpass yours, with dire consequences. Ha ha, dear disciple, you worry too much. That I have stated previously, the ultimate authority on determining the value of heavenly materials and earthly treasures rests with me. Emperor Xiaoyang laughed heartily and declared, how can the price of goods be determined by the chaos origin, Dan? Everything is firmly in my grasp. More importantly, at this moment, the chaos gourd is absorbing chaotic energy. It is not truly authentic, merely a fraction of its potential. The chaos gourd was nurtured by my own blood, akin to my very doppelganger, and I have complete mastery over it. There is no concept of refining restrictions. Hence, I can communicate with the chaos beyond the heavens. I understand now. You concocted the chaos origin Dan to acquire various heavenly materials at the lowest possible price, only to sell them at a premium later. Shiha's eyes sparkled mischievously as she remarked, in that case, you shall be the true beneficiary. Damn it, Emperor Xiaoyang chuckled awkwardly, realizing that indeed, this was the treachery of a rebellious disciple. Such matters are best kept to oneself. Why expose them? As the 3,000-year period approached, Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai were set to return to the solar star. This time, the spectacle was grand, with the 10 great demon saints already in place, each boasting mid-stage great Luo golden immortal cultivation. However, their powers paled in comparison to Nuwa, Changshi, and Shiha. Following the 10 demon saints, there were an additional 365 early-stage great Luo golden immortals, all members of the Purple Cloud Palace 3,000 worldly guests. Moreover, there were over 10,000 Tai golden immortal demon clan leaders. It was evident that the two had spent the last 3,000 years gathering the demon clans. Emperor Jun, Donghuang Tai, you have toiled greatly these 3,000 years. Emperor Xiaoyang began, rising slowly with a benevolent expression. What scheme is Emperor Xiaoyang concocting now? Donghuang Tai exclaimed in surprise, hardly believing that such words would emanate from that wild spirit. Tai, you are quite bold. Setting aside my identity, during the battle of 3,000 years ago, what words did you utter? Do you intend to break your promise? Emperor Xiaoyang said with a gentle admonition, his demeanor noticeably softened compared to before. Humph. Donghuang Tai, I pay my respects to the emperor. Donghuang Tai begrudgingly knelt, humiliated. The 3,000-year period has arrived. I beseech the emperor to withdraw from the solar star. I pay my respects to the emperor. I beseech the emperor to withdraw from the solar star. Bai Zhe, Ing Zhao, and the other 10 great demon saints immediately led their subordinates to kneel in unison, their voices echoing in a show of force. Good, very good. Emperor Jun, you indeed have the people's hearts. It seems the demon clan system has been established, ready to swear allegiance to the heavenly Tao and formally establish the demon clan. Emperor Xiaoyang smiled faintly. Congratulations, you are about to become the leader of the demon clan. Thank you, Emperor. Emperor Jun replied with a bow. Might I inquire what you mean by your toil? it is only fitting that I extend my condolences to you. The Demon Clan, formed from the myriad races of the primordial, though you are the leader of the Demon Clan, you are also a subject of mine. Emperor Xiaoyang spoke with eloquence. Establishing the Demon Clan and unifying its governance is a great merit in the primordial realm, and I shall duly reward you. Your words do not align with your heart. You see that the Demon Clan is about to rise and can no longer suppress us brothers. Hence, your attitude has changed. Dong Huang Tai retorted sarcastically, unfortunately, your misdeeds are too numerous. You cannot hold the position of the foremost male immortal for long. You foolish one. His implication was clear. Once the brothers established the Demon Clan, they would have to shoulder the responsibilities of its leadership. Shiha interjected with a glance. In the future, if the Demon Clan causes trouble, they will directly seek you brothers out for trouble. You. Dong Huang Tai pointed angrily at Shiha, but before he could finish, he realized Emperor Xiaoyang's point. Regardless of their identities, they were all subjects of the male immortal Emperor Xiaoyang. Brother Jun, Dong Huang Tai, shall we make a wager? Emperor Xiaoyang smiled playfully. I wager that even if you become the leaders of the Demon Clan, you will still be unable to overshadow me and must obediently remain as my subjects. Chapter 46. The Merit of the Heavenly Tao. According to later records, after Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai became the leaders of the Demon Clan, they refused to acknowledge the legitimacy of Dong Huang Gong and sought to obliterate it, replacing it instead. However, the prevailing circumstances remained unchanged. To secure their positions as overlords, Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai must eliminate Emperor Xiaoyang. What does the emperor wish to wager? The humiliation of 3,000 years had not crushed Emperor Jun. Rather, it had fostered his growth and unveiled glimpses of the future trends. If you lose, you shall allow me to sever a branch from the Fusang tree. Emperor Xiaoyang turned to glance and stated, if you win, I shall grant you a primordial gourd, allowing you to walk freely henceforth. Agreed, it is settled. Emperor Jun immediately consented. How shall the contest be judged? By discerning heights, Emperor Xiaoyang waved his hand, and 12,960 Chaos Origin Dawn materialized in the void. Emperor Jun, Bai Zhe, and the others were puzzled, yet they could sense the immense power contained within, which would greatly benefit their cultivation. Heavenly Tao above, I am the foremost male immortal of the primordial realm, observing the constant strife and relentless slaughter upon this land. Today, I shall refine the Chaos Origin Dan as currency for the primordial realm to gauge its value, establish a trading market, and restore order to the primordial realm. I seek the approval of the Heavenly Tao. Emperor Xiaoyang smiled mysteriously and promptly swore upon the Chaos Origin Dan approved. The Heavenly Tao responded, manifesting wondrous phenomena as golden flowers filled the sky. Two immense streams of Heavenly Tao merit descended in an instant, one landing upon the 12,960 Chaos Origin Dawn, transforming them into Chaos Merit Origin Dawn as a testament of the Heavenly Tao's recognition. The other descended upon Emperor Xiaoyang as a reward from the Heavenly Tao. At this moment, all present were utterly astonished, especially Emperor Jun, Dong Huang Tai, and Bai Zhe, who were still grappling with the implications. How could such monumental merit from the Heavenly Tao be acquired merely through an oath? Yet all was tangible and real. Heavenly Sin, arise! Emperor Xiaoyang rejoiced, drawing Heavenly Sin to carry the merits presented by the Heavenly Tao. You dare to forego merit? Nuwa exclaimed incredulously, her eyes wide in disbelief. Heavenly Tao merit was akin to an invaluable balm, applicable for enhancing cultivation, refining treasures, and resolving karmic debts. Its utility was extraordinary, even if one chose not to utilize it. It could be stored for life-saving moments. Merely Heavenly Tao merit, why be so frugal? Emperor Xiaoyang had never desired to be bound by the righteous path of merit, and thus would not harness the power of merit. Instead, using it to refine Heavenly Sin was the wisest choice. As the merit settled, the phenomena subsided, and a sense of order began to form in the hearts of the beings of the primordial realm. Gradually understanding the function of currency, at that moment, Emperor Jun's face turned ashen. He had lost again, and this time, it was a complete defeat. Even if he were to establish the Demon Clan now, his might and renown could never surpass that of Emperor Xiaoyang. Brother Jun, the outcome is evident. Since that is the case, I shall graciously accept the branch of the Fusang tree. I implore you to nurture it well in the future. Emperor Xiaoyang beamed with pride, wielding heavenly sin and causing multiple branches of the Fusang tree to fall. Seeing this, Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai bled internally. This was one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots, and even a single leaf could be refined into a supreme yang treasure of extraordinary power. At this moment, the entire tree had been reduced to mere stumps by Emperor Xiaoyang. More astonishingly, after acquiring the merit of the heavenly Tao, heavenly sin had multiplied in power several times over, exhibiting the potential of the finest primordial spiritual treasure, a truly terrifying prospect. Ladies and gentlemen, I bid you farewell. 2,000 years hence, a trading conference will be held over the Eastern Sea, which shall last for 3,000 years. I hope you will grace us with your presence. By then, there shall be countless supreme yang treasures refined from the Fusang tree. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Xiaoyang immediately departed with Nuwa, Shiha, and Changxi. How infuriating, brother. What are we waiting for? Let us swear allegiance to the heavenly Tao and establish the demon clan immediately. Donghuang Tai lashed out in frustration at Emperor Xiaoyang's retreating form. No, the time is not yet ripe. Emperor Jun too desired to establish the demon clan as soon as possible, yet this was not the optimal moment for such an endeavor. When then, shall we remain perpetually suppressed by him, forever witnessing his arrogance and imposition? Donghuang Tai roared in frustration. Of course not. The moment you and I, brothers, break through to the pinnacle of great Luo Golden Immortal, that shall be the time for the emergence of the demon clan. Emperor Jun resolutely gestured. Bai Zhe, Ying Zhao, all of you, I beseech you to exert every effort to expand the influence of the demon clan during this period. Await the day my brother and I break through. Understood. Bai Zhe, Ying Zhao, and the others immediately bowed in acknowledgement, departing from the lunar star. Emperor Xiaoyang chuckled. Good disciple. Shall we pay a visit to the lunar star? You shall not. Shiha opposed immediately. She was certain that Emperor Xiaoyang intended to sever the branches of the laurel tree to refine supreme in treasures. Do not be so stingy. Once refined, you sisters shall receive 30% of the profits, Emperor Xiaoyang coaxed. Additionally, I shall provide you with 3 light divine water to rejuvenate the laurel tree. Really? Shiha and Changshi's interest was piqued. Of course it is true, Emperor Xiaoyang affirmed with a nod. When have I ever deceived you? The two immediately rolled their eyes, as if to say, have you not deceived us before? This time, I truly do not lie. To be frank, my Taoist abode lies above the Eastern Sea, comprising 3 immortal islands, brimming with heavenly materials and treasures, even including primordial artifacts, Xiaoyang solemnly stated. Among them lies the mystical Panglai Island, which harbors a pool of 3 light divine water. Should you doubt my words, you may accompany me to witness it. You have actually seized all 3 immortal islands in the East Sea. Upon hearing this, Nuwa instantly became invigorated. She had once sensed an opportunity to venture to the East Sea but failed to locate the fabled site, ultimately returning to the unyielding mountain in despair. Are you looking for this? With a wave of his hand, Di Xiaoyang summoned the 12-petal pure world white lotus, which indeed manifested, as expected. Nuwa, enraged, clenched her fists, but it was too late. At that moment, Di Xiaoyang stood before her, invulnerable to her wrath. You wicked scoundrel, truly insidious. In that case, let us first journey to the Een Star to sever the branches of the laurel tree. Shiha finally believed and hesitated no more. You 3 may go, he declared. As for me, I must make a trip to Kunlun Mountain and will meet you in the East Sea. Di Xiaoyang grinned mischievously and immediately descended. Nuwa, what is he up to? Shiha and Changxi curiously inquired of Nuwa. Could it be that he dares to go to Kunlun Mountain to plunder? Unlikely. My guess is that he intends to seek Ta Ching for some free alchemical labor. Nuwa replied with admiration. Ta Ching, being a proponent of non-action, possessed extraordinary skills in alchemy, yet persuading him was no easy task. I wonder how Di Xiaoyang plans to accomplish this. Chapter 47. Encountering Duobao. Indeed, Di Xiaoyang was on his way to meet Ta Ching. Even a powerful figure like Di Xiaoyang could not single-handedly provide for the vast wilderness. To establish a trading market, he needed the assistance of Ta Ching to concoct countless elixirs for sale. Hong Jun had expounded on the teachings. Among the 3,000 worldly visitors, all are grand Luo Golden Immortals. The era when Golden Immortals are as common as dogs is not far off. However, a significant portion of sentient beings possessed low cultivation levels, with few Golden Immortals available. necessitating elixirs to support the market and introduce the concept of trade to the wilderness. Upon arriving at Kunlun Mountain, Di Xiaoyang immediately thought of the Western Queen Mother on the other side of the majestic range. If she were willing to set aside past grievances to collaborate with him, there would be no need for restraint. They could boldly ascend to the rank of Celestial Emperor. If the former Eastern Prince had her assistance, he would not have met his demise. Forget it, Xiaoyang sighed, dismissing the idea of visiting Western Kunlun. Just as he was about to call for the three Pure Ones to greet him, he suddenly spotted an intriguing figure scaling the Kunlun Mountain. With a glance, he recognized the presence and aura. It was Duobao, the chief disciple of Tongtian, known in later records as the Lord of 10,000 Buddhas, De Rulai, who had defected from the Zhejiao during the Fengshan battle to embrace Buddhism. Di Xiaoyang was quite interested in such a well-known figure and leaped down in front of him. Observing quietly, he soon realized that Duobao was not the indecisive traitor depicted in later accounts, but rather a being of steadfast will and compassionate heart. Lacking sufficient cultivation, he found it difficult to ascend Kunlun Mountain and refused to rely on the power of the grass and with spirits along the way. After several falls, he chose to start afresh rather than seize the spirits to aid him. Little mouse, why this? Di Xiaoyang stepped forward. I have encountered the elder, Duobao respectfully replied. The spirits of grass and wood are all alive. If I were to capture them, I fear they would be harmed by my actions and hinder their growth. Hence I relinquished the thought. I am Di Xiaoyang, he stated. Di Xiaoyang could tell he was sincere in his response. I am but Duobao, paying my respects to the emperor. Duobao was taken aback, bowing in fear. No need for formalities, I inquire. Do you intend to seek the three Pure Ones as your masters? Di Xiaoyang chuckled helplessly, surprised that even this newly formed little demon recognized his name. How presumptuous. Yes, indeed, Duobao nodded in trepidation. Very well. Di Xiaoyang sighed and started to leave, but after a few steps, he turned back. Emperor, I shall offer my blood, Duobao exclaimed hastily, reaching for a small knife to draw blood. I have no interest in the blood of a filthy mouse. Di Xiaoyang, feeling vexed, waved his hand to stop him. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Duobao nearly fainted from fright. Hastily shaking his head, Emperor, I shall stick to offering my blood. You insolent brat, how unperceptive you are. Do you not know that I am the foremost figure beneath the saints? Di Xiaoyang fumed. I have bested Tongtian with a single sword, wounded Yuan Shi with another, and even Ta Qing must seek my guidance. How dare you refuse me? I am aware, Duobao said, nearly in tears. I am but unfortunate. I will stick to offering my blood. You, impudent fool. You have no regard for my dignity. Di Xiaoyang was enraged, genuinely wishing to take Duobao as a disciple to impart the true path of benevolence, transforming Buddhism into a genuine force for saving the world. Rather than allowing compassion to remain a mere slogan, I understand my error, Duobao kneeled. Please, Emperor, do not be angry. I am willing to offer my blood. You blockhead, Di Xiaoyang retorted. You refuse to acknowledge me as your master. Yet I shall insist on taking you as my pupil. Let us see how you dare to refuse. Come, Di Xiaoyang's stubbornness flared. With a wave of his hand, he forcibly took Duobao away. When they next appeared, the two were atop Kunlun Mountain. Di Xiaoyang, indifferent to Duobao, shouted, Ta Qing, Yuan Shi, Tongtian, I have arrived. Why do you not come forth to greet me? The three Pure Ones, who were in seclusion, were startled. How had Di Xiaoyang breached the innate protective formations of Kunlun Mountain without their awareness? His cultivation was indeed formidable. We have met the Emperor. The three Pure Ones appeared, bowing in greeting. Esteemed ones, allow me to introduce my newly accepted disciple, named Duobao. Upon hearing this, Duobao felt utterly despondent, wanting to weep without tears. He had yet to agree to become a disciple, and the Emperor's domineering nature was indeed overwhelming. This child possesses considerable talent and great fortune. It seems he shares a connection with me. Tongtian remarked after observing him intently, bowing respectfully. Might I request the Emperor to grant him to me? I am willing. Duobao began joyfully, yet before he could finish his sentence, he was met with a cold glare from Di Xiaoyang, causing him to retreat in fear, terrified of being struck down. You heartless, unperceptive fool, Di Xiaoyang scolded. If Tongtian does not mind, let us jointly educate this child. This? Tongtian was taken aback. Could a disciple have two masters? Duobao was equally astonished, realizing he must be quite exceptional if the esteemed Di Shaoyang and one of the three pure ones wished to take him on as a disciple. There is nothing wrong with that. As the foremost immortal, I govern the order of the wilderness and impart teachings. It is not unbecoming to accept a disciple, Di Shaoyang declared, and my ambition is to embrace all beings under heaven. Tongtian, you should also broaden your horizons. I am immensely grateful for the Emperor's guidance, Tongtian bowed. Since the Emperor has this intention, I shall join him in accepting Duobao as a disciple, sincerely imparting teachings. Tongtian bowed again, appearing enlightened yet confused. Disciple pays respects to the master. Duobao, overjoyed, immediately knelt in reverence. When it came to Di Shaoyang, he hesitated before finally steeling himself to bow. Disciple pays respects to the Grand Master. You clever little rascal. Di Shaoyang mused. Should you dare to call me second master, I would strike you dead on the spot. You may remain in Kunlun Mountain for now. Di Shaoyang nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Emperor. Tongtian clasped his hands. May I ask, Emperor, what brings you to Kunlun? I have come to seek Ta Ching, Di Shaoyang replied, and taking Duobao as a disciple is merely incidental. With a playful smile, he inquired, Ta Ching, would you like a treasure specifically designed for storing elixirs? What do you mean? Ta Ching's expression brightened. The purple gold gourd possesses extraordinary efficacy. It can not only capture enemies and refine them into liquid but also nourish elixirs, preserving their potency and enhancing their quality. With a cheerful demeanor, Di Shaoyang produced the purple gold gourd and said, This gourd is perfectly suited for you, Ta Ching. Do you not agree? Chapter 48. Free labor. The Emperor's wisdom is unmatched. Perceiving the heavens, Ta Ching, with a resigned smile, acknowledged his desire for the purple gold gourd. Do not bear such an expression. It makes me seem like a villain, scheming and plotting against others at every turn. Di Shaoyang tossed the purple gold gourd over without hesitation. The three pure ones were momentarily stunned. Such a precious innate spirit treasure was given away without any conditions? Ah, the three of you truly do not understand my ways. Di Shaoyang lamented. I act with an air of dominance, yet it is always with the welfare of the beings in the wilderness in mind. Since I am willing to jointly accept a disciple with Tongtian, I naturally do not mind imparting knowledge to others. With a self-deprecating sigh, he continued, in my view, Ta Ching's alchemical skills still have room for improvement. They barely meet the standard. Arrogant, how dare you presume to compare to my brother's alchemical prowess? Yuan Shi sustained grave injuries, harboring a sense of indignation within, and promptly retorted, Is that so? With a mere wave of his hand, Emperor Shaoyang immediately manifested the chaos merit Yuan Dan. It was only then that the three suddenly recalled that Emperor Shaoyang had already sworn an oath to the heavenly Tao, designating the chaos Yuan Dan as the currency of the primordial world. Taiching witnessed this firsthand, and the disparity became glaringly apparent. Were he in the same position, he would have found it utterly unattainable in the primordial celestial path. There are 9 tiers. The Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. Thus, 1 is the beginning, and 9 is the ultimate. This is the decree of heaven. Emperor Shaoyang spoke slowly. Therefore, the primordial realm operates within the confines of the 9 extremes. The alchemical path can undergo 9 transformations. How many have you comprehended? Feeling ashamed, Taiching replied with fervor, I have delved into this for so long. Barely reaching the 6th transformation. 6 transformations, quite commendable. Alas, you still have a considerable distance to cover. Emperor Shaoyang was inwardly astonished. Taiching indeed possessed extraordinary talent. At the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, he could refine a 6th transformation Golden Dan. The 9 transformations of elixirs stand parallel to the 9 tiers of the celestial path. The 6th transformation Golden Dan is the most coveted elixir for practitioners at the Tai Golden Immortal level, as long-term consumption can lay a solid foundation. Are you truly formidable? Chaos Yuan Dan is merely a form of energy, not a genuine elixir. Yuan Shi, still unconvinced, retorted, Are you implying that you can also refine Golden Dawn? Of course. I, the Emperor, am omniscient and omnipotent. If you do not believe, then let me open your eyes. With a flick of his hand, the primal 8 trigrams furnace instantly appeared. Precious materials capable of refining the 7th transformation Golden Dan were continuously cast into the furnace, subjected to divine flames for relentless refinement. Taiching was captivated, fearing the loss of even a single detail. As time ticked by, Taiching's expression grew increasingly tense. For Emperor Xiaoyang's alchemical techniques diverged significantly from his own understanding. It was a method that struck at the very essence of the material. The speed of refinement was extraordinarily swift, and the techniques were profound and intricate. 3 days later, Emperor Xiaoyang suddenly bellowed. "Condense!" The furnace opened, releasing a fragrant aroma that wafted through the air. Taiching, exhilarated, advanced to retrieve 9 elixirs from within the furnace. He found himself completely entranced by the elixirs in his hands, unable to extricate himself for a long while. Time was of the essence, and he could barely classify them as 7th Transformation Golden Dawn. This elixir, I shall name 7th Transformation Yin Yang Dan, can refine the physical body and the primordial spirit's power of the consumer. Emperor Xiaoyang inwardly sighed, having successfully showcased his prowess, and spoke with a calm arrogance. "Duobao, take one and keep it. Only then can a golden immortal slowly refine it." "Yes. Thank you, Master." Duobao, unaware of the significance of the 7th Transformation Golden Dan, could tell from Taiching's infatuation that it was an exceptional elixir, and immediately stepped forward to carefully store one away. "Taiching, you have successfully refined the elixir. I shall now return to the Eastern Sea. Farewell." With a wave, Emperor Xiaoyang drew back the elixirs and promptly turned to leave. "Emperor," Taiching, regaining his senses, was overwhelmed with excitement and hastily pursued him. "Taiching, do you have further matters?" Emperor Xiaoyang chuckled inwardly, delighted that the old man had indeed taken the bait. "Please, Emperor, impart your alchemical techniques to me." Taiching bowed respectfully, saying, "If the Emperor is willing, I shall serve you as a disciple." "You wish to ensnare me. You carry immense fortune, destined to be a sage's disciple. If I were to accept you as a disciple, would not the sage seek to flay me alive?" Emperor Xiaoyang exclaimed in shock. "If you are sincere, we may exchange knowledge, but I am currently preoccupied with establishing a trading market and am quite busy. I can assist. I am willing to follow the Emperor to the Eastern Sea and refine some elixirs for the trading market, hoping for your guidance in your leisure." Taiching's attention was solely on the elixirs, completely overlooking the mention of being a sage's disciple. Really? This was precisely the outcome Emperor Xiaoyang desired, and he immediately replied, "If you help me refine elixirs, I cannot offer you a salary." "With sincerity?" I asked. No need for remuneration. Taiching did not fully grasp the meaning of salary, but he understood the essence. "Very well, then return with me, and I shall certainly guide you when time permits." Emperor Xiaoyang was elated. Free labor had finally come to his doorstep, alleviating his concerns about elixirs for sale. In truth, Taiching's alchemical skills were quite high, comparable to Emperor Xiaoyang's. However, his limited exposure and insufficient research into pharmacology hindered his proficiency, resulting in a slower refinement process. Tio put it simply, it was a matter of educational disparity. Above the Eastern Sea, they paid their respects to the Emperor, welcoming his return. Zhu Dragon, Xiaolai, sensing Emperor Xiaoyang's presence, led a host of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, along with the beings of the Celestial Island, to array themselves in welcome. No need for formalities. Zhu Dragon, Xiaolai, you have done well. Emperor Xiaoyang cast a glance, nodding with satisfaction. Zhu Dragon, burdened by karma, had barely maintained his late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation. With the assistance of Huang Zhongli, had achieved early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation, not far from a breakthrough. His army was well-disciplined and possessed remarkable morale, yet their overall strength was lacking. The strongest among them barely reached the late stage of Golden Immortal. This demonstrated that the beings of the Celestial Island could not yet rival the primordial demon tribes. Requiring further time for enhancement, Xiaolai, I have 5 remaining Huang Zhong Lian 8 7th Transformation Yin Yang Dawn. Take them to reward the meritorious. With a wave, Emperor Xiaoyang produced the remaining Huang Zhong Li and elixirs. "Yes, thank you, Emperor." Xiaolai joyfully accepted, while the commanders beneath him were fervently eager, having awaited Emperor Xiaoyang's return to bestow such treasures. "Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual beside me. He is a formidable figure of the primordial realm, the foremost of the 3 pure ones, Taiching Taoist, and currently serves as my alchemical steward." Emperor Xiaoyang gestured slightly. "You all shall clear the area and deliver all high-grade materials to Taiching Taoist residence." Upon hearing this, Taiching finally realized he had been deceived. However, He willingly accepted this deception with delight. Emperor Xiaoyang secretly smiled, promptly unleashing the Star Tower and placing it above the Eastern Sea. Using the power of this tower as a foundation, he officially established a maritime trading market for cultivators to exchange their needs. Chapter 49. Pricing. The three celestial islands were not only Emperor Xiaoyang's sanctuary but also served as military bases for training and gathering troops. To prevent his forces from being spied upon, he chose not to establish the trading market within the three celestial islands. Once Niuhua, Shihe, and Changxi returned, Emperor Xiaoyang entrusted all matters to them while he secluded himself to refine artifacts, simultaneously using the Chaos Gourd to create Chaos Yuan Dawn. As for the maritime trading market and its promotion, he assigned that responsibility to Zhu Dragon. Everything progressed in an orderly manner. 2,000 years swiftly passed, and the once dwindling Eastern Sea was now bustling with activity. The Dragon clan, responsible for guarding, finally tasted the respect and fear they had longed for, as Emperor Xiaoyang had yet to emerge, and the primordial masters attending the trading conference could only trade through barter. As the market opening approached, Taiqing, Zhu Dragon, Niuhua, Changxi, and Shihe gathered outside Emperor Xiaoyang's palace, eagerly awaiting his emergence. The barter system illuminated the dawn of order in the primordial realm. Now, the only thing missing was Emperor Xiaoyang's Chaos Yuan Dan, awaiting his pricing for the precious materials. As the palace doors swung open, Emperor Xiaoyang's figure flashed into view. Wooden plaques continuously appeared before the crowd, each displaying various precious materials and their exchange prices, along with subdivided years for exchange standards. Naturally, the most crucial price was for exchanging Chaos Yuan Dawn for magical artifacts. In the primordial realm, magical artifacts are categorized into postnatal artifacts, postnatal spiritual treasures, and innate spiritual treasures. Each level further divides into inferior, medium, superior, and supreme grades. Postnatal artifacts: inferior at 10,000, medium at 30,000, superior at 50,000, supreme at 80,000, capped at 100,000. Postnatal spiritual treasures: inferior at 100,000, medium at 300,000, superior at 500,000, supreme at 800,000, capped at 1 million. Innate spiritual treasures: inferior at 10 million, medium at 30 million, superior at 50 million, supreme at 80 million, capped at 100 million. Setting a cap price is intended for particularly powerful and special types of magical artifacts. Of course, the value of superior and supreme innate spiritual treasures far exceeds this amount, yet no one would readily exchange them. As for even more potent innate treasures and chaos treasures, no one would exchange them for Chaos Yuan Dawn, rendering pricing unnecessary. Spiritual roots can reference the prices of magical artifacts. As for sales, they may refer to the listed prices, with reasonable increases. Once the exchange prices were announced, the entire maritime market erupted in excitement. Ever since the news spread that Chaos Yuan Dan would serve as currency, many had privately calculated and arrived at their respective exchange standards. Emperor Xiaoyang's listed standards were indeed on the lower side. Esteemed guests, listen to me. As the saying goes, things are precious because they are rare. The Chaos Yuan Dan refined by me is not easily obtained. Naturally more precious than any heavenly materials or magical artifacts. Before the Star Tower, Emperor Xiaoyang proclaimed, "I am the foremost among male immortals, but I am under no obligation to refine for free. Charging a certain commission is not unreasonable, is it?" Upon hearing this, many fell silent. Although they could not comprehend what commission entailed, they generally understood it to mean a labor fee. It seemed they all grasped the principles involved. "I conduct business honestly. For all magical artifacts sold, I shall only charge an amount equivalent to the exchange ratio." Emperor Xiaoyang continued, "Meanwhile, your private transactions may see reasonable increases, but the maximum profit should not exceed 30%. Then would we not incur a loss?" Shihe immediately expressed dissatisfaction. "How could the foremost male immortal behave unjustly? My pricing is wholesale, whether you exchange or purchase magical artifacts and heavenly materials from me. You shall not incur losses." Di Xiaoyang continued, "The so-called wholesale price is designed to leave a profit margin for you all. After all, you have come from various regions of the primordial wilderness, enduring great hardships. I understood. This is referred to as relinquishing profit margins, allowing buyers to gain benefits." Changxi's eyes flickered, and she immediately comprehended the implications of Di Xiaoyang's previous statements. Leaving room for profit is to promote transactions throughout the primordial wilderness, gradually influencing the survival laws of that realm. While Di Xiaoyang may appear to suffer losses, he has already reaped substantial rewards from the Chaos Yuan Dan, astute indeed. The pricing of magical artifacts and heavenly materials has been established. And now we turn to the topic of elixirs. Di Xiaoyang snapped his fingers. Tai Ching, present all the elixirs you have refined. Yes, your majesty. With a wave of his hand, Tai Ching unveiled the elixirs he had concocted, ranging from 1st to 7th turn. The golden elixirs crafted by Tai Ching correspond to the 9 realms of the immortal path. The 1st turn golden elixir corresponds to the earth immortal realm, while the 7th turn corresponds to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Di Xiaoyang promptly declared, 1 first turn golden elixir for 1 chaos yuan dan, 10 for the 2nd turn, 100 for the 3rd, 1,000 for the 4th, 10,000 for the 5th, 100,000 for the 6th, and 1,000,000 for the 7th. Upon hearing this, those present gasped in astonishment. A single 7th turn golden elixir is valued higher than a top-tier postnatal spiritual treasure. Who can afford this, esteemed guests? Magical artifacts are auxiliary, while cultivation is fundamental. The higher one's cultivation, the more heavenly materials and magical artifacts one can obtain, leading to a longer life. Di Xiaoyang continued to indoctrinate the crowd. Thus, the prices of elixirs are understandably high. At this point, Tai Ching was utterly convinced. Di Xiaoyang's true profits lie in the elixirs. Magical artifacts, after all, are permanent items. One does not need excessive quantities, and their lifespan is extensive. Elixirs, on the other hand, are consumables. Once ingested, they are gone. To continue enhancing one's cultivation, one must keep purchasing. Your Majesty is benevolent. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun specially came to congratulate His Majesty on the opening of the market. 10 ginseng fruits as a token of respect. Please accept them, Your Majesty. Among the crowd, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, fully understanding the situation, stepped forward. You two are too polite. Di Xiaoyang accepted the gift with a somewhat bitter expression. For among the 3,000 worldly guests, only the 2 of them attended this market trading event. It is but right. Your Majesty, we would like to exchange 1 low-grade innate spiritual treasure each and purchase 10 7th turn golden elixirs. Is that acceptable? Jin Yuanzi waved his hand, producing 2 low-grade innate spiritual treasures. Of course. If you two are supporting the market, I shall sell you the 7th turn gathering spirit elixirs I refined. You may try them on the spot. Di Xiaoyang received the magical artifacts and promptly presented 27th turn gathering spirit elixirs. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun received them and each consumed one. As the elixirs dissolved within their bodies, their expressions shifted dramatically, alternating between shock and joy as they quickly ingested 2 7th turn gathering spirit elixirs. Boom, boom. Moments later, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun simultaneously broke through to the later stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. At this moment, the trading market erupted in excitement. Even Tai Ching was taken aback. He could see that the 2 were not far from breaking through, requiring at least 3,000 years of diligent practice, or even up to 10,000 years, yet they broke through after consuming just 3 gathering spirit elixirs. Esteemed guests, the East Sea trading market is officially open. Di Xiaoyang's desired effect achieved. He immediately declared the market open, and all the refined chaos yuan dan were stored in the Stellar Tower. Chapter 50. Ambush for treasures. The exchange pathway opened. Various powerful beings lined up to exchange and subsequently purchase. The resources of scattered cultivators are limited. The truly wealthy one is Di Xiaoyang, with countless heavenly materials and treasures atop the 3 immortal islands. There are also magical artifacts crafted from branches of the Fusang tree and laurel tree. The 10 innate spiritual roots are not to be underestimated. Even magical artifacts made from mere branches are at least low-grade postnatal spiritual treasures, while some robust branches yield top-tier postnatal spiritual treasures. More importantly, these 2 innate spiritual roots contain attributes of utmost yang and utmost yin, granting their artifacts formidable power, making them more suitable for most beings. Elixirs were also directly snatched up. After 1,000 years of trading, the chaos yuan dong within Di Xiaoyang's stellar tower had only decreased by 30%, yet he had amassed countless heavenly materials, treasures, and over 1,380 low-grade innate spiritual treasures. Truly impressive, beyond belief. Others came to exchange for chaos yuan dong, only to use the chaos yuan dong to purchase magical artifacts and elixirs. Effectively returning to him, Nuwa, having completed her inventory, was deeply moved. This is what is known as resource circulation. This is nothing now, But once all the chaos Yuan Dawn in the stellar tower circulate out, it will signify a flourishing trade within the primordial wilderness. Di Xiaoyang spoke slowly. You must not only see my gains but also recognize my hardships, i.e. refining elixirs and crafting magical artifacts easy, hemph. Nuwa shot him a resentful glare. Aren't you just seeking a massage for me to relax? Fine, you have worked hard too, Di Xiaoyang waved his hand. Nuwa, I have a task for you, if you please. His tone was so low, resembling a plea. Nuwa glanced at him and inquired. You want me to go to the Western Kunlun for you? Clevered, and no wonder she has been with me for several millennia. Her understanding has become extraordinary, no longer shallow and ignorant as before. Di Xiaoyang smiled with delight. I need you to deliver half of my wealth to the hands of the Queen Mother of the West. Along with another gift. As soon as he finished speaking, a 12th grade pure world white lotus appeared in his palm. You? Nuwa was taken aback. To send half of his wealth was already astonishing, but to also part with the 12th grade pure world white lotus for the Queen Mother of the West? Half of Di Xiaoyang's wealth is a truly terrifying amount. You must ensure she accepts it. If successful, I will guide you on how to attain the Tao, making you the first saint after Hongjun Daozu. Di Xiaoyang looked at Nuwa earnestly. Really, Nuwa, who previously would not have believed him, now did. Although Di Xiaoyang's words were peculiar and filled with new terminology, he indeed possessed vast knowledge and capabilities. A gentleman's word is his bond. The Chaos Yuan Dawn, various heavenly materials, treasures, the elixirs, and half of the innate spiritual treasures in the storeroom shall all be sent to Xiaoyang. Apart from throwing money around, truly did not know how to gain the Queen Mother of the West forgiveness. All right, I shall depart now. Nuwa agreed, both admiring and envying him. Go. Taiching, Zhurong, all matters are entrusted to you. I need to retreat and cultivate. If those two unruly birds also break through to the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal, I will be in danger. Di Xiaoyang waved his hand and promptly returned to Penglai Immortal Island. Upon returning to the palace, Di Xiaoyang's expression shifted dramatically. There was a mix of coldness, expectation, and a hint of ruthlessness. Not long after, Nuwa, bearing heavy treasures and astonishing wealth, set off for the Western Kunlun. Di Xiaoyang's figure soon appeared amidst the clouds above the East Sea. With his divine sense probing, he indeed detected several concealed auras following Nuwa in secret. After flying for several decades, Nuwa suddenly sensed something amiss and abruptly halted to investigate. Nuwa, my friend, there's no need to waste your efforts. The voice rang out, and three figures at the later stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal appeared beside Nuwa. Mingyi, Kuanpeng, and Randall. What do you want? Nuwa was internally astonished, realizing that the cultivation levels of these three surpassed her own, making escape difficult. Nuwa, we do not wish to make things difficult for you. Hand over the 12th grade pure world white lotus and Di Xiaoyang's wealth, and you may leave freely, without any trouble. Randall obstructed Nuwa's path, speaking unfavorably. Bold. This is a gift from the Emperor to the Queen Mother of the West. How dare you block the road and rob? Do you not fear the Emperor's wrath? Nuwa surmised their intentions. Nuwa, are you truly unwilling to yield? Mingyi, scorned by Di Xiaoyang, was filled with rage. You are audacious. The Emperor is the foremost male immortal, forging the currency Chaos Yuan Dan, establishing trading order, and contributing greatly to the primordial wilderness. Nuwa, in a fit of anger, waved her hand. Do you not fear being beset by a multitude, meeting an untimely demise for such shameless acts? Ha ha, how laughable. Nuwa, I never expected you to be so deeply poisoned, just like Tai Ching, deceived by the madman. Randall retorted furiously. The madman stole my opportunities, severely injuring me in the East Sea, and even attempted to devour the Queen Mother of the West. What merit is there to speak of? What qualifications does he have to be called the foremost male immortal? Upon hearing this, Nuwa found herself at a loss for words. Di Xiaoyang had indeed made significant contributions to the primordial wilderness. Yet he was not without his faults, so, Nuwa, are you left speechless? He, Di Xiaoyang, can seize opportunities from others and devour their essence. Can we not seize his treasures and wealth? Mingyi coldly interjected, his killing intent surging. Nuwa, if you relinquish the treasures and wealth, we shall not make things difficult for you. Otherwise, today will be your end. Just based on you, Nuwa, though disdainful of Di Xiaoyang's actions, understood the importance of loyalty. Nuwa, what if we add our fellow brothers into the mix? As soon as Nuwa's voice fell, two formidable figures of the late great Luo Golden Immortal emerged, Jane and Juenti. Upon seeing the two, Nuwa felt a surge of despair. Nuwa, my friend, are you truly intent on courting death? With you alone, how could you possibly contend against the five of us? The of the Nether River and the dual swords of Ubi immediately manifested. Humph, shameless scoundrels, if you possess the ability, then come and kill me. Nuwa, of noble character, would never resort to compromising her principles for survival, and thus unleashed her full aura for a fierce battle. 5 radiant beams. Imbued with the powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, swiftly converged around her. The primordial 5 spirit pearls, born of the 5 elemental forces. Unexpectedly, Nuwa's friend possessed such extraordinary treasures. In that case, do not blame us for our mercilessness. The figures of Mingi, Kuanpeng, Randang, Jane, and Juenti exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with avarice as they unleashed their magical artifacts, the Earth Spirit and the 5 elemental divine array. With a mighty shout, Nuwa commanded, and the primordial 5 spirit pearls transformed into a formidable protective array. Chapter 51. Nuwa's departure. Nuwa, you seek death. Witnessing Nuwa's determination to resist, the 5 great powers of Mingi and Randang ceased their hesitations and launched a fierce assault. Their combined might nearly shattered the array Nuwa had just formed. The primordial 5 spirit pearls, akin to the finest primordial treasures, faced 5 adversaries, each wielding powerful artifacts and surpassing her in strength. In that moment, she felt a pang of regret. Had it not been for Di Xiaoyang's words about accumulating strength over time, she too would have broken through to the late great Luo Golden Immortal level, and would not have found herself in such dire straits. Meow meow, entangle them. Nuwa, unwilling to meet her end with resignation, summoned a high-grade primordial spiritual treasure, a colorful ribbon, which began to ensnare the 5 through the array. What a fine treasure! Alas, it is of no use. Mingi sneered coldly as the Ubi sword struck down. Simultaneously, the other 4 unleashed their full strength against the 5 elemental divine array. Puff, puffed. Nuwa's counterattack failed, and she was immediately forced to spit blood from the tremendous impact, her 5 elemental divine array struggling to hold. On the verge of collapse, she was left with no choice but to forcibly wield the primordial supreme treasure-homing sacred sword, which Di Xiaoyang had once publicly revealed. The 5 had all heard of it and immediately intensified their assault, leaving Nuwa no respite. What an opportune moment! Mingi and Randang, you shall perish. At that moment, Di Xiaoyang, who had long concealed himself within the clouds, stepped forward, his fists aimed directly at the backs of Mingi and Randang. Puff, puffed. Caught off guard, Mingi and Randang were taken aback, not anticipating an ambush, and were immediately struck heavily by Di Xiaoyang's punch. What? The mad Emperor Di Xiaoyang. The sudden turn of events filled Kuanpeng, Jane, and Juenti with fear, causing them to hesitate in their assault on Nuwa. Nuwa, do you see? You often accuse me of being cruel and shameless. But this is the rule of survival in the wilderness. The weak are preyed upon by the strong, devoid of reason. You did not provoke them, yet they seek to kill you. After landing a successful blow, Di Xiaoyang looked at Nuwa with a sense of pride. To associate with the virtuous is to bask in light. To associate with the wicked is to become worse than the wicked. Humph! Nuwa coldly snorted, retracting her array, her expression complex. She truly did not understand Di Xiaoyang. On one hand, he established a trading market with righteous fervor. On the other, he schemed insidiously. What was the true nature of him? Do not be angered, I did not conceal anything. Rather, your acting was inadequate. If you knew the truth, they would not have revealed themselves. Di Xiaoyang, sensing her anger, felt as though he had exploited her. I am not angry. The treasures and wealth shall be returned to you. I must return to No Boundary Mountain. Nuwa cast the spatial treasure, laden with wealth, to Di Xiaoyang and, with a complex expression, turned to soar away. Sigh! Di Xiaoyang lamented, channeling the 3 light divine water into Nuwa's body. It seemed that Nuwa still did not recognize his actions and principles. Di Xiaoyang, do you see? Nuwa has followed you for thousands of years and still does not acknowledge you. The entire wilderness does not acknowledge you. Observing this, Kuanpeng turned his gaze and remarked, with such schemes and plots, you are unworthy of being the leader of the male immortals. Kuenpeng, you great bird, Di Xiaoyang bellowed in anger. What qualifications do you have to lecture me? Who is unqualified to lecture you, Di Xiaoyang? You rely on brute force to seize others' fortunes, extort their treasures, and even plotted to devour the Queen Mother of the West. What differentiates you from us? Kuenpeng laughed heartily. What qualifications do you have to govern the wilderness? Is it only permissible for you to rob and seize, while we are forbidden from taking treasures? You dare? At these words, Di Xiaoyang found himself at a loss for retorts. Could it be that he was truly in the wrong? He had been reborn in the wilderness, schemed against the Queen Mother of the West, merely for the sake of survival. Had it not been for the Queen Mother of the West's primordial pure in essence, how could Di Xiaoyang have attained his current strength? He would have likely perished at the hands of Donghuang Tai long ago. Di Xiaoyang, do you have no words left to say? You seize and plunder for survival, while we come to obstruct and rob for survival as well. Kuenpeng continued, since we all seek to survive. What crime is there? Humph. While this was true, the wilderness still upheld a harsh law. The weak are preyed upon by the strong, and only the fittest survive. Di Xiaoyang coldly retorted, you are not my match. Those who dare to scheme against me shall meet their demise. Ha, very well. Then what qualifications do you, Di Xiaoyang, have to be the leader of male immortals? What qualifications do you have to call yourself Emperor Xiaoyang? Kuenpeng questioned with a mournful laugh. What qualifications do you have to govern the wilderness and establish order? Indeed. You, Emperor Xiaoyang, may kill others, but are we not permitted to do so? Randang, after coughing up blood repeatedly, quickly echoed, if killing is a crime for us, then what use is there for order? What a silver-tongued speaker. Do you truly think that I, the Emperor, could be morally bound by you? Di Xiaoyang sneered. Very well, then go ahead and kill us. Let us see how many living beings in the wilderness would willingly support you. Randang, in a fit of frustration, declared, do you truly think that I, the Emperor, am afraid? Of course you are not afraid. Before you even take form, you thought to devour the Queen Mother of the West. How far-sighted of you! How could we possibly be your match? Randang further mocked. You, the leader of male immortals, indiscriminately slay the innocent and establish what order and law? Ridiculous. Very well, today I shall spare your lives. You shall relay to the 3,000 worldly guests that I, the Emperor, am willing to spare them once, in atonement for the sin of plotting against the Queen Mother of the West. But after this, those who defy my rule shall die. Di Xiaoyang genuinely wished to establish order in the wilderness and could only allow them this one chance. Upon hearing this, the five felt as though a great pardon had been bestowed and promptly fled in different directions. Di Xiaoyang regretted the impulsive choice to devour the Queen Mother of the West. Yet, his original intention had never changed. He had always adhered to the principle that greater power entails greater responsibility. However, he had not anticipated the severity of the consequences. Immorality is truly a path one cannot tread. Even the likes of Daozu Hongjun have committed countless killings. Did he not also utilize and scheme against others when confronting Luo Hu? Yet, Hongjun became invincible upon attaining sainthood, whereas he could not. Thus facing moral condemnation. Humph! My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. If you wish for my demise, it shall not come easily. The position of the immortal emperor shall be secured by me. No one can take it away. Di Xiaoyang coldly scoffed repeatedly, his resolve gradually solidifying. He had once been a member of the human race and understood a single truth. If one does not act for oneself, one shall be condemned by heaven and earth. History is written by the victors. Di Xiaoyang saw clearly that the 3,000 worldly beings did not acknowledge him, solely because he had infringed upon their interests. His identity as the leader of male immortals further stripped them of their original freedom. Thus, it would come down to whose methods were more adept, who was stronger, and who was more suited to govern the wilderness. Just as Di Xiaoyang intended to return, he suddenly sensed the aura of Lei Qi, who appeared to be gravely injured. Chapter 52. The dragon head staff is stolen. Xiaoyang leaped forth. Indeed, it was Lei Qi making his way toward the East Sea. Ah, my lord, I finally see you. How wonderful! Upon spotting Di Xiaoyang, Lei Qi burst into tears and rushed forward. Fool! What has transpired? Speak of it in detail. Di Xiaoyang observed that Lei Qi's wings had been severed, leaving him with but half a life. My lord, I have suffered greatly. I nearly could not return to see you. and even the dragon head staff bestowed by the saints has been taken. Lei Qi lamented sorrowfully. The law enforcement team I painstakingly established has perished entirely while shielding me. What? Di Xiaoyang's fury ignited. The dragon head staff, a gift from the saints, was brazenly seized. My lord, there is treachery afoot. The ones pursuing us and stealing the dragon head staff are a horde of ferocious beasts, undoubtedly instigated by the great powers of the wilderness. Lei Qi, filled with guilt and rage, exclaimed, My lord, you must not let these brutes go unpunished, nor their instigators. How can you be so certain? Di Xiaoyang's expression darkened. It is certain. The ferocious beasts kill solely to devour, yet this group of beasts seeks not to consume but to eradicate us entirely. Like you responded immediately. Such actions are intended to obliterate the law enforcement team, rendering the esteemed identity of the male immortals leader a mere joke. There is merit in this reasoning. Swiftly escort this emperor to the site of the incident. As Di Xiaoyang spoke, he promptly infused the 3 light divine water into his own being. After a century of flight, Di Xiaoyang arrived at the scene of the incident. The bodies of the law enforcement team assembled by Laikiu lay scattered in disarray, confirming that Laikiu's suspicions were indeed correct. These ferocious beasts had come with purpose. After a thorough search, Di Xiaoyang astonishingly discovered traces left behind by the retreating beasts, which added an intriguing twist to the scenario. This implies that these ferocious beasts not only aimed to humiliate Di Xiaoyang but also intended to entrap him. My lord, it would be wise to avoid recklessness. The leader of the beasts pursuing us possesses only mid-tier Great Luo Golden Immortal strength, yet the traces they left are too conspicuous. Laikiu expressed his concerns hastily. The mastermind behind this may have intentionally spared my life to lure you into seeking vengeance. No matter. Since they have made their move, this emperor cannot refrain from responding. You must return to the East Sea swiftly. This emperor shall confront them alone. As soon as Di Xiaoyang's words fell, he began to pursue the traces. Gradually, the signs became less evident, leading him to a place shrouded in dense fog, permeated by a heavy aura of death, reminiscent of a deathly swamp. The deeper he ventured, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. Even Di Xiaoyang felt a profound discomfort. Who dares to hide? This emperor has arrived. Do not tremble in fear, for you are but an easy target. Di Xiaoyang, feeling uneasy, dared not advance further. If you lack the courage to reveal yourself, then surrender the dragon head scepter. Ha ha, Emperor, your bravery is commendable. The dragon head scepter bestowed by the sages lies here. You may retrieve it at your leisure. Though I wonder if you possess the courage to do so? As the voice echoed, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead, revealing the sacred glow of the dragon head scepter. Although it flickered only briefly, Di Xiaoyang discerned that the scepter rested atop an ancient altar. That altar must surely harbor trapped, rodent-like creatures. Since I have come, I disdain your presence. Aware of the impending danger, Di Xiaoyang resolutely drew heavenly sin to carve a path, swiftly reaching for the dragon head scepter that ha, truly fitting of an emperor. Unfortunately, since you have come, you shall remain. The moment Di Xiaoyang appeared atop the altar, 6 mid-tier Great Luo Golden Immortal powerhouses intertwined their magic to suppress him. The Celestial Sheep Star God, the Tua Luo Star God, the Fire Extinguishing Star God, the Ling Su Star God, the Earth Calamity Star God, and the Heavenly Demon Star God. So it is you, Di Xiaoyang. Having anticipated this, recognized them despite still being unable to escape the altar. Indeed, it is an honor for you to know us, Emperor. Regrettably, your ignorance of the celestial order, shallow virtue, and insufficient fortune render you unworthy of the esteemed title of male immortals leader, sealing your fate to perish. The heavenly demon star god sneered. Today shall mark the day of your downfall, Emperor. Just on what grounds? Di Xiaoyang had initially suspected that this conspiracy involved the Emperor and Dong Huang Tai Yi, only to discover it was these 6 malevolent star gods. You are overly confident. This place is known as the Death Spirit Swamp, a convergence of countless vengeful spirits from the dawn of creation. The heavenly demon star god continued. This altar is named Binding of the Souls, specifically constructed to deal with your physical form. Binding of the Souls, devouring of all spirits. The 6 malevolent stars shouted in unison. Immediately activating the altar's power, in an instant, vengeful spirits gathered, their malevolence intensifying. From beneath the altar, the The strength of countless spirits coalesced into binding forces, swiftly ensnaring Di Xiaoyang like a dumpling. Even the peak physical form of a great Luo golden immortal could not break free. As these binding forces were exceedingly lean and soft, possessing a terrifying ability to nullify strength, precisely tailored to subdue physical might. Ignorant fools. Divine fire, annihilate. Unfazed by his predicament, Di Xiaoyang unleashed the fusion of the purple star heavenly fire and the six-ding divine fire, which erupted forth. Ha ha, how amusing that you truly believe the purple star heavenly fire can be extinguished. The heavenly demon star god laughed disdainfully, but his laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by disbelief. This is not the purple star heavenly fire at all? Certainly not. With such worthless beings as yourselves, do you dare to scheme against this emperor without weighing your own worth? Di Xiaoyang remained calm, wielding his divine fire. His primordial spirit cultivation remained concealed. Observing what further tricks these individuals might have, infuriating, the six malevolent stars united, channeling the power of the demon star. The six malevolent stars never anticipated that Di Xiaoyang housed such terrifying divine fire capable of countering these vengeful spirits existing since the dawn of creation. However, this was merely a countermeasure. Di Xiaoyang's physical body remained immobile. The six malevolent stars immediately joined forces, unleashing the power of the demon star to strike at Di Xiaoyang's head. The 12-grade pure world white lotus. A protective barrier, Di Xiaoyang scoffed, and the 12-grade pure world white lotus appeared above his head, enveloping him in its power. You possess such a treasure? The six malevolent stars, upon witnessing this, were filled with fury. Do you still doubt this emperor's fortune? Di Xiaoyang felt a sense of relief, thankful that he had preliminarily refined the 12-grade pure world white lotus on his journey here. Otherwise, he would have been in grave danger. The combined might of the two divine fires could merely counter these vengeful spirits, which was indeed terrifying. Worthless, a pack of worthless fools. Just as Di Xiaoyang believed they had no further tricks up their sleeves and was ready to unleash the great devouring technique to break the deadlock, an extraordinarily sinister and malevolent voice resounded. Chapter 53. The Divine Reverse Remnant Soul. Upon hearing this voice, Di Xiaoyang was startled into halting the operation of the great devouring technique. The current Di Xiaoyang was no longer the reborn individual of yesteryear, but rather an unparalleled, tyrannical figure. This malevolent voice imposed a tremendous pressure upon him, a sensation he had only felt from Hong Jun. Spare me, master. This person possesses too many means and formidable treasures. We are powerless to slay him. The six malevolent stars, hearing the voice but not seeing its owner, were frightened into kneeling. Humph. Worthless is indeed worthless. In the next moment, that terrifying voice manifested above the altar, revealing only a shadow, indistinct in form and movement. Please, master, take action. The six malevolent stars bowed submissively, not daring to overstep. Such a powerful physical form, capable of merging the purple star heavenly fire with the six-ding divine fire? The mysterious malevolent voice suddenly expressed astonishment. Moreover, your primordial spirit is extraordinarily robust. Though you are merely at mid-tier Great Luo Golden Immortal, you can rival those at the late stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Who is your esteemed predecessor? Di Xiaoyang was thoroughly shocked. With just one glance, this entity had pierced through all his defenses. Ha ha, who am I, you ask? That is an excellent question. I was born long ago and have been dead for many years. The mysterious malevolent voice erupted into continuous laughter. Wherever the laughter resonated, countless ferocious beasts prostrated themselves. Could it be that you are the Beast Emperor Divine Reverse of the ferocious Beast Clan? Di Xiaoyang sensed the boundless might and ferocity emanating from him. Formulating a daring hypothesis in his mind, you're quite clever to deduce that, unlike these worthless beings who are utterly useless. The Beast Emperor Divine Reverse remarked with surprise. You are unlike the beings of the primordial chaos. You possess a perfect vessel. How infuriating. Upon hearing this, Di Xiaoyang nearly wept. Having been seized by the Tsanglong was one thing, but today he encountered the first great ferocity after the dawn of creation. Divine Reverse? Under his leadership, the ferocious Beast Clan once ravaged the primordial chaos. Such a figure, with remnants of his soul still lingering, could not be compared to the Tsanglong. This was indeed a perilous situation. Kid, encountering this emperor is your misfortune. Divine Reverse wasted no words. The shadow surged into the altar. Despite the protection of the 12-grade pure world White Lotus, Di Xiaoyang could not halt the intrusion of Divine Reverse. His body and primordial spirit were immediately affected. Damn it! You vile creature, upon dying, you should obediently pass on, yet you dare to seek rebirth through possession? You must be dreaming. Di Xiaoyang was completely enraged. The fused divine fire burned from within, and his primordial spirit cultivation was instantaneously unsealed. Simultaneously, he merged the yin-yang chaos and the great devouring technique to unleash a powerful attack. Good lad, you possess skill. Yet, it is a pity that your cultivation is too low. To play at devouring before this emperor is but a futile endeavor. The voice of Divine Reverse resounded. The Beast Emperor is the true master of devouring. You are still far from that. Is that so? Law of heaven and earth, Panga's phantom. Facing such an enemy, Di Xiaoyang dared not harbor any concealments. He must seize the initiative. Thus, he immediately unleashed his strongest technique, summoning the overwhelming pressure of Panga's phantom to subdue the remnant soul of Divine Reverse. Good. You are indeed a remarkable Eladito. Be able to condense the Panga's phantom is truly unexpected. But such a mere phantom cannot harm this emperor. Divine Reverse was both astonished and pleased. This extraordinary genius he encountered was not weaker than his own ferocious beast body and life. Consequently, he did not linger, casting his techniques to devour Di Xiaoyang's primordial spirit and forcefully occupy this body to be reborn. In an instant, across several eras, countless formidable beings have vied for supremacy, each employing their own methods in a relentless struggle for dominance. Observing the conflict before him, the 6 great fiends have grown numb. Astonished that Di Xiaoyang, a newly emerged deity, could stand toe-to-toe with the enigmatic Shen-and-I. Shen-and-I, with his bizarre and undying residual soul powers, possesses the peak strength of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Meanwhile, Di Xiaoyang, adept in both martial and mystical arts, wields several astonishing techniques, having even refined the water and fire gourd within his primordial spirit, rendering Shen-ni's attempts at possession futile. Yet, Di Xiaoyang finds himself equally powerless against Shen-and-I. The battle remains in a stalemate, extending through the ages. 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years. Di Xiaoyang and Shen-and-I remain locked in an unyielding confrontation, neither able to vanquish the other, nor devour one another. In this moment, Di Xiaoyang begins to feel urgency, for if this impasse continues, he will inevitably miss the opportunity to partake in the Dao hearing. Cursed be Shen-and-I for his overwhelming audacity. Di Xiaoyang cannot afford to miss this chance. Even if he cannot devour Shen-and-I, he must suppress him within. The innate transformations commence, the fury of the true dragon, the roar of the Qilin, the rebirth of the divine phoenix. These 3 transformations unite. With a mighty roar, Di Xiaoyang finally unleashes his hidden prowess, a surge of energy erupting from within. The spirit binding of the fallen that had shackled him for 3 millennia finally shows signs of fracture. What? Damn it! Why does your being harbor such pure bloodlines of the innate 3 clans? Shen-and-I is utterly astounded, unable to fathom it. Wretched beast, perish. As Di Xiaoyang's physical strength surges, he forces Shen-and-I deeper into his being, then applies a sealing technique. You insolent child, do you truly believe that this emperor cannot seize your essence? Shen-and-I is enraged, further shocked by the terrifying and peculiar bloodline within Di Xiaoyang's body. Such a corporeal bloodline transcends his own flesh and life, surpassing even the chaos demons. It must be possessed. With 3,000 malevolent souls, his divine consciousness remains immortal, unyielding, devouring all heavens. Shen-and-I no longer conceals his true capabilities, immediately unleashing the unique powers he has retained since the great calamity of beasts. A comprehensive invasion ensues, a voracious consumption. Ah, Beast Emperor. So, you have clung to life solely because your divine consciousness endures, continuously gathering residual souls to reach this state. Di Xiaoyang perceives Shen-ni's assault with horror. Divine consciousness is a form of perceptive power belonging to the primordial spirit, formless and intangible, akin to what later generations might call intent. Upon death, it naturally dissipates. Yet Shen-and-I has somehow materialized his divine consciousness into a force. The Beast Emperor certainly lives up to his name, capable of transforming the ethereal into the tangible, a truly formidable feat. Cease your futile struggles, for this is the swamp of the fallen, my domain of parasitism, a place of boundless power. How long can you endure? Shin and I laughs heartily. An undying body can tire, and boundless magical power can wane. Your demise is inevitable. Is that so? The transformation of the ethereal into the tangible may not be beyond my reach. As soon as Di Xiaoyang's words fall, the chaos gourd within him suddenly opens, and the 12,960 chaos merit essence pills, purified by the blessings of the heavenly Tao, swiftly merge into his primordial spirit. What? What is this? Shin I is taken aback, as his power becomes constrained. The primordial currency, the chaos merit essence pills bestowed by the heavenly Tao, Di Xiaoyang rejoices, for it has indeed produced wondrous effects. Chapter 54. The emergence of the demon clan. What a remarkable existence are these chaos merit essence pills that have received the baptism of the heavenly Tao. In later times, there exists a treasure known as falling treasure coins, the first copper coin in the universe, which also underwent the purification of the heavenly Tao and could attract all treasures of the world. Di Xiaoyang's 12,960 chaos merit essence pills conform to the heavenly Tao's principles of unity, forged with the power of chaos, thus containing even greater merit. Their might undoubtedly surpasses that of the falling treasure coins of later generations. This infuriates me. Child, quickly release the restraints, and this emperor shall coexist peacefully with you, joining forces to conquer the primordial realm and assist you in achieving a remarkable legacy. Shin and I could never have anticipated that Di Xiaoyang possessed such a lethal weapon, as a residual soul. He is already beyond the reach of the heavenly Tao, and what he fears most is the merit of the heavenly Tao. Wretched beast, it is too late. I should thank you for inadvertently creating the astonishing method of transforming divine consciousness into reality. Di Xiaoyang retorts fiercely. I shall emulate your technique, using the 12,960 chaos merit essence pills as divine consciousness. Let us see who devours whom. As he speaks, Di Xiaoyang continuously evolves. While merit is indeed valuable, it must adhere to the constraints of the heavenly Tao. Thus, Di Xiaoyang prefers to bear the heavenly sin to carry the merit of the heavenly Tao rather than hoarding it for himself. Shen I has unwittingly opened a new door for him. Divine consciousness, seemingly ephemeral and illusory, could be interpreted as a power that does not exist if Di Xiaoyang, like Shan and I, can transform divine consciousness into reality. He could freely absorb the merit of the heavenly Dao. At that point, successfully merging the 12,960 chaos merit essence pills into divine consciousness would allow him to slay at will with mere thought. With divine merit enhancing his being, he would be free of karmic consequences. You are arrogant, boy. This emperor has spent countless years grasping the profound mysteries of rebirth. Do you think a mere junior could comprehend it in such a short time? Shunni's authority is once again provoked. Perhaps not that Di Xiaoyang's innate talent may not be remarkable, largely derived from the framework of Eastern King Gong, yet he possesses an inexhaustible wealth of knowledge from later generations. The accounts of the past are not devoid of references to the transformation of divine consciousness into reality. More importantly, Di Xiaoyang is now intimately connected with Shan and I, making it exceedingly easy to probe into his secrets of power. The stalemate persists, but this time it is Di Xiaoyang who suppresses Shan Ni's residual soul. As time passes, Di Xiaoyang's primordial spirit completely devours the 12,960 chaos merit essence pills. Are you truly unwilling to reconcile? I was born at the dawn of creation, having traversed countless calamities. In my rebirth, I have roamed freely and learned innumerable secrets. Shun and I, with no hope of possession, is compelled to lower his stance. As long as you agree, I shall be your greatest ally, secretly aiding you in dominating the primordial realm. You ought to abandon such thoughts. Individuals like you can only find peace after being refined. Chaos Gourd, suppress him. Di Xiaoyang smirks coldly, suddenly turning fierce. The primordial spirit infused with the merit of the heavenly Tao violently expels Shun and I, the innate treasure Chaos Gourd following closely behind. Ah! A series of anguished cries resound. Shan Ni's residual soul is thoroughly defeated, imprisoned within Di Xiaoyang by the Chaos Gourd. Witnessing this turn of events, the six great fiends dare not linger and hastily flee. In the absence of a master array, Di Xiaoyang easily extricates himself. Standing proudly upon the altar. How infuriating! Those six worthless fools, wretchedly foolish, concealed the fact that you possess an innate treasure. Shen Ni's failed attempt at possession has led to his suppression, igniting his wrath. Is it truly so surprising? They merely fear you. Their allegiance is not genuine. They are well aware of my might and seek to take advantage. De Xiaoyang smiles faintly. Yet they never dreamed that you, Shen and I, would be the one to be subdued. How laughable! The mountains are high and the waters long. We shall see. Shen and I wishes to avoid futile arguments, as long as Di Xiaoyang does not devour him. He still has a chance. Very well, Di Xiaoyang leaps, swiftly departing the swamp of death. A being like Shen and I is far too terrifying. Di Xiaoyang has only narrowly managed to suppress him within. Until he devours him completely, the danger will persist. Moreover, materializing divine consciousness is no simple feat. Di Xiaoyang must succeed swiftly. Otherwise, he will be constrained by the heavenly Tao in the future. He must achieve the transformation of divine consciousness into reality while simultaneously devouring and refining Shen and I. A race against time fraught with peril. Boom, boom, boom. Upon emerging from the swamp of death, the heavens and earth tremble, 33 layers of radiant light cascading in brilliant displays. The legendary Heavenly Court has indeed emerged. The emergence of the Heavenly Court signifies that Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai will officially establish the Demon Clan, heralding the onset of the War of Witches and Demons. Di Xiaoyang gazes upward, a bitter taste in his mouth. At this crucial juncture, he encounters Shen and I. He dares not utilize his primordial spirit's power. What a predicament! The Heavenly Tao proclaims. I, Emperor Jun, Dong Huangtai, witness the chaos of the primordial realm and hereby declare to the Heavenly Tao that all spirits of flora and fauna, fierce beasts, and those who gain sentience shall be united as the Demon Clan to establish order. Seeking permission from the Heavenly Tao, Emperor Jun's oath quickly resonates throughout the heavens and earth. Granted. The Heavenly Tao responds. The momentum is set, and remarkable phenomena abound. As merit descends, henceforth, the Demon Clan emerges, no longer monopolized by the Witch Clan. Let Emperor Jun ascend the throne as the Demon Emperor, ruling over the Demon Clan. Let Tai Yi ascend the throne as the Demon Sovereign, governing the Demon Clan. In the 33 heavens, by Zhe Ing Zhao, and the 10 great demon saints, along with the leaders of various clans, kneel in unison. By Zhe, what is this? Emperor Jun can hardly contain his excitement but must delay for a moment. Your Majesty, having founded the Demon Clan, who else but you shall be its ruler? How can we contend with the Witch Clan or Di Xiaoyang? The 10 great demon saints implore in unison. Indeed, elder brother, this sentiment holds merit. Dong Huangtai promptly adds, I beg you, elder brother, to ascend the throne as the Demon Emperor. Very well, I shall heed the requests of you all and take on the title of Demon Emperor. Governing the Demon Clan, establishing the Demon Court in the 33 heavens. Emperor Jun, with pride, ascends the throne, brimming with vigor and an awe-inspiring presence. Bow to the Demon Emperor. The entirety of the Demon Clan kneels in reverence. Good, my loyal subjects, rise. The Demon Clan is on the rise, and each of you has played an indispensable role. Today, I hereby proclaim the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi as the Demon Emperor to assist this sovereign in ruling over the Demon Clan and conquering the world. Emperor Jun ascended his throne, exuding an imperial majesty. Henceforth, I confer titles upon Beis, Ing Zhao, Jiming, Fei Dan, Fei Lian, Zhou Ying, Shang Yang, Qin Yuan, Ci Tai, and Gu Che, as the 10 great demon saints. The rest shall also receive titles. We, your subjects, express our profound gratitude for your Majesty's great grace. Beis, Ing Zhao, and the others immediately bowed in respect. Ha ha, splendid. My elder brother. No, it should be your Majesty the Demon Emperor. Upon the completion of the conferment, Eastern Emperor Tai Yi promptly stated, Your Majesty, I request permission to lead an expedition to the East Sea to eliminate that madman, the immortal Emperor. What say you, Beis? Emperor Jun, in his dreams, yearned to slay Emperor Xiaoyang. Yet he could not act unilaterally. Even if the brothers had ascended to the pinnacle of the Luo Golden Immortal, there was no guarantee of success. They could only unite the entire Demon Clan. Chapter 55, Pursued. The might of Emperor Xiaoyang instilled dread throughout the vast wilderness. Beneath the ethereal shadow of Pangu, the Chaos Bell could not exert its power, rendering the situation truly terrifying. The identity and status of Emperor Xiaoyang posed a significant obstacle to the demon clan's dominance over the wilderness. He must be eliminated. Your Majesty, Demon Emperor, the second sermon of the saints is imminent. If we dispatch troops to the East Sea at this time, it may hinder our opportunity to attend the sermon, which would be detrimental to our future. After contemplation, Baze replied, moreover, our relations with Fuxi have been quite favorable. He also intends to join the demon clan. If we can draw Fuxi, Nuhua, and Kuanping into our ranks, our grand undertaking shall surely succeed. Baze's words resonated deeply with my heart. News from the East Sea indicates that Nuhua has already fallen out with Emperor Xiaoyang, presenting an opportune moment to incorporate her into our demon clan. Emperor Jun nodded with satisfaction. This matter requires Baze to personally journey to Mount Buzhou. Should Fuxi and Nuhua wish to join the demon clan, I shall treat them with the title of Demon Emperor. Your Majesty is indeed wise. Baze bowed deeply and immediately set off for Mount Buzhou. After restoring his powers, Emperor Xiaoyang headed straight for the chaotic void beyond the heavens. He hoped that the second sermon by Hongjun would provide him with insights to vanquish the divine reversal. Otherwise, he would inevitably face the same fate as Dong Wanggong. Historical records state that Dong Wanggong was killed after being compelled to join the demon clan as a demon master during the second sermon. The calamity of life and death loomed close at hand, and of course, the key factor was Hongjuan's disposition. This old schemer is profoundly inscrutable. I truly know not what his intentions are. Emperor Xiaoyang, you madman. Have the audacity to stand firm and engage this emperor in a battle to the death. Just as he emerged from the void, Emperor Xiaoyang suddenly heard a familiar voice filled with rage. You impudent bird, how dare you? Upon turning around, he found Eastern Emperor Tai, Emperor Jun, and numerous demon saints approaching with imposing majesty. Indeed, Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun had both ascended to the pinnacle of Deluo Golden Immortal. Coupled with the merits gained from establishing the demon clan, the strength of these two brothers was extraordinary. Half of the 10 great demon saints had also reached the late stage of Deluo Golden Immortal, evidently having consumed the 7-turn golden elixirs concocted by Emperor Xiaoyang. Ha ha, is that so? You, a person of no virtue, usurping the title of leader of male immortals, are the true embodiment of audacity, utterly oblivious to your impending doom. Eastern Emperor Tai coldly mocked. Emperor Xiaoyang, if you possess the ability, then engage this emperor in a battle to resolve our entanglements. You little rascal, do you think I fear you? While the spiritual cultivation of Emperor Xiaoyang could suppress the divine reversal, he also possessed formidable physical strength. How could he possibly fear Eastern Emperor Tai? Very well. Let us engage in combat. From the moment Eastern Emperor Tai broke through, he had long sought revenge on Emperor Xiaoyang. Now that the opportunity had arisen, he would not hold back. With the Golden Crow transformation technique, he leaped forth, unleashing a torrent of magic that descended like a storm. You impudent bird, have you grown clever? Indeed, you have become even stronger, yet alas, you cannot escape this emperor's grasp. Emperor Xiaoyang snorted coldly, continuously employing the perfected yin-yang chaotic divine fist, shattering Eastern Emperor Tai's assaults effortlessly. This exemplifies Emperor Xiaoyang's might. Without the aid of spiritual power, his physical prowess alone could obliterate all, rendering him invincible among equals. The madman, devoid of virtue, is unworthy of the title of leader of male immortals, time and again. You have oppressed us, forcing us to bleed, while your law enforcement team rampaged through the wilderness, shamelessly collecting blood. Today, we shall seek justice. Baze exchanged glances with those beside him, and immediately, they shouted in unison, charging forward to assist Eastern Emperor Tai in the assault. How dare you, taking advantage of numbers? I shall not play with you any longer. Goodbye? Emperor Xiaoyang laughed mockingly, unleashing a series of rapid punches before leaping away from the battlefield. Your Majesty, there is no need for haste. Since we have met, let us resolve our entanglements. Emperor Jun had long anticipated Emperor Xiaoyang's escape and leaped forth, entwined with the river diagram and Luo book, swiftly obstructing Emperor Xiaoyang's path. Emperor Jun, you are audacious. I am the leader of male immortals, sanctioned by the saints. How dare you conspire with the demon clan to besiege me? Do you seek to defy the will of the saints? Emperor Xiaoyang had also prepared for this moment, immediately executing the heaven-slaying sword technique. Dare not. However, the enmity between the emperor and me runs deep. We must settle our grievances through battle. If the Emperor can triumph over us brothers, I shall never again mention our past grievances. Emperor Jun quickly raised the river diagram and Luo book to defend. Though you think me a fool, without the aid of spiritual cultivation, the power of Emperor Xiaoyang's heaven-slaying sword technique was still insufficient to harm Emperor Jun. He could only employ the might of his treasures in conjunction with his physical strength to forcefully breach Emperor Jun's defenses. The relentless assaults proved difficult for Emperor Jun to withstand. Nevertheless, Eastern Emperor Tai's speed was remarkable, and in an instant, he appeared behind Emperor Xiaoyang. With no other option, Emperor Xiaoyang could not dare to engage both Golden Crows simultaneously and seize the opportunity to bypass Emperor Jun. Charging straight into the chaos, shameless madman. If you have the ability, do not flee. Eastern Emperor Tai immediately pursued relentlessly. Ha ha. Ha ha. Two impudent birds. If you have the ability, then follow me. It would be best to chase me directly into the Purple Sky Palace. Come on. Emperor Xiaoyang fled in disarray but refused to be outdone. You? Upon hearing this, both Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai were filled with fury. Emperor Xiaoyang remains the same shameless Emperor Xiaoyang as ever. Humph! If you possess the courage, continue your pursuit. Though Emperor Xiaoyang was not a match for them, he could easily escape. The speed of the innate three clans was no less than theirs. You insolent brat. You intend to go to the Purple Sky Palace, the domain of that old man Hongjun? As Emperor Xiaoyang fled wildly, the suppressed divine reversal within him emitted a series of terrified cries. Otherwise, the saints are giving a sermon. How could I miss it? Emperor Xiaoyang smiled nonchalantly. What a load of nonsense, you insolent brat. You cannot go to the Purple Sky Palace, but I can. The divine reversal, both alarmed and angry, retorted. If you dare to go, that old man Hongjun will surely obliterate USIT. Is you he will eliminate. Not me. Emperor Xiaoyang would gladly welcome Hongjun to eliminate the divine reversal. You fool, what do you know? Do you not realize what bloodline you possess? That old man Hongjun will never allow an anomaly like you to survive. The divine reversal cursed in a state of panic. Emperor Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback. The first time he visited the Purple Sky Palace, Hongjun had not acted against him. It seemed he had not discovered anything. Divine reversal, I ask you, when you first encountered me, did you not notice my bloodline was extraordinary? After pondering, Emperor Xiaoyang inquired. If Hongjun does not deliberately investigate, will he be able to see through it? Indeed, you have been to the Purple Sky Palace. Moreover, you were conferred the title of leader of male immortals. The divine reversal paused for a moment. Although he has achieved sainthood, if he does not conduct a thorough investigation, he indeed cannot discover it. Then why should I fear anything? Emperor Xiaoyang immediately felt reassured. Fool! When that old man Hongjun attempts to eradicate me, your bloodline secret will not escape scrutiny. The divine reversal exclaimed in exasperation. Chapter 56, Speculation on Identity. Emperor Xiaoyang was stunned. The divine reversal was a being already dead, unworthy of the heavenly Tao. His appearance before Hongjun would undoubtedly lead to his demise. With that in mind, he could not attend the Purple Sky Palace to listen to the sermon, which would be a tremendous loss, correct? Child, let us reconcile. Though not go to the Purple Sky Palace to attend the sermon. That old man is cunning and treacherous, and the teachings he imparts are filled with deceit. There is no benefit in listening. The divine reversal continued in a calmer tone. You lack the inheritance of cultivation. I shall impart to you the memories of the great God after the creation of heaven and earth. I do not know how many I have devoured, and they are no less than those of Hongjun. Do you believe I would trust you? I can guarantee that as soon as I slightly relax my suppression, you will strike against me, devour my primordial spirit, and seize my body to be reborn. Emperor Xiaoyang had been reborn by devouring Dong Wanggong. How could he afford to give the divine reversal such an opportunity? Child, let us collaborate. Given that you have refined your body to this level, you can certainly refine another. I swear I will not devour you. The divine reversal repeatedly assured. As long as you help me refine another such body, I will submit to your command. You can forget that. I must attend the sermon at the Purple Sky Palace. It is of no use to argue otherwise. Emperor Xiaoyang replied coldly. If you do not wish to die, then you must find a way to conceal yourself from Hongjun's perception. Are you dreaming? What kind of person is that old man Hongjun? In the primordial realm, gathering immense merit, I have already become the ancestor of the primal path. In the future, I shall merge with the heavenly way and completely master the primordial. The divine rebellion, in a fit of rage, declared, I am already dead, unworthy of the heavenly path. Should I appear before him, I would be instantly discovered, at that time. You too shall meet your demise. That is your concern. I shall not heed the heavenly way, and I too shall perish. A shock surged within Emperor Xiaoyang's heart. Divine rebellion had surprisingly perceived Hongjuan's impending union with the Tao. Indeed formidable. Thus, a compromise was out of the question. He surged forth at an accelerated pace into the chaotic void. Divine rebellion, infuriated, bellowed in rage. You fool, are you truly courting death? Collaborating with you guarantees my demise. If I do not eliminate you, even if Hongjun spares me, the subsequent feathered fiends will surely seek my end. Emperor Xiaoyang resolutely replied. To meet Hongjun still holds a glimmer of hope. If you were in my position, what would you choose? You. Divine rebellion was rendered speechless. If you wish to live, then conceal yourself well. Emperor Xiaoyang smiled with intrigue. After heeding the Tao, we may spar. Let us see your prowess, you little rascal. You are indeed ruthless. To avoid detection by Hongjun, there exists but one solution. I shall enter your chaos gourd. With no other recourse, divine rebellion conceded. By enveloping myself in the power of the chaos gourd, I shall obstruct Hongjuan's scrutiny, ensuring our safety. Agreed. With a swift motion of his gaze, Emperor Xiaoyang opened a slight gap, allowing divine rebellion to enter the chaos gourd. You insolent wretch, go on and court death. Divine rebellion, in a fury, reluctantly moved into the chaos gourd. Divine rebellion, do not act recklessly. In this moment, we are like grasshoppers on the same string. If either of us is discovered by Hongjun, we shall both face death. Emperor Xiaoyang warned gravely. Understood. In a fit of rage, divine rebellion entered the chaos gourd. At the moment of successfully taking control, divine rebellion immediately transformed his divine consciousness into myriad forms, intending to seize the innate treasure. The chaos gourd. However, within this gourd, there were no conventional innate restrictions. His myriad forms were in vain, for there was simply no leverage to exert. You wretched beast, your treachery is evident, though you think I am unaware that you proposed this condition to seize my innate treasure. Emperor Xiaoyang laughed heartily while seamlessly merging the power of the merit chaos essence to completely seal the gourd's mouth. You? What manner of creature are you, that this could happen? Divine rebellion, upon discovering that the chaos gourd was entirely sealed, became even more enraged. An innate treasure without innate restrictions. How could this be? Astonished, are we? This chaos gourd was nourished by my own bloodline, thus reversing the heavenly decree and successfully coming into existence. Emperor Xiaoyang replied coldly. Hence, it is equivalent to my own avatar, devoid of any restrictions, and is perfectly under my control. No, it cannot be. You are neither a child of the heavenly path nor a child of the great Tao. How could you possess such privileges? How could you reverse the heavenly decree? Divine rebellion, well-versed and knowledgeable, was at a loss at this moment. Then I know not. Emperor Xiaoyang too wished to inquire of someone. How did he reincarnate in the primordial after his previous life? Everything must have a cause and effect. No occurrence is without reason. Could it be that you? After a moment, divine rebellion suddenly recalled something, exclaiming excitedly, could it be that you are the incarnation of the earthly path or the human path? What? This statement caused Emperor Xiaoyang to shudder, for divine rebellion's conjecture held a degree of possibility that startled him further. Before humanity emerged, he already knew of the human path, truly a formidable being after the creation of the heavens and earth. You too know of the earthly and human paths? Emperor Xiaoyang's reaction astonished divine rebellion as well. Emperor Xiaoyang remained silent. He suddenly recalled that while passing through the great devouring technique instance before crossing over, he seemed to have triggered some hidden stage. Just as he was about to enter, the computer exploded. At the moment of the explosion, Emperor Xiaoyang thought he glimpsed the character human merging into his body. Historical records state that Hutu is the incarnation of the earthly path, and the human path's incarnation has yet to emerge. Save for the human sovereign. Many say it was Hongjun who obliterated the human path's incarnation. Thus, the original Eastern king likely had connections to the human path, leading to his downfall at Hongjuan's hands. Hence, after his fall, he could reincarnate as Eastern Emperor Jun Hongjun. O Hongjun, could it truly be you? Emperor Xiaoyang increasingly suspected that the downfall of the Eastern King was orchestrated by Hongjun. How then could he break this deadlock? With humanity yet to emerge and the human path yet to awaken, should he be eliminated by Hongjun with his current strength, death would be inevitable. Approaching the Purple Cloud's palace, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai dared not pursue in their anger. Soon after, the 3,000 worldly guests came one after another. Yet some had not yet arrived or had already perished. For instance, the 6 ominous stars of the Ziwei Do Shu dared not present themselves before Emperor Xiaoyang. However, new beings compensated for the 3,000. At this moment, the positioning of the 3,000 worldly guests revealed the power structure of the primordial realm. At the forefront stood the 12 ancestors of the Witch clan. Though only 12, each was an apex powerhouse. Particularly, Emperor Jiang had already reached the pinnacle of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Next was the Lord of the Demon Clan, Emperor Jun, and Eastern Emperor Tai, whose demonic might was formidable, with hundreds gathering in a display of grandeur. Following them was the Queen Mother of the West, the foremost among female immortals, surrounded by over 100 female immortals, a considerable assembly indeed. Lastly were the 3 pure ones, Fuxi, Niuhua, Zenyuanzi, Hongyun, Jiejing, Zhuanti, Shihe, Changxi, among others. At the highest position, Emperor Xiaoyang found himself utterly alone. Chapter 57. The resignation of the male immortal leader. How pitiful, truly pitiful, the esteemed leader of the male immortals, cast aside like a worn shoe by his destined Tao partner. Filled with boundless resentment, even his disciples, fearful of the might of the demon clan, dared not stand by his side. Although Zenyuanzi and Hongyun held him in regard, they too did not dare approach in this situation, merely resembling strangers. Tai Ching, however, showed intent to draw near, yet both brothers restrained him, preventing him from conversing with Emperor Xiaoyang. Establishing currency for the primordial realm using the resources of 3 celestial islands to create a marketplace. Forming a system of trade, what did it yield? A promise to spare the 3,000 worldly guests once in the future, yet not a single person supported it. These rabble, who among them has not committed slaughter 1,000 or 10,000 times over? Ha! It seems you all wish for my demise. Emperor Jun, Eastern Emperor Tai, come now, kill this emperor. My death would settle everything, and I would no longer be a target of so many grievances and hatred. Emperor Xiaoyang sighed deeply in sorrow, advancing in fury. Emperor, why go to such lengths? There exists a saying, those who align with the Tao gain support, those who stray from it find few allies. This phrase fits Emperor Jun perfectly. Emperor Jun clasped his hands in greeting. Emperor, your current state is not our brother's doing. In due time, there will be a resolution to this cause and effect. You truly do not wish to kill me? Emperor Xiaoyang coldly regarded him. How could I dare? The emperor is the male immortal leader conferred by the saints. We, who listen to the Tao at Purple Cloud's palace, owe a great debt to the saints. The saints are to be regarded as the ancestors of the Tao. How could one contravene their will? Emperor Jun shook his head. It is a pity that the emperor acts tyrannically and excessively, disregarding the lives of the primordial beings, thereby failing the great trust of the Tao's ancestors. Truly laughable, a group of frogs at the bottom of a well. How could you understand the aspirations of a swan? Emperor Xiaoyang's expression shifted, and he laughed wildly. You shall wait and see. I shall transform the primordial realm and construct a perfect world. If you wish to kill me, then come forth. I shall await you. With his words, Emperor Xiaoyang immediately strode away, vowing to abandon all notions of mercy. At that moment, Haoyan and Yaoqi opened the gates to the Purple Cloud's palace. The cultivation levels of the two caused Emperor Xiaoyang's expression to alter. Previously, their cultivation was low, easily crushed by any worldly guest. Yet now they had reached the late stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. In just 10,000 years, the speed of their cultivation's ascent was terrifying. Could it be that Hongjun has already plotted to use Haoyan and Yaoqi to govern the heavenly court after the calamity of the witch and demon? Then, as the male immortal leader, he would still be slain before the Great War, unable to obstruct Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai. Little rat, do not look at me with such eyes, as long as I am alive. You shall not achieve your desires. Humph! Emperor Xiaoyang resolved to disregard any concerns regarding the so-called Dao ancestor Hongjun, entering the purple cloud's palace with a cold snort. If they wished to kill him, then let them come. At worst, it would be death. After all, he had long lived enough. We humbly invite the saints. We humbly invite the saints. As the 10,000-year period arrived, Hao Yin and Yao Qi immediately began their recitation. Disciple, we humbly invite the saints. The 3,000 worldly guests knelt in unison to welcome them. However, Emperor Xiaoyang stood unmoved, displaying indifference. The next moment, Hongjun arrived, radiating brilliance. Before Hongjun could speak, Emperor Xiaoyang stepped forward with the dragon head staff. May the saint be merciful and reclaim the dragon head staff, selecting worthy individuals to govern the primordial realm. Upon hearing this, the 3,000 worldly guests were secretly astonished, unable to comprehend. Since Emperor Xiaoyang intended to resign from the position of male immortal leader, why had he just spoken so boldly? Emperor Xiaoyang, your role as the male immortal leader is a decree of destiny. Hongjun paused for a moment, replying calmly, how could it be changed at will? Heh, is destiny meant to lead me to my death? Do the saints not see that I, due to this title of male immortal leader, have become the target of all, everyone wishing to eliminate me? Di Xiaoyang, with a cold smile, lamented, as a disciple, I have expended all my efforts to forge the currency of the primordial world and deplete resources to establish a trading market. And what has come of it? The law enforcement team has been nearly annihilated, and I almost lost the dragon head staff. Hostility is palpable outside the Zixiao Palace, and if the sage does not retract the command, it is as if he wishes for my demise. How audacious! Hongjun, displeased, responded with is your life not more important than your impudence? They say the sages are merciful, imparting wisdom to the beings of the primordial world. Why, then, can the sage not spare my life? Di Xiaoyang, utterly desperate, declared, regarding the matter of the Western Queen Mother, I acknowledge my initial fault, yet I have since repented and have not taken the life of an innocent soul. I beseech the sage's mercy, grant me my life. Di Xiaoyang, you dare? Hongjun exclaimed. When have I ever stated that I would take your life? The incessant pleas for mercy left Hongjun somewhat bewildered. Was this truly the foremost male immortal as predetermined by heaven? The sage's intent to allow him to continue as the foremost male immortal was tantamount to wishing for his demise in the vast expanse of the primordial world. The Wu clan's influence was widespread, and the mightiest among them, Dijun and Dong Huang Tai, gathered myriad clans as Yao, wielding immense power and renowned. Di Xiaoyang, like a stubborn bull, boldly asserted, as a solitary practitioner, I cannot even aspire to a fraction of what they possess. I am unworthy of the title of foremost male immortal. I report to the sage that our Wu clan supports Di Xiaoyang as the foremost male immortal, yet the Yao clan views him as a formidable enemy. Di Jiang, his eyes shifting, stepped forward. On the way to the Zixiao Palace, the Yao clan brazenly attempted to assassinate the emperor. Is that so? Hongjun, displeased, swept his gaze across the assembly, causing Dijun, Dong Huang Tai, Bai Zhe, and others to prostrate themselves in fear, scarcely daring to breathe. Yet, Di Xiaoyang secretly scoffed. Was this old schemer truly displeased with the Yao clan's actions? His displeased gaze was clearly directed at the 12 ancestors of Wu. Though he did not show it outwardly, for the 12 ancestors held no reverence for heaven, the earth, nor him as the Dao ancestor. As this thought struck him, Di Xiaoyang suddenly felt a jolt of realization. The calamity between the Wu and Yao clans may stem from the Wu clan's disregard for Hongjun, jeopardizing his control over the primordial world, prompting him to eliminate the Wu clan. Was his manipulation, positioning Dong Wanggong to spur Dijun and Dong Huang Tai's ambitions for supremacy, driven by his own reservations? Could he not act directly because the current heavenly order is merciless and impartial, thus hindering the sage's whims? Please, sage, show mercy. The Wu and Yao clans are powerful, destined to contend for supremacy. I do not wish to die at the hands of their wrath for obstructing their path to dominance. After much contemplation, Di Xiaoyang tentatively spoke again. Impudence. Hongjun's fury surged. The sage's formidable presence emanated, overwhelming the 3,000 mortals who could hardly bear it. Di Xiaoyang stood at the forefront, yet he refused to kneel, resolutely bracing himself against the pressure. The mandate of heaven is unchangeable. Withdraw. Do not speak recklessly. Hong Jun's words sent Di Xiaoyang crashing back to his original position. Was it impossible not to be the foremost male immortal? Di Xiaoyang was jolted back, fully comprehending that Hong Jun indeed desired his death. Chapter 58. The truth revealed despite his entreaties. Hong Jun remained unyielding. It was evident that Di Xiaoyang's ascension to the role of Dong Wanggong carried his fate. If he did not perish, how could the title of foremost male immortal suppress the Wu and Yao clans in their quest for dominance? Bearing the title, whether facing the Yao or Wu clans, he would ultimately be seen as an obstacle. The root cause of his impending doom. Do you still wish to persist? Hong Jun's expression darkened further, exuding a barely contained fury. I do not seek to create chaos. I simply wish to survive. Initially, when the sage conferred the title of foremost male immortal, I was reluctant, yet it was the sage who compelled me to accept the decree. With newfound resolve, Di Xiaoyang pressed on. The Yao clan has made it clear they wish to eliminate me swiftly. Yet I am not permitted to resign in favor of another. You dare. The mandate of heaven is unalterable. Hong Jun struggled to maintain composure but refrained from striking directly. Very well, if it cannot be changed. Then I asked the sage to promise that should I face slaughter, you will spare my life. Di Xiaoyang continued to plead, if I am to die, and I am not allowed to fight for my survival, then that would be an injustice of the heavenly order. Why are you so certain of your demise? The mandate of heaven designates you as the foremost male immortal, requiring you to establish order and law in the primordial world. Hong Jun's expression shifted. The mandate of heaven is absolute. How could it falter? If you deliberately neglect your survival and disregard the mandate, only then will you be abandoned by heaven. Is that truly so? Di Xiaoyang questioned, half convinced. It was indisputable that Dong Wanggong was the heavenly ordained foremost male immortal. As Hong Jun asserted, if the historical Dong Wanggong failed to act, he would undoubtedly be forsaken by fate. Yet, Hong Jun was an anomaly. If he wished to eliminate someone, would the heavenly order truly be able to intervene? I shall act upon my words. The sage is above worldly matters. How could he arbitrarily interfere in mortal conflicts? If you align with the mandate and take action, how could the heavenly order cast you aside? Hong Jun's demeanor softened. The heavenly order is just, establishing its own order, rewarding virtue and punishing vice. All of you must remember this. We shall heed the teachings of the Tao ancestor. The 3,000 mortals immediately knelt in reverence. Will you have any further questions? Hong Jun turned his gaze back to Di Xiaoyang. None remain. If I am to be the foremost male immortal, should any unpleasant bloodshed occur in the process, the sage will not hold me accountable, correct? Di Xiaoyang, having laid all on the line, tested the waters of his stance once more. Impudence. The consequences of slaughter and karmic retribution are bound by the heavenly order. It is not for me to intervene. Hong Jun's divine authority reverberated once more. Very well. This is the sage's own promise. Should I undertake any actions, the sage shall not intercede on behalf of the heavenly order. Di Xiaoyang, suppressing the immense pressure, threatened anew. As long as Hong Jun refrained from direct action, he would have room to maneuver. The first time he sought the title, he intended to leverage Hong Jun's name to gain power, and he succeeded, dramatically enhancing his strength and rendering him invincible. Yet, he encountered an unforeseen obstacle that halved his might. Now, he must rely on Hong Jun's reluctance to act, for only then would Di Xiaoyang have the chance to turn the tables. The implications of the sage's arbitrary slaughter would be monumental. The fear of reputation loomed large in the primordial world as well. Sit down. The second lecture shall commence. Hong Jun glared, then began, the foundation of quasi-saintship, the basis for enlightenment in the world of the primordial. There are 3 paths to enlightenment, the path of laws, the path of the 3 corpses, and the path of merit. I practice the path of severing the 3 corpses, and I will expound upon the methods of this path. At this moment, Di Xiaoyang felt a chill run down his spine. The precariousness of his situation was truly terrifying. Should he truly provoke Hong Jun, even the mightiest of deities would be unable to rescue him. Yet, he was fortunate to have successfully tested the waters. It was confirmed that Hong Jun harbored ulterior motives. Although he had become a sage, he was still bound by the heavenly order, unable to act on a whim. Otherwise, how could a sage of such stature tolerate his insolence and not eradicate him on the spot? Simultaneously, it became evident that Dong Wanggong was intertwined with humanity, and Hong Jun could not directly eliminate him without incurring significant karmic repercussions. He needed to devise a plan for his removal. 3,000 years passed in lectures. As the 3,000 mortals' cultivation advanced significantly, the top-tier experts, although they had not directly severed their corpses to attain quasi-saintship, experienced a dramatic rise in combat power, transforming their prowess beyond recognition. Sever the good corpse. As the lecture concluded, Taiching suddenly had an epiphany, rising to unleash a supreme innate spiritual treasure, successfully severing a corpse. His cultivation surged to the initial stage of quasi-saintship in an instant. This breakthrough garnered Hong Jun's attention. Only Di Xiaoyang was unfazed. Having previously shared insights from the Tao Te Ching, imparted some alchemical wisdom to Taiching. How could he not be a step ahead? Congratulations, Dao friend Taiching. Congratulations, Dao friend Taiching. Upon completing his breakthrough, the 3,000 mortals, filled with envy, extended their congratulations. Thank you, everyone. After returning the courtesy, Taiching approached Di Xiaoyang. I am grateful to the Emperor for your guidance. It is through your support that I could advance to quasi-saintship so swiftly. Haha, no need for such formalities. You possess discernment, unlike the common folk who judge others by appearances, and thus, you shall achieve extraordinary accomplishments. Di Xiaoyang heartily laughed, patting Taiching's shoulder. Taiching, continue your efforts. 6 sacred positions are ordained, and you shall undoubtedly become the first sage following the Tao ancestor. Upon hearing this, Taiching was taken aback, glancing at the still-present Hong Jun. Hong Jun, too, was astonished. 6 sacred positions were ordained, and Di Xiaoyang was aware of this? Tao ancestor, am I correct in my assertion? Di Xiaoyang, now unafraid of Hong Jun, had no qualms about provoking him further. After all, he would inevitably seek his demise, and Di Xiaoyang would not allow himself to be extinguished. Confrontation was merely a matter of time. Humph! With the conclusion of this lecture, a millennium would pass before the 3rd lecture, at which time 6 great sages would emerge. Hong Jun snorted softly, then vanished in an instant. All eyes turned to Di Xiaoyang. Among the 3,000 mortals, only 6 could attain sainthood. Who would not desire to vie for such an opportunity? Di Xiaoyang aimed for precisely this effect, to make them aware that only 6 could achieve sainthood, questioning whether their gratitude toward Hong Jun would remain. This, too, was a form of testing, openly revealing heavenly secrets. And yet Hong Jun did not act against him, further solidifying the truth. Haha, everyone is curious to know who will attain sainthood, aren't they? I won't tell you. It's infuriating for you insignificant beings. Kuanpeng, Mingyi, Randang, Jane, Zhuanti, listen closely. You 5 wretches. Suddenly, Di Xiaoyang's gaze turned cold as ice. The grudge from the treasure snatched back in the day was cleverly evaded by your smooth tongues. But this debt must be settled. Once I elevate my primordial spirit cultivation, I will come to slay you. Just wait. As soon as he finished speaking, Di Xiaoyang leaped out of the Zixiao palace. You shameless madman, don't you dare run. Upon seeing the murderous intent on the faces of the 5, Dong Huangtai secretly rejoiced and immediately unleashed the Jinwu transformation technique to pursue him. Chapter 59. Who hunts whom? Dong Huangtai gave chase, closely followed by Dijuan. The discourse at the Zixiao Palace was both thrilling and captivating. Di Xiaoyang's antics still proved him to be the supreme male immortal. The 3,000 worldly guests had already seen through it all. Hong Jun appeared to be furious with the demon clan, yet he did not utter a word of blame. His reaction was plainly telling everyone that those with the capability could dominate the vast wilderness. Given this, would Dijuan show any mercy? The 2 great Jinwu led the charge. With powerful demon clan warriors hot on their heels, the warned Kuanpeng, Mingyi, Randang, Jane, and Zhuanti would certainly not grant Di Xiaoyang any chance of survival. Sister. Changxi was extremely anxious seeing this. However, Shiha remained unmoved and forbade Changxi from pursuing. With no other option, Changxi looked to Nuwa and the Queen Mother of the West, yet they showed no inclination to assist. Xinming and Hutu were indeed eager to help, but Dijong's mindset had shifted. With ambitions of dominance emerging, the adversarial situation between the witch and demon clans did not permit him to offer assistance. Thus he was obstructed. The true hunt immediately commenced. 2 Scruffy birds, a group of insignificant beings. Little Kamali, come chase after Grandpa. Di Xiaoyang dove into the chaos, still arrogantly provoking, infuriating Dijuan, Dong Huangtai, and others who silently vowed to kill him without fail. However, at this moment, the one most enraged was Shenxi. The words spoken in Zixiao Palace nearly caused Shenxi to explode. How dare he threaten a saint publicly? Di Xiaoyang's audacity was simply unmatched. Kid, what on earth are you thinking? Offending Hong Jun is one thing. Under the current circumstances, he wouldn't personally strike at you. But why provoke these people intentionally? After distancing himself from Zhixiao Palace, Shinsi could no longer contain himself. Consider it my displeasure. Di Xiaoyang's actions actually had a probing intent. However, this time he was testing the witch clan, the Queen Mother of the West, Nuwa, Shiha, and Changshi. The result? None of these closest individuals came to his aid, which was the most disappointing. They are all heartless scoundrels. Humph, you may be enjoying yourself, but I am terrified. Do you understand what a saint is? A mere thought can extinguish you, yet you repeatedly provoke. Shinsi angrily exclaimed, if you want to die, don't drag me along. I don't wish to accompany you, you fool. You understand nothing. I provoke like this, and Hong Jun hasn't he acted against me, which shows my unique status. Either I am a manifestation of humanity or somehow related to it. Di Xiaoyang replied nonchalantly, the great way retreats, the heavenly way manifests, but what about the earthly way and the human way? If Hong Jun doesn't eliminate the earthly way and the human way, how can he achieve harmony? Who exactly are you? Shinsi was taken aback again. You seem to know more about this secret than I do. So, I guessed right? For Hong Jun to successfully merge the paths and completely dominate the wilderness, he not only requires endless merits, but also needs to eliminate the threats of the earthly and human ways. Di Xiaoyang smiled playfully. What truly transpired after Pango opened the heavens? Why did the Great Way retreat? And why can Hong Jun not personally eliminate the earthly and human ways? Do you wish to know? If so, then release me and allow me to assist you in becoming stronger. Shinsi smiled smugly. Otherwise, you certainly would not stand a chance against that old man Hong Jun in your dreams. Why true collaborator is the severely injured spatial demon god Yangmei Laozu. You lack the qualification, Di Xiaoyang scoffed. I am certain Yangmei Laozu still resides in the wilderness. Only by successfully merging the paths can Hong Jun expel him. You? Shinsi was once again astonished, left utterly speechless. All things in heaven and earth exist in a cycle of creation and destruction. Even if Hong Jun is invincible, there must be someone who can counter him, and that person can only be Yangmei Laozu, Xiaoyang confidently remarked. Of course, among the 3,000 chaotic demon gods, there may still be those who have yet to perish. Shinsi dared not speak further. If he continued, all the secrets he knew would be laid bare. Given Hong Jun's personality, if he were truly invincible, would he spread teachings across the wilderness? In the past, when Pangu fought and slew 3,000 demon gods, successfully opening the heavens, could it truly have been as weak as later generations recorded? Not even achieving sainthood. Each of the 3,000 demon gods was born inheriting the foundational laws. How could they lack enlightenment? As he chased away from the chaos, after passing through a thunderous region, Dijuan and Donghuang Tai suddenly lost track of Di Xiaoyang and could no longer sense his aura. Kuanpeng, Mingyi, Randang, Jane, and Juanti all bore expressions of trepidation. They had experienced Di Xiaoyang's treachery and knew he was exceptionally ruthless in his schemes. Thus far, no one had escaped his calculations. Everyone, there's no need to fear. The madman possesses an indomitable body, yet his primordial spirit cultivation is not high, so he cannot inflict fatal harm upon you in a short time. After searching in vain, Dijuan finally spoke. Therefore, I suggest we split up to search. Whoever encounters the madman must seek assistance immediately. I agree. We will maintain communication regarding our auras. As long as we do not stray too far, the madman will not be able to launch a surprise attack. Allowing for the quickest rescue, Kuanpeng, well-versed in survival tactics, promptly put forth his suggestion. What you say is indeed correct. Since that is the case, let us each search for the madman's whereabouts. We must ensure to slay him and restore clarity to the wilderness. Dijuan nodded and immediately set off in search of the demon court. Meanwhile, Di Xiaoyang had already appeared before the southern heavenly gate of the demon court. Having transformed into Donghuang Tai, his aura indistinguishable from that of Donghuang Tai himself. Greetings, Demon Emperor. The demon generals guarding the southern heavenly gate immediately stepped forward to pay their respects. No need for formalities. My dear subjects, I lost track of the shameless madman while pursuing him and returned to the demon court to guard against him stealing our treasure. Di Xiaoyang secretly smiled, imperiously gesturing. You all lie in ambush with me at the treasure vault. We shall surely catch the madman off guard. Yes, Demon Emperor, please. The Southern Heavenly Gate General showed no doubt and immediately led the way ahead. Di Xiaoyang, disguised as Donghuang Tai, walked while secretly observing. The supreme heavenly court of the three realms was indeed magnificent, more sacred and vast than recorded in later generations, and it concealed deadly formations. The aura of celestial spirits within was extraordinarily rich. Upon arriving before the treasure vault, Di Xiaoyang felt a surge of excitement, as the bloodline of the three-legged golden crow continuously circulated. Simulating an even stronger aura of Donghuang Tai, the vault doors opened with a resounding creak. You all lie in ambush around. I will conceal myself within the vault. When the battle commences, you shall charge out and capture the madman, showcasing the might of our demon clan. With a mighty wave of his hand, Di Xiaoyang entered the vault. The treasures within sparkled brilliantly, nearly blinding Di Xiaoyang's eyes. Various magical artifacts and heavenly materials were plentiful, making it seem as though they were overflowing with riches. Chapter 60. Seizing the fiery red lotus of karma. The combined resources of the islands of Penglai, Yingzhou, and Fangzhong could not match the demon clan's treasure vault. Truly, many hands make light work. However, those two scruffy birds were merely sewing a wedding gown for Di Xiaoyang. Tsk, you little rascal, how insidiously clever you are. Shinzi, sensing the changes in the external environment, couldn't help but exclaim. Having comprehended the ultimate transformation of law of heaven and phenomenon of earth, he had also melded the bloodline powers of many races within him. With this as a foundation, he could completely simulate reality. Insidious? I regret not having dealt with these scruffy beings earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to resort to such shameless actions. Di Xiaoyang already knew Hong Jun would not act against him and had already slaughtered half of the 3,000 worldly guests. This was the wilderness, lawless, where the strong were revered. Only strength and cultivation were fundamental. What nonsense of morality, benevolence, and humanity was applicable in the wilderness? Only when he was invincible would he have the right to define good and evil. Leading humanity in establishing laws and creating a peaceful home in the 5,000 years of cultural inheritance throughout history, when has it not been the strong who were revered? Only the strong are worthy of discussing good and evil. Only they have the qualification to protect a realm and uphold justice across the world. Ha ha ha, gather, everyone, gather. Di Xiaoyang pressed deeper, targeting those high-tier heavenly materials and treasures, continuously collecting. Anything labeled with an 8 was taken. Stars, stones, 9 heavens divine sand, supreme sun crystals, blazing sun divine stones, starry heavenly water, wind and thunder stones, 5-colored celestial jade, 5 elements spiritual roots, ice god jade, and so forth. Countless treasures. It was a pity that there were no higher grade innate spiritual treasures. It seemed that the most crucial artifacts were in the hands of Dijuan and Donghuang Tai. After thoroughly pillaging, Di Xiaoyang concealed his aura and silently departed, unnoticed by the little demons guarding the demon court. This was the benefit he gained from plundering Donghuang Tai's bloodline. Wandering through the demon court felt as effortless as strolling through his own backyard. Oh, how confident you are, surrounding the emperor for slaughter. Yet daring to separate, do they not know how to write the word death? After a thorough investigation, Emperor Xiaoyang immediately chuckled. A sinister and devious thought surged forth within him. To employ his masterful transformation technique for theft felt somewhat beneath him. If he did not slay 1 or 2 top-tier innate deities, how could he justify such exquisite skill? Naturally, if these individuals did not separate, there would be no opportunity at all now that they had. They could only await the edge of Emperor Xiaoyang's blade. Old man Mingyi, you shall be the one. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Xiaoyang ultimately chose Mingyi. This old man emerged from the blood sea of the netherworld and founded one of the 6 paths. The Azura clan. He possessed the unparalleled treasures of slaughter, Yuan Tu, Ubi, and the 12th grade flame of Karma Red Lotus. Furthermore, he had cultivated 480 million blood deity avatars, claiming that the blood sea never runs dry. Nor does the Mingyi perish. He was also one of the longest-living innate deities among the 3,000 worldly guests, with extraordinary abilities. Should Emperor Xiaoyang slay him and devour all that he possessed, he would gain an additional trump card against Hong Jun in future confrontations. At the very least, he would not be so easily slain by Hong Jun. Approaching Mingyi, Emperor Xiaoyang revealed himself as Donghuang Tai and spoke. Friend Mingyi, Have you found that shameless madman? So it was the demon emperor, Mingi sighed in relief. That madman, I know not what abilities he has cultivated, cannot ascertain his whereabouts, and can completely conceal his traces. Indeed, the madman is mysterious. He dares to provoke even the saints and even threaten them, which is truly terrifying. A grave headache for those who offend him. I in the guise of Donghuang Tai, Emperor Xiaoyang stated. Friend Mingi, your solitary existence in the blood sea of the netherworld is perilous. Would you care to join the demon clan? This? Mingi hesitated, reluctant to be subjugated. Mingi, perish. Just as Mingi pondered, Emperor Xiaoyang suddenly launched an attack. He leapt forward, the yin-yang reversal divine fist relentlessly pounding against Mingi's chest. Caught off guard, Mingi staggered back, spitting blood. Mingi's cultivation was indeed formidable, and his resilience immense, as he summoned the 12th grade flame of Karma Red Lotus to shield himself. Yet it was futile. Emperor Xiaoyang harbored murderous intent. The yin-yang reversal divine fist continued to rain down blows, offering no respite. The 12th grade flame of Karma Red Lotus, no matter how powerful, required spiritual energy to activate. In a severely wounded state, how much power could he muster? Ah, shameless madman, you truly dare impersonate my brother Tai? To your death. At this moment, Emperor Jun swiftly approached, the river map and Luo book suddenly descending to suppress Emperor Xiaoyang. What? Emperor Xiaoyang was taken aback, never expecting Emperor Jun to arrive so swiftly. Reluctantly, he had to abandon the idea of slaying Mingi, yet he could not let such a golden opportunity slip away. With a movement, he transformed into a divine phoenix, entwined in divine fire, forcefully seizing the 12th grade flame of Karma Red Lotus. Boom. As the tremendous force of Emperor Jun descended, Emperor Xiaoyang forcibly extracted the 12th grade flame of Karma Red Lotus from Mingi's head. The treasure was taken by force, and Mingi's spiritual essence suffered a heavy blow, losing a significant portion of his vitality. Friend Mingi, you tend to your injuries here. I shall pursue that madman and reclaim the 12th grade flame of Karma Red Lotus for you. After a few seconds of hesitation, Emperor Jun chose to chase after Emperor Xiaoyang. Cough. Mingi quickly stabilized his injuries, not daring to linger, and dashed towards the blood sea of the netherworld. He observed Emperor Jun's hesitation clearly. How could he afford to stay even a second longer, filled with dread? He suddenly realized that in this world, there are no true allies, only interests. If Emperor Jun could not suppress his greed, would he even survive? As Emperor Jun pursued, the traces were utterly exposed. Donghuang Tai, Kuenpeng, Randalite, Jiejing, Zhuenti, and the 10 great demon saints of the demon clan immediately surrounded him from all directions, causing Emperor Xiaoyang to quickly fall into encirclement. To surround and slaughter this emperor, you are merely dreaming. With a cold laugh, Emperor Xiaoyang executed a series of movements capable of traversing the void, paired with the yin-yang reversal divine fist. Each shift and flash was extraordinarily peculiar. Although the 10 great demon saints were powerful, they were merely at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm and could not withstand Emperor Xiaoyang. He forcefully carved a bloody path through them. Damn it! Everyone, do not split your forces. This madman has not only mastered law of heaven and earth but can also impersonate others. Extremely dangerous, Emperor Jun exclaimed in exasperation. He impersonated Tai and emptied our demon clan's treasury, severely wounding friend Mingi. We absolutely cannot let him go. What? This is true. Upon hearing this, everyone present was filled with dread. The transformation technique, they could shapeshift themselves, but to transform into another person and possess their unique essence, this was impossible. This madman must die. If it weren't for my whim to return to the heavenly court, I would have never known he possessed such abilities, nor could I have rescued friend Mingi in time. At this moment, Emperor Jun truly began to fear Emperor Xiaoyang. Chapter 61. Randalite spits blood. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Mingi is a figure of great renown, the most powerful among the 3,000 worldly guests. Kuenpeng, Randalite, and others are considerably weaker than him, and yet they nearly faced immediate annihilation. What immense might! In an instant, no one dared to harbor any thoughts of luck or opportunism. All exerted themselves to pursue. They swore not to rest until Emperor Xiaoyang was slain. Damn these tenacious pests! How infuriating! Emperor Xiaoyang transformed repeatedly into a true dragon, divine phoenix, and Qilin, yet he could not shake off these nuisances, angering him to the point of cursing. If it were not for sealing Shan and I, would it have come to this? Kid, let us cooperate. You are too terrifying, your methods superb, your behavior shameless. They have no second thoughts. If you do not eliminate this calamity, no one will sleep soundly. Shun and I sensed Emperor Xiaoyang's predicament and spoke once more. Release this sovereign. Together we shall ensure their complete destruction, at that time. All their treasures, wealth, and spiritual essence shall belong to you. You only need to leave their physical bodies to me, so I may refine them, die in your dreams. Even in a perilous situation, Emperor Xiaoyang resolutely refused. Comparatively, Shun and I was far more fearsome than them. Very well. Then watch as this sovereign sees how you break free. Sooner or later, you will need to seek my cooperation. Just wait and see. Shin and I, infuriated, ceased speaking. Those two golden crows were quite formidable, their speed rivaling that of Emperor Xiaoyang, making escape impossible. Is it not your fault? Emperor Xiaoyang roared in frustration. If not for most of my power being used to seal you. With the divine abilities of the innate three clans, I would have already shaken them off by 100,000 miles. One word. Cooperate. Otherwise, when you are surrounded again, this sovereign would not hesitate to strike. Letting you be caught in a pincer, Shun and I, unwilling to speak, was infuriated once more. Oh? Emperor Xiaoyang's eyes flickered. He suddenly recalled the mountains and rivers of the primordial world. According to later records, there was a dwarf named Tu Xing Sun, who mastered the art of earth escape, causing a great deal of trouble for many. Lei Chiyu's attempt to form a law enforcement team failed. However, he gathered countless bloodlines from various races, including those of pangolins and burrowing rats. With this thought, Emperor Xiaoyang swiftly retrieved the bloodlines collected by Lei Chiyu and infused some energy to perform the great devouring technique for refinement. Haha, splendid. The madman's speed diminished. Quickly, he unleashed his treasures in attack. Emperor Jun's gaze was keen. He immediately detected something amiss with Emperor Xiaoyang and called on everyone to employ their abilities. Good. The powerful beings did not hold back, unleashing a barrage of strikes as they flew. In an instant, the void erupted with battle. Emperor Xiaoyang, occupied with refinement, could only dodge repeatedly, narrowly avoiding hits several times. Big brother, assist me. After a fray, Dong Huangtai suddenly took the lead, wielding the chaos bell. Good. Emperor Jun understood and struck fiercely at the sole of Dong Huangtai's foot. Propelling him forward in an instant, he closed the distance to Emperor Xiaoyang. The innate treasure chaos bell bore divine power, swiftly pursuing Emperor Xiaoyang. Boom! The unparalleled force of suppression left Emperor Xiaoyang with no avenue for escape. As he plummeted straight to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Haha, splendid. This is called returning the favor in kind. Shameless madman, die, die. Dong Huangtai cackled maniacally, urging the chaos bell to unleash divine power, relentlessly striking at the mountain where Emperor Xiaoyang fell. This move mirrored Emperor Xiaoyang's tactic against Yuan Shi, employing strength against strength, and it proved exceedingly effective. Soon, an entire mountain was obliterated, and the great powers descended, encircling the battlefield. However, as the dust settled, where was Emperor Xiaoyang's figure? No, impossible. Dong Huangtai could not accept it. He cannot possibly have escaped. It is absolutely impossible. What on earth happened? Kuanping also could not believe that Emperor Xiaoyang could flee. They allowed Dong Huangtai to bombard. Yet they did not cease, sealing off the nearby mountains. Emperor Xiaoyang could not possibly vanish without a trace. Bad. Could it be that Emperor Xiaoyang has learned the art of earth escape and fled after being struck down? After careful consideration, Jejing suddenly realized, haha, Jejing, you truly are clever. In the vicinity of the Lingzhou Mountain Yunjue Cave, it seems that it is not far from here. I shall visit your abode, and I hope it will not be too desolate. As the great powers were taken aback, the voice of Emperor Xiaoyang suddenly resonated from afar. No. Everyone, hasten to thwart the madman. Within my cave, not only is there the accompanying treasure Lingzhou Palace lamp, but also a supreme innate spiritual root. The five-needle pine. Upon hearing this, Randing was consumed by fury, his rage palpable. What, you? The assembly of great powers, both astonished and enraged, pondered the implications. If Emperor Xiaoyang were to seize the opportunity, would it not mean yet another victory for him? Quickly now! If we can safeguard the five-needle pine, I am willing to share it with you all. We must act swiftly to halt this madman's rampage. With wrath igniting within him, Randang surged forth. His heart bleeding profusely, he was acutely aware that the chances of preserving the five-needle pine were slim, yet a glimmer of hope remained on that day in the Eastern Sea, after being severely wounded by Emperor Xiaoyang. He had stumbled upon the five-needle pine while seeking a place to heal and had secretly transplanted it to his cave. He never anticipated that in this instance of pursuit, Emperor Xiaoyang would seek to visit his cave. Could it be that Emperor Xiaoyang was his fated nemesis, destined to strip him of everything? Ha ha, I found it. Emperor Xiaoyang quickly closed in, launching a direct punch. However, to his surprise, the entrance to Randang's cave remained unscathed, which piqued his curiosity. Upon leaping down to investigate, he discovered that the Lingjiu Palace lamp was guarding the cave. Could there be treasures within? Overwhelmed with delight, Emperor Xiaoyang immediately unleashed heaven's sin with a vicious strike. With a thunderous roar, the defenses of the Lingjiu Palace lamp were swiftly dismantled as he leaped inside. The sight that greeted him nearly caused him to burst into laughter. Ah, you wretched fool! What fortune to encounter the supreme innate spiritual root five-needle pine! The sensation of divine reversal rendered him momentarily stunned. Such luck is indeed celestial. Destiny. I am the embodiment of destiny. Suddenly, Emperor Xiaoyang felt a surge of good fortune. After plucking the Lingjiu Palace lamp, he directly uprooted the five-needle pine. Ah, unprincipled madman, quickly put it down, release it. As Randang approached, he sensed a disturbance and yelled in anger. Ha ha, ha ha. Old Randang, I shall let you wallow in your own misery while you devour dust and filth. With his treasures in hand, Emperor Xiaoyang dove into the earth, vanishing into the primordial grounds. With a grunt, Randang poured every ounce of strength into his charge toward the cave, only to find it utterly devoid of his treasures. Leaving him in a state of disbelief, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from him. Chapter 62. Escape to the northern underworld. What a thrill! This pursuit has been exhilarating. The demon clan's treasury has been thoroughly plundered. The 12-petal fire lotus of the river of the underworld has been seized, and even Randang's accompanying treasure, the Lingjiu Palace lamp, has been lost. Most crucially, Emperor Xiaoyang has acquired the supreme innate spiritual root five-needle pine. You insolent brat, do you truly believe yourself formidable? Do you not realize that having seized such a precious treasure, they will not let you off easily? They are bound to summon even more powerful beings to hunt you down until your demise. Divine Reversal spoke again, tempting him. Collaborating with this sovereign is your only path forward and the beginning of your ascendance. In the future, I shall also assist you in locating the body of the Chaos Demon God, aiding you in attaining the Tao of the Primordial, so that you may confront Hongjun. You may as well give up. If you could locate the Chaos Demon God body, would you still need to hide in the swamp of death? Emperor Xiaoyang replied with a cold smile. Divine Reversal, I shall not succumb to your temptations. Abandon this notion. Foolish, do you believe that with my current peak strength of Great Luo Golden Immortal, I possess the ability to usurp the body of the Chaos Demon God? Divine Reversal, flustered, retorted. The more formidable you become, the more treasures you seize, the harder it will be for you to escape. Time is not on your side. You are gravely mistaken. They cannot kill me, and nor can you survive. You shall become the fodder for my ascendance to invincibility. Ha ha! After burrowing into the earth, Emperor Xiaoyang headed straight for the northern underworld. What? You had already plotted to venture into the northern underworld to confront these formidable beings. Divine Reversal, sensing the direction, quickly comprehended. The northern underworld is a place of extreme cold, where even the sun's rays cannot penetrate. Should the two golden crows enter the northern underworld, their powers would be significantly diminished. At that time, if Emperor Xiaoyang were to annihilate him, none of those formidable beings would escape unharmed. Indeed, clever. Since you have deduced this, you should also realize that there is no room for bargaining with me. From the moment I suppressed Divine Reversal, I began contemplating where to eliminate him, and the northern underworld is the most advantageous location. The northern underworld, abbreviated as Baiming, is indeed the old nest of the Kuanping. Yet Emperor Xiaoyang remains unconcerned. A mere Kuanping poses no threat to him. The two golden crows from the west pose the real danger. Not long after, Emperor Jun, Donghuang Tai, and Kuan-Peng trailed closely behind. Yet this time, Emperor Xiaoyang was unafraid. If matters escalated, he could simply burrow underground, a feat they were incapable of achieving. Even the chaos clock, no matter how formidable, could not obliterate too many mountains and earth. After all, Dong Huangtai was merely at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal and had yet to unleash the true might of the innate treasures. Alas, the madman is heading for the northern underworld. In that place, the sun cannot shine, harboring an incredibly frightful chill that specifically counters the utmost yang. Kuan-Ping exclaimed in shock. Cursed be it. We must intercept him. We must. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun was suddenly alarmed. A chill creeping up his spine. Throughout this pursuit, Emperor Jun had discerned that Emperor Xiaoyang had never wielded his primordial spirit's power. He feared there might be hidden dangers. If he were to eliminate those dangers, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, among this group, only the three-legged golden crow and Kuan-Peng possessed the speed to match that of Emperor Xiaoyang. Despite exhausting every possible means, they could not catch up. Especially Kuan-Peng, whose speed was unrivaled in the world. Yet his realm had not yet surpassed the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. No matter how hard he tried, he could not keep pace with Emperor Xiaoyang, who could transform into a dragon or phoenix at will. Ultimately, they could only watch as Emperor Xiaoyang plunged into the northern underworld, instantly vanishing from sight. In that moment, all eyes turned to Kuan-Peng. Yet, beyond a helpless shake of his head, he could do nothing. The river of the underworld had been ambushed, nearly resulting in his demise. Did he dare to pursue? Among the top-tier powers, while Kuan-Peng excelled in speed, his actual combat prowess paled in comparison to Randang, and was even further inferior to the river of the underworld, brother, to the eastern sea. Dong Huangtai roared with fury. Let us exterminate the beings of Panglai, Yingzhou, and Fangzheng Islands. Let us see how he fares, Demon Emperor. No. Such actions would lead our demon clan to lose great righteousness, making it difficult to unite the myriad clans against the Witch Clan. Ultimately, we would still fall to the Witch Clan, Baizhe exclaimed in alarm, attempting to halt the plan. Furthermore, if Emperor Xiaoyang were to break free one day, it is likely that no one in our demon clan would survive. Baizhe's words resonated with truth. Emperor Jun hastily interjected, Tai, do not act impulsively. Then what do you propose? Dong Huangtai had never felt so powerless. Perhaps there is but one solution. To gather the Zixiao Palace and the Red Dust guests, and with an unparalleled formation and strength, utterly annihilate the madman, the immortal emperor. Baizhe clenched his teeth and spoke vehemently. Upon hearing this, those present fell silent, yet their eyes were filled with fierce determination. The current situation allowed no room for retreat. It was a matter of life or death. Report. Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor, the Witch Clan has raised an army to attack the Demon Court. I implore your Majesty, Dong Huang, and the 10 great demon saints to return swiftly to the Demon Court to resist the Witch Clan. As plans were being made to act separately, a remarkably swift demon warrior arrived. Breathless. What? The accursed Witch Clan dares to attack the Demon Court at such a time? Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai's eyes widened in rage, their anger and humiliation intensifying. The Witch Clan is truly detestable. Demon Emperor, your Majesty, you must return to the 33 heavens to face the enemy. My brother and I shall return to the west to prepare. Once your command is given, we shall immediately come. Jane and Juenti exchanged glances before promptly departing. The demon clan is in peril. They cannot afford to linger here to hunt down Emperor Xiaoyang, and they did not wish to waste any time. How outrageous! Randang was the most incensed. Kuan-Peng, Randang, the Witch Clan is loathsome. I must return to defend, and I request both of you to assist me in swiftly defeating the Witch Clan and gathering the Demon Clan to hunt down the shameless madman. Emperor Jun, too, felt helpless but recognized an opportunity and promptly extended an invitation. Indeed, we shall certainly assist your Majesty, the Demon Emperor. Kuan-Peng and Randang exchanged glances, ultimately agreeing. They could not remain in the northern underworld to confront Emperor Xiaoyang. Could they? Rest assured, the shameless madman is our mortal enemy. He must be slain without fail. Emperor Jun felt a surge of joy within and, having made his promise, promptly returned to the Demon Court. Meanwhile, Emperor Xiaoyang successfully arrived, sheltered by the 12-petal pure world white lotus, delving deeper into the northern underworld. The terrifying cold nearly overwhelmed Emperor Xiaoyang, explaining why they dared not pursue him any further. Upon discovering a location where dark currents surged, Emperor Xiaoyang halted. He extracted the red lotus fire from the 12-petal fire lotus and the ghostly fire of the underworld from the Lingzhou palace lamp. You dare? You dare to merge these two primordial flames into your being? I shall kill you immediately, declared Divine Reversal, sensing the situation and shouting in terror. Chapter 63. Wealth and Danger in Pursuit. Why does Emperor Xiaoyang prioritize the pursuit of the underworld river? One of the reasons is his desire to seize its crimson lotus flame and fuse it with his new divine flame, thereby enhancing its power once more. At that point, would he not be able to refine the Divine Reversal? Fortunately, Emperor Xiaoyang not only succeeded but also acquired the Netherworld Ghost Fire, the innate evil flame from the companion treasure of the Enlightened Lantern. By merging the Crimson Lotus Flame and Netherworld Ghost Fire into his new divine flame, the four fundamental source flames would unite. Could the Divine Reversal possibly survive? Youngster, do not be so naive. The amalgamation of the four primordial flames is a perilous endeavor unheard of since the dawn of creation. Are you not afraid it might result in an explosion that scatters your very soul? The Divine Reversal, once invincible, now comprehends the true meaning of madness. Ha, of course I am afraid. Otherwise, why would I venture to the northern underworld? Emperor Xiaoyang spoke coldly. The Netherworld Ghost Fire is of utmost darkness, and the northern underworld is of utmost coldness, allowing for the harmonization of yin and yang. What do you reckon are the chances of success? Thief, vile wretch, you shall perish. Upon hearing these words, the Divine Reversal could no longer remain seated and began to assault the chaotic gourd seal. Divine Reversal, it is too late. You have grossly underestimated my strength. You should have acted while I was being pursued, for then there might have been a glimmer of hope. Emperor Xiaoyang laughed heartily. Unfortunately, you too fear the three-legged golden crow and do not dare to kill me. What a pity. You dream of devouring this emperor. How absurd. The Divine Reversal was consumed by rage, launching consecutive attacks. Divine Reversal, dreaming of rebirth is indeed a folly. The chaotic gourd is a congenital supreme treasure that he has mastered perfectly, combined with the power of merit to reinforce the spirit seal. How could it be so easily breached? Naturally, Emperor Xiaoyang was not careless. Seizing the moment while the Divine Reversal could not affect him, he immediately began to merge the Crimson Lotus Flame and Netherworld Ghost Fire into the new divine flame. Simultaneously, he harnessed the utmost coldness of the northern underworld to suppress the various source flames, diminishing the impact of the impending explosion. Even deep within the northern underworld, Emperor Xiaoyang was grievously injured by the merging explosion, howling in unbearable agony. Had it not been for his invincible physique, he would have been reduced to ashes. The amalgamation of the four primordial flames was, indeed, a perilous venture. However, Emperor Xiaoyang was not without preparations, having ready countless chaotic primordial pills to be ignited instantly, transforming into the purest and most colossal source of power. In an instant, the depths of the northern underworld, where Emperor Xiaoyang resided, began to boil due to the merging of the four primordial flames, as if intent on boiling the entire sea dry. This scenario was anticipated by Emperor Xiaoyang. He swiftly entered the vortex, leveraging its power to navigate the northern underworld and absorb more of the utmost coldness to suppress the flames. Sensing Emperor Xiaoyang's ferocity, the Divine Reversal grew anxious. Emperor Xiaoyang was ruthless toward his enemies and even more so toward himself, meticulously calculating every aspect. It appeared that success in the fusion was indeed plausible, and it would elevate Emperor Xiaoyang's physical form to a higher realm. At that point, the Divine Reversal would find no escape but death, a century, a millennium. Emperor Xiaoyang stirred the northern underworld into a tumultuous upheaval. Fortunately, due to the extreme cold of the northern underworld, few beings could survive aside from formidable entities like the Kuanping. Otherwise, countless lives would have perished. Yet, despite the passage of a millennium, Emperor Xiaoyang had not yet accomplished the grand fusion of the four primordial flames. Meanwhile, the Divine Reversal's relentless assaults hinted at a trend of breaking through Emperor Xiaoyang's seal. More critically, Emperor Xiaoyang sensed numerous powerful auras probing above the northern underworld, leaving him with little time. Ha ha, you foolish lad. You are still too infatuated and underestimate the difficulty of merging the four primordial flames. As the divine reversal approached the breaking of the seal, he was elated. This emperor shall soon break free. Prepare to meet your demise. Meet my demise? Emperor Xiaoyang's demeanor turned cold and twisted. What do you intend to do, young one? The divine reversal suddenly felt a chill, as if foreseeing death. What am I going to do? I will eliminate you, wretched beast. Emperor Xiaoyang had fully resolved to go all out. The 12-petal pure world white lotus and the 7-treasure Linglong pagoda of the 33 heavens were simultaneously unleashed to envelop Emperor Xiaoyang. At the same time, he released his seal, utilizing the full might of his mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal Spirit power to execute the Great Devouring technique. Thief, vile thief. You are too ruthless. You would have this emperor endure the explosive power of the merging of the 4 primordial flames alongside you? The divine reversal instantly understood Emperor Xiaoyang's scheme. However, he found it impossible to leave the chaotic gourd, being forcefully expelled by its power in the next moment. The chaotic gourd soared above Emperor Xiaoyang's head, forming a third layer of defense to prevent the divine reversal from escaping. In pursuit of wealth, one must embrace danger. Today, it is either your death or mine. Emperor Xiaoyang resorted to this perilous gambit out of desperation. Very well. You are indeed ruthless, truly ruthless, if that is the case. This emperor shall engage you in a battle to the death and see who can devour whom. The divine reversal was pressed within Emperor Xiaoyang's body by 3 powerful treasures, making escape exceedingly difficult. More importantly, he did not wish to relinquish the perfect physique of Emperor Xiaoyang, and thus began to engage in a mutual devouring with him. In an instant, the 2 supreme techniques of devouring clashed fiercely. However, the balance of battle swiftly tilted in favor of Emperor Xiaoyang, for he had begun to withstand the impact of the 4 primordial flames, while the divine reversal could not adapt in such a short time, inflicting significant harm upon him. More critically, Emperor Xiaoyang's spirit contained the power of heavenly merit. The divine fire scorches the heavens. Spirit power, ignite for me. After successfully suppressing the divine reversal, Emperor Xiaoyang unleashed his final move, igniting his spirit power with his own divine fire. Even if it meant self-destructing his spirit, he must refine the divine reversal. You beast, you vile creature, you are less than nothing. As the spirit power ignited, the heavenly merit contained within also burst into flames, and the divine reversal suffered the most grievous of injuries. Strangely, the ignited power of Emperor Xiaoyang's spirit exhibited a tendency to suppress the 4 primordial flames, prompting their fusion. Divine reversal, the situation is set. With the power of 129,600 chaotic merit primordial pills fused and ignited within the spirit, it was enough to obliterate everything. Emperor Xiaoyang's gamble paid off, even with the divine reversal's formidable abilities. He could not reverse the tide. No. The divine reversal could not accept this. He had painstakingly cultivated his current strength, only to fall at the hands of a younger generation. An unbearable thought. Yet, despite exhausting all means, he could not withstand it. Emperor Xiaoyang, Emperor, I realize my mistakes. Spare my consciousness and intellect, and I will willingly submit to you, assisting you in achieving great deeds. In despair, the divine reversal swiftly altered his stance. As long as you spare my consciousness and intellect, I will impart to you the methods of manifesting spirit into reality. Even if you were to be slain by Hongjun in the future, there would still be a chance for rebirth. Emperor Xiaoyang sneered. By devouring all of you, do I not acquire that knowledge? Should you refuse, I shall self-destruct my memory. The divine reversal hastily replied. You know I can do it. Chapter 64. The world-destroying heavenly flame. Emperor Xiaoyang was taken aback. He could indeed self-destruct his memory. The path of manifesting spirit into reality is enigmatic and unfathomable. He gleaned insights from the divine reversal, which he had not achieved even after 3,000 years of listening in the Purple Cloud Palace. Emperor, do you truly have the luxury of hesitation? Hongjun is scheming against you, intentionally making you the enemy of all beings in the primordial realm. The primordial beings cannot kill you. He will inevitably take matters into his own hands. The divine reversal continued. At that time, if you do not become a saint, how can you contend with him? Only by collaborating with me do we have the chance for rebirth. Very well. This emperor agrees. However, your power will be mine. I will subsequently recreate your physical form and assist you in regaining your cultivation. After pondering for a moment, Emperor Xiaoyang stated, before I successfully merge the 4 primordial flames, you must not act recklessly. Otherwise, even at the cost of sacrificing your secret methods, I will obliterate you utterly. Consider this carefully. Very well. I agree. I agree. The divine reversal's heart was filled with sorrow and despair. Emperor Xiaoyang's mind is too meticulous, leaving him no opportunity whatsoever. With the divine reversal ceasing his mischief, Emperor Xiaoyang's great devouring technique began to ravenously absorb the utmost coldness of the northern underworld, harmonizing yin and yang, and merging the 4 primordial flames. With all his might, the fusion finally commenced. The divine fire, originally a combination of the purple star heavenly fire and the 6 ding divine fire, had already possessed incredible power. Now, with the addition of the crimson lotus flame, netherworld ghost fire, and further enhanced by the utmost coldness of the northern underworld, the resulting power was nothing short of earth-shattering. The divine reversal longed to strike again, but he lacked the courage, fully aware that the chances of success were exceedingly slim. Emperor Xiaoyang was the most intelligent and ruthless individual he had ever encountered, making it nearly impossible to outmaneuver him. He had never met someone so merciless toward themselves. The agony of refining with divine fire was unimaginable. Boom, boom. Soon after, the 4 primordial divine flames completely fused, transforming into a terrifying flame capable of annihilating worlds and destroying all. The power surged, causing the northern underworld to boil instantly. Ha ha, splendid. Its power is unparalleled and invincible. Let it be known as the world-destroying heavenly flame. At long last, success was achieved, and Emperor Xiaoyang could hardly contain his exhilaration, laughing uncontrollably. Previously, when merging the 2 primordial flames, he had found the power insufficient and could not even be bothered to name it in this moment. It was utterly fearsome. The divine reversal dared not utter another word. Divine reversal, let us commence. Offer your power, and I shall grant you life in exchange for revealing the methods of manifesting spirit into reality. Emperor Xiaoyang's confidence swelled immensely. In the present moment, Shun and I is utterly disregarded, as he is easily extinguishable at any time. Indeed, your majesty, Shin I dares not hesitate even slightly. He immediately channels his magical powers into the soul of Di Xiaoyang, allowing Di Xiaoyang to absorb and refine them while continuously transmitting secret techniques. Di Xiaoyang's confidence swells, yet he is not foolish. He perpetually threatens Shun and I with the world-ending celestial flame, granting him no opportunity for a comeback. Boom. With a tremendous roar, after completely refining Shun and I's magical power, Di Xiaoyang's soul realm ascends uncontrollably, directly breaking through to the late stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. The terrifying, unparalleled magical power resonates, leaving Shun and I in despair. Di Xiaoyang's magical power inherently possesses the ability to challenge beyond ranks, and when refining Shan Ni's unique magical essence, it becomes even more formidable, especially after igniting the refinement process. The magical power is extraordinarily pure, sharp, and solidified. It can be said that by burning his soul, Di Xiaoyang not only does not suffer a decline in cultivation but gains even greater benefits. What a mysterious secret technique! The transformation of the mind from illusion to reality is indeed not an instantaneous achievement. Upon your demise, you have unexpectedly reaped benefits. Di Xiaoyang contemplates this, exclaiming, with such a secret technique, utterly annihilating you seems nearly impossible. And yet, what of it? In the end, you still fall into my hands. Shin and I respond sorrowfully, lamenting that he now possesses only the late stage of Tai-E golden immortal cultivation. Di Xiaoyang could extinguish him at any moment. You are indeed to blame. Your greed has led you here. Had you not intruded into my body, would you have met such a fate? Di Xiaoyang smiles slightly. Out there, you could escape at any moment. No one could extinguish you. Perhaps this is fate, Shin and I retorts, struggling to lower his noble head, for he is the beast king of the fierce beast clan, once renowned and imposing. Very well, we are friends now, so it is acceptable. Xiaoyang waves his hand. You are my elder, and I should show you respect. Humph. You are quite the peculiar one, showing no mercy to enemies yet being so amiable with friends, Shin and I observes in astonishment. What shall we do now? Shall we slay those formidable beings from Baiming who have come to investigate? Then devour them one by one? No need to rush. The real play has only just begun. Let them have some time to prepare, lest they complain of being bullied after failing. Xiaoyang removes the immediate threat. Yet it is still insufficient to sweep through the wasteland. Dijun, Dong Huang Tai, and the likes of Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti, these fated individuals, will inevitably soon slay a corpse and ascend to quasi-sainthood. Di Xiaoyang does not pursue the path of slaying 3 corpses, making it difficult to elevate his realm. What do you intend? Shin'ai inquires, somewhat puzzled at this moment. Should Di Xiaoyang emerge, beneath quasi-saint, there are no supreme innate spiritual treasures. A mere encounter would result in immediate death. Just watch, Di Xiaoyang gestures, and the 12th grade fiery red lotus of retribution, along with the remnants of the Lingzhou Palace lamp, materialize in his palms. He promptly begins refining them with the world-ending celestial flame, transforming their remnants into their original essence. You mean to say you wish to refine the essence of these 2 supreme innate spiritual treasures into your body? Shin'ai stammers in shock. Precisely. Hong Jun was not mistaken. There are 3 paths to enlightenment: the path of laws, the path of slaying 3 corpses, and the path of merit. Di Xiaoyang nods solemnly. The path of laws is nearly severed, requiring countless time for comprehension. Do I have that time? I do not. Before Hong Jun merges with the Tao, he will eliminate you. Shin'ai has not wasted these years, being able to perceive many hidden truths. Thus, I must carve a new path, akin to the way of Pango. Yet distinct, a novel route. Di Xiaoyang speaks slowly. At this moment, this is akin to an experimental method. Should it succeed, the path of enlightenment will be evident. Under the world-ending celestial flame, the shattered supreme innate spiritual treasures cannot withstand and are directly incinerated. Revealing their original power, the great devouring technique begins to manifest its divine might. With a powerful shout, Di Xiaoyang commences the devouring process. As the essence of the treasures enters his body, Di Xiaoyang's expression suddenly shifts. Realizing the predicament, this essence resembles cement in later times. Although it can be absorbed in a liquid state, it quickly solidifies, rendering Di Xiaoyang's body rigid. Is it impossible? Di Xiaoyang feels deeply reluctant. After all, his soul has absorbed the powers of the water-fire gourd. How could his physical body not absorb the power of these treasures? Give it up. Treasures and living beings are fundamentally different forms. They cannot transform into one another. Shin'ai observes Di Xiaoyang's actions, nearly halting his thoughts in disbelief. This is simply reckless. It cannot be impossible. It makes no sense. Di Xiaoyang pauses but does not concede. Did I not refine the essence of the water-fire gourd with my soul? That is different. The innate gourd vine is a plant-based essence, sustenance for living beings. Shin'ai remarks slowly. This method can utilize plant-based treasures or innate spiritual roots. Indeed. However, while plant-based treasures are resilient, they lack the necessary ferocity to withstand destructive forces. Di Xiaoyang shakes his head. Moreover, there are few plant-based treasures. They cannot sustain the consumption required for my enlightenment. Did you not acquire A5 pine? Shin'ai suggests. Refine it into your body. It will endow you with the powers of yin and yang, of the 5 elements, perhaps granting you the opportunity to merge with formidable treasures. Shin'ai contemplates the proposal. He currently resembles a weakling, reliant solely on Di Xiaoyang for survival. Indeed. How could I have forgotten? Di Xiaoyang exclaims, smacking his forehead. The 5 pine matures every 5,000 years, requiring a total of 15,000 years for a single season. The fruits are divided into gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, 10 of each, totaling 50 fruits. Consuming 1 of each will gather the essence of the 5 elements, allowing for a breakthrough, thus saving 10,000 years of arduous cultivation. With the yin-yang essence of Di Xiaoyang's body and the refinement of the 5 pine, he could acquire the primordial powers of the 5 elements. How exalted! Only such supreme innate spiritual roots possess this miraculous efficacy. After a century, Di Xiaoyang successfully refines the 5 pine, elevating his physical power to a new level. Unfortunately, without comprehending the laws and refraining from slaying corpses, he cannot transcend into the quasi-saint realm. Of course, his soul cultivation also surges significantly, and under suppression, he is not far from breaking through to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. However, when Di Xiaoyang attempts to absorb the essence of the 12th grade fiery red lotus and the Lingzhou Palace lamp once more, He still experiences that sensation of being solidified, akin to concrete. He immediately falls into deep contemplation. Take your time, little brat. Lend me your 12th grade pure world White Lotus. I shall explore this beaming realm to see if there are any formidable existences. Shin Inai has never been one to be passive. He promptly dives into the 12th grade pure world White Lotus. Weakened as he is, he must seek out several powerful beings for Di Xiaoyang to eliminate. Aiding him in regaining strength, a mere Tai-E golden immortal would be a disgrace to the Beast King. And Di Xiaoyang would lose face as well. Di Xiaoyang is not concerned about him seizing treasures and fleeing. He grants him control while he contemplates slowly. This is the wasteland, a world ripe for creation. Even living beings can spontaneously emerge. Even the human race, the protagonists of heaven and earth, can be created. What is beyond possibility? Reflecting on humanity, Di Xiaoyang suddenly jolts in realization. The human race emerges in response to the call of the heavenly Tao, birthed from the innate gourd vine, the soil of the 9 heavens, the divine water of the 3 lights, and the creative laws of Nuwa. Yes, Di Xiaoyang suddenly perceives. The innate gourd vine and the 9 heavens soil are fundamental. The 9 heavens soil is a primordial earth that can bear countless essences. Although it belongs to the 5 elements, it transcends their powers. It can encompass myriad forms and give rise to life. With this thought, Di Xiaoyang immediately uses the innate gourd to evolve his own meridians. While transforming the 9 heavens soil into his own foundation, gradually, the powers of these 2 supreme treasures envelop Di Xiaoyang entirely. At this moment, Di Xiaoyang smiles. He finds himself experiencing a palpable sense of reality, as if he has finally become truly human. This feeling is unprecedented. It is as though he is a genuine being now. Marvelous indeed. I am truly human now. I, Di Xiaoyang, am the progenitor of humanity, and the human race shall no longer suffer slaughter. I swear it. Di Xiaoyang is a nostalgic soul in his past life as a human, reborn in the wasteland. He still perceives himself as human, not belonging to any other race, merely human. In his elation, Di Xiaoyang absorbs the essence of the 12th grade fiery red lotus and the Lingzhou Palace lamp once more. Indeed, although the process is somewhat uncomfortable and painfully arduous, the sensation of being solidified and rendered rigid is swiftly alleviated by the innate gourd vine and the 9 heavens soil within him. In an instant, Di Xiaoyang's physical form experiences a tremendous surge. His strength, hardness, and resilience escalate rapidly. After successfully absorbing the essence of the 12th grade fiery red lotus and the Lingzhou Palace lamp, no supreme innate spiritual treasures could breach his body. This is the true embodiment of indestructibility, an immortal form. What is the so-called immortal Great Luo? It merely signifies an inability to die. Di Xiaoyang's current physical form is the true essence of immortality. As he continues to absorb, Di Xiaoyang also refines all the treasures of Yin and Yang, as well as the 5 elemental properties from the demon clan's treasure vault into his body. He has become invincible, such a terrifying form. Even a powerful sage could not sever it with a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Who then could slay me? After successfully absorbing the 12th grade karmic fire red lotus and the essence of the Lingzhou Palace lantern, Emperor Xiaoyang could not contain his excitement and let out a long howl towards the heavens. The path to enlightenment was now utterly clear. At last, Emperor Xiaoyang glimpsed the dawn of a confrontation with Hongjun. If this continued, he would become the greatest treasure in the world. What could Hongjun do? What could the heavenly Tao do? To conspire against me, they dare to defy the heavens. You insolent brat! Help! Someone save me! Just as his cultivation was completed, Emperor Xiaoyang's primordial spirit unexpectedly received a special transmission for help from Shan and I. Through a sense, the 12th grade seemed to be sealed by some force. How intriguing. I have stirred the northern underworld into chaos, and yet a formidable being still lingers. Seeking death, are we? With a swift movement, Emperor Xiaoyang followed the trace of the aura in that moment. He was both a man and a treasure. Needing no transformation into a dragon or phoenix, possessing an astonishing speed that even the depths of the northern underworld could not hinder. Upon tracking the aura, Emperor Xiaoyang was suddenly alarmed. A magical Kuan had actually swallowed Shin and I and the 12th grade. The aura of this magical Kuan surpassed even that of the Kuanpeng, boasting a cultivation level at the pinnacle of De Luo Jingxian. Insolent brat, act quickly. This magical Kuan possesses extraordinary power. seemingly having once devoured the flesh and blood of the chaos demon god, with strength and innate talent immensely formidable. Shun Ni's voice immediately echoed, "Quickly destroy him, allow this emperor to seize control, and gain all his divine abilities and strength." Ridiculous. Just based on his status as a late-stage Luo Jingxian? The Kuan disdainfully spoke, having sensed a terrifying presence in the northern underworld. Yet the individual before him was not worthy of his regard. Is that so? Emperor Xiaoyang stepped forward, launching a punch. Chapter 66. Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish, ignorant. The Kuan scoffed, unleashing a powerful attack. At that moment, Emperor Xiaoyang, even too lazy to defend, continued to throw punches, eager to test just how terrifying his physical body truly was. What? The Kuan's disdain was instantaneously replaced by astonishment. He could not withstand the onslaught. The moment their powers collided, his strength dissipated effortlessly. Even Shan and I was taken aback. This was a magical Kuan, a being that had consumed the flesh of the chaos demon god, whose power was not inferior to that of the three-legged golden crow. Its magical energy could barely graze the skin of Emperor Xiaoyang. Boom! Thunderous. In a flash, Emperor Xiaoyang's punch landed on the head of the Kuan, which was unable to unleash a second strike as it was sent flying far away. In the next moment, Emperor Xiaoyang appeared before him again. Punch after punch, he battered the Kuan to the brink of despair, leaving no room for retaliation. You brat are far too wild. However, how marvelous, truly marvelous. Insolent brat, swiftly assist me in devouring his power and seizing control for rebirth. Shun and I was overwhelmed with joy, immediately emerging from the 12th grade to directly take over the magical Kuan. Excellent. Emperor Xiaoyang leaped, stomping the magical Kuan into the seabed. Then, utilizing his primordial spirit, he unleashed the great devouring technique to aid Shin and I in seizing control. The magical Kuan, continuously injured, could not resist Emperor Xiaoyang, nor could it withstand Shan Ni's invasion from within. It could only resign itself to despair. Awaiting its fate, a century later, Shin and I successfully took over, reborn as the magical Kuan. Ha, so splendid. This emperor has finally returned. Tremble, O vast wilderness. Shin and I, transformed into the magical Kuan, felt an excitement and joy that words could hardly describe. Tremble indeed. With such strength, you could only contend with Dijuan, Donghuangtai, and Dijiang. Do you still believe yourself to be the beast emperor? Emperor Xiaoyang poured cold water on him. After 3 teachings, the 6 great sages have emerged, officially entering the era of sages. What are you? But a mere bird. Insolent brat, truly tiresome. Reborn from ancient times, and now, do I not have the right to revel a little? To feel joy? Shin and I was deeply frustrated, writhing within this colossal body. At the very least, this emperor has truly been reborn. Enough. You'd best suppress that fierce aura of the beast emperor. Do not allow anyone to discover your true identity. Emperor Xiaoyang leaped onto his head. From now on, you are the magical Kuan. Do not refer to yourself as this emperor. Let us return as kings. Ha. The kings have returned. This is delightful. Shin and I let out a long howl, not minding to be Emperor Xiaoyang's steed as he leaped out of the northern underworld, heading towards the gathering place of mortal guests. The massive form spread across the sky. The terrifying aura of a pinnacled Luo Jinxian instilling fear in all there. That is Emperor Xiaoyang, the son of Xiaoyang. Above the clouds of the northern underworld, as the 36 mortal guests saw the figure atop the magical Kuan, they were nearly paralyzed with fright. This magical Kuan was already exceedingly fearsome, and the fact that Emperor Xiaoyang could tame it as a steed indicated that his power was far more terrifying than that of Ada Luo Jingxian. They had only come under the influence of the Hyo tribe, persuaded by the Kuanping and the Burning Lantern, solely to investigate Emperor Xiaoyang's whereabouts. How could they possibly contend with him? Who was in charge? Emperor Xiaoyang stood proudly, gazing down at them. Upon hearing this, everyone present turned to the highest-ranked individual, the master of the Big Dipper, Beidou Xingzuan. Aside from Beidou, the rest of them only possessed mid-stage Luo Jinxian strength, hardly worthy of mention. Having seen the emperor before, Beidou had already witnessed Emperor Xiaoyang's prowess during the emergence of the Purple Way heavenly fire and dared not be impolite. Very well, you are an old acquaintance. Regardless of your purpose in coming, I, this emperor, have but one decree. Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. Emperor Xiaoyang cast a cold glance. You 36? Choose wisely, Emperor. You are being excessively tyrannical. We do not belong to the demon or shaman tribes. We are merely like-minded loose cultivators seeking to explore the northern underworld, Beidou argued. As the foremost of male immortals, how can you establish order in the wilderness with such domineering words? What qualification do you have to be the foremost male immortal? Nonsense, pure nonsense. What foremost male immortal? That is merely Hongjuan's scheme to see me dead. You all witnessed it clearly in the Purple Cloud Palace, did you not? Emperor Xiaoyang unabashedly declared. If you do not submit, I will assuredly kill each of you before I die, leaving no one alive. You? The 36 mortal guests were all infuriated, clenching their fists. They admired Emperor Xiaoyang's audacity. Though it was an obvious truth, who would dare speak it aloud? You are nothing but a hammered eye in the wilderness world. The strong hold supremacy, while the weak are consumed. Establishing order requires a bloody price, a frenzy of slaughter. Emperor Xiaoyang coldly stated. Only I, this emperor, shall be invincible in this realm, capable of pressuring all sides and establishing order. Do you believe I will show mercy? The emperor is too confident, too tyrannical. Our cultivation is far inferior to yours, yet with 36 of us combined, can we not battle you? Beidou felt an immense pride. Just you lot? A group of mere trifles. Emperor Xiaoyang could not be bothered to even glance at them. You? How outrageous! The 36 mortal guests were all immensely enraged. Lacking ability yet still complaining? Very well. You 36 may unite. If you can withstand my heaven-slaying sword technique, I shall grant you freedom. Emperor Xiaoyang casually gestured with his sword. Otherwise, you shall have no choice but to submit or die. Agreed. But the emperor cannot use his physical power as he did against Yuan Shi. Beidou exchanged glances with those beside him. In the wilderness of the immortal way, the primordial spirit is fundamental. Just based on you? Do you think you are worthy to witness my physical prowess? Emperor Xiaoyang nearly laughed. I will give you a quarter of an hour to form your formation. Lest you do not even realize how you died. Hurry, arrogant. Beidou was furious. He immediately set up the Big Dipper formation, while the others combined their powers to channel all their magical energy into the formation. In an instant, the formation's power surged. Weak, far too weak. Such strength cannot withstand my heaven-slaying sword technique. Not a single one of you will survive. Emperor Xiaoyang observed and felt immense disappointment. Arrogant, come forth. The 36 were all highly indignant. Emperor Xiaoyang could not be bothered to speak further, casually drawing his sword, Tian Zue, and striking. With a single swing, the faces of the 36 changed dramatically. Emperor Xiaoyang's primordial spirit cultivation had indeed reached the late stage of Deluo Jingxian. Yet, the intensity of his magical energy far exceeded that of a late-stage Deluo Jingxian. Poof! Pft! A light and effortless swing shattered the formation, and the 36 mortal guests immediately coughed up blood, heavily injured. Chapter 67. Celestial Punishment Guards. Terrifying, truly terrifying. The 36 mortal guests, having linked their powers into a formation, could not withstand a mere sword stroke from Emperor Xiaoyang. Among them was still a late-stage Deluo Jingxian, and yet their combined formation was so weak. Do you wish to die, or do you wish to live? Emperor Xiaoyang silently rejoiced at not using his full strength. Otherwise, these people would have either perished or been rendered incapacitated. The various devouring techniques had allowed Emperor Xiaoyang's primordial spirit cultivation to completely surpass the limits of Deluo Jingxian. Hearing this, the 36 remained silent, since they did not wish to die. Nor did they want to submit to Emperor Xiaoyang. A group of fools, did they not bring their brains with them when they left? What harm is there in aligning with me? When I am slain, the 3 celestial islands of the East Sea, along with countless treasures and magical artifacts, will all belong to you. Di Xiaoyang, in his frustration, wished to strike them down. If you cannot see this much, how do you survive in the primordial chaos? You are utterly foolish, better off dead. Upon hearing this, the 36 individuals were left dumbfounded. What kind of talk is this? How could they be so naive? With words spoken so plainly, do they still not know what to do? They might as well perish, as living is a waste of celestial energy. Di Xiaoyang was so forthright that he was immediately incensed by their stupidity and grasped, heavenly sin, We are willing to follow the Emperor. May the Emperor's grand enterprise know no bounds and endure through the ages." The 36 exchanged glances and promptly knelt. "Excellent. From this moment onward, you shall be known as the heavenly punishment guard under my command, tasked with upholding the will of heaven." Only then did Di Xiaoyang reveal a smile. "I do not expect your loyalty, but the tasks I assign must be fulfilled. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Of course, should I find myself in dire straits, you may betray me, even strike me down. However, should you fail to kill me, then it will be your lives that are forfeit. Remember that. Yes, yes, we shall bear this in mind." Listening to these words spoken in such a calm tone, the 36 felt an immense turmoil within. Their backs chilled. Such a ruler was unprecedented, unheard of. He asked for no loyalty and granted them all the initiative. It was truly remarkable. "Very well. Your first task is to relay the message to the 3,000 worldly guests of the primordial chaos. Any who do not voluntarily submit to me shall perish." Di Xiaoyang, unafraid, declared, "I am now going to slay the river of the underworld. You may act independently, and rewards await those who perform well." As soon as he spoke, the colossal form of the demonic Kuan surged upwards, soaring towards the blood sea of the underworld, leaving the 36 worldly guests staring at each other in astonishment. "He just left like that?" "Friends, the Emperor has made it abundantly clear. All choices lie in our hands. Whether to genuinely follow, feign obedience, harbor ulterior motives, or take advantage of the situation is entirely up to us." Beidou suddenly felt that Di Xiaoyang was not so terrifying nor so malevolent. "As long as we obey, the Emperor will not make a fuss or act against us, but choose wrongly and there will be no second chance." "Beidou, what does he truly mean?" One among them pondered, utterly perplexed. "It is quite simple. The Emperor's strength has reached a level where he does not care for anyone. He does not require loyalty, only obedience." Beidou understood. In plain terms, as long as we obey, that is sufficient as for the outcome. As long as we do our best, it is not a crime to be negligent, and we can survive. So simple. The one who had just spoken still found it hard to believe. "It really is that simple. This is the Di Xiaoyang I know, the immortal Emperor who feared no one from his humble beginnings and cared for no one." Beidou nodded earnestly. "Perhaps we have wronged him. He is not the madman we imagined, but merely pursuing his own desires." After departing, Shun and I was puzzled and asked, "Young rascal, since you have subdued them, why not control them? Are you not afraid of their betrayal? You do not understand. This is called vision. If I am ultimately slain by Hongjun, what use is their loyalty? Why resort to such despicable means?" Di Xiaoyang replied with a smile. "If Hongjun cannot kill me, what reason do they have to betray me? Would they even dare? This, Shin and I, once a beast emperor and well-versed in the art of manipulation, quickly grasped the concept. The most loyal relationship is built on mutual benefit. Once they realize that following me brings boundless benefits and status, they will naturally be unwaveringly loyal," Di Xiaoyang candidly stated. "Without benefits, what use is control through means? Given the chance, they will undoubtedly revolt." Profound. "And what of the monkey that follows?" Shin and I, admiring him, suddenly halted. "It is a being of unfortunate fate. Since it has shown such sincerity by risking its life to enter the North Sea, it is destined to be nurtured." Xiaoyang slowly turned to wait. He had sensed it long before. The pursuing monkey was none other than the six-eared macaque, one of the 4 chaotic monkeys. He did not know why he had emerged prematurely, resulting in insufficient essence and low status, making it difficult for him to achieve greatness. Thus, he eavesdropped on Hongjuan's teachings with his innate divine powers, only to be injured by Hongjuan's words that the law does not pass to the 6 ears, leaving him with no one willing to impart teachings. Therefore, Di Xiaoyang became his sole choice. "Six-eared macaque, I pay my respects to the Emperor." After a long while, the six-eared macaque finally caught up. "Rise. I know your intent. From now on, you shall be my second disciple," bestowed the name Sun Luer, "and I hope you heed the 6 paths and wield power over the 3 realms." With a wave of his hand, Di Xiaoyang welcomed him aboard the demonic Kuan and continued towards the blood sea of the underworld. The 6-eared macaque was left dumbfounded. He had thought that even pleading desperately might not secure his apprenticeship. Yet he succeeded without uttering a word. At that moment, He felt immense gratitude and silently vowed to serve Di Xiaoyang for life. Even unto death. In response to his reaction, Di Xiaoyang merely smiled faintly and casually cast a 3 light divine water to aid in healing his injuries and restoring his essence. The blood sea of the underworld, boundless and infinite, was formed from the impurities of Pengu after the creation of the heavens, gathering the malice of the entire primordial chaos, where fish and shrimp thrived not. Nor did birds and insects come. But to Di Xiaoyang, it was a land of treasure, for he possessed the 12-grade pure world white lotus capable of purifying all upon reaching the blood sea of the underworld. Without a word, Di Xiaoyang utilized the 12-grade pure world white lotus to purify, supplemented by the great devouring technique to absorb. In an instant, the blood sea roiled, and countless powers from the sea were drawn into Di Xiaoyang. The river of the underworld, discovering the power lost from the blood sea, nearly ruptured with rage. In that earlier battle, Di Xiaoyang had successfully launched a surprise attack, inflicting heavy injuries upon him and causing him to lose the 12-grade Karma Fire Red Lotus. Now, he dared to come knocking? Ah, Di Xiaoyang, you mad immortal emperor, do you truly seek to annihilate me? The river of the underworld, sensing the power draining from the blood sea, was furious and charged forth. Chapter 68. 2 Great Quasi-Saints. The blood sea of the underworld, vast and boundless. Yet Di Xiaoyang gave the river of the underworld the impression that if he did not emerge, the blood sea would undoubtedly be drained dry, forcing him to confront the situation. However, Di Xiaoyang could not be bothered to engage with the river, continuing to devour. He had yet to recover from his injuries, and how could he possibly be a match for him? Killing him would simply be a matter of a moment. Di Xiaoyang, what do you truly desire? As the power of the blood sea continued to dissipate, the river of the underworld could no longer wait. Angrily questioning him, do you wish for death? And I, go and play with him, and let my disciple gain some insight. Di Xiaoyang spoke without even blinking, completely disregarding the formidable river of the underworld. All right, Shen and I, as the Beast Emperor, inherently relished combat and bloodshed. Having gained the power of the demonic Kuan, he sought a strong opponent to test his control over his new form. How audacious! Enraged, the river of the underworld immediately unleashed his Yuan Slaughter and Ubijna. Simultaneously, he secretly communicated with his blood god incarnation power. A spectacular battle erupted above the blood sea. Although Di Xiaoyang did not cast a glance, he could sense through the process of absorption that the river of the underworld had already mastered the blood god incarnation. And his skills were not lacking. He had initially grasped the essence of the blood sea. Here, he was nearly invincible and immortal, though Shen and I was still unaccustomed to the demonic Kuan's form. His combat instincts were unparalleled, and for a time, he could not prevail against the river of the underworld. It was evident that the river was strong in the blood sea. No wonder he dared to confront Di Xiaoyang. Of course, this was precisely what Di Xiaoyang desired. Only by forcing the river of the underworld to continuously employ the blood god incarnation, he discern his weaknesses and deliver a fatal blow. Such a figure must not be completely eradicated. He would become a future threat. Another reason Di Xiaoyang refrained from acting was that he was waiting for a great being who was on their way to the blood sea of the underworld. Shameless madman, how bold! You dare to invade the blood sea of the underworld. Soon after, a familiar, furious voice echoed, as a figure of golden light appeared, moving with an unpredictable speed. In the next moment, a peerless sovereign clad in imperial robes and wielding a colossal bell appeared, exuding an imposing presence. Dong Huang Tai Yi, you have done well in such a short time. You have slain a good number of corpses and successfully advanced to the early stage of quasi-saint. Indeed, you possess some skill, Xiaoyang spoke with confidence. Unfortunately, it is of no use. I want the river of the underworld dead, and he must die. No one can save him. Arrogant and presumptuous Di Xiaoyang. Do you understand what it means that times have changed? Dong Huang Tai Yi, had he not broken through, would certainly have feared Di Xiaoyang to some extent. But now that he has successfully advanced, he is invincible under heaven. Even Taiching would not be his match. Just a mere early quasi-saint can only intimidate fools. Where is your brother Di Jun? Why has he not come? Is he still yet to break through? Di Xiaoyang replied nonchalantly. If he does not come, when you are beaten to death, who will come to save you? Shameless madman, do you still dare to be so arrogant? Since you seek death? I shall grant it to you. Enraged, Dong Huang Tai struck down from his elevated position. Ha ha, come forth. Di Xiaoyang laughed heartily, simultaneously delivering a powerful strike. Yet this time, he did not harness the might of his physical form. Rather, he retaliated with the pure essence of his primordial spirit. With a thunderous roar, Di Xiaoyang was sent crashing into the sea of blood, only managing to steady himself by drawing upon its power. However, the outcome of this blow left Dong Huang Tai, Mingyi, and Shen and I utterly astonished. It must be noted that Di Xiaoyang's current mastery of the primordial spirit was merely at the late stage of De Luo Jin Xian, yet he could barely fend off the nascent energy of an early Zhuan. What arcane technique have you cultivated? After striking out, Dong Huang Tai did not continue his assault. That previous blow was delivered without reservation, embodying nearly the full might of an early Zhuan, yet it proved ineffective. Ha ha ha, it is indeed reasonable for a madman to practice such dark arts. What is so surprising about that? Following his hearty laughter, Di Xiaoyang's aura suddenly intensified. Muddled bird, come and fight. Impudence. Dong Huang Tai, enraged yet amused, summoned the chaos bell, causing the heavens and earth to shift ominously as it bore down upon Di Xiaoyang. Having transcended to the realm of Zhuan, he no longer feared Di Xiaoyang's physical prowess and unleashed the full power of the chaos bell against him. Heavenly sin, arise! Di Xiaoyang drew his sword with ferocity. As he thrust it forth, the yin-yang mixed void manifested upon the blade, clashing directly with the chaos bell. In that moment, the sea of blood was stirred into tumultuous waves. The overwhelming force compelled Mingyi and Shen and I to cease their fierce battle, retreating to the sidelines to observe. Allow this emperor to suppress you. Dong Huang Tai, exasperated, poured all his energy into the chaos bell. Yin-yang mixed void. The foundation of the five elements, Di Xiaoyang offered a cold smile, channeling the quintessence of the finest innate spiritual root, five-needle pine, which enveloped his feet in the power of the five elements. With the yin and yang above and the five elements below, even the invincible chaos bell struggled to suppress Di Xiaoyang, merely managing to impose a slight advantage. At this moment, the six-eared macaque looked on in reverence. This was indeed his master, to withstand an early Zhuan with a mere late-stage De Luo Jin Xian cultivation. What monstrous power was this? Only Shen and I comprehended that this was not Di Xiaoyang's true strength. His physical form, the annihilating heavenly flame, was the true terror. Yet, Di Xiaoyang's prowess in the primordial spirit still astonished him. With such capability, he could traverse the vast wilderness. How infuriating! Why? Dong Huang Tai unleashed a flurry of techniques, but still could not subdue Di Xiaoyang. The bitterness and fury within him erupted in a series of roars. A late-stage De Luo Jin Xian could actually withstand a Zhuan. He had initially believed that Di Xiaoyang's physical invincibility was the most formidable aspect, but he never anticipated that the primordial spirit he had kept hidden from the world was the true source of his terror. If he were to ascend to the peak of De Luo Jin Xian, what then? At that time, an early Zhuan would hardly be a match. Only by severing the two corpses could a mid-stage Zhuan hope to suppress him. To slay him would be an arduous task. Dong Huang Tai, how about that? To call you a muddled bird, even the likes of Xia Kalami would not believe. This emperor requires not the strength of his physical form to contend with you. How embarrassing, Di Xiaoyang, having fully grasped the strength of his own power, felt emboldened and prepared to confront Hong Jun. Madman, cease your arrogance. Do not be alarmed, O demon emperor. I shall assist you. As Di Xiaoyang's words fell, a streak of light surged forth, and a jade scepter came crashing down, aimed directly at the back of Di Xiaoyang's head. Hemph! 12-petaled pure world white lotus, arise, Di Xiaoyang. Having comprehended Shan Ni's method of materializing thought, had already anticipated the arrival of Yuanshi and the exquisite innate spiritual treasure. The 12-petaled pure world white lotus appeared above his head. Yuanshi's three treasures, the jade scepter, could not inflict harm upon Di Xiaoyang. What a treasure! Such a gem falling into the hands of you, the mad immortal emperor, is a sheer waste. Yuanshi, having failed in his sneak attack, paid it no mind. The aura of an early Zhuan erupted forth as he relentlessly assailed Di Xiaoyang with the exquisite innate spiritual treasure. The three treasures' jade scepter. In the midst of this battle for the coveted treasures, The six-eared macaque grew anxious. Yet Shan and I remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on Mingi to prevent his escape. Old man Yuanshi, you are impressive, successfully breaking through to Zhuansheng without being outpaced by the three-legged golden crow. You have not brought shame upon the Pango Orthodox, Di Xiaoyang, forcing a cold smile, remarked. What a pity that one of the three pure ones of the esteemed Pango Orthodox would shamelessly collude with a muddled bird. Are you not afraid that the great Pango would be incensed enough to resurrect? Madman, you need not provoke. To slay you is to rid the wilderness of a scourge and earn merit for the heavenly Tao. What is shameful about that? Do you think I care? Yuanshi had arrived hastily, not intending to sneak attack nor ally with Donghuang Tai. However, Di Xiaoyang was far too extraordinary. Without cooperation, none could hope to slay him. Well said. Your narrow-mindedness and shameless ambush, along with your collusion with others to besiege me, makes you my enemy. Should I slay you? Neither Taiji nor Tongtian could protest. Di Xiaoyang anticipated Yuanshi's actions. This individual was deeply entrenched in his beliefs. Staunchly supportive of Hongjun and the heavenly Tao, during the Fengshan War, he personally eradicated countless disciples of the Jie sect, displaying none of the dignity befitting a saint. In contrast, when had Tongtian ever acted against disciples of the Chan sect? It was precisely for this reason that Tongtian ultimately faced defeat. Foolishness. To think you would wish to kill me while your own safety is in jeopardy? Yuanshi sneered repeatedly, the three treasures jade scepter continuing its relentless assault. Pondering how long Di Xiaoyang's 12-petaled pure world white lotus could endure. Even if the treasure was broken, what could the peak physical form of Ada Luo Jinxian achieve? He would inevitably be slain. The two Zhuansheng were formidable indeed. Yet in the eyes of this emperor, they were utterly insignificant. How dare you come alone to attempt to kill me, oblivious to the peril? As Di Xiaoyang's words echoed, he suddenly withdrew the 12-petaled pure world white lotus, seeking death. Yuanshi rejoiced, seizing the opportunity to channel all his power into the three treasures jade scepter aimed at Di Xiaoyang's head. Annihilating heavenly flame, arise! Di Xiaoyang's lips curled into a smirk, and with a sudden strike, he unleashed a devastating palm. The terrifying flames not only thwarted the assault of the three treasures jade scepter but surged directly toward Yuanshi. Although the three treasures jade scepter was an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, it could not withstand the onslaught. Ah! Wuji apricot yellow flag, arise! Yuanshi, terrified, immediately summoned the Wuji apricot yellow flag, one of the innate 5 elemental flags, to defend against the attack. What a treasure! All of these belong to me. Di Xiaoyang had long awaited Yuanshi's invocation of the Wuji apricot yellow flag. As he unleashed a palm of annihilating heavenly flame against Donghuang Tai, he swiftly lunged to seize the three treasures jade scepter. No? No? Yuanshi, realizing Di Xiaoyang's intent, desperately thrust both palms outward in an attempt to block Di Xiaoyang's advance. Alas, Di Xiaoyang's annihilating heavenly flame was far too formidable. Yuanshi's efforts merely succeeded in momentarily staving off the deluge of flames. But he could not halt Di Xiaoyang's stride. Meanwhile, Donghuang Tai was compelled to prioritize his own safety. The Wuji apricot yellow flag, one of the innate 5 elemental flags, was captured in Di Xiaoyang's grasp. By merely displaying the peak physical form of Ada Luo Jinxian, he completely subdued both the three treasures jade scepter and the Wuji apricot yellow flag, rendering them immobile regardless of Yuanshi's desperate attempts to reclaim them. Sky-slaying sword technique? Having successfully seized the treasures, Di Xiaoyang leapt forth, channeling heavenly sin to transform annihilating heavenly flame into a lethal strike aimed at both Donghuang Tai and Yuanshi. They had both witnessed the might of the sky-slaying sword technique and were acutely aware of the peril posed by the annihilating heavenly flame. They could only unite in defense. Harboring no thoughts of reclaiming the coveted treasures, boom, boom, the two Zhuansheng joined forces to defend, yet still found themselves repeatedly forced back by the onslaught of the sky-slaying sword technique. Even without the annihilating heavenly flame directly striking them, its overwhelming power left the two Zhuansheng reeling. Yuanshi, my friend, this villain is beyond our strength. We must retreat. Donghuang Tai, unwilling to remain, immediately activated the Golden Crow transformation technique to escape. Yuanshi, consumed with rage and unwillingness, was beside himself. His two exquisite innate spiritual treasures had been seized by Di Xiaoyang. How could he simply leave? Yet Donghuang Tai, already terrified by Di Xiaoyang, had grown wiser and retreated at the first sign of danger. How infuriating, Di Xiaoyang, you shall wait. My 3 brothers will come to reclaim the treasures. Yuanshi, filled with 1,000 grievances, dared not face him alone, resorting to leaving behind fierce words as he retreated in disarray. Di Xiaoyang made no attempt to pursue, his gaze immediately fixing upon Mingyi. With a mere glance, Mingyi trembled all over. These were 2 Zhuansheng, both wielding top-tier treasures, yet they had been forced to flee in disgrace, losing 2 exquisite innate spiritual treasures in the process. Mingyi, will you not flee? Di Xiaoyang watched him with amusement. You? Mingyi wished to escape, but where could he go? The sea of blood of the netherworld was his foundational realm, his very place of existence. How could he flee? Even if he sought refuge within the sea of blood, how could Di Xiaoyang's annihilating heavenly flame not dry it up? At that moment, what blood sea would remain unscathed? And how could Mingyi survive? Moreover, his cultivation had yet to reach a level where he could fully command the blood sea. If he did not flee, did that mean a battle was at hand? In the battle atop Mount Buzhou, feeling inadequate yet harboring resentment was understandable. Subsequently, conspiring to seize treasures and pursuing this emperor deserved execution. Di Xiaoyang spoke calmly. Is it not right for this emperor to slay you? Will you not submit? It is right Dai will submit. The river of Hades offered a bitter smile, collapsing to his knees upon the sea of blood, pleading, Please, Emperor, spare my life. I am willing to follow you and serve you as a beast of burden. Do you think such a thing is possible? The young Emperor Xiaoyang had previously spared him once and now deeply regretted it. The 3,000 worldly guests did not submit to him. Not a single one chose to follow him willingly. The true reason was not his past attempt to harm the Queen Mother of the West, nor his tyrannical ways, but rather the dominion of the foremost male immortal that would strip them of their freedom. Much like the subsequent War of Gods, not a soul wished to be listed, nor to heed the commands of Hao Tian. In light of this, only a regime of force could prevail, forging an invincible dynasty through bloodshed. Where the victor reigned and the vanquished were deemed outlaws, before Hongjun attained sainthood, how many schemes were concocted? How much slaughter transpired? Who now dares to utter a word? Emperor, I do not wish to die. I am prepared to sacrifice all my treasures, wealth, and even this sea of blood, only to beseech you for mercy. The river of Hades understood escape was futile and that no one would come to rescue him. With 2 quasi-saints fleeing in disgrace, who would dare intervene? This was precisely why Emperor Xiaoyang did not eliminate him at the outset. He had already been established as a paragon of authority in the primordial realm. Ah, in that case, I could indeed grant you an opportunity for survival. I only wonder if you are willing. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow. Please, Emperor, instruct me. The river of Hades was elated and immediately inquired. Chapter 70. Subduing the river of Hades. Though not rejoice too soon. If you wish to preserve your life, there is but one path. You must allow me to destroy your physical form and refine your primordial essence into a treasure spirit. Emperor Xiaoyang spoke slowly. What? Upon hearing these words, even Shan and I was astonished. Can it truly be so? In my hands, nothing is impossible. To become a treasure spirit means your essence resides within the treasure, at the beck and call of your master. This notion suddenly struck Emperor Xiaoyang, inspired by legends of the future where various invincible treasures possess spirits, enhancing their owner's capabilities. Yet, the primordial realm was different. It relied on the depth of control over restrictions to unleash power. For instance, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure might possess 37 to 39 layers of restrictions. Each layer refined would augment the treasure's might. Complete refinement demanded not only formidable cultivation but also considerable time. Emperor Xiaoyang was unlike others. His world-destroying heavenly flame could obliterate top-grade innate treasures, dismantling their numerous restrictions. Thus, he could replace restrictions with primordial essence to unleash even greater power. Emperor, spare my life. As long as you are willing to show mercy, I will obey your commands, following you faithfully for all my days, never daring to harbor ulterior motives. The river of Hades could not comprehend fully but sensed the ominous undertones. To survive, there was no other choice. Of course, I can agree. Should you serve with unwavering loyalty, once I unify the primordial realm, I will restore your physical form and grant you freedom. Emperor Xiaoyang replied coldly. You also gain an advantage. If I am ultimately eradicated by Hongjun, you will become a masterless being, able to seize the treasure immediately and attain freedom. This, the river of Hades hesitated, at first glance. It seemed reasonable, but could it truly be feasible? Do not doubt. I possess the means. The beings of the primordial realm are extraordinary, and those with innate spiritual roots can revert to their original forms and inhabit treasures without difficulty. Emperor Xiaoyang radiated confidence. Having come to the primordial realm, he intended to make a grand spectacle. Even if he could not alter it, he would incite chaos, providing humanity with a new avenue. Even if he ultimately perished. As long as there were no regrets, with a thunderous crash, Emperor Xiaoyang shattered the river of Hades' physical form with a single punch. After consuming his body, he immediately propelled the essence of the river of Hades straight to the depths of the Blood Sea, to the Blood Temple. With his body lost, the river of Hades could only obey, hoping that one day he might truly regain his freedom. Under the world-destroying heavenly flame, his blood god avatar was far too weak. Having no chance of escape, destined for total annihilation, I embody both yin and yang, and the pure yang sword Heavenly Sin has been forged. Today, I shall transform your primordial slaughter, abysmal, into the pure yin sword, allowing you to inhabit it as a treasure spirit. Emperor Xiaoyang sat upon the throne of the river of Hades, exuding a terrifying aura. If I can survive, I shall one day return your freedom and bestow upon you an opportunity. Yes, the river of Hades dared not defy. Surrendering everything, Emperor Xiaoyang surveyed all he possessed, feeling rather disappointed. The fabled northern Xianyuan water-controlling banner had yet to fall into the hands of the river of Hades. World-destroying heavenly flame, arise. With a resounding command, Emperor Xiaoyang commenced the fusion of the primordial slaughter and the abysmal swords. The overwhelming might instilled despair in the river of Hades. The top-grade innate treasure truly could not withstand Emperor Xiaoyang's refining, as its restrictions were methodically dismantled, revealing its original essence. More terrifying still was that during the refining process, Emperor Xiaoyang swiftly absorbed the essence of his physical body and communicated with the Blood Sea, continuously drawing upon its power to elevate his cultivation. The river of Hades could clearly sense Emperor Xiaoyang's body and primordial essence growing ever stronger, ascending at an unimaginable rate. The Blood Sea of Hades, birthed from the tainted blood of Panga's navel, harbored a fragment of Panga's original essence, which Emperor Xiaoyang devoured without reservation. How could he not grow powerful? Even the condensed phantom of Pangu appeared increasingly formidable. Boom, boom. A millennium later, the primordial slaughter and abysmal swords had completely fused, becoming a brand new, ultimate evil treasure. Meanwhile, Emperor Xiaoyang's primordial essence cultivation broke through the peak of Great Luo Golden Immortal uncontrollably, unleashing an aura that soared into the heavens, rendering the vengeful Dong Huang Tai Yi and Yuan Shi unable to take a single step. Such overwhelming might, even with the combined forces of Emperor Jun and the three purities, would struggle to bring him down. Why not conceal the aura of my breakthrough? Shin and I inquired, perplexed. Why conceal it? Have you ever heard the saying, boiling a frog in lukewarm water? Emperor Xiaoyang smiled faintly. The best slaughter occurs unnoticed. Now is not the time. Indeed, excessive bloodshed would surely provoke that old cur Hongjun, compelling him to act against you, and even at your peak, you could not withstand it. Shin and I quickly grasped, gradually plundering, expanding step by step, then consolidating power in one decisive strike, giving that old cur Hongjun a surprise. There is merit in that. Yet, the most crucial aspect remains adhering to the heavenly mandate. Establishing order in the primordial realm, gathering boundless fortune to make Hongjun wary. Emperor Xiaoyang refrained from pursuing Dong Huang Tai Yi and Yuan Shi for a reason. Slaughtering all 3,000 worldly guests and merging their essence into his own body would not suffice to challenge Hongjun. Only through virtue and fortune could one restrain him. Oh, you actually understand fortune? Shun and I was once again taken aback, harboring even more wariness towards Emperor Xiaoyang. What I know, this emperor knows as well. River of Hades, it is time for your sacrifice. Enter this ultimate evil sword, to affirm your path through slaughter and shake the primordial realm. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Xiaoyang thrust the river of Hades into the sword, refining him with a secret art, transforming him into a treasure spirit. Heavenly sin, ultimate evil. You certainly have a knack for naming. akin to the Lord of Evil, lacking any semblance of righteousness, Shun and I remarked. Left speechless, self-styled Emperor Xiaoyang. Yet his treasure exuded a sinister aura in time. It would become clear, Emperor Xiaoyang understood better than anyone that the path the river of Hades tread was one of slaughter to validate his path. Unfortunately, he was born in an era ill-suited for his ambitions, ultimately creating the Azura race, merely reaching the peak of quasi-Saint I in the Age of Saints. Who would he dare to slay? Now, in the hands of Emperor Xiaoyang, the outcome would undoubtedly differ. Shortly thereafter, the river of Hades sensed it. He truly resided within the sword's body, capable of maximizing the power of the ultimate evil sword, yet bound by the sword's restrictions, deprived of freedom. Should Emperor Xiaoyang no longer require him, allowing another to claim the ultimate evil, he too would be shackled, unable to escape. The intricacy of the methods employed was beyond imagination. Mission accomplished. Little Mosquito, this emperor is about to return to the East Sea. If you do not reveal yourself, your future life and death shall be your own concern, and such an opportunity may never present itself again. Emperor Xiaoyang stored the ultimate evil sword within his body, suddenly projecting his voice across the blood sea. Upon hearing this, Shun and I was left dumbfounded. What formidable being within this blood sea could possibly warrant Emperor Xiaoyang's attention? Just as his words faded, a blood-winged black mosquito immediately flew into the Blood Temple. Chapter 71. Heavenly Realm City. What the hell? A blood-winged black mosquito beast could hide beneath my very nose without detection. Shin and I was utterly astonished. Such a diminutive black mosquito had delivered an unexpected surprise. Little mosquito, you have yet to transform. However, you have awakened your intelligence, unlike ordinary beasts, and possess extraordinary talents. Do you wish to take me as your master? Emperor Xiaoyang held the mosquito Taoist in high regard. The primordial beast blood-winged black mosquito had resided in the Blood Sea until the War of Gods, where it was captured by the Western faction. Yet, its achievements were remarkable. It had devoured the entirety of one of the 4 great disciples of the turtle spirit Holy Mother, and drained 3 petals from the 12-petal golden lotus of virtue. It was the ideal successor to inherit Emperor Xiaoyang's great devouring technique. I am willing. Though the mosquito Taoist had yet to transform, it had awakened its intelligence and could articulate human speech, responding joyfully, "Excellent. From this moment forth, you shall be my 3rd disciple, Mo1. Now, let us return to the East Sea." With a wave of his hand, Emperor Xiaoyang immediately landed upon the head of Shan Ni's demon Kuan. Throughout the return journey, Emperor Xiaoyang did not pause. Secretly utilizing the world-destroying heavenly flame, he began to meld the top-grade innate treasures 3 treasures Jade Ruian Wuji Apricot Yellow Banner into his physical form, allowing its defensive capabilities to grow incessantly. The moment when Emperor Xiaoyang returned to the Eastern Sea, the primordial one atop Kunlun Mountain abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood after sensing all that had transpired. In a fit of uncontrollable hatred, he sought out Taiching and Tong Tian, exclaiming, "Elder brother, 3rd brother, my 3 treasures of jade and good fortune in Wuji Apricot Yellow Banner are gone." "2nd brother, what do you mean by gone?" Tong Tian inquired. Perplexed, were not these 2 treasures seized by Emperor Xiaoyang? It is not surprising that he could refine the restrictions. "It is not a matter of refinement," the primordial one retorted angrily, "but rather that these 2 supreme treasures have inexplicably been disassembled by some unknown force and no longer exist." "What?" This revelation left Taiching and Tong Tian utterly astonished. Those were extraordinary innate spiritual treasures. How could they possibly be damaged? "Elder brother, I assure you, my treasures bear unique markings that allow me to sense their condition in a manner unlike ordinary individuals. There can be no mistake." The primordial one spoke with fierce determination. "3rd brother has already broken through. I implore you both to assist me in avenging the theft of my treasures in the Eastern Sea." This? Taiching and Tong Tian hesitated. Taiching, having received the teachings of the Tao Te Ching from Emperor Xiaoyang, and having been guided in the path of alchemy, felt immense gratitude and did not wish to become adversaries. Tong Tian, while not as grateful, recognized that Emperor Xiaoyang's conduct was far more honorable than those who, under the guise of righteousness, perpetrated slaughter indiscriminately. His temperament was quite agreeable, and he too did not desire confrontation. "Elder brother, 3rd brother, what do you mean by this? Am I truly inferior to a shameless madman like the immortal emperor?" The primordial one's fury escalated. Second brother, you exaggerate, Tai Ching interjected. Aside from his past schemes against the Queen Mother of the West, Emperor Xiaoyang has not committed any heinous acts. Though he is somewhat flamboyant, he is not a villain. Tai Ching then continued, you venture alone into the blood sea of the underworld and even ally with Donghuang Tai. How can I proceed? Elder brother, you are truly too deeply poisoned by his influence. Seems the rumors of the primordial wilderness are not unfounded. You have indeed been deceived by Emperor Xiaoyang's misguided theories. The primordial one, exasperated, gestured dismissively. Third brother, would you lend your aid to help me exact vengeance in the Eastern Sea? Second brother, while I yearn for a confrontation with Emperor Xiaoyang, even united, we would not stand a chance against him. Tong Tian replied helplessly, even with the addition of Dijuan and Donghuang Tai, do you truly believe we could defeat him? We, the three pure ones, are manifestations of the Father Deity's primordial essence, Tai Ching stated solemnly. How could we conspire with others and tarnish the dignity of our Father Deity? Very well. If you choose not to assist, then so be it. The primordial one, in a fit of rage, returned to his cave. Ah, Duobao, your cultivation is already commendable. Why not dwell in the Eastern Sea for a while, serving your master with tea and water? Tong Tian sighed and turned to Duobao. Master, this Duobao, fearful of Emperor Xiaoyang, was reluctant to go. Yet Tong Tian's tone clearly conveyed a sense of sorrow. Go? After all, we are bound by the master-disciple relationship. Tong Tian waved his hand, saying no more. The three pure ones, endowed with extraordinary talents, were the most attuned to the celestial order. It was true that Emperor Xiaoyang was destined to become the foremost male immortal, but his fate was not long. He was destined to clear a path for the Wu and Yao tribes. If Emperor Xiaoyang did not perish, how could the two tribes ever engage in conflict? In the Eastern Sea, on the Isle of Penglai. Upon his return, the 36 heavenly punishment guards found no one daring to refrain from paying their respects. We report to the Emperor. We have scoured the lands and conveyed your command. Yet the mortals fear the Wu and Yao tribes and are reluctant to pledge their allegiance. The leader of the heavenly punishment guards, the North Dipper, reported proactively. As expected. With the third sermon approaching, time is of the essence. Each of you is to bring 100 million Chaos Yuan Dan, heavenly materials, treasures, medicinal pills, and magical artifacts to establish cities in 36 locations. Emperor Xiaoyang issued a direct command. The cities shall be named Celestial Realm City, serving as a sanctuary for peace. No one shall commit acts of slaughter within the city walls. Should there be grievances, one may appeal to the city lord's office for adjudication. As soon as he finished speaking, 36 formation maps immediately fell into the hands of the heavenly punishment guards, detailing how to construct cities, establish formations, and designate residences, along with the specific locations of the cities. Construct the inner city in 100 years, the market in 200 years, the city lord's office in 500 years, and establish a system in 1,000 years. You 36 shall temporarily assume the role of city lords, overseeing governors, judges, and divine generals to manage civilian life, adjudication, and defense. Emperor Xiaoyang continued, all who enter the city shall be under the protection of Celestial Realm City, regardless of their race or faction. They may enter and become citizens. Specific matters, laws, and personnel will be entrusted to you later. Yes, we obey your command. The 36 heavenly punishment guards were secretly astonished. Emperor Xiaoyang was finally establishing his own power. Truly preparing to contend with the Yao and Wu tribes, go and collect your supplies first. This task is arduous, and I bestow upon each of you an innate spiritual treasure and 10-7 transformation gathering spirit pills to aid in your cultivation. A warning began to glimmer in Emperor Xiaoyang's eyes. Those who fail to complete their tasks after a millennium or intentionally neglect their duties shall not blame me for being ruthless. We dare not. The subordinates retreated, both astonished and elated. I am the Tao ancestors' appointed foremost male immortal, Emperor Xiaoyang. I hereby declare to the primordial wilderness that, a millennium hence, I shall establish the heavenly court above the Eastern Sea. Taking the throne as emperor, Theo govern all beings of the primordial wilderness and establish order and law. This is the court of heaven and the origin of law, ensuring the peace of the people. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Xiaoyang rose, his authoritative voice resonating throughout the primordial wilderness. In an instant, the wilderness erupted in tumult, whispers spreading like wildfire. A sense of urgency swept across the land. Originally, Emperor Xiaoyang's plan was to seize control of the 33 heavens at the moment of the heavenly court's emergence. However, he never anticipated that the divine rebels would disrupt his rhythm at a crucial moment, allowing the Yao tribe to occupy the 33 heavens and establish their own court. Now, he had no choice but to use the 3 immortal islands as a foundation to establish the heavenly court. That wretched boy truly possesses remarkable ingenuity. In proclaiming the establishment of the 36 celestial realm cities, and announcing the formation of the heavenly court in the Eastern Sea, he demonstrated exceptional wisdom. The divine rebels looked at Emperor Xiaoyang, filled with admiration. Thus, various factions shall hasten their cultivation, aiming to slay you on the day the heavenly court is established. Why then? The 36 celestial realm cities will have been built, and countless beings without refuge will flock in, rapidly forming a powerful force, successfully gathering fortune and destiny. Without some means and cunning, how could one survive? During this millennium, it would be necessary for you to patrol the lands, both to deter the 36 heavenly punishment guards and to prevent any schemes from leaking that could obstruct the construction of the cities. Emperor Xiaoyang smiled faintly. He was not like the historical Dong Wanggong. He possessed wealth, treasures, and strength. Now, he merely lacked influence. Once power was fully established, order in the primordial wilderness would naturally fall into place, and merit and fortune would surely converge magnificently. Even Hongjun would have to think twice before attempting to eliminate him. During the battle for the canonization of gods, when Emperor Xian was crowned as the human emperor, he amassed the merit and fortune of the human race, and with so many saints and powerful beings, who would dare to strike directly at him? Regrettably, Emperor Xiaoyang realized Hongjuan's stance far too late. He should not have obstructed the emergence of the human race, but instead should have expedited it. However, Nuwa had yet to comprehend the laws of creation and could not create humans. Thus, it was impossible for the human race to emerge prematurely. The only path forward was to gather beings struggling to survive in the primordial wilderness to form a base, collecting merit and fortune. However, with this establishment of the heavenly court and the formal ascension to the throne, it remained uncertain whether he would gain the recognition of the heavenly Tao. Historical records indicate that Haoyan ascended to the throne only after the calamity of the Wu and Yao tribes, having been conferred by Hongjun, without receiving the acknowledgement of the heavenly Tao. Consequently, the 6 saints disregarded him. If Emperor Xiaoyang were to gain the recognition of the heavenly Tao, he would undoubtedly be a legitimate immortal emperor of the primordial wilderness and might even alter his fate. With all preparations complete, Emperor Xiaoyang entrusted the 36 heavenly punishment guards with the records of institutional governance, laws, and civilian affairs from future dynasties. He immediately utilized immense magical power to merge the islands of Penglai, Yingzhou, and Fangzhong into a single continent, transforming it into the structure of the heavenly court, continuously elevating it to hover above the Eastern Sea, surpassing the position of the Yao court. Upon success, Emperor Xiaoyang promptly entered seclusion, simultaneously refining pills to enhance the cultivation of the beings on the islands while crafting powerful bows and arrows. The Dragon Clan's tomb was emptied by Emperor Xiaoyang, and the war armor and weapons obtained were sufficient to equip 100,000 troops. The dragon tendons were reserved for bowstrings, but he still lacked bows and arrows. In addition, Emperor Xiaoyang retained a large number of branches from laurel trees and fusang trees, which were perfectly suited for crafting bows and arrows. The treasures obtained from the Yao clan's treasury were inexhaustible. Not to mention equipping 100,000 troops, even 1,000,000 would be more than sufficient. However, he did not possess such a large force to equip. Among the beings of the 3 islands, managing to assemble 100,000 elite troops would be a remarkable achievement. Therefore, Emperor Xiaoyang needed to invest effort into crafting magical artifacts that possessed great lethality, yet did not consume excessive magical energy, allowing those with lower cultivation to wield them. Currently, Emperor Xiaoyang embodied the powers of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements, and with his understanding of future knowledge, he effortlessly produced a set of Wuji bows. By inlaying them with wind and thunder stones, their power could be increased, allowing even those of lower cultivation to easily draw the bow and nock an arrow. As the millennium approached, Emperor Xiaoyang emerged from his seclusion ahead of schedule, and 100,000 beings from the 3 islands gathered in the training grounds, awaiting his inspection. Your subjects pay their respects to the emperor. In an instant, Emperor Xiaoyang appeared, and the cracking sea Xinlong whale, Lei Qi, Duobao, the six-eared macaque, and the mosquito Taoist, leading the army, knelt in reverent welcome. The current cracking sea Xianlong whale was the foremost expert under Emperor Xiaoyang's command, with cultivation sufficient to rival Zhulong. Consequently, he strongly opposed the name Xiaoya. Emperor Xiaoyang established the celestial court, not indulging in jest, and bestowed upon him the title of Xinlai Si. Very well, dispense with the formalities. A glance from Emperor Xiaoyang revealed a satisfied smile. Under his deliberate cultivation, among the 100,000 elite warriors, there were as many as 70,000 golden immortals and 30,000 Tai golden immortals. The 10 most outstanding generals, having received assistance from the Yellow Middle Plum and the 7-turn Yinyang Pill, all broke through to the early stages of Great Luo Golden Immortal. The foundation was beginning to take shape. 100,000 sets of Wuji bows, each containing 18 Wuji arrows, fell into their hands, and coupled with the Dragon Clan's battle armor and long spears forged from dragon horns, their combat power could undoubtedly crush countless armies of equal rank. For this set of Wuji bow and Wuji arrows were all top-grade postnatal spiritual treasures. The 10 great generals, along with 2 commanding mounts, were adorned with innate spiritual treasures. The Candle Dragon, leading the 4 seas dragon kings and 1,000,000 shrimp soldiers and crab generals, came to heed the emperor's command, embarking on a campaign against the primordial chaos to establish an immortal hegemony. At this moment, the distant voice of the Candle Dragon resounded. Ha ha, splendid. Emperor Xiaoyang was overjoyed. The Candle Dragon had made the wisest choice, and a holy light welcomed the 1,000,000-strong army. However, the military appearance and equipment of this 1,000,000-strong army were far inferior to Emperor Xiaoyang's 100,000, resembling a band of impoverished wretches. Nevertheless, the 9 true dragons behind the Candle Dragon and the 4 seas dragon kings made Emperor Xiaoyang's eyes flicker. They possessed the cultivation of the late Tai Golden Immortal. Reporting to the emperor, our 9 dragons are the most outstanding pure-blood true dragons of our clan, their cultivation surpassing even that of the 4 seas dragon kings. The Candle Dragon stepped forward, bowing respectfully. I have conferred with the 4 seas dragon kings and wish to present them to the emperor as mounts. Hoping the emperor will accept. Indeed, I shall accept, the emperor acknowledged. The dragon clan's loyalty warranted generous rewards. It was only right to assist them in breaking free from the shackles of karma and ascending to Great Luo. Even to quasi-saint status, Emperor Xiaoyang understood the Candle Dragon's intentions. The dragon clan was going all out this time. If they did not succeed, they would perish. Offering up the 9 great dragon prodigies signified their hope of helping Emperor Xiaoyang while freeing themselves from the bonds of karma. In the event of Emperor Xiaoyang's failure or demise, the dragon clan would still retain a spark of hope, preventing them from being forever trapped by karma and relegated to the weakest primordial race. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Candle Dragon was immensely gratified, immediately summoning the 9 true dragons to take their true forms and guard Emperor Xiaoyang's side. In that moment, the Imperial Majesty rose, imposing and extraordinary. Even Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai could not match Emperor Xiaoyang's image. Xinlai Si, Lei Qiang, you 2 shall lead the army to array and protect the celestial court. Duobao, Lu'er, and Maoan shall act as hosts for the guests. Candle Dragon and the 4 seas dragon kings shall accompany me in the Qian Kuan Hall. At this moment, Emperor Xiaoyang felt a swell of anticipation. The establishment of the celestial court was imminent, and he would officially ascend to the throne. He wondered how the Wu and Yao clans, along with the myriad worldly beings, would react. What astonishing feats could they conjure? More importantly, would Emperor Xiaoyang's imperial status be acknowledged by the heavenly Tao? If so, he could change his fate of demise amidst the calamity of the Wu and Yao clans. Chapter 73. Establishing the Celestial Court, ascending the throne. In the Qian Kuan Hall, seated in the position of the Celestial Emperor. Emperor Xiaoyang spoke slowly. Candle Dragon, your clan possesses numerous spies. Enlighten me on the current situation in the primordial chaos. Reporting to Your Majesty, I have been vigilant regarding the movements in the primordial chaos. Ever since Your Majesty conveyed the intention to establish the Celestial Court, many of the great powers have been thrown into a state of disarray. The Candle Dragon rose to report. Some worldly beings, fearing Your Majesty's warning, are en route to witness Your Majesty's ascension. And the Wu clan? Emperor Xiaoyang was not surprised. His current might was overwhelming, and the worldly beings dared not treat him lightly. The Wu clan's attitude remained ambiguous. However, upon hearing the news, they ceased their hunt of the Demon Clan and halted their expansion. The Candle Dragon continued, "In my humble opinion, Dijiang still harbors ambitions for dominance but does not wish to confront your majesty directly." Naturally, Emperor Xiaoyang was not caught off guard in the past. Dijiang and Emperor Xiaoyang's interaction stemmed from the Wu clan's insufficient strength, rendering Emperor Xiaoyang unable to pose a threat. The current circumstances were entirely different. "Presenting myself to your majesty, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun arrived to congratulate Emperor Xiaoyang on his ascension to the Celestial Emperor's position. Shortly thereafter, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, welcomed by Duobao, entered the Qian Kuan Hall. Esteemed friends, your toil is commendable. It seems you are soon to face the end, yet still come to congratulate me on establishing the Celestial Court and ascending to the position of Celestial Emperor. Your intentions are appreciated." Emperor Xiaoyang waved gently. "Friends, please take a seat." "Thank you, your majesty." Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun secretly exhaled in relief, fearing that Emperor Xiaoyang would directly invite them to join the Celestial Court. "Presenting myself to your majesty. Congratulations on establishing the Celestial Court and ascending to the position of Celestial Emperor." Soon after, the three Pure Ones arrived at the Qian Kuan Hall, but Yuan Shi's eyes were filled with unbridled hatred. "Please take a seat, esteemed ones." Emperor Xiaoyang waved lightly, not dwelling on nor caring about Yuan Shi's icy disdain. As the Candle Dragon had anticipated, numerous worldly beings began to arrive. Among the most renowned were Tsang Tian Daoran, Xin Xiong Daoran, Lei Ting Shangren, Piao Miao Shangren, as well as the 36 heavenly stars and 72 earthly fiends. Approximately 2,000 worldly beings appeared, while Emperor Xiaoyang received many gifts. Not one among them took the initiative to pledge allegiance. Emperor Xiaoyang remained unperturbed, not actively courting any of them. The foremost female immortal, the disciple of the Western Queen Mother, the Nine Heavens Xian Nu, came to pay a visit. When nearly all the guests had gathered, a sound of congratulations echoed from outside the hall. Hearing this, Emperor Xiaoyang felt a twinge of disappointment. Neither Shihi nor Changshi had come, and indeed, the Western Queen Mother had not appeared either, sending only a disciple in her stead. He wondered when the resentment in his heart would dissipate. "I have come to see the Emperor." The Nine Heavens Xian Nu approached gracefully, performing a proud bow. "Please sit." Emperor Xiaoyang had little enthusiasm and no need. "The disciple has come at the behest of the master to convey a message." The Nine Heavens Xian Nu said coldly. "The master stated that the Emperor is the foremost male immortal and has no authority over the female immortals." Preposterous! The Candle Dragon immediately erupted with anger. "No matter." Emperor Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively. "It is I who has wronged the Western Queen Mother in the past. The message has been delivered. The disciple shall take my leave." The Nine Heavens Xian Nu bowed and swiftly departed. Observing this, many could not help but chuckle quietly, especially Yuan Shi, who nearly mocked aloud. Noting how a grand celestial court had only the Candle Dragon and the Four Seas Dragon Kings as its subjects, rendering it utterly impoverished, it could be deemed the greatest joke between heaven and earth. "Esteemed ones, there is no need for embarrassment. Aside from my mounts, the only notable figures under my command are the Candle Dragon and the Four Seas Dragon Kings. It is indeed pathetically sparse." Emperor Xiaoyang surveyed the assembly. "Thus, I shall forego the coronation ceremony to avoid further ridicule. After all, you were not genuinely here to witness the event, but rather to enjoy the spectacle, your majesty." "You exaggerate." Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun awkwardly echoed. "Candle Dragon, Four Seas Dragon Kings, step forward to receive your titles." Emperor Xiaoyang's imposing voice thundered. "We are here." The Candle Dragon and the Four Seas Dragon Kings stepped forward in confusion, kneeling before the Grand Hall. Though burdened with karma, the Dragon Clan recognized the heavenly mandate. Remaining steadfastly loyal, I hereby bestow the title of Guardian Dragon God upon the ancestral dragon of the Dragon Clan. Candle Dragon, overseeing the role of summoning clouds and bringing rain in the primordial chaos, to nourish the land and regulate the mountains and rivers. All oceans, rivers, lakes, and wells in the primordial chaos shall be defended by the Dragon Clan to ensure peace in the primordial realm. May the heavenly Tao grant its approval. As soon as Emperor Xiaoyang's words fell, he immediately took up his brush on the table and wrote the decree. What nonsense! None of the courtiers in the celestial court could comprehend the decree. How could they bestow the title of guardian dragon god when there was not even a single minister in the court? Yuan Shi finally could not hold back, directly ridiculing, by the decree of heaven. Nourish the primordial chaos, go? Emperor Xiaoyang pinned the decree and instantly cast it into the void. Approved. The moment the decree was issued, the heavenly Tao responded with a beam of golden light that shot towards the decree. Simultaneously, countless merits descended upon the 4 seas, rivers, lakes, and wells. As the merits manifested, the dragon clan's karma was immediately reduced by a considerable 30%. What is this? How is this possible? Witnessing the extraordinary phenomenon in the heavens and earth. Not only the myriad worldly beings, but even the Candle Dragon and the 4 Seas Dragon Kings could hardly believe it. A mere solitary celestial emperor's decree had actually garnered the recognition of the heavenly Tao. Bestowing such immense merits, a 30% reduction in karma was nothing short of terrifying. Receive the decree. Emperor Xiaoyang was inwardly panicking. He had gambled correctly. As long as it was beneficial to the primordial chaos, the heavenly Tao would recognize it. In a wonder how Yin, upon becoming the celestial emperor, conferred titles upon the dragon clan. The dragon clan, inherently gifted, bore the mission of summoning clouds and bringing rain to nourish the primordial chaos. It was simply that no one knew of this until now. We shall receive the decree. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generosity. At that moment, tears streamed down the Candle Dragon's face, overwhelmed with emotion. He never expected that the promise made by Emperor Xiaoyang all those years ago would truly come to fruition. As long as the dragon clan continued to summon clouds and bring rain, they would eventually eliminate all karma. The celestial court was established, the throne ascended. The heavenly laws emerged, establishing order in the primordial chaos. And with the words of the heavenly laws, recording all things in the primordial chaos, became the Han characters. May the heavenly Tao grant its approval, with the successful conferment of the dragon clan. Emperor Xiaoyang's confidence soared. He promptly cast the heavenly laws he had long since prepared into the void, awaiting the heavenly Tao's judgment. Historical records state that the heavenly laws were determined by the heavenly Tao, hidden in the 33 heavens, only to emerge after Haoyan ascended to the throne. Later, due to their excessive severity, they incited the second son of God to rebel against the heavens, and his nephew, Chen Xiang, to also rebel, leading to a revision of the heavenly laws. This was the very purpose of Emperor Xiaoyang. At the inception of written language, he compelled the heavenly Tao to acknowledge the celestial laws he had decreed, thereby utterly usurping the divine position of the heavenly emperor and defying destiny. However, the heavenly Tao remained unresponsive for an extended period. The heavenly court was established, and the fortune of the realms converged. The Emperor Xiaoyang assumed the divine mandate, presiding over the primordial chaos and establishing order therein. With the heavenly jade seal and the dragon-headed staff as his tokens, fortune flowed forth. Emperor Xiaoyang discerned correctly. The divine position of the heavenly emperor had yet to manifest, and the fate of Dong Wanggong was equally difficult to alter, yet he had long devised a plan, with a flourish of his hands. The heavenly jade seal rested in his left hand, while the dragon-headed staff held firm in his right. The lord of the heavenly city, from the northern Dipper, led his people in reverent homage to the emperor, congratulating him on his ascension to the throne. The lord of the heavenly city, from the southern Dipper, followed suit, offering his respects to the emperor. The lord of the heavenly city, from the 9 lights, similarly bowed in deference to the emperor. The 36 factions of the heavenly punishment guard felt the resonance of Emperor Xiaoyang's ascension, leading their citizens to kneel before his effigy, pledging their allegiance. Chapter 75. A Triumvirate of Power. All directions bowing, a monumental shift in the cosmos ensued. As winds surged and clouds roiled, an ineffable force of supreme fortune converged from 36 directions into the heavenly court, entering the heavenly jade seal and the dragon-headed staff held by Emperor Xiaoyang. At this moment, the heavenly Tao finally responded. Virtue once more descended, transforming the heavenly laws inscribed by Emperor Xiaoyang into rules that enveloped the Qian Kuan Palace. Subsequently, the divine position of the heavenly emperor was conferred upon him. A surge of virtue adorned Emperor Xiaoyang in resplendent royal robes, elevating him to the utmost sanctity. The heavenly jade seal he had forged instantly morphed into a treasure of postnatal virtue, while the dragon-headed staff transformed into a treasure of innate virtue. Thus, the supreme of the primordial chaos, acknowledged by the heavenly Tao, donned the divine position of the heavenly emperor, marking a pivotal turn in Emperor Xiaoyang's fate. The countenance of the red dust guest darkened severely. Many had presumed Emperor Xiaoyang's establishment of the heavenly court would be a farce. Yet, the outcome revealed him to possess the divine position of the heavenly emperor, his identity surpassing the prime male immortal conferred by Hongjun, propelling him into the ranks of the rightful celestial sovereign over the myriad beings of the primordial world. Even more perplexing was the origin of this supreme force of fortune. Outside the heavenly court, figures such as Dijun, Eastern Emperor Tai, Fuxi, Nuwa, the 10 great demon saints, and the 12 ancestral witches found themselves at a loss, hesitant to advance further. The distinction between Hongjun's decree and the recognition of the heavenly Tao was stark. Even the visage of Hongjun within the primordial chaos shifted at the revelation. The Emperor Xiaoyang, who ought to have fallen, had gathered boundless fortune, compelling the heavenly Tao to acknowledge him and bestow the divine position of the heavenly emperor. Ha ha. Ha ha. The leader of the demon race, the leader of the witch race. Why do you not enter the palace to pay your respects? Emperor Xiaoyang's gaze swept over, and with a commanding voice, he inquired. Hearing this, Dijun and Dijong's expressions grew grave. After a moment's hesitation, they commanded their armies to halt, refraining from any reckless actions, accompanied by those of the highest cultivation and status. They entered the Qiankuan Palace of the Heavenly Court. Brother Xiaoyang, congratulations on your ascension to the throne, Dijong exclaimed, entering with the ancestral witches, his laughter echoing as he gestured in salute. Dijong, kneel. Emperor Xiaoyang's expression shifted dramatically, an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon Dijong. Brother Xiaoyang, why must it be so? We have always considered ourselves friends. I came specifically to congratulate you. Such actions place my witch race in a precarious position. Dijong's anger simmered, yet he dared not voice it. Truly, it had been 3 days since their last parting, and one must now regard the other with new eyes. The proud witch race, showing no reverence to heaven or earth, disregarding even the Tao ancestor, had audaciously allied with the demon race. How splendid! Emperor Xiaoyang was genuinely furious. You witch and demon races have formed a covert alliance to conspire against me in the struggle for supremacy. Have you not? Your Majesty has misunderstood. We have come solely to congratulate you on your ascension. We bear no intentions of colluding against you. Please do not misinterpret our motives, Dijong responded with a respectful bow. Indeed, he had not formed an alliance with the demon race, yet an unspoken understanding had emerged. As long as Emperor Xiaoyang remained unvanquished, the witch and demon races would not engage in conflict, lest they fall prey to Emperor Xiaoyang's advantage. Very well, if you do not come to oppose me, then why do you not kneel? I am no longer merely the prime male immortal, but rather the supreme of the primordial chaos, acknowledged by the heavenly Tao. As Emperor Xiaoyang's words fell, the ethereal image of Pangu materialized with sudden force. All 12 ancestral witches, except for Dijong, were compelled to kneel, unable to withstand the might of their father god. Dijong, pay homage to the emperor. Ultimately, Dijong too knelt in humiliation. He understood Emperor Xiaoyang well. Should he refuse to kneel, it would signify a resolute alliance with the demon race, marking him as an enemy in the eyes of Emperor Xiaoyang. In such a case, the demon race would undoubtedly benefit. Very well, you may rise. Emperor Xiaoyang retracted his imposing aura and turned his gaze upon the multitude of demons. Nuwa, truly deserving of her title as one of the 6 ordained saints, has risen to prominence, becoming the queen of Huang alongside Fuxi, akin to historical figures. At this moment, the assembly of demons felt a wave of trepidation. The master of the heavenly court, recognized by the heavenly Tao, now towered above the demon and witch races. Fear not. Today marks my ascension to the throne, a joyous occasion for the governance of the primordial realm. I shall not strike against you. Emperor Xiaoyang smiled faintly. However, in 3,000 years, I shall personally lead my armies into the 33 heavens to reclaim the true foundational stronghold of the heavenly court. What fear have I of battle? In 3,000 years, we shall await your esteemed arrival at the demon court. Dijun's expression fluctuated before finally suppressing his urge for conflict, departing with a flick of his sleeve. Thus, the primordial realm, with the sage Hongjun at its helm, exhibited a triadic balance of power. The heavenly court, the witch race, and the demon race, each with varying strengths, yet maintaining a mutual check on one another. Within the Qin Kuan Palace, the red dust guests discerned the prevailing situation. None dared to recklessly depart from the heavenly court. Under my command, there are 2 esteemed protectors. 1, the Dragon God Protector, and 2, the War God Protector. These 2 positions have already been filled. Emperor Xiaoyang surveyed the assembly, his voice steady. Upon hearing this proclamation, the red dust guests grew increasingly anxious. The inevitable had finally arrived. Below the protectors, there existed 7 divine positions: Saint King, Great God, Star Lord, High Immortal, War General, Commander, and Celestial Soldier. Additionally, the Heavenly Punishment Guard, the Inspection Guard, and the Dragon Guardian Guard were established to oversee the primordial realm. Emperor Xiaoyang continued, "The Heavenly Punishment Guard shall guard a faction of Heavenly City, governing the celestial laws and safeguarding the region. The Inspection Guard shall patrol the primordial realm, quelling slaughter and stabilizing the populace. The Dragon Guardian Guard shall serve as my personal guard, subjugating any insubordination within the primordial realm." Upon hearing of the Heavenly City, many grasped the significance. It was the source of Emperor Xiaoyang's fortune. What a brilliant strategy! Under my command, those who perform meritorious deeds shall rise, while those who falter shall fall. Any at the initial stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal may join the Heavenly Court's army as war generals. Those at the mid-stage may enter the Heavenly Punishment Guard or the Inspection Guard. Those at the late stage may join the Dragon Guardian Guard, partnering with the Dragon Tribe. Emperor Xiaoyang elaborated. Among these 3 guards, those who rank as High Immortals and have rendered great service to the primordial realm may be promoted to Star Lords, Great Gods, or Saint Kings, enjoying the fortune of the Heavenly Court and receiving Chaos Origin pills as monthly stipends. As this was clarified, the red dust guests trembled with excitement. Their hearts stirred. It was known that Emperor Xiaoyang was the wealthiest individual in the entire primordial realm, having seized the treasure trove of the demon race and continuously refining Chaos Origin pills. His strength was unparalleled beneath the sages. Yet more importantly, his promotions were fair and just, predicated solely on merit, offering a promising future. The 36 celestial stars and 72 earthly spirits expressed their desire to serve in the heavenly court as inspection guards. After deliberation, the 36 celestial stars and 72 earthly spirits ascended to the grand hall, kneeling in unison to pledge their allegiance. "Very well, splendid indeed. You all possess great wisdom. I shall bestow upon each of you an innate spiritual armor for protection. 10 7-turn golden pills and countless Chaos Origin pills." Emperor Xiaoyang rejoiced. "Furthermore, I appoint the Tian Kuei Star God and the Di Kuei Star God as leaders, overseeing all inspection guards, granting them the authority to report after the fact. We shall heed your command and shall not fail your expectations, Your Majesty." The 36 celestial stars and 72 earthly spirits were elated. With their example, many unanchored loose cultivators chose to join the Heavenly Punishment Guard and Inspection Guard, though most possessed only mid-level Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation. Representing the weakest among the red dust guests, Chapter 75. A surge in power. In the primordial world, among the 3,000 red dust guests, there existed a hierarchy of strength. In this current era, only those who had transformed into quasi-saints and attained the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal could be deemed true figures of significance. Notable individuals like the River Styx had already been subdued by Emperor Xiaoyang. Kuenpeng, Randang, Fuxi, and Nuwa had entered the demon court, while the duo from the west remained reclusive, and the 3 pure ones disdainfully chose their factions. Among the most powerful were Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun. The remaining figures, such as Tsang Tian Daoren, Xin Xiong Daoren, Lei Ting Shangren, and Piao Miao Shangren, were merely at the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Under my command, the Dragon Guardian Guard shall consist of 18 members. Any who wish to join shall receive my personal instruction on body refinement and will be aided in enhancing their cultivation. Emperor Xiaoyang surveyed the assembly. "I guarantee that in 10,000 years, I will stand undefeated against the ancestral witches in a one-on-one confrontation." Upon hearing this, the 12 ancestral witches were deeply displeased. However, contemplating Emperor Xiaoyang's extraordinary talents, they lowered their exalted heads. The physical prowess and magical abilities of Emperor Xiaoyang were astonishing, utterly upending the rules of the primordial realm. Tsang Tian Daoren, Xin Xiong Daoren, Lei Ting Shangren, and Piao Miao Shangren exchanged glances, secretly intrigued. Their cultivation levels were neither high nor low. In this chaotic era, survival had become exceedingly challenging. They could not afford to provoke those top-tier powerful beings, nor could they contend with the demon race, the witch race, or the formidable Emperor Xiaoyang's heavenly court. Aside from these four, those who had reached the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal shared a similar plight. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun were among them. After the third sermon, Hong Yun faced a dire calamity that could only be resolved by the emperor himself. The Emperor Xiaoyang spoke directly. "If you too wish to enter the celestial court, I shall not hesitate to accept you." "What is this?" Jin Yuanzi felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Within the Zixiao Palace, Emperor Xiaoyang stated unequivocally that Taching was one of the 6 ordained sages, and Hong Jun tacitly acknowledged this. This sufficiently demonstrated that Emperor Xiaoyang possessed the gift of foresight. In the vast primordial land, while kindness to others is commendable, it must not be done foolishly or without reciprocity. With an air of authority, Emperor Xiaoyang declared, "In a word, serve under me, and I shall aid you in overcoming your calamity. Your Majesty, we are willing to serve, but we wish to enter the Heavenly Punishment Guard and establish the Celestial City at the eastern and western boundaries to protect a realm of peace," Jin Yuanzi said, bowing deeply after casting a meaningful glance at Hong Yun. "Given your substantial contributions to the primordial realm, I shall grant you an exceptional title of Great Deity." Zhang Yuan de Shen and Hong Yun de Shen, Emperor Xiaoyang sighed, reluctantly acquiescing. Their pride was still too strong, and they failed to grasp the current situation. No one could remain unscathed amidst the throngs of mortals. Without Emperor Xiaoyang's coercion, the demon clans would still impose their threats and expand their influence. Song Tian Daoren, Xin Xiong Daoren, Lei Ting Shangren, and Piaomiao Shangren, Wu Qing Lao Zu, Tian Du Lao Zu, Jieyun Lao Zu, Haoran Lao Zu, Tai Su Lao Zu, Liang Yi Lao Zu, Zainan Lao Zu, Jiyuan Daoren, Shunli Daoren, Jimi Daoren, Tian Xiang Daoren, Zhui Feng Daoren, Xianbing Daoren, Zhen Yin Dao are En.as Shin Yuanzi and Hong Yun pledged their allegiance. 18 late-stage De Luo Jin Xian powerhouses immediately stepped forward to bow in reverence. "Excellent! You 18 possess extraordinary backgrounds and exceptional talents. Since you have chosen to serve voluntarily, I shall exceptionally bestow upon you the title of Star Lord," Emperor Xiaoyang exclaimed joyfully. As the true foundation of his power began to take shape, "We shall not disappoint your Majesty," the 18 heavenly guards said in unison, bowing repeatedly before rising. Thus, Emperor Xiaoyang's influence grew significantly, finally granting him the power to dominate the primordial realm. Zhulong served as the protective dragon deity, while Shananai served as the protective war deity, having left the celestial court to covertly command fierce beasts into formation, together with the original 36 heavenly punishment guards. The Heavenly Punishment Guard was expanded to 185 members. The patrol guards, primarily composed of 36 heavenly generals and 72 earth spirits, also increased to 65 individuals. The 18 dragon guards possessed profound cultivation, rivaling the top 10 demon saints. And under his training, they would surely instill fear throughout the primordial realm. With a single command from Emperor Xiaoyang, the various heavenly punishment guards immediately gathered supplies and dispersed across the primordial realm to establish celestial cities and accumulate fortune. The patrol guards officially commenced their duties, patrolling the primordial realm to prevent the demon and witch clans from demolishing the celestial cities of Emperor Xiaoyang. Over the course of several centuries, the primordial realm experienced a flourishing transformation, with a significant reduction in bloodshed and a remarkable increase in fortune. The weaker races flocked to the celestial cities to reside, officially becoming subjects under the celestial court. In a brief span, the fortune of the celestial court became immensely thick, naturally forming a barrier of fortune that enveloped the entire celestial court, radiating golden light across the primordial realm, transcendent and sacred, particularly among the Dragon Clan, under the guidance of Zhu Long and the Four Seas Dragon Kings. The dragon warriors were dispatched throughout the primordial realm to bring forth rain and clear the waterways. This not only generated immense fortune for the celestial court, but also created countless merits for the Dragon Clan, gradually alleviating their karma. Thus, their strength escalated remarkably. Faced with this situation, neither the demon nor witch clans dared to act recklessly or mobilize troops for extermination, for Emperor Xiaoyang was the foremost figure beneath the saints. And he was a man of madness and fervor. The only recourse was to continuously bolster their strength and coerce those mortals yearning for freedom to join their ranks, thereby expanding their influence. A millennium later, the fortune of the celestial court surged once more, manifesting in 9 golden dragons of fortune. Ao Shui and Ao Yu. You 9 true dragons shall sever your karma today and reclaim the divine might of the primordial 3 dragon clans. Emperor Xiaoyang finally awaited this moment, immediately channeling the 9 golden dragons of fortune into the 9 true dragons. Roar, roar. The 9 true dragons immediately began to roar, the sensation of the golden dragons dissolving their karma bringing them immense comfort. Remarkably, their backgrounds and talents transformed due to this power of fortune, becoming extraordinary. Boom, boom, boom. With the successful eradication of their karma, the cultivation of the 9 true dragons instantly soared to the pinnacle of Tai Yi Jin Xian. Thank you, Your Majesty. The dragon clan expressed their deep gratitude. The young dragons pledged to follow Emperor Xiaoyang for a lifetime, toiling willingly and sacrificing without complaint. The 9 true dragons transformed into human form and bowed in unison. Dispense with the formalities. It is time to settle certain accounts. Accompany me to the west, and let the primordial realm tremble once more, Emperor Xiaoyang said with a slight smile, leaping into action. Yes, Your Majesty. The 9 true dragons instantly reverted to their true forms, returning to their positions in the ancestral dragon war chariot, serving as the driving force for Emperor Xiaoyang. The ancestral dragon war chariot was the vehicle of the dragon ancestors in their campaigns across the primordial realm. Emperor Xiaoyang established the celestial court, and Zhu Long not only pledged loyalty but also presented this war chariot as a congratulatory gift upon its arrival at the celestial court. With 9 dragons pulling it, the chariot radiated divine might, sacred and supreme. This movement stirred the hearts of the powerful throughout the primordial realm, particularly those within the demon court. If Emperor Xiaoyang were to eliminate Jane and Zhuanti, who would dare ally with the demon court thereafter? Chapter 76. Arrival in the west within the demon court. Di Jun and Dong Huangtai exchanged helpless glances. Their subordinates, Fuxi, Nuhua, Kuanpeng, and Randang, were all top-tier powers, alongside the 10 greatest demon saints. Yet, they were still greatly inferior to Emperor Xiaoyang. Particularly Nuhua, although she had ascended as the queen of the demon clan and successfully severed her corpse, remained aloof and disinterested in worldly affairs. She had even followed Emperor Xiaoyang for thousands of years, rendering her unreliable. Your Majesty, as Emperor Xiaoyang embarks westward, seeking to eliminate Jane and Zhuanti swiftly, what should our demon court do? Di Jun, in a moment of exasperation, finally spoke. I do not know. If Your Majesty has no particularly important matters, I shall return to Mount Buzhou, Nuhua replied with indifference. Do not be hasty, Nuhua. Jane and Zhuanti are our allies. We cannot afford any losses. Emperor Xiaoyang is too enigmatic and possesses numerous treasures, making him truly formidable. Bai Zhe quickly stepped forward, bowing deeply. Among the demon court, only the Wang can converse with Emperor Xiaoyang. I implore you to persuade him, for the stability of the primordial realm must take precedence. What Bai Zhe said is profoundly true. Wang, are you willing to undertake this important task and persuade Emperor Xiaoyang to prioritize the stability of the primordial realm? Avoiding conflict? Di Jun's eyes flickered, and he quickly concurred. If this endeavor succeeds, Nuhua will have rendered great service to the demon court, and the 2 from the west will owe her a debt of gratitude. Dong Huangtai immediately exchanged glances with Fuxi. Fuxi, feeling helpless, finally spoke. Sister, why not make this journey? Regardless of success or failure, our demon court must adopt a stance. Brother, you? Nuhua responded, somewhat incensed. Having joined the demon clan, she felt conflicted. How could she possibly hinder Emperor Xiaoyang? He had never offended the 2 from the west. They were the ones who obstructed him and participated in the pursuit. Sister, please agree to this once. Once Jane and Zhuanti successfully sever their corpses, we shall no longer fear Emperor Xiaoyang, and our demon court will not remain in such a passive position. Fuxi understood Nuhua's temperament, but knew he could not disregard the greater good of the demon clan. Very well, just this once. It shall not be repeated. Nuhua coldly flicked her sleeve and departed westward. Once she had gone far, Kuanpeng finally spoke. Your Majesty, Demon Emperor, I fear Nuhua's journey may not succeed. Jane and Zhuanti's lives may be in jeopardy. What does the Demon Master mean? Di Jun inquired, aware of the 2 possible paths. Your Majesty, the demon emperor seeks aid from Yuan Shi, inviting him to join forces against Emperor Xiaoyang in the west. Kunpeng's eyes glimmered coldly. The second option is to deploy troops to the western Kunlun, forcing the Queen Mother of the West to submit to the demon court, thereby showcasing the might of our clan. In doing so, Emperor Xiaoyang will undoubtedly turn back due to the Queen Mother. Such a course seems unwise, Fushi objected. The Queen Mother is a revered figure, bestowed by the Tao ancestor as the foremost female immortal. If we dispatch troops to the western Kunlun, it may provoke public outcry and offend the Tao ancestor. You worry too much, Shi Huang. The Tao ancestor transcends the primordial realm and will not interfere in its conflicts. As was clearly evident during the second sermon when 3,000 mortals observed. Kunpeng shook his head. If that were so, why would Emperor Xiaoyang harbor discontent towards the Tao ancestor and establish the celestial court to gather merit and fortune? The demon master's reasoning holds merit. Regardless of the approach taken, we will ultimately confront Emperor Xiaoyang, for only the victor shall possess the qualification to lead the primordial realm. Bai Zhe reflected for a moment before stating, in my humble opinion, it would be more prudent for your majesty, the demon emperor, and Shi Huang to journey to the west. I have made my decision. If Wang cannot persuade him, I, along with the demon emperor and Shi Huang, shall hasten to the west. We cannot allow our allies to suffer, Di Jun declared, his gaze sharpening as he grasped Bai Zhe's intent. If Fushi were to face danger, could Nuwa remain indifferent? They would inevitably confront Emperor Xiaoyang. At the boundary between the eastern and western realms, Nuwa hastened forward. Emperor Xiaoyang remained silent, not uttering a word until they arrived at the celestial city established by Jin Yuanzi. From a high vantage point, he gazed down upon the bustling city below. Jin Yuanzi had already founded Wuzhuang Temple, and with manpower and resources at his disposal, he had constructed the largest and most prosperous celestial city, earning the admiration of the beings from both the eastern and western realms. Nuwa, do you see? The celestial city known as Tianjiecheng, established by this emperor, is devoid of slaughter and plunder, where the subjects dwell in happiness and security, engaging in a barter system for their daily needs. The emperor, with a languid gesture, proclaimed, right and wrong, evil and bloodshed, are all governed by the celestial laws, adjudicated by the celestial punishment guards. This embodies the order and stability desired by the heavenly Tao. You are correct. Only upon witnessing it firsthand can Nuwa dare to believe. In no wonder Emperor Xiaoyang was recognized by the heavenly Tao on the day of his ascension. His actions are indeed decreed by heaven. In stark contrast, the demon and shaman tribes are steeped in chaos and bloodshed. Very well. Should this emperor lack the strength or fall, would all of this still endure? I fear it would crumble to dust instantly. Emperor Xiaoyang reiterated. This emperor eliminates those who covet power, clearing the path for the heavenly court, ensuring the stability of the beings of the primordial world. Is there anything wrong with that? Indeed not. Nuwa nodded in affirmation. She could fully trust that if the shaman and demon races were to lose the constraints of the heavenly court, they would unleash a massacre upon the primordial world. These feeble races and beings would merely become fodder for the two, leaving not even a bone behind. Ao Shui, Ao Yu. Let us proceed westward. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Xiaoyang reclined upon the dragon ancestor's chariot. Nuwa gazed at him in a daze, unable to utter a single word. The struggle for dominance in the primordial world is a matter of life and death. She lacks the authority to persuade Emperor Xiaoyang to spare anyone. Everything he does is, one could say, for his own survival. Yet, only by ensuring his own existence can the myriad beings of the primordial world live in such peace. As they stepped into the west, Emperor Xiaoyang couldn't help but smile. The battle between Hongjun and Luohu truly shattered the ancestral veins of the entire West, leading to its decline and desolation. The spiritual energy, heavenly materials, and living beings there pale in comparison to those of the eastern lands. Mount Xiumi, a sacred mountain once on par with Kunlun, now stands as a barren peak, shrouded in a hint of demonic aura. Jane and Juenti, the rulers of the heavenly court, the Emperor Xiaoyang has arrived in the west. Why do you not hasten forth to pay your respects? Ao Shui and Ao Yu chanted in unison. Yet atop Mount Xiumi, Jane and Juenti remained hidden, the formation intensifying and no need to rush. Once they break through and successfully slay their corpses to become quasi-saints, they will naturally emerge for battle. Emperor Xiaoyang, unfazed, waved his hand. his divine consciousness continuously probing the ancestral veins of the West, Mount Shumi, Hongjun, Yeme Daxian, the ancestor of Yin-Yang, and the ancestor of heaven and earth engaged Luahu's demonic cult there, shattering the extermination sword formation. The treasures of the ancestors of Yin-Yang and heaven and earth were all acquired by Hongjun. Luahu's extermination sword formation was also seized, but the sinister treasures, the god-slaying spear and the 12-grade world-destroying Black Lotus, vanished without a trace. Emperor Xiaoyang's true aim lies in these two formidable treasures. Chapter 77. Hongjuan's interference in the primordial world. Numerous treasures exist. However, few can pose a threat to the saints, and the god-slaying spear is among them. The malevolent energy it harbors can influence immortal saints and breach their Dao body defenses, proving exceedingly difficult to dispel. After Luahu's demise, the cultivation of immortals faced a tribulation known as demonic path, thus completing the heavenly Dao. Emperor Xiaoyang suspects that both the god-slaying spear and the 12-grade world-destroying Black Lotus lie beneath the ancestral veins of the West, rumbling. Soon after, powerful auras signifying two breakthroughs to quasi-saint status erupted from within Mount Shumi. They have finally succeeded. It seems the pressure from this emperor is quite effective, perfectly suited to aid others in their breakthroughs. Alas, what of it after the breakthrough? Emperor Xiaoyang smiled coldly, casually clapping his hands. With a thunderous sound, the formation of Mount Shumi shattered in an instant. How dare you? Jane and Juenti charged out, their fury palpable. To prevent your breakthroughs is to bully you. Emperor Xiaoyang, with a disdainful gaze upon the world, coldly commanded, leave Mount Shumi, and you may live. Arrogant. Mount Shumi is the birthplace of my senior brothers. How can it be left to you? This mad celestial emperor, Juenti, enraged, retorted. My senior brothers have already broken through. Even if you are invincible, what can you do to us? Very well. Since you refuse to listen, I shall end your lives. Establishing Tianjiaqing in the West will proceed without delay. Seated upon the dragon ancestor's chariot, Emperor Xiaoyang nonchalantly flicked his wrist, summoning a colossal hand that instantly pressed down upon Mount Shumi. Despicable. Jane and Juenti, infuriated, swiftly took action to resist. In that moment of power clash, their expressions dramatically changed. They felt an overwhelming force that was beyond their capacity to withstand. Suppress. Emperor Xiaoyang smiled lightly, suddenly shouting. The colossal hand erupted with a more terrifying force, instantly sending the two quasi-saints plummeting from Mount Shumi. Blood gushed forth from their mouths. With but a single strike, the two quasi-saints were forced to vomit blood. Hidden within the clouds, Emperor Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, and Fu Shi all turned pale, not daring to reveal themselves. Emperor Xiaoyang had just broken through to the pinnacle of De Luo Jin Xian within the Nether Blood Sea. Yet he possessed the power to casually suppress quasi-saints. Jane's treasure, 7 treasure mysterious tree, Jane and Juenti, with no other choice, immediately unleashed their most formidable treasures, barely preventing themselves from kneeling. Trash is merely trash. Emperor Xiaoyang smirked coldly, and the world-destroying heavenly flame descended. In an instant, it enveloped Jane and Juenti, a force of annihilation that even the finest innate spiritual treasures could not withstand, incessantly eroding their very essence. The overwhelming suppression rendered Emperor Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, and Fu Shi unable to act recklessly. Emperor Xiaoyang's magical prowess had already surpassed the early stage of quasi-saint, and the world-destroying heavenly flame was unimaginably destructive. Impervious to all, to act rashly would not only fail to save them, but also plunge them into peril. Stop! As Jane and Juenti struggled against the onslaught, a sudden divine might resonated through the void, and a supreme, sacred white cloud Dharma form appeared. Humph! Hongjun had indeed arrived. After a secretive internal laugh, Emperor Xiaoyang slowly rose. I pay my respects to the Dao ancestor. I was unaware of your esteemed presence. May I inquire as to your business? Jane, Juenti, your sins do not warrant death. I shall restrain your powers. Hongjun did not personally descend but manifested his Dharma form. Dao ancestor, your words seem unjust. I have never held enmity with them. They initially obstructed my path to treasure and subsequently pursued my life, which is a matter of life and death. Emperor Xiaoyang spoke candidly. If the Dao ancestor owes a debt to the West, must I spare their lives? Once they achieve sanctity, would they spare mine? What? Achieving sanctity? The figures hidden within the clouds, Emperor Jun, Dong Huang Tai, and Fu Shi, were utterly astonished. These two from the west are indeed shameless, frequently extorting from the east, even forcibly abducting its beings. Such individuals can achieve sanctity? More shocking is that Emperor Xiaoyang dares to kill even future saints. How terrifying! You truly anticipated this. Since that is the case, did you wait for my arrival to act? Hong Jun, though surprised internally, maintained a facade of calm. Speak. What do you intend to do? Truly worthy of the Tao ancestor, why humble thoughts cannot escape your discerning gaze. Emperor Xiaoyang smiled faintly, extending his hand. The innate supreme treasure Qian Kuan Ding to settle this debt. Bold, demanding the Qian Kuan Ding for the second time incited Hongjuan's immediate ire. The figures concealed within the clouds, Emperor Jun, Dong Huang Tai, Fu Shi, and the far-following Yuhua were all shaken by the celestial might, revealing their presence. Why must the Tao ancestor be angry? A mere innate supreme treasure holds no value to the realm of saints. The Qian Kuan Ding is far inferior to the Taiji diagram, Pangu flag, and extermination sword formation. Emperor Xiaoyang subtly invoked the yin-yang chaos to resolve. The Tao ancestor appointed me as the chief of male immortals to organize the primordial world. And I have already achieved merit. My request for the Qian Kuan Ding is merely to utilize its essence to transform acquired power into innate strength to forge treasures as rewards for my subordinates, thus stabilizing the primordial world. Hemph! Hong Jun snorted coldly, yet the innate supreme treasure Qian Kuan Ding still descended. Seeing this, Emperor Jun, Dong Huang Tai, Jane, and Zhuanti gritted their teeth, utterly incredulous. Emperor Xiaoyang was clearly extorting and threatening the saints. How could they agree? Shouldn't they be directly annihilated? Take care of yourself. With that, Hong Jun granted the treasure, and his Dharma form vanished as if it had never graced the primordial world. Once he departed, Emperor Xiaoyang secretly exhaled a sigh of relief, his back drenched in sweat. How exhilarating! This time, he had genuinely threatened a saint, verging on madness. The results confirmed Emperor Xiaoyang's suspicions. His replacement for Dong Wanggong indeed related to humanity. Establishing the heavenly court, ascending to the throne, and gaining recognition from the heavenly Tao made Hong Jun even more cautious. At the very least, should Hong Jun personally seek to slay him, he would surely be rebuffed by the heavenly Tao. Do not harbor resentment or jealousy. My identity is that of the primordial sovereign recognized by the heavenly Tao. Even the Tao ancestor cannot defy the will of the heavenly Tao and act recklessly. As Emperor Xiaoyang gently descended upon Mount Shumi, he proclaimed, "It is rare for this emperor to visit. Jane, Zhuanti, why not guide this emperor through the ancestral veins of the West?" You, Jane, and Zhuanti were incensed. They had nearly been slain, and now they were to guide him through the ancestral veins after having to exchange an innate supreme treasure for their lives. What a humiliation! Do not be so foolish. Temper your tempers for now. You two are among the 6 destined saints, but you are not yet saints. You may seek to avenge today's humiliation once you achieve that status. Xiaoyang spoke eloquently. At this very moment, the act of ending your lives is merely a flick of my wrist. You possess no right to refuse. Upon hearing Xiaoyang's words, the expressions of Jane and Zhuanti softened considerably. As one of the 6 saints of destiny, they believed there would come a day for vengeance. Thus, the current humiliation and resentment were of little consequence. Your Majesty, please, Jane responded with a welcoming smile after coming to an understanding. Truly shameless, indeed capable of enduring. Xiaoyang remarked with unabashed sarcasm, striding confidently atop Mount Shumi. Historical records indicated that the duo from the West could endure any hardship, remaining indifferent to scorn, ultimately witnessing the flourishing of the Buddhist sect. How truly fitting. After traversing the expanse of Mount Shumi, Xiaoyang arrived at the birthplace of Jane, the 8 Treasures Merit Pool. This pool, while not of particularly high rank, possessed profound mystical qualities capable of purifying filth, clarifying the mind, and reconstructing the physical form. Within the pool indeed lay the 7 treasures 1,000 petals golden lotus. Legend has it that this treasure is indispensable for mastering the supreme divine powers of the Buddhist realm. The 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. Jane, it is said that you emerged from the 8 Treasures Merit Pool. Do you know the origin of this treasure? Xiaoyang inquired as he lingered at the pool's edge. In response to your Majesty, I do not know, Jane replied. This 8 treasures merit pool should have been born from the need to restore the damaged ancestral vein of the West. Jane shook his head. Your Majesty? This treasure is of little significance. It would be better to visit our abode and sample the spiritual fruits of the West. I ask that so? Di Xiaoyang directly demanded, since it is of little use. Then bestow it upon me. This? Jane and Juanti immediately panicked. What? Unwilling? Di Xiaoyang threatened coldly. Are you forcing me to take matters into my own hands? And no, we wouldn't dare. While this treasure may lack great utility, it is the place of my transformation, akin to my mother. It is difficult to part with it, Jane explained. Startled, I see that you are reluctant, Di Xiaoyang observed icily, continuing to apply pressure. Your Majesty has misunderstood. It is truly not the case. Should your Majesty require treasures, I am willing to offer one of the innate 5 directions flags, the Azure Lotus Treasure Flag, Jane quickly added. Raising an eyebrow, Jane reluctantly produced a glowing azure flag of exquisite quality. Di Xiaoyang, undeterred by even saints, thought nothing of extorting him for treasures. Better to lose wealth than face disaster. Ha ha, how filial. Since that is the case, I shall not stand on ceremony. With a wave of his hand, Di Xiaoyang took the flag and laughed heartily as he departed. Though Jane and Juanti felt great pain, they secretly sighed in relief. Di Xiaoyang had not taken 2 steps when he suddenly turned back. The 8 treasures merit pool is of lesser value than the Azure Lotus Treasure Flag. How could you part with it? We are willing, they replied. It is said that your Majesty defeated Yuan Shur in the Blood Sea of the Underworld and obtained his apricot yellow flag. For your Majesty. The Azure Lotus Treasure Flag holds greater significance. Jane, taken aback, quickly added, if your Majesty gathers the 5 directions flags, who could stand against you? In all of Honghuang, only your Majesty can collect the 5 directions flags. Indeed, Juanti concurred, for us, the 8 treasures merit pool holds greater significance. Thus, we are willing to gift the Azure Lotus Treasure Flag. Do you take me for a fool? Di Xiaoyang retorted. In my view, beneath this 8 treasures merit pool surely lies an unspeakable secret. Di Xiaoyang suddenly scoffed. Speak. Have you concealed female cultivators below for your own pleasure? Please, your Majesty, see clearly. My brother and I are wholeheartedly devoted to the Tao and could never commit such absurd and shameless acts. Jane and Juanti were rendered speechless, their foreheads damp with cold sweat. Just a jest. Why so tense? Di Xiaoyang chuckled, but before he could finish, he abruptly lunged towards the 8 treasures merit pool. No, Jane and Juanti exclaimed in horror, attempting to intervene, but they were too late. The 8 treasures merit pool was forcefully seized by Di Xiaoyang's boundless magic. A torrent of demonic energy surged into the sky. Rascals, cultivators, yet you hide remnants of the ancient demon race. You truly deserve death. I shall unearth this and see how you defend yourselves, Di Xiaoyang roared, unsheathing a sword that shattered the seal without room for rebuttal. He then leaped into the soaring demonic energy, plunging into the depths of the mountain abyss suppressed by the 8 treasures merit pool. Damn it! This fool truly believes I am so frail, Jane fumed. What is sealed within is none other than an ancient giant demon. He is seeking death, brother, Juanti exclaimed, suddenly finding delight. Brother, the mad demon emperor seeks his own demise. Why not let it come to fruition? Jane, Juanti, what is happening? Why does the demonic energy ascend to the heavens? At that moment, Emperor Jun, Donghuang Tai, and Fuxi, who had remained outside, swiftly descended upon Mount Shumi. 3. Your timing is impeccable. The mad demon emperor, ignorant of the ancient seal, has shattered it and entered the abyss of demon gods. Please assist my brother and I in resealing it to prevent the invasion of demonic entities. Jane instantly understood and bowed in secret delight. Resealing the demonic entities is only right. This is a noble act to benefit Honghuang and safeguard sentient beings. I, along with the demon emperor and Emperor Shi, shall not shy away. Let us swiftly employ our magic to prevent the demonic entities from breaking free. Emperor Jun, a man of great ambition, immediately comprehended. Responding with righteous fervor, thank you, 3. Jane and Juanti were overjoyed, promptly casting spells to restore the 8 treasures merit pool and continuously applying layer upon layer of seals. The expressions on the 5 faces were almost inscribed with, Di Xiaoyang, go to your death. In the abyss of demon gods, Di Xiaoyang was exhilarated as he plummeted. His guess had been correct. The 8 treasures merit pool was placed within Mount Shumi to repay the karmic debt of the West. Simultaneously, it served the purpose of utilizing the power of the Buddhist sect to eradicate the demonic path. Thus, the God-slaying spear and the 12-grade world-destroying Black Lotus must surely be within this abyss of demon gods. After the Battle of the Gods, the Buddhist sect suffered calamity. The entity formed from the primordial Black Lotus, Wutian, was likely the remnant soul of Luohu. Only he could compel the Tathagata to reincarnate. Roar! The abyss of demon gods was suddenly invaded by a living being. The scent of delectable flesh and alluring blood filled the air. Charge! As Di Xiaoyang descended halfway, countless demonic spirits surged toward him. Ha! Splendid! Come! Di Xiaoyang, unafraid of devouring, opened his arms wide, allowing the demonic spirits to flood into his body. Ah, no! What sort of body is this? What bloodline is this? It cannot be devoured. We must flee. The demonic spirits, upon entering Di Xiaoyang's body, were suddenly filled with dread. Alas, Di Xiaoyang gave them no opportunity. With a gentle operation of great devouring technique in yin-yang chaos, he transformed the influx into the purest of powers. Your Majesty, this place is excellent. Why not allow your subordinate to first eliminate the demonic spirit's intelligence, and then let your Majesty devour and refine them? The river of underworld, residing within the extreme evil sword, exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 79. The remnant soul of Luohu. The river of underworld certifies its path through slaughter. This place, the abyss of demon gods, teems with endless demonic spirits for him to slay and test his sword. How could he let this opportunity slip by? Excellent. Let the slaughter commence. Di Xiaoyang summoned the extreme evil sword. Thank you, your Majesty. The river of underworld rejoiced, immediately urging the extreme evil sword to wreak havoc below. This sword was crafted from his innate treasure and infused with primordial prohibitions. Wielding immense power, the demonic spirits of the abyss were no match. Di Xiaoyang leisurely performed the great devouring technique. He soon discovered that at his current level, the late-stage Luo Jin demonic spirits posed no challenge. Only quasi-saints possessed the power needed to elevate his cultivation. To waste such abundant demonic power would be a grave loss. Your Majesty, your subordinate has an idea. Why not refine these demonic spirits into treasures? Leaving only their combat awareness, to assemble a terrifying army of demonic spirits to assist your Majesty in conquering Honghuang. The river of underworld, being one of the foremost powers, sensed Di Xiaoyang's shifting emotions and promptly proposed the idea. Indeed. How did I not think of that? Di Xiaoyang exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. While refining treasures with world-destroying heavenly flames, he began to absorb the demonic spirits as vessel spirits. Di Xiaoyang's mastery over world-destroying heavenly flames was exquisite. Coupled with the heavenly materials and earthly treasures acquired from the treasures of the demon race, he effortlessly forged supreme postnatal treasures, one after another, each more formidable than the last, leaving the river of underworld in awe. He was certain that once Di Xiaoyang emerged from the abyss of demon gods, the entirety of Honghuang would tremble. Bold! Which immortal dares to enter the abyss of demon gods and capture the remnants of my demon race? After centuries of slaughter, the powerful beings within the abyss of demon gods could no longer endure, uniting their powers to confront the intruder. Splendid! The 4 early-stage quasi-saint demonic spirits are none other than the 4 great demon kings under demon ancestor. Jidu, Mola, Chonglu, and Poxin. Di Xiaoyang's spirit surged with excitement. The early-stage quasi-saints were the power he sought. Who are you? The 4 demon kings were astonished, realizing someone could recognize them at a glance. I am the Supreme of Honghuang, the Lord of the Heavenly Court, Xiaoyang Emperor. Your downfall, as demonic spirits, shall lead to your complete annihilation, becoming the source of my power. The Emperor Xiaoyang, overjoyed, struck down with a powerful palm. Impudent. Even the old man Hongjun does not dare to claim the title of Supreme. Yet you audaciously presume to call yourself the Supreme. The 4 great demon kings were furious, immediately intertwining their powers to unleash a towering black lotus that shot skyward. Boom! The clash of forces erupted with tremendous might. To the Emperor's surprise, the combined strength of the 4 great demon kings managed to withstand his palm strike. No, this cannot be right. You have already fallen. While your demonic spirit power is formidable, it cannot surpass that of the innate deities of the primordial world. This strength is derived from the black lotus you wield. The Emperor's eyes darted as he speculated, could it be that you are borrowing the power of the 12th-grade world-destroying Black Lotus to unleash such might? Die! The four great demon kings smirked coldly, and the Black Lotus suddenly expanded, devouring the Emperor Xiaoyang. You think you can suppress this Emperor? He retorted, inherent treasure. Qin Kuanding, suppress. With a knowing smile, the Emperor summoned the treasure he had extorted from Hongjun, unleashing an irresistible force of suppression. Though the four great demon kings were formidable, the Emperor was even more so. His treasure was of a higher grade, and they were unable to escape before being confined within the Qin Kuanding. Leave! With a swift motion, the Emperor retracted the extreme evil sword and descended into the depths of the abyss. At the bottom of the abyss, demonic energy surged up. A spear, imbued with overwhelming malevolence, stood silently, its tip adorned with a swirling black lotus. It was truly terrifying. With the Emperor's current cultivation, even he would need to exert his physical strength to subdue it. It was indeed a supreme treasure of malevolence. The Emperor hesitated to approach. Harboring a sense of trepidation in that fateful battle, Hongjun emerged victorious. Why, then, did he leave behind the god-slaying spear and not seize the 12th-grade world-destroying Black Lotus? After much contemplation, the Emperor's heart sank. This abyss of demonic gods harbored the power of the heavenly Tao rules? Ah, I understand now. The fallen demon god abyss of Luohu must be the future demon realm, the foundation of the demonic path. Thus, Hongjun could not remove the god-slaying spear or the 12th-grade world-destroying Black Lotus. Startled, the Emperor shook his head. The demon realm is merely a variable in the heavenly Tao following the 3 realms and 6 paths. It needs only the evolution of heavenly Tao rules. Not the suppression of treasures, a variable indeed, and no wonder it could seize the heavenly Emperor fruit position under Hongjun's control, breaking free from the shackles of fate. You, my young friend, are quite extraordinary, possessing knowledge that is uncanny. As soon as the Emperor finished speaking, a supreme demonic shadow emerged from the Black Lotus. Luohu? The Emperor recoiled in shock. Indeed, it is I, the figure confirmed. You need not worry. I, along with the god-slaying spear and the 12th-grade world-destroying Black Lotus, am bound by the heavenly Tao rules here, unable to harm you. Luohu smiled faintly, expressing admiration. Your understanding of the demon realm and your attainment of the heavenly Emperor fruit position truly sets you apart. Yet, Senior Luohu, you too are remarkable. Any creature of the primordial world who hears your name trembles in fear. But today, you appear as a benevolent elder. The Emperor bowed respectfully, reflecting on the absence of the fierce aura of the demon ancestor. This is not surprising. If one day you too were to be confined for countless epochs, you would also attain a state of calm like mine. Luohu sighed. The victor is king, the vanquished a bandit. One cannot blame others, only oneself for lacking skill. Well said, the Emperor replied. If Senior seeks companionship, I shall accompany you for a millennium. The Emperor candidly expressed, I wish to know why you are confined here. You are quite straightforward, Luohu remarked. In that battle of yore, Hongjun shattered my sword array, and I, unwilling to accept defeat, chose to embody the path and evolve the demonic way. Luohu smiled and recounted, my goal was to bring forth the demon realm to annihilate Hongjun. But as you can see, the result is the binding of the heavenly Tao rules. Yet, why did Hongjun not seize the god-slaying spear or the 12th-grade world-destroying Black Lotus? The Emperor inquired, puzzled. Does not the path of the demons remain eternal? If the demonic path persists, the deities shall not perish. Does he not fear your return? He certainly does. However, he cannot control the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao is impartial, governed by its own rules and variables. Luohu scoffed, youngster, you are rather peculiar, as if you possess all knowledge. Why not take a guess? Are you testing me, Senior? The Emperor smiled slightly, reaching out to touch the rules within the demon god abyss. What is this? Beyond the demon god abyss there exists another world space. The Emperor, sensing the heavenly Tao rules with the power of the heavenly Emperor fruit position, was astonished, breaking into a cold sweat and exclaiming in disbelief. This was unprecedented. He had never before lost composure since arriving in the primordial world. Chapter 80. Terrified to flee. Unbelievable. It was utterly shocking. Beyond the primordial world lay an even more exalted and expansive realm. Before the chaos of creation, the universe was a vast wilderness. Only after Pango opened the heavens and the earth did the current primordial world come into being. Luahu continued, "Do you know why Pango perished after creating the world?" This. The emperor could hardly fathom it. His current level of understanding was insufficient for such depths. "Speak boldly," Luahu urged with curiosity. "Very well, from what I perceive, the primordial chaos holds countless mysteries. Although Pangu succeeded in opening the heavens, the primordial world was unstable. The emperor pondered before daring to conjecture. Thus, he chose to sacrifice himself, transforming into all things, condensing the 3,000 paths as a barrier for the primordial world. Ha ha, ha ha. Luahu burst into hearty laughter. "Senior, is it truly so?" The emperor had long been speculating the reason behind the retreat of the great Tao, and only after today's revelations did he form this hypothesis. In later universes, numerous planets exist, each planet a world. The fundamental power is the power of the world. The primordial world is the origin of cultivation, where beings are innately powerful, and only with the 3,000 paths as a barrier can the primordial world sustain its operation. Only the 3,000 paths can impede the invasion of chaotic beings. This question, I too do not know. However, your conjecture is quite an interesting conclusion worthy of further exploration, Luahu remarked with an enigmatic smile. Have you come here to seize my god-slaying spear and the 12-grade world-destroying Black Lotus to confront Hongjun? Indeed, the emperor nodded. But the time is not yet ripe. During my prime, I was not even Hongjun's match. Even if you acquire these two supreme treasures, you would not pose a threat to him. Luahu shook his head. To contend with Hongjun, there is but one opportunity. When he merges with the heavenly Tao, there will be a moment of vulnerability. So, senior means that when Hongjun merges with the heavenly Tao, he will be constrained by it for a time, unable to act? The emperor's eyes widened with excitement. You are indeed a promising pupil. The heavenly Tao is impartial. Once beings merge with the Tao, they lose their fairness. The Tao would not easily allow Hongjun to succeed in merging with it. Luahu nodded. Regrettably, the heavenly Tao is not invincible, nor does it possess the wisdom of beings. It cannot contend with Hongjun. The emperor fell into deep thought. It is often said that human determination can triumph over heaven, suggesting that one's fate is not preordained. Fate, in essence, is a series of changes resulting from one's own efforts and actions. The historical figure known as Dong Wanggong was not destined to die. If his words and actions aligned with the operational rules of the heavenly Tao and contributed positively to it, he could alter his fate. How can one strengthen the heavenly Tao? After a period of contemplation, the emperor suddenly spoke. Young lad, you strike at the heart of the matter. Strengthening the heavenly Tao is indeed a viable way to constrain Hongjun, but what if he does not merge with the Tao? Would not all your efforts then become meaningless? Luahu inquired, astonished. Strengthening the heavenly Tao would grant it greater control over the primordial world. Cultivation is inherently an act of defiance against heaven. Do you truly expect the Tao to favor you? Indeed, the emperor sighed deeply. The relationship between the heavenly Tao and beings is fundamentally one of supply and feedback. The impartiality of the heavenly Tao is predicated on the scope of its control. Should Hongjun become a threat to the Tao, the most effective course of action would be for him to merge with the Tao and take control of it, ruling over the primordial world. Senior, one last question. If Hongjun were to forcibly annihilate the paths of earth and humanity, what consequences would ensue? The emperor bowed solemnly. You have once again surprised me. The paths of heaven, earth, and humanity are the foundation of the primordial world. There is no inherent distinction between strength and weakness, but the heavenly Tao was born first, thus it is the mightiest. After a moment of silence, Luahu spoke again. In other words, the paths of heaven, earth, and humanity are the balance of the primordial world. Shatter this balance, and the primordial world shall cease to exist. Is it truly that severe? The emperor was taken aback. Of course. The demonic path is merely a manifestation of a singular race, while the paths of heaven, earth, and humanity arise from the entirety of the primordial world. Luahu nodded. If one can carve out a world from the primordial chaos, it will surely collapse and be destroyed. What is so strange about that? Thank you, senior, for your enlightening words. The emperor expressed his gratitude with a bow and immediately soared into the sky. Luoho momentarily froze, then suddenly bellowed, "You rascal, hasten to release the 4 great demon kings of this seat." Senior, do not be anxious. This emperor shall take them back to the primordial chaos to reconstruct their physical forms, and then return them to accompany the esteemed demon ancestor, Di Xiaoyang replied without hesitation. He would not regurgitate the meat he had consumed. You cunning little brat, quite insidious indeed. Your temperament suits my palate perfectly, but alas, I am confined here, bearing the heavy burden of evolving the demon realm. Unable to return to the primordial chaos. Luo Ho chuckled, expressing a sense of regret. Otherwise, I would surely venture to the primordial chaos to witness how this lad contends with Hong Jieyuan, the pinnacle of the demon god abyss. Di Xiaoyang unleashed his power to break the seal. Di Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, Fu Shi, Jie Yin, and Zun Ti, who were under the impression that they had triumphed, were suddenly startled. Their hearts trembled immediately. The demon god abyss was perilous beyond measure. Di Xiaoyang seemed unscathed, which was a dire omen for them. What shall we do, everyone? Feeling the pressure of his aura, Jie Yin inquired urgently if he forcibly breaks free from the seal. We may not be his match and calamity will surely befall us. What do we do now? Jie Yin regretted his earlier decisions. Xiaoyang dared to extort even a saint's treasure. How could they withstand his reckoning? Would a saint even appear then? Perhaps it would be best to flee, with the third sermon of the Tao ancestor imminent. Once they reached the Purple Cloud Palace, the mad demon immortal emperor would not dare to act recklessly. Dong Huang Tai looked around suddenly, a flash of inspiration striking him. What? Jie Yin and Zun Ti exclaimed in shock. This is Mount Shumi. If we dare to flee, Di Xiaoyang will surely destroy everything. Jie Yin, Zun Ti, if we do not depart now, when shall we? You two are destined saints. Once you attain sainthood, what is it that you cannot acquire? Why concern yourselves with immediate gains or losses? Di Jun remarked, casting a curious glance at Dong Huang Tai. The mad demon immortal emperor comes to eliminate you both, preemptively cutting off threats. That makes sense. Let's go. Hasten to the Purple Cloud Palace. Upon hearing this, Jie Yin and Zun Ti were so frightened that all their hesitations vanished. They abandoned the 8 treasures merit pool and all their disciples, rushing straight towards the Purple Cloud Palace. Chapter 81. The third lecture of Hong Jun breaking free from the seal. Di Xiaoyang burst into laughter, relishing the fact that these fellows had finally shown some intelligence. Unfortunately, aside from the 8 treasures merit pool, Mount Shumi held no interest for him, and he was loath to commit further sins. Collecting the 7 treasures 1,000-leaf gold lotus from the pool, he immediately ascended into the void. We pay our respects to the emperor. The 9 true dragons appeared at once, in no need for formalities. You all must swiftly return to the heavenly court and convey my command, instructing all heavenly guardians to construct cities and expand the influence of the heavenly court. Simultaneously dispatch secret orders to the 3 guards to mobilize in the Purple Cloud Palace during the third lecture, deploying troops to the 33 heavens. Di Xiaoyang promptly commanded. Emperor, what if the 3 guards do not comply or act deceptively? The leader of the 9 true dragons, Ao Shui, inquired with concern. The third lecture of the Purple Cloud Palace concerns the saintly positions. How could the mortals in the heavenly court not attend? When you relay the order, you may speak candidly. The destined saintly positions do not concern them. Should they be willing to obey, I shall reward them with the innate spiritual treasures needed for slaying corpses. Di Xiaoyang's expression gradually darkened, filled with murderous intent. If they still refuse to comply, then they shall perish. As his words fell, Di Xiaoyang presented the monster summoning gourd before Ao Shui, explaining, this gourd contains not only the monster clan's nemesis, the monster summoning banner, but also the 4 quasi-saint demon spirits residing within ATA critical moment. Unleashing the gourd will stabilize the situation. Understood. We shall not fail the emperor's expectations. Upon hearing of the 4 quasi-saint demon spirits, the 9 true dragons no longer hesitated. Go. With a wave of his hand, Di Xiaoyang vanished from the ancestral dragon war chariot. The third lecture of Hong Jun commenced, and the destined saint descended. Quasi-saints emerged one after another. With Daluo spread across the land, golden immortals considered as mere dogs to that time. It would not be Di Xiaoyang displaying his might, but rather an era where he would be pursued relentlessly. Di Xiaoyang's only glimmer of hope lay in seizing the 33 heavens before the conclusion of the 3 lectures, gathering greater fortune and merit, thereby deterring Hong Jun from taking personal action. In this way, he could buy time, gain more breathing room, and strategize against the destined six saints in the outer realms, Dijun, Dong Huang Tai, Jie-in, Zun Ti, and Fushi sensed Di Xiaoyang's pursuit. All flying with utmost urgency, their hearts filled with trepidation. Di Xiaoyang inwardly chuckled, maintaining a certain distance from them, relishing the feeling of exerting pressure upon others. Perhaps this would be the last time he could savor such pleasure. Hence he cherished the thrill immensely. Upon arriving at the Purple Cloud Palace, Dijun, Dong Huang Tai, Jie-in, Zun Ti, and Fushi finally sighed in relief, their eyes brimming with humiliation and rage. Brothers, you must be thirsty. Come, I have enlightenment tea bestowed by the saints. If you do not mind, please join me for a few cups. Haoyan smiled slightly, sitting leisurely before the stone platform, brewing tea with ease. Thank you, Haoyan. Upon hearing of the enlightenment tea, the group immediately gathered around. The tea tree for enlightenment was one of the top innate spiritual roots of the primordial chaos, and even a single leaf could aid in awakening enlightenment. No need for courtesy. You are all among the foremost powers of the primordial chaos, possessing exceptional comprehension and profound fortune. It is my honor to befriend you. As Haoyan spoke, he filled the cups for each of them. Hearing this, the group felt a sense of awkwardness. If they were truly powerful, how could they be chased to the Purple Cloud Palace? Yet none wished to reveal their plight of being hunted. Brothers, I have heard the saints say, the way of heaven is impartial. Blessings are for the fated. Though there may be minor shifts in power, the grand trend remains unchanged. Those of virtue shall lead the great trend of the primordial chaos and attain the Tao. Haoyan cast a leisurely glance, speaking with profound meaning. The group, all top powers with keen insight, understood Haoyan's implication. It suggested that as long as they possessed the ability to kill Di Xiaoyang, they could replace him and attain the Tao. The underlying message was that Di Xiaoyang had truly angered Hong Jun, who had already harbored murderous intentions against him. Thus, Haoyan's act of serving tea was actually an instruction from Hong Jun. Upon realizing this, the group felt a wave of excitement and drank the tea heartily, reveling in abundance. As Di Xiaoyang pursued them, he scoffed quietly. How could such trivial schemes escape his notice? Serving enlightenment tea to expedite their efforts in slaying evil corpses to confront him. At that moment, Yao Qi approached Di Xiaoyang, giving him a resentful glare before producing the Kunwu sword, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure gifted to her during his first sermon. Ha ha ha. Is the beautiful lady also seeking to sever ties with me? Di Xiaoyang laughed heartily. Here, take it back. Yao Qi said nothing further, placing the Kunwu sword directly into Di Xiaoyang's hands. Very well, Di Xiaoyang accepted nonchalantly. Originally, he had gifted her the Kunwu sword merely to vex Haoyan and to annoy Dijun and Dong Huang Tai. Of course, it also demonstrated the brutal reality of the primordial chaos. The survival of the fittest, where the strong reigned supreme. Shi He and Chang Shi had distanced themselves from him out of fear of Hong Jun. And even Yao Qi did the same. Since that was the case, Di Xiaoyang would deliberately choose to oppose Hong Jun, the foremost saint, and challenge him. A millennium later, the mortals gradually arrived. Aside from Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun under Di Xiaoyang's command, no one else came. It seemed that the efficiency of the 9 true dragons was commendable. They had either been slain or had already mobilized to attack the demon court. Alas, Di Xiaoyang sighed, glancing at Hong Yun as he entered the Purple Cloud Palace. Seeing this, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun both felt a tremor in their hearts. Had they truly provoked Di Xiaoyang by defying orders to attend the sermon? The saints have arrived. As the millennia approached, Yao Qi and Haoyan once again chanted, welcoming the saints. Hong Jun descended, appearing as though nothing had transpired as he commenced his lecture. He showed no concern for the grand trends of the primordial chaos or Di Xiaoyang's extortion of his innate treasure. The Qian Kuan Ding. His broad-mindedness was truly admirable. However, Di Xiaoyang soon sensed something amiss. The third lecture should primarily focus on the saint realm, yet Hong Jun had inexplicably continued with the content of the second lecture, emphasizing the quasi-saint realm. He also intertwined methods for great Luo golden immortals to advance to quasi-saints, thus providing profound insights. Consequently, the attendees of this lecture gained immense benefits. The Sanqing had listened to the lectures for a millennium and successfully severed their evil corpses. Advancing to the mid-stage of quasi-saints, Enhua, Jie-in, Zun Ti, Dijun, and Dong Huang Tai also succeeded in slaying their evil corpses 2,000 years later, achieving the mid-stage of quasi-saints. Shi Wangmu, Zhan Yuanzi, Hong Yun, Kuanpeng, Randang, Fu Shi, Shi He, and Chang Shi followed suit, severing their good corpses and advancing to the early stage of quasi-saints. Others experienced remarkable growth in their cultivation as well. Those who were originally at the mid-stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal ascended rapidly, reaching the pinnacle of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Those who had been at the late stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal quickly reached a level where they could sever corpses, with the mortals' cultivation realms undergoing earth-shattering transformations. Only Di Xiaoyang remained stagnant. As this lecture concluded, I am the foremost saint of the primordial chaos, bearing the responsibility of enlightening all beings. I shall have 6 disciples beneath me, the destined 6 saints to inherit my teachings and govern the mystical gate. After 3,000 years of lecturing, Hong Jun spoke directly. Chapter 82. The appearance of Yang Mei Daxi and the moment of exhilaration had arrived. Thanks to Di Xiaoyang's forewarning, everyone present was aware of the destined 6 saints. Aside from the known duo of Taiqing and the Western pair, there were 3 other slots. Thus, the mortals were filled with eager anticipation. What a group of fools! What are they even anticipating? I did not glimpse the entirety of the Zixiao Palace. Was it merely 6 individuals seated upon their cushions? Such an evident matter, and yet it remains unclear to you. Di Xiaoyang cast a sorrowful glance. What? The moment these words were uttered, a wave of fervor surged through the assembly, particularly among Hong Yun and Kuanpeng, who had once taken their places upon the cushions. Did this imply that both had missed the opportunity for sacred elevation? Silence fell. Ta Qing, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, you 3 are manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit. Your origins are extraordinary, and you possess the merits of creation. Thus, you may become my direct disciples. Hong Jun shot Di Xiaoyang a glare and promptly declared, Ta Qing, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, do you wish to take me as your master? The disciples are willing. Tong Tian and Yuan Shi rejoiced and immediately knelt in reverence. However, at this moment, Ta Qing turned his gaze towards Di Xiaoyang. In his heart, Di Xiaoyang was the true minter of impartation and enlightenment. Observing this, Di Xiaoyang nearly burst into laughter. If Ta Qing were to refuse to take Hong Jun as his master, then his fortunes within the Xinmin would be incomplete. Naturally, Di Xiaoyang dared only to watch without inciting Ta Qing to forsake his apprenticeship. Should Hong Jun disregard the backlash of the heavenly Tao and forcefully obliterate him, it would spell true demise. An unworthy gamble. Ta Qing, what concerns you? As the foremost of the 3 clear ones, you ought to be the premier disciple of the Xinmin. Wielding the innate treasure Taiji diagram, distinguishing the clear from the turbid, establishing the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, stabilizing the vast primordial universe. Hong Jun was greatly alarmed. Di Xiaoyang had evidently influenced Ta Qing to such an extent. The disciples are willing. Seeing Di Xiaoyang unmoved, Ta Qing ultimately knelt and formally became Hong Jun's disciple. Very well. I bestow upon you the Taiji diagram, to Yuan Shi the Pango banner, and to Tong Tian the Zhu Xian sword array. After bestowing these treasures, Hong Jun turned to Nuwa. Nuwa, you bear great creation. You may become an outer disciple of my sect. Do you consent? The disciple consents. Nuwa cast a glance at Di Xiaoyang, yet without the hesitation of Ta Qing. She knelt immediately. Very well. I grant you the Supreme Innate Spirit Treasure Shan He Shi Ji 2 and the Supreme Innate Spirit Treasure Hong Xiu Qiu. Upon bestowing these treasures, Hong Jun paused and added, Hong Xiu Qiu is a divine artifact of destiny, possessing the power to establish heavenly marriages and moral order. Amidst the chaos of the primordial realm, you shall utilize the Hong Xiu Qiu to establish heavenly unions and moral order. Di Jun, as the sovereign of the demon court, must take the lunar star Shi He and Chang Shi as his empress, thus establishing the heavenly union. Hong Jun, do you dare? Shi He and Chang Shi were taken aback, while Di Xiaoyang erupted with fury. Di Xiaoyang, you are audacious. Yuan Shi, witnessing this, pointed his Pango banner at Di Xiaoyang. Audacious, and yet what of it? Have I ever been bound by the heavens? Did you only just realize my boldness? Di Xiaoyang glared furiously at Hong Jun. Initially, I ventured to the lunar star for 2 reasons: to absorb its essence and to forge alliances with the 2 celestial maidens, thwarting Di Jun's heavenly marriage. Yet, through a series of deceptions, I became a master. Subsequently, my identity was exposed by the Western Queen Mother, and I did my utmost to assist Shi He and Chang Shi. After thousands of years of companionship, despite my grievances towards them, My feelings remained. How could I tolerate their union with Di Jun? Preposterous. Today, I shall suppress you to protect the reputation of my esteemed master. Yuan Shi was genuinely astonished by Di Xiaoyang's audacity to be so irreverent before a sage. Yet he found it even more favorable. He yearned for Di Xiaoyang to be even more unruly and reckless. Though you think, simply because you wield the innate treasure panga banner, you can act defiantly before me? Di Xiaoyang roared in fury. Shi He and Chang Shi are my disciples. Their marriages can only be determined by me, not even by you, Hong Jun. Insolence, Hong Jun, having endured much, could finally bear no more. The might of the sage swiftly suppressed Di Xiaoyang. Di Xiaoyang, unwilling to kneel, unleashed his powers to resist Hong Jun. Yet the sage was indeed a sage. Di Xiaoyang could not rise. The disparity was insurmountable. Dao ancestor, I beseech you to spare him this once. Chang Shi, greatly alarmed, immediately prostrated herself. Child, do not plead with him. What Dao ancestor, what plots and schemes? He who allows you sisters to wed Di Jun wishes for your demise. Di Xiaoyang had fully resolved to confront the situation. Di Xiaoyang, you are audacious. The actions of a sage align with the heavenly Dao. Establishing heavenly unions and moral order is the decree of the Dao. How could it harm Shi He and Chang Shi? Yuan Shi furiously reprimanded. Do you think you are someone significant, truly understanding the secrets of heaven? Humph. Whether or not he knows, he is well aware in his heart. Di Xiaoyang coldly snorted repeatedly. But he dared not reveal the secrets of the heavens. His previous words seemed to have alerted the heavenly Dao, a very ominous sign. Di Xiaoyang, you, esteemed as the emperor of heaven, why do you act so biased? Are you aware of the consequences of defying the heavenly Dao? Hongjuan's face darkened. Consequences? I have never contemplated any favorable outcome. Throughout my life, I have acted solely to remain true to my heart and to seek the welfare of the beings of the primordial realm. Di Xiaoyang coldly replied, Hongjun, if you cannot tolerate me, you may strike me down. Yet, I fear you may not dare. The moment the words fell, Di Xiaoyang forcefully infused his powers into the heaven and earth jade seal and the dragon's head staff. In an instant, the winds of the primordial realm surged, and anomalies arose. Across the 4 seas and 8 desolations, a vast and supreme force of destiny surged forth, breaking through the chaos to reach the Zixiao Palace. Even the pressure of the sage could not impede its entry into Di Xiaoyang's body. As the power of destiny continued to amass, Di Xiaoyang seemed to exhibit a trend of being able to contend against the pressure of the sage, shocking all the guests of the mortal realm into fear. Is this the might of the Emperor of Heaven? At that moment, even Hongjun was taken aback, upon probing the primordial realm with his divine consciousness. A murderous intent flashed. Di Xiaoyang had actually seized the opportunity while he was expounding the Tao to suddenly launch an assault on the demon and witch tribes, forcibly occupying the 33 heavens. Hongjuan's old friend, as a sage and the Tao ancestor of the primordial realm, why must you trouble my disciple? Just then, an elderly figure appeared within the Zixiao Palace with a single leap. Yang Mei, my old friend, it has been a long time. Hongjuan's eyes flickered, and he immediately retracted his aura. You truly remain within the primordial realm. Thank you for your concern, old friend. The wounds from that battle of yours have yet to heal. And I have come to the Zixiao Palace to meet you, my only old friend. The great immortal Yang Mei clasped his hands in salute. Thank you for your friendship. Spare my disciple. Is he truly your disciple? Hongjun had long harbored suspicions. Di Xiaoyang knew far too much in the current primordial realm. Only the great immortal Yang Mei could perceive all of his secrets. Indeed, when he first ventured to the Zixiao Palace to listen to the Tao, he took me as his master. The great immortal Yang Mei nodded solemnly. Upon hearing this, Di Xiaoyang was taken aback. During the initial confrontation with Dong Huang Tai, when Changshi was struck by the chaos of time and space, Di Xiaoyang had risked everything to save her. Could it be that this was a test from the great immortal Yang Mei? Chapter 83. Primordial Purple Qi, I have met with my master. Understanding this, Di Xiaoyang immediately knelt in reverence. It appears these chaotic deities truly possess boundless knowledge and power. Di Xiaoyang had frequently asserted that the great immortal Yang Mei was his partner in resisting Hongjun. As it turns out, the great immortal Yang Mei had indeed been observing him from the start and even deliberately tested his heart through Chang Shi. Good disciple, rise, to single-handedly alter fate. establish the heavenly realm city. Set heavenly laws and attain the emperor of heaven's position. You are worthy of being my excellent disciple, and you have not brought shame upon me. The great immortal Yang Mei beamed with satisfaction as he raised Di Xiaoyang, thus affirming Di Xiaoyang's conjecture. Disciple shall not fail the teachings of the master. Di Xiaoyang felt a sense of relief. With the great immortal Yang Mei appearing to protect him, his life was assured. Ha ha, wonderful. The great immortal Yang Mei smiled slightly and turned. Hongjun, my old friend, I have but this one disciple, and today I must seek a favor from you. Oh? Hongjun was startled, realizing the situation was dire. My disciple has a carefree nature, and it is inevitable he will provoke you, the Tao ancestor. The great immortal Yang Mei stated plainly. Therefore, I require that you, during this calamity, refrain from personally acting against him. Very well, I shall grant you this request. Hongjun, having owed the great immortal Yang Mei a debt from the battle against Luo Ho, had no choice but to comply. Thank you, old friend. With that, I shall take my leave. Yang Mei slowly turned. Disciple, let us depart, master. Why not reside in the 33 heavens for now? Once I conclude matters here, I shall return to serve you. Di Xiaoyang had no intention of leaving just yet. After Hongjun accepted disciples and distributed primordial purple qi, he still needed to scatter treasures at Finbaoyan, allowing the guests of the mortal realm to bask in his blessings, thereby elevating the fortunes of the Shinmen. How could Di Xiaoyang allow him to have his way? Besides, since Hongjun had already promised the great immortal Yang Mei that he would not act against him before the end of the calamity between the witch and demon tribes. What was there to fear? Very well. The great immortal Yang Mei waved his hand and instantly vanished from the Zishao Palace. This display of spatial Tao left the guests of the mortal realm envious. No wonder Hongjun regarded the great immortal Yang Mei with trepidation. Were he not to cultivate the spatial Tao, he might not even be able to catch up to the great immortal Yang Mei. Jane and Juenti, after Yang Mei's departure, Hongjun once again accepted disciples. You two, bearing the fortunes of the West, do you wish to take me as your master? The disciples are willing. Jane and Juenti had long been eager. You two may become my named disciples that I bestow upon Jane the supreme innate spirit treasure 12-petal golden lotus of meritorious virtue, upon Juenti the supreme innate spirit treasure scepter of empowerment, hoping that you both will not disappoint the West. After Hongjun once again bestowed treasures, he continued, the Great Way retreats into obscurity, its principles are difficult to comprehend, and it is rare for sages to emerge. One must rely on the foundation of the Great Way, the primordial purple qi, to assist in attaining the status of a sage. Upon hearing these words, the gathering of worldly beings was engulfed in despair. The 6 ordained saints were all disciples of Hongjun. How could they possibly acquire the foundation of the Great Way, the primordial purple qi? The celestial decree has established 6 saints, with 1 occupied by me, leaving 7 remaining, each possessing a strand of primordial purple qi. Hongjun waved his hand, and instantly 7 strands of primordial purple qi manifested, 1 each for Ta Qing, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, Nu Hua, Jiayin, and Juan Ti. Thank you, master. The 6 individuals collectively knelt and received it. The crowd of worldly beings fixated on the final strand of primordial purple qi, especially Emperor Jun and his brother Dong Huang Tai, their desire almost palpable, as if they wished to seize it for themselves. All things in the world have their predestined fate. This final strand of primordial purple qi shall choose its destined recipient. Hongjun cast a glance, allowing the primordial purple qi to fly freely, selecting its fated individual. Di Xiaoyang scoffed at this. This old schemer was indeed cunning. Whoever received the last strand of primordial purple qi would inevitably offend others, so letting it choose its master absolved him of responsibility. Just then, the last strand of primordial purple qi suddenly spiraled above Di Xiaoyang's head, startling everyone. Would Di Xiaoyang also become a sage? This scene caused Di Xiaoyang to leap up in shock. Could it be that Dong Wanggong is the 7th sage? Yet that does not seem right. After Dong Wanggong's fall, he reincarnated as Donghua Dijuan, clearly linked to humanity. How could he possibly be one of the heavenly sages? In his confusion, a thought emerged in Di Xiaoyang's mind. The paths of humanity and the earth are suppressed by the heavenly path. Could it be that humanity requires the power of a heavenly sage to emerge? However, before Di Xiaoyang could clarify his thoughts, the last strand of primordial purple qi suddenly flew away, merging into Hongyun's body. At that moment, Numerous hostile glances fell upon Hong Yun, yet he remained blissfully unaware, lost in the joy of the primordial purple chi. Di Xiaoyang said nothing. Hong Yun had defied orders to listen to the teachings. And ultimately, just like history, he received the primordial purple chi, sealing his own doom. The sage positions have been determined. There is no need for despair. The path of the laws is arduous. If one can unify the three corpses, there remains a chance for sagehood. Everything depends on your opportunities and will. Hong Jun waved his hand and said, I have traveled through the vast wilderness and obtained numerous innate spiritual treasures, all of which are placed at Fanbao Rock. Each of you may take what you wish. Thank you, Dao Ancestor. The crowd of worldly beings rejoiced, rushing towards Fanbao Rock. Even the three pure ones, Nu Hua, Jia-in, and Zhuan Ti, the 6 ordained saints, could not resist the temptation and flew away. Di Xiaoyang had finally awaited his chance. How could he let them have it? However, just as he moved, he suddenly found his body ensnared by an invisible force, unable to break free. Fury flared in his eyes, directed at Hong Jun. This old schemer wouldn't he even allow him to take a treasure. How ruthless! If it weren't for the protection of the immortal Master Yang Mei today, he might have truly attacked Di Xiaoyang. Dao Ancestor is quite formidable. You want to give me anything? Can I not seize it myself? Having already torn the veil of pretense, Di Xiaoyang spoke boldly. You have courage. If you possess the ability, feel free to take it. However, I wish to remind you, the way of heaven takes away from the excess to replenish the insufficient. Excessive wrongdoing will surely lead to one's demise. Hong Jun replied indifferently, Ha ha, indeed, if heaven seeks to destroy me, I shall overturn the heavens. If the saints seek to annihilate me, I shall eliminate all heavenly saints. At that moment, Di Xiaoyang suddenly saw clearly. Had he not devoured Shi Wangmu, had he not resorted to cunning and theft, he would have long since perished along with the fate of Dong Wanggong. Only through relentless struggle could there be a glimmer of hope. The way of heaven takes from the excess to replenish the insufficient. The way of humanity takes from the insufficient to replenish the excess. This is the profound truth gleaned from 5,000 years of glorious history. With ambition, I shall observe how you contend with the 6 ordained saints. I hope you do not disappoint me, Hong Jun said as he swept his divine sense over the unfolding contest at Fanbao Rock. Finally lifting the restrictions, Di Xiaoyang, filled with determination, departed. Historical records state that after the 3 teachings concluded, Hong Jun distributed sage positions and then merged with the Tao. Why the delay? Could it be that Di Xiaoyang and Yang Mei Daxian truly posed a threat to him? Chapter 84. Carrying away Fanbao Rock. The words of this old schemer cannot be taken at face value. If he does not merge with the Tao, Di Xiaoyang cannot boldly pursue his ambitions. Nor can he recklessly slaughter the 3,000 worldly beings. Di Xiaoyang, you mad immortal. Your era has come to an end. Today's division of treasures is merely the beginning, and your reign is nearing its conclusion. Yuan Shi, seeing Di Xiaoyang arrive late, immediately mocked him. Just you, Yuan Shi? Di Xiaoyang sneered disdainfully. Is that not sufficient? I possess the celebration clouds of the heavens and the Panga banner, and I have already severed the evil corpses, successfully entering the mid-stage of quasi-sage. What are you? Yuan Shi swelled with arrogance. You forcibly cultivate your physical form and severely restrict your magical power. It is impossible for you to break through to quasi-saged. Even if I do not attain sagehood, I am more than capable of killing you. Then come and try. Di Xiaoyang replied with a cold laugh, preparing for battle. He could not kill Yuan Shi. But seizing the Pango banner should be within the protection of Yang Mei Daxian, right? Yuan Shi, do you dare? At this moment, Changxi shouted as she stood beside Di Xiaoyang. For the sake of her sisters, Di Xiaoyang had once defended the Purple Cloud Palace against the might of the saints, and Changxi's grievances towards him instantly dissipated. She could no longer treat him as a stranger, nor could she refuse someone willing to risk their life for her. Yuan Shi, this is Purple Cloud Palace, a sacred ground for saints. Any grievances can be resolved in the wilderness later. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun also stepped forward to support. Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun, you two truly are laughable. The primordial purple chi is the foundation for becoming a sage. Are you not afraid of the mad immortal seizing it? Yuan Shi said with a sneer. If one cannot attain sagehood, his supreme position and life would be at stake. Who needs it more than him? Ignorant and foolish, Di Xiaoyang scoffed continuously. Inua's creation of humanity allowed them to achieve sagehood. After becoming sages, they are merely heavenly sages, constrained by the heavenly path and Hongjun. Devoid of any freedom. Would I covet that? My goal is to become a sage of the Great Way. As the three teachings concluded, the ordained saints were about to emerge. I have accumulated sufficient merits and shall merge with the Tao to replenish the heavenly path. Henceforth, the heavenly path belongs to Hongjun, and Hongjun does not belong to the heavenly path. The minor currents of the wilderness may change, but the grand currents are irreversible. Unless it is a calamity of heaven and earth, Hongjun shall not emerge. Just then, the voice of Hongjun merging with the Tao echoed from the depths of chaos. This, the once arrogant Yuan Shi immediately deflated like a deflated balloon. He had sought refuge with Hongjun. But Di Xiaoyang had his own backing. Old friend Yang Mei, I am about to merge with the Tao. Remember our agreement. The voice of Hongjun resonated again. You must not interfere in the affairs of the wilderness. Those who defy this will bear the consequences that I understand. You pursue your Tao, and I will teach my disciples. Let us not interfere with each other. The voice of Yang Mei Daxian transmitted from the 33 heavens. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi suddenly felt empowered. If Yang Mei Daxian could not intervene in the affairs of the wilderness, what was there to fear? Second brother, let us return to Kunlun Mountain to enter seclusion and attain sagehood sooner. Ta Qing discerned Yuan Shi's thoughts and directly took him away. With the departure of the three pure ones, the worldly beings hastily retreated, fearing that Di Xiaoyang might turn to violence for treasure. Even Di Jun and Dong Huang Taiyi did not dare to engage with Di Xiaoyang at this moment. Although they were no longer fearful, they lacked confidence in defeating him. The immediate priority was to reorganize the demon race. Who could have anticipated that Di Xiaoyang would be so shameless as to launch an attack during the teachings when the demon court was vulnerable? This level of cunning and strategy was truly remarkable. The critical question remained. Why were those worldly beings willing to miss the teachings? There must be a secret behind it. Villain, cannot you act with benevolence? Must you be adversarial to the pinnacle powers of the wilderness? Changshi gazed at Di Xiaoyang, her expression mixed with concern and reluctance. Silly girl, you do not understand. If I do not suppress the 3,000 worldly beings, they will surely suppress me. This is an inescapable dilemma. Either you perish or I do. Di Xiaoyang chuckled as he patted Changshi's little head. Since you sisters wish for a life of simplicity and tranquility, stay on Taiyin Star. As your teacher, as long as I am alive, I will ensure your safety, allowing you to live in peace and cultivate in serenity. Until now, Di Xiaoyang no longer harbored intentions to possess the sisters. The conflict between the Wu and Yao clans was a calamity. The ordained six saints represented a death tribulation, and Hongjun was the ultimate death within death. What further romantic entanglements could he desire? Then I shall take my leave. If you miss me, you may come to Taiyin Star to find me. Changshi's eyes glistened with moisture as she gazed at Di Xiaoyang, reluctantly retreating alongside Go. Di Xiaoyang smiled gently, watching her depart, before turning his attention to Shi Wangmu. However, Shi Wangmu's resentment was palpable as she immediately led a host of female immortals away. Alas, alas! Life and death are uncertain. What more can one wish for? Di Xiaoyang smiled bitterly at himself, then suddenly leaped to the base of Barak, using immense magical power to hoist it up. You? Hao Yin and Yaoqi were utterly astonished by this turn of events. Humph! The sage is unjust, unworthy of being the progenitor of the doubted I, the Emperor Xiaoyang, shall seize the divine treasure rock as compensation. What is wrong with that? Unconcerned with whether the divine treasure rock possesses any efficacy, Emperor Xiaoyang hoisted it without hesitation and made his way towards the 33 heavens. Hao Yin and Yaoqi could only stamp their feet in helplessness. They had been nurtured by Hongjun and had already severed their good incarnation, capable at any moment of cutting down their evil incarnation, advancing to the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Yet they had no confidence in confronting Emperor Xiaoyang. In front of the southern sky gate of the 33 heavens, Emperor Xiaoyang returned, bearing the divine treasure rock, startling not only the guards but also finding himself unable to enter the southern sky gate. The divine treasure rock was simply too immense. You, young man, truly possess audacity. This is the very place where the old Hongjun suppresses treasures, where the sword array of extermination and the Taiji diagram, along with the Panga banner, were once contained, infused with the will of its master. You actually managed to carry it back? The great immortal Yang Mei appeared in a single step, utterly astonished. Oh, the Master's intent is that the divine treasure rock is indeed a treasure. Emperor Xiaoyang had long yearned for this benevolent master, indeed. Should you possess the ability to refine it into a magical treasure, it would surely rival the innate treasures. Yet this is a monumental endeavor. Yang Mei nodded. Even your world destruction celestial flame cannot be refined into a treasure in a short time. Heh, but is it not you, my master, who can assist me? Master, I do not wish for any greeting gift. Please help me refine the divine treasure rock into a treasure. With a flick of his gaze, Emperor Xiaoyang invoked the methods of Shihe and Changxi. Truly do not need anything, Yang Mei, with a playful smile, produced a hollow willow branch imbued with primordial power. Ah, of course, I want it. Emperor Xiaoyang's eyes gleamed with golden light as he snatched it away. The hollow willow is one of the 10 innate spirit roots and serves as the essence of Yang Mei, inherently containing the principles of space. With this acquisition, Emperor Xiaoyang could comprehend the laws of space. Only a fool would refuse. Chapter 85. Arrival at the Witch Clan. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun proclaimed that the unification of the 3 corpses could also lead to the attainment of sainthood. However, Emperor Xiaoyang did not believe this and scorned the path Hongjun offered. He sought to forge a path to sainthood that belonged solely to him, aspiring to become the supreme being, transcending the heavenly Tao. The laws of space were what Emperor Xiaoyang desperately wished to obtain, for his physical form had already become a treasure, making it impossible to follow the path of Pangu's strength to attain Tao. His only method of proving the Tao was to transform his body into a world, evolving an entire realm within himself to validate the Tao. This bore a striking resemblance to Panga's act of creating the heavens. Yet this path was far more arduous and uncertain than Panga's. Disciple, I possess nothing of value. Only this hollow willow branch may serve you, and the task of refining the divine treasure rock into a magical treasure must be accomplished by you alone. Yang Mei gently patted Emperor Xiaoyang. However, I can offer you a suggestion. Contemplate the laws of fire, and you shall achieve twice the result with half the effort. Master, are you leaving? Emperor Xiaoyang discerned the tone of his voice. What else? Shall I remain here in your heavenly court as the supreme emperor? Yang Mei chuckled. Before Hongjun unites with the Tao, he indeed cannot do anything to me. At the very least, he cannot kill me. However, once he unites with the Tao, I would undoubtedly meet my demise. May I inquire, Master? Emperor Xiaoyang's heart jolted. How many years will it take for Hongjun to unite with the Tao? At least 10,000 years. And at most 100,000 years. Everything hinges on your governance over the primordial realm. The less slaughter, the stronger the heavenly Tao, and the longer Hongjun's unification will take. Yang Mei waved his hand, demonstrating a pathway through the laws of space. How long you and I, master and disciple, can survive, and whether we can resist Hongjun, entirely depends on you. Indeed. Emperor Xiaoyang clenched his fists in fury. Hongjun's promises are nothing but empty words. The old rogue, I am fond of him. Yet, when Hongjun speaks, he does indeed keep his word. Unless, during this calamity, you slay the 6 ordained saints. Yang Mei smiled and said, Therefore, your time is short. Proceed as you must. If Hongjun breaks his promise, I shall personally emerge to battle him to the death. Thank you, Master. Emperor Xiaoyang immediately bowed in respect. Very well, then I, too, must attend to my own matters. Should I succeed, Hongjun's unification may well preserve your life. Yang Mei cast a deep gaze before stepping into the void and departing. I bid farewell to Master. Emperor Xiaoyang knelt in gratitude. This is a true transcendent being, embodying the demeanor of a saint. The old Hongjun falls far short and is utterly unworthy of the title. I pay my respects to the Emperor. The Zhulong, the 9 true dragons, and the 12 dragon guardians immediately stepped forward to pay their respects. No need for formalities. Your recent conquest of the 33 heavens has been commendable. You have not disappointed my expectations. Emperor Xiaoyang smiled with satisfaction, his gaze lingering on the 4 figures shrouded in demonic aura behind them. These 4 were the 4 great demon lords under Luo whose command, Jidu, Maluo, Chonglu, and Buoxuan. Upon emerging from the demon god abyss, Emperor Xiaoyang had struck a deal with them. As long as they pledged their loyalty, he would not devour them and promised to restore their physical forms, releasing Luo Hui in this battle. They had consumed innate deities for their bodies, Yet their control was inadequate, rendering their forms weak. Your Majesty, among the 18 guardians, 6 disobeyed orders, and I used the demon summoning gourd to summon the power of the demonic spirits to slay them, Zhu Long immediately reported. Furthermore, several dozen heavenly punishment guards, over 100 inspection guards attempted to rebel, all of whom were slain. Good, well done. Jidu, Maluo, Chonglu, and Buoxuan, you are all sealed. Emperor Xiaoyang showed no regret as he bellowed. I hereby appoint you 4 as the 4 heavenly kings, equal in rank to the great divine, each tasked with guarding one of the 4 gates of the heavenly court. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jidu, Maluo, Chonglu, and Buoxuan immediately knelt in gratitude. No need for formalities. Should the heavenly court remain unbreached by the demon clan for 10,000 years, I shall use supreme methods to refine your physical forms, granting you perfect control. Emperor Xiaoyang raised his hand slightly. At that time, you may use this as a foundation to be reborn into the primordial realm. And your cultivation will also progress. Rest assured, Your Majesty. The mere demon clan is no match for us. Jidu, Maluo, Chonglu, and Buoxuan rejoiced greatly, realizing Emperor Xiaoyang's renown and prowess upon their return to the primordial realm. Their physical forms were stronger than the witch clan, and their magical powers surpassed the 3 pure ones. With this promise, their future forms would likely surpass the strength of their original demonic bodies. Excellent. You shall remain vigilant, observing the demon clan's movements. As for the witch clan, I shall personally pay them a visit, Emperor Xiaoyang declared, hoisting the divine treasure rock directly towards the Unzao mountain, the abode of Zhurong. Upon the heavenly mountain descending, the Zhurong clan was already in an uproar, and Zhurong soon noticed. Seeing Emperor Xiaoyang approaching with the mountain, his expression soured, unsure of how to respond. You foolish one. When the elder brother descends, why do you not take the mountain? Do you wish for me to be crushed? Emperor Xiaoyang glared at Zhurong. Oh. Zhurong foolishly stepped forward to receive it, placing it on the ground. A fool remains a fool, devoid of cleverness. Big brother, I am now the ruler of the heavenly court, and we have conflicting interests with the witch clan, yet my original intentions remain unchanged. You are still my good brother. Emperor Xiaoyang discerned his concerns and solemnly stated, if one day I must battle against you and the 12 ancestral witches, you need not hold back. I shall not do so either, do you understand? I do not understand. Zhurong shook his head. An enemy is an enemy. Why bother with anything else, fool? Think more deeply about the matters at hand. The primordial realm's tripartite balance is a grand struggle, devoid of personal grievances. When the great war arises, you and I shall be foes, and we shall undoubtedly fight to the death. Yet after the battle, we may still be brothers. Emperor Xiaoyang, frustrated, kicked him lightly. If one day your witch clan falters, I shall spare your life and grant your clan a way out. Is that clear? It can be like that? Zhurong's mind struggled to accept this. However, the swiftly arriving Emperor Jiang regarded Emperor Xiaoyang with newfound respect. I did not expect Emperor Xiaoyang to possess such magnanimity. It is truly surprising, Emperor Jiang. Since you have arrived, let us converse. Emperor Xiaoyang, possessing the hollow willow, could sense spatial fluctuations, and thus, he knew the ancestral which Emperor Jiang had come. I have seen the Emperor. Emperor Jiang traversed the void, instantly coming to terms with the past incident where he had been forced to kneel by Emperor Xiaoyang. Ha ha, ha ha. The ancestral which is indeed a true gentleman. Emperor Xiaoyang, perceiving Emperor Jiang's thoughts, laughed heartily in admiration. When he established the heavenly court and ascended to the throne, Emperor Xiaoyang was genuinely discontent with the witch clan's unspoken agreement with the demon clan. With Yang Mei's protection, he came to understand in the grand struggle, everyone has their own stance, and it cannot be generalized. As for the witch clan, they must oppose Emperor Xiaoyang to contend for dominance against the demon clan. Just as Yang Mei, he too emerged to protect himself for the sake of survival. Chapter 86. Fairness in Decisive Battles. Not long after, the other 10 ancestral witches arrived. Except for Hutu, their gazes were filled with hostility. Even Xin Yuan held considerable dissatisfaction towards Emperor Xiaoyang. You villain, how dare you show your face here? It was your witch clan that dispatched troops against the demon clan, allowing you to escape your pursuers and attain invincible power. Xinming strode forward, exuding an air of authority, and delivered a swift kick. Speak. When Hong Jun preached, was it you who instigated the attack by the ferocious beasts on the witch clan? Di Xiaoyang was genuinely unaware. It was the Witch clan that launched an offensive after fleeing to the north mysterious region, compelling the likes of Dijuan and Donghuang Taiyi to abandon their pursuit. How embarrassing. Truly embarrassing, it turns out. It was indeed you. Such remarkable skill. Not only did you produce 4 formidable beings at the early stage of Quasi-Saint, but you can also command ferocious beasts as your soldiers. Impressive indeed. Upon witnessing Di Xiaoyang's reaction, Ximing immediately understood. He thought to himself, if I do not forcibly expand my territory and gather fortune, how could I ensure my survival under the command of that old rascal Hongjun? Di Xiaoyang quickly interjected. I assure you, before the decisive battle between the Heavenly Court and the Demon Clan, I will provide the Witch Clan with a fair opportunity to compete. On what grounds should we trust you? The likes of Juma, Zijian, and Gonggong scoffed in unison. It is quite simple. Since I am aware of the fated 6 saints, I naturally comprehend the destinies of the Demon Clan, the Witch Clan, as well as my own. Di Xiaoyang solemnly declared. After the second preaching, I was destined to meet my demise, thereby initiating the reign of the Witch and Demon Clan, culminating in the downfall of both. The Demon Clan, you say? Gonggong sneered. Do you think they could annihilate my Witch Clan's warriors? How could they not? Di Xiaoyang retorted coldly. Your ancestral which possesses the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation, capable of condensing the true form of Pango. With power comparable to that of a saint, Di Xiaoyang responded with a smirk. Yet the Demon Clan similarly possesses the Zhou Tian Star Do Great Formation, combining the strength of 365 stars. With the Sun Star and Moon Star as the primary formation eyes, equally able to match a saint. Otherwise, would this emperor have dared to seize the 33 heavens during Hongjuan's third preaching? The goal was to dismantle the Demon Clan's great formation. Upon hearing this, the 12 ancestral witches fell into silence. They had only just comprehended the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation, and only they knew of it. Such news could not have leaked, so how did Di Xiaoyang know? Aside from being versed in heavenly secrets and possessing foresight, could there be any other reason? The Witch and Demon Clans, inherently powerful, are also cruel and bloodthirsty, preying on the myriad creatures of the wilderness. Without engaging in production, inevitably, they would consume the world entirely. Would heaven allow this? Di Xiaoyang continued, the Witch and Demon Clans are the protagonists of this era's calamity, much like the Dragon and Phoenix clans before them, and must exit the stage, making way for a new lineage. Before he could finish, thunder rumbled from the heavens, as if Di Xiaoyang had revealed heavenly secrets, provoking the displeasure of the heavenly Tao. In the next moment, a series of thundering strikes descended, intent on exterminating Di Xiaoyang. What can mere thunder tribulations do to this emperor? Di Xiaoyang snorted coldly, leaping to meet the thunder tribulations head-on. Such a beneficial opportunity to refine his body with thunder, how could he let it slip away? However, just as Di Xiaoyang accepted the baptism of the thunder tribulations, he immediately sensed something amiss. Within this thunder tribulation, there lurked an incomparably destructive force of Xiao divine thunder. Damn you, Hongjun. You truly are insidious. Enraged, Di Xiaoyang, without a moment's hesitation, deployed the Qinkuan movement technique, propelling himself to counter the thunder tribulations with the Finbao Rock. Even so, Di Xiaoyang could not withstand it, and of course, he only displayed the physical prowess of a Picta Luo Golden Immortal, and the terrifying strength from refining the 12-grade Karma Fire Red Lotus. The Spirit Coffin Palace Lantern and the 3 treasures Jade Rui had yet to be revealed. That was his ultimate trump card, the Great Devouring Technique, the Divine Thunder Refining Mountain. Regardless of whether it was Hongjun or the Heavenly Tao, Di Xiaoyang would not expose his trump card at this moment, immediately employing the Great Devouring Technique to transfer the Thunder Tribulation's power, converting it into the force to refine the Funbao Rock. Witnessing this, the 12 ancestral witches exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a complex array of emotions. Could it be that everything Di Xiaoyang had just articulated was indeed true? Otherwise, how could such a terrifying thunder tribulation punishment be invoked? Was the Witch clan destined to perish alongside the Demon clan? Would the Witch and Demon clans truly be replaced by a new lineage, just as they had supplanted the innate 3 clans? Soon after, the thunder tribulations receded, and the Funbao Rock shrank significantly. Di Xiaoyang smiled with amusement and promptly inquired, 12 ancestral witches, do you now believe my words? Please, Emperor, guide us. The 12 ancestral witches bowed deeply. The Witch clan, unversed in the workings of destiny and lacking in schemes, could only place their trust in Di Xiaoyang. Your guidance is too much to ask for, if you do not wish for the demise of the Witch Clan. Do not ally with the Demon Clan. Before I engage in a life-and-death battle with them, I shall grant your Witch Clan an opportunity. Di Xiaoyang gestured. If I prevail, I will delineate a realm for the Witch Clan to thrive. And if the Witch Clan wins, I shall also provide guidance to break the impasse. Agreed that a fair duel will determine the ruler of the wilderness. Di Jiang exchanged glances with the 11 ancestral witches and quickly reached a consensus. Ha, splendid. Then I shall seek out Zhu Rong, requesting his assistance in refining the Finbao rock. You have no objections, I trust? Di Xiaoyang smiled approvingly. The Witch Clan, undeniably the progeny of the Great Pango, was refreshingly forthright. They challenged the heavens without hesitation. If you wish to fight, I shall accompany you for a fair contest. Naturally, Di Jiang nodded. As long as Zhu Rong is willing. Brother Xiaoyang speaks, I shall dutifully serve. Zhu Rong contemplated briefly before stating, however, during the future decisive battle, Brother Xiaoyang must not employ this treasure. Ha. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted in laughter, seemingly surprised that Zhu Rong had suddenly displayed wisdom, recognizing the potential terror of the Finbao rock and the countless Witch Clan warriors it might ultimately slay. I am not foolish. I have my wits about me. I simply do not wish to overthink or hold grudges. Zhu Rong huffed, glaring at the crowd. Ha, good brother. The assistance rendered today, I shall repay with the title of Fire God in the future. Provided, of course, that this emperor remains alive. Di Xiaoyang smiled slightly. Zhu Rong, let us commence. Very well. With a wave of Zhu Rong's hand, the power of the Law of Fire was immediately unleashed, enveloping the Finbao rock in an instant. Silly brother, do not focus solely on refining treasures. You might also ponder the mysteries of my world-destroying celestial flame to enhance your fire-based powers. Di Xiaoyang spoke frankly. I did not come merely to seek your help in refining treasures. I also wish to comprehend your law of fire. Do not be so naive. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyang. Zhu Rong replied with a silly grin. He was well aware of the terror of the world-destroying celestial flame, which was the fundamental reason why even the top powerhouses of the wilderness dared not act against Di Xiaoyang after reaching the mid-quasi-saint stage. Chapter 87. Yuan Shi's arrival. Di Xiaoyang was not a shameless schemer. He had long regretted his impulsive attempt to devour Shi Wangmu. Had he taken the identity of Dong Wanggong and pursued Shi Wangmu openly, perhaps he would have already become her fated companion. Alas, in both the present and the primordial times, there existed no remedy for regret. Whether human or innate deity, one must take responsibility for their choices. Thus, this time in seeking Zhu Rong, he had 3 objectives. First, to refine treasures. Second, to comprehend the law of fire. And third, to forge an agreement with the Witch Clan to focus on combating the Demon Clan. During the third preaching, that old rascal Hongjun showed favoritism, resulting in the ascension of the Red Dust Guest, and consequently, the strength of the Demon Clan rose dramatically, making them exceedingly difficult to contend with, coupled with the animosity of the fated 6 saints. Di Xiaoyang found himself in a precarious situation. Time in the wilderness was unmeasured. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. With Zhu Rong's full support, the Finbao rock had transformed into a gigantic sphere, proving difficult to refine into a treasure. Yet, Di Xiaoyang's understanding of the law of fire had reached profound depths, capable of grasping the law of fire at any moment. The great paths receded, and the laws grew arduous. However, there were exceptions, such as the spatial law of Yangmei Daxian and the 12 innate laws of the 12 ancestral witches. Moreover, Di Xiaoyang was among the fortunate few, having not only refined 4 types of primordial fires into the world-destroying celestial flame, but also having previously refined the supreme innate spiritual root 5 needle pine, which possessed the 5 elemental powers. The law of fire coalesced. After continuous contemplation, Di Xiaoyang suddenly shouted, immediately condensing all the primordial fire power within him into a singular point. The terrifying might of this condensation compelled Zhu Rong to retreat. Such a brutal method of cultivation astonished all the ancestral witches. Di Xiaoyang, return my 3 treasures, Jade Ruyi and Apricot Yellow Flag. Just as Di Xiaoyang was on the verge of successfully condensing the law of fire, a bolt of divine thunder accompanied by a roar descended from the heavens. Is that the jade clear divine thunder? Your esteemed Lord Xiangli has come to receive your move. The 12 ancestral witches, Each a warrior at heart, saw the audacity of Yuan Shi acting in the territory of the Witch Clan and immediately leaped into action. The power of the Law of Thunder clashed violently with Yuan Shi's Jade Clear Divine Thunder. Although Qiangli was only at the early stage of Quasi-Saint, his foundation in the Law of Thunder allowed him to stand his ground against Yuan Shi's Jade Clear Divine Thunder. At the very least, Yuan Shi would need to expend some time to defeat Qiangli. Yuan Shi also recognized the might of the Witch Clan and, after a single strike, ceased his assault. Dijiang, are you all conspiring to shield the mad immortal emperor and oppose the Dao ancestor? Yuan Shi exclaimed. Yuan Shi, spare us your nonsensical drivel. Di Xiaoyang is now a guest of my Witch Clan. If you are allowed to strike at will, what face would be left for my Witch Clan? Xinming coldly rebuked. Very well, Di Xiaoyang. If you are a man, then let us engage in a life-and-death battle to settle this karma. Yuan Shi, infuriated, did not dare to force another attack. The 12 ancestral witches were truly madmen. Unless the 3 clear ones unite, none shall stand as a worthy opponent. Even now, as Emperor Xiaoyang engages in battle with the 12 ancestor witches, the best he can hope for is a 50-50 chance. Yuan Shi, what are you panicking about? Xinming immediately retorted. Just wait. My man will take care of you shortly. Humph. The esteemed Lord of Heaven, the supreme of the primordial era, has fallen to the point of needing protection from a woman. How can he still call himself an immortal emperor? Yuan Shi coldly taunted. The 6 holy ones are not yet sanctified, and you choose to hide like a turtle. Once we achieve sanctification, you will surely kneel and beg for mercy. Emperor, do not heed his words. He is deliberately provoking you to disrupt your understanding of the laws of fire. Do not let his tactics affect you, Ho Tu compassionately advised. With the war between the witches and the demons yet to commence, she felt a deep sense of sorrow for the souls of the primordial beings who had perished without refuge. Thus, her cultivation and vision had long surpassed that of the ancestor witches. Emperor Xiaoyang was no fool, nor was he quick to anger like a firecracker. Surely, he understood that Yuan Shi's intent was to interrupt his comprehension. Once the law of fire was mastered, the might of the annihilation heavenly flame would increase tenfold, making it impossible for a mid-stage quasi-saint to slay him. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst Yuan Shi's curses, Emperor Xiaoyang successfully grasped the law of fire, causing the dividing treasure rock to contract. Yuan Shi, come and battle. With his newfound understanding, Emperor Xiaoyang shouted, striking the dividing treasure rock towards Yuan Shi. Hemph, do you think I fear you? What if I have mastered the law of fire? Can it break my innate supreme treasure, the Panga banner? Yuan Shi snorted coldly, launching Ayuqing Divine Thunder at Emperor Xiaoyang while using the Panga banner to block the incoming dividing treasure rock. The divine power was formidable, instilling a sense of dread among the ancestor witches. A mid-stage quasi-saint wielding an innate supreme treasure was indeed fearsome. Without employing the annihilation heavenly flame, Emperor Xiaoyang was no match for Yuan Shi. His primordial spirit cultivation remained at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal, stronger than the initial stage of a quasi-saint, yet weaker than the mid-stage. Ha ha! This mad immortal emperor is nothing extraordinary, attempting to seize my mentor's dividing treasure rock to refine it into treasure. I shall reclaim it and return it to my master. After a fierce battle with Emperor Xiaoyang, Yuan Shi's confidence soared. With a sudden sweep of the innate supreme treasure, the Panga banner, it rushed towards the dividing treasure rock. Just you wait. Today, I shall demonstrate the true heaven-slaying sword technique to ensure you no longer dwell upon past grievances. Emperor Xiaoyang, now fearless, unleashed the annihilation heavenly flame upon the dividing treasure rock to counter the sweeping force of the Panga banner, fully executing the great devouring technique. In an instant, the forces of heaven and earth, the spiritual energy of the cosmos, and various primordial powers converged into heavenly sin, forcibly gathering strength. Emperor Xiaoyang's swordsmanship could never rival Tong Tian. Thus, his heaven-slaying sword technique was merely a facade, with its true power reliant on the great devouring technique. His previous victory over Tong Tian had merely been a stroke of luck, employing physical might to break through myriad laws in order to win. Damn it! Yuan Shi was haunted by a psychological shadow from Emperor Xiaoyang's heaven-slaying sword technique. Seeing the forces of heaven and earth being summoned, he dared not underestimate the situation. He quickly abandoned his attempt to collect the dividing treasure rock and used the Pangu banner for defense. Emperor Xiaoyang successfully charged his power, soaring into the sky with his drawn sword. The flash of sword light dimmed the heavens, instilling fear in Yuan Shi and the 12 ancestor witches. It turned out that the gathering of primordial spirit power with the forces of heaven and earth was the essence of the heaven-slaying sword technique. Cursed madman. You are indeed formidable. Yuan Shi met the blow with the Panga banner, being forced to retreat repeatedly before making a swift escape. Yuan Shi, where do you think you are going? Emperor Xiaoyang wondered, yet he pursued without hesitation. His heaven-slaying sword technique was indeed powerful, but it could not defeat Yuan Shi. There was surely a trickery at play. Chapter 88. The true intentions in Emperor Xiaoyang's estimation, his full-force execution of the heaven-slaying sword technique could at best result in a stalemate with Yuan Shi, who wielded the Panga banner. It was impossible to push him back. Yuan Shi's character did not align with feigned weakness followed by retreat. However, Emperor Xiaoyang was unconcerned. Having successfully comprehended the law of fire, he felt no need to linger in the witch clan and was curious to see how they would deal with him. Shameless madman. If you have the ability, pursue us to Kunlun Mountain. We 3 clear ones shall surely give you a lesson you will never forget. As Yuan Shi retreated, he continued to attack with the Panga banner. What do I have to fear from the 3 clear ones? Emperor Xiaoyang laughed heartily as he pursued, wielding Heavenly Sin to strike and Annihilation Heavenly Flame to bombard. The display was impressive, yet he could not inflict any harm upon Yuan Shi. Holding the Panga banner, Yuan Shi was akin to exchanging a bird's gun for a cannon, remarkably powerful. If he was this formidable as a mid-stage quasi-saint, how much stronger would he become once he achieved sanctification? The ongoing battle left Emperor Xiaoyang with a pressing sense of urgency. He must acquire the power to contend with the saints before they ascended. Gradually, the two moved from the Zhurong tribe of Mount Buzhou to Kunlun Mountain. Yet Yuan Shi did not return to the 3 clear Daoist temple. Instead, he headed toward West Kunlun. Yuan Shi, what are you plotting? Do you think I am unaware that you deliberately lured me out of Mount Buzhou? Emperor Xiaoyang coldly declared. I am a figure of great stature and would never allow the 12 ancestor witches to aid you. They will not intervene, so spare your efforts, haha. Have you figured it out? In that case, let me inform you that I have drawn you here to witness the death of the Queen Mother of the West with your own eyes. Yuan Shi laughed coldly. I have heard that you once humiliated the Queen Mother of the West, even causing her to bear your bloodline. Today, I shall have you watch as she and your children perish, thus alleviating my resentment. What? Emperor Xiaoyang suddenly realized. Is it possible that Dijun and Dong Huangtai are attacking West Kunlun? Haha, you guessed correctly. You seize the foundation of the demon clan? And Dijun and Dong Huangtai will annihilate your wife and children. Let us see how you will bear the title of the Supreme of the Primordial Era then. Yuan Shi continued to laugh maliciously. If you cannot even protect your family, how can you call yourself the Supreme of the Primordial Era, the Lord of Heaven? Ah, Yuan Shi, you shall pay for this. You shall pay? Emperor Xiaoyang's fury surged as the Annihilation Heavenly Flame enveloped Heavenly Sin, wildly slashing toward Yuan Shi. Seizing the momentum, he leaped towards West Kunlun. Indeed, the breathtaking celestial realm of West Kunlun had been ravaged by the flames of war. Reduced to a state of disarray, the red dust celestial maidens under the Queen Mother of the West had all been defeated, leaving only her to rely on the divine power of Kunlun Mountain to hold on desperately. Yet her cultivation was merely at the initial stage of a quasi-saint. Her treasures were no match for Dijun and Dong Huangtai. None of them could contend with either brother, let alone face both simultaneously, placing her life in constant peril. Damn it, Dijun, Dong Huangtai, you dare? Emperor Xiaoyang roared in rage, but before he could intervene to rescue her, Yuan Shi forced him back with the Panga banner. Dream on if you think you can save her. Today, not only shall you perish, but so shall your wife and children. No one can save you. Your era must come to an end. Yuan Shi no longer concealed his intentions, shaking the Panga banner with all his might. Leaving Emperor Xiaoyang no opportunity. You have finally arrived. How splendid, how exquisite you shall have the chance to witness true tragedy. I will finally allow you to taste the bitterness of humiliation. Dong Huangtai looked up. Laughing wildly, he had awaited this day for countless millennia. Finally, it was his turn to flaunt his power, to make Emperor Xiaoyang suffer in humiliation and helplessness. You wild bird, dare you lay a hand on her? I will ensure your Golden Crow clan is rendered extinct, leaving no trace of the demon clan in the primordial era. Even the heavenly Tao cannot prevent this. Emperor Xiaoyang unleashed all his means but could not break through Yuan Shi's blockade. All he could do was roar in frustration, unable to accomplish anything. At this moment, the Queen Mother of the West also regretted her decisions. Had she not held a grudge and agreed to Emperor Xiaoyang's atonement, would they not have found themselves in such dire straits? Alas, it was too late. Her demise was imminent, and Emperor Xiaoyang could scarcely escape his own death. You cannot protect yourself, yet you still wish to seek revenge? You will only be able to seek retribution in the depths of endless regret after your death. Dong Huang Tai showed no mercy, shouting coldly, "Chaos Bell, suppress the four directions, obliterate eternity." Boom! As the Chaos Bell emerged, heaven and earth bowed in submission, and all things fell silent. The divine power of Kunlun Mountain was shattered in an instant. The Queen Mother of the West could not defend herself, let alone escape in a mere moment. She was imprisoned by the Chaos Bell. You wild bird, how audacious! If I do not allow her to die, no one shall kill her. Emperor Xiaoyang's eyes changed suddenly as he enveloped himself in the annihilation heavenly flame. With heavenly sin in his left hand and extreme evil in his right, he charged straight toward the Panga banner. What? Yuan Shi was taken aback, as the Panga banner could not stop Emperor Xiaoyang, who forcefully pierced through it, heading straight for the West Kunlun Mountains. Yet Yuan Shi's surprise quickly turned to joy. The Panga banner surged forward, chasing after Emperor Xiaoyang's back. To this, Emperor Xiaoyang paid no mind. After breaking through Di Jun's blockade using the same method, he charged straight toward the Chaos Bell, forcibly entering its suppression. Puff! Puffed! It was at this moment that Emperor Xiaoyang was struck in the back by the Panga banner, causing a spray of blood to erupt forth. Yet, Emperor Xiaoyang successfully found himself beneath the suppression of the Chaos Bell. He immediately ascended to the heavenly court. As he spoke, Emperor Xiaoyang forcibly expelled the Western Mother from the confines of the Chaos Bell using the power of Yin-Yang Chaos. Ha ha, ha ha. Emperor Xiaoyang, you audacious immortal emperor, are indeed willing to plunge into the depths of the Chaos Bell to rescue the Western Mother. Then meet your demise. Eastern Emperor Tai rejoiced and without hesitation commanded the Chaos Bell to completely suppress Emperor Xiaoyang. With a thunderous roar, the Chaos Bell unleashed its world-shattering power. The Western Mother escaped once more, yet Emperor Xiaoyang was once again subdued by the Chaos Bell. Go! Go! Swiftly to the heavenly court. The Western Mother dared not linger even for a moment, immediately using her magical power to take away the remaining mortal female immortals who had not yet been captured. What about the Emperor? The group of female immortals felt immense gratitude for Emperor Xiaoyang's life-saving actions and were deeply concerned. He shall not come to harm. We must hurry to the heavenly court to salvage the situation. The Western Mother completely revised her opinion of Emperor Xiaoyang, believing he could handle it. After all, this was not his first encounter with the suppression of the Chaos Bell. In response, Yuan Shi, Emperor Jun, and Eastern Emperor Tai did not impede, allowing them to depart. For their aim had never been the Western Mother, but rather Emperor Xiaoyang. Splendid, at last, success is within grasp. Fellow Taoists, please make your presence known and assist in refining Emperor Xiaoyang. What are you waiting for? Eastern Emperor Tai exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Chapter 89. Re-entering the Chaos Bell, the terror of Emperor Xiaoyang was profoundly felt by the 3,000 worldly guests. Had it not been for the scheme involving the Western Mother to lure him into a trap, even if they gathered the pinnacle powers of the entire primordial realm, they might not have been able to suppress Emperor Xiaoyang. At the very least, he could escape. After the second lecture from Hongjun, Emperor Xiaoyang had already demonstrated his ability to flee and his cunning. Disguising himself as Eastern Emperor Tai, he pilfered the treasures of the demon clan and even severely wounded the River of Souls, causing chaos in the abode of the burning lamp. Who would dare to pursue him? Setting a trap with the Western Mother was the best course of action. Emperor Xiaoyang, will you escape death this time? At this moment, everyone was filled with excitement. Emperor Jun, Eastern Emperor Tai, Yuan Shi, Jiejing, and Juenti, the five foremost powers of the quasi-saint mid-stage, along with Kuinpeng, Burning Lamp, and the 10 demon saints, a total of 12 quasi-saints of early stage. How could they not deal with Emperor Xiaoyang? For this day, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai had brought forth all their treasured possessions, compelling the 10 demon saints to sever their corpses into quasi-saints. How could they afford to fail? For this day, Emperor Jun even had Fushi guard in Wan's secluded meditation to prevent her from causing disruptions, having accounted for every possible variable. Ha ha. Ha ha, the group of fools. Do you truly think this emperor is unaware of your schemes? Little do you know, I have been playing along with your game, you simpletons. Just then, the resonant voice of Emperor Xiaoyang suddenly emanated from within the chaos bell. What? The hearts of those present tightened in unison. It is known that Emperor Xiaoyang had been struck by the innate treasure panga banner and was now suppressed by the chaos bell. How could he possess such confidence? Do you not believe it? Emperor Xiaoyang chuckled coldly and unleashed 3 punches in quick succession. Boom! The chaos bell trembled violently from within, nearly causing Eastern Emperor Tai to suffer backlash. No, this is impossible. Eastern Emperor Tai could scarcely believe it. He was now at quasi-saint midstage, almost fully mastering the restrictions of the chaos bell. How could he possibly fail to suppress Emperor Xiaoyang? Foolish. You have no idea who my master is. He is the Hollow Willow, embodying absolute spatial law power. Emperor Xiaoyang provocatively continued. Eastern Emperor Tai, had you simply stated your desire to suppress me, I would have willingly entered the chaos bell myself. Why go through all this trouble? You wish to slay me, and I too wish to seize your chaos bell. Unleash all the methods at your disposal. Tai, do not act impulsively. He is provoking your resolve, attempting to throw you off balance. Even if he possesses the Hollow Willow from the Yao Mei Great Immortal, he can merely avoid confinement for the time being. Emperor Jun calmly reminded. Together, we shall assist you in operating the chaos bell with all our might. We shall undoubtedly refine this demon, and you must not let him influence your judgment. The demon emperor's words hold great merit. Here lies western Kunlun, yet it also belongs to the Kunlun mountain range. I can call upon ancestral divine power for assistance, and the demon will surely be unable to withstand it. Yuanshi immediately echoed. Everyone, exert your full strength. We will certainly refine this demon, rendering him utterly obliterated. Very well. The assembly spoke without hesitation, not daring to harbor any dissent. If Hongjun did not achieve harmony and this time failed to slay Emperor Xiaoyang, they would undoubtedly meet their own demise at his hands. A bunch of simpletons. Quickly take action, swiftly take action. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xiaoyang felt a surge of joy within. He had long concealed his true physical cultivation for this very moment. Unexpectedly, Eastern Emperor Tai had set a trap for him to fall into, plunging him once again into the depths of the chaos bell. Little did they know, since reaching mastery in his northern underworld cultivation and comprehending the path to enlightenment, Emperor Xiaoyang had yearned to re-enter the chaos bell for another exploration,